In a shocking twist of fate, young CEO Su He finds himself reborn in the 1980s, trapped in the body of a worthless man known for his vices, gambling, drinking, and domestic abuse. As he awakens to the cries of a little girl who calls him daddy, he realizes he has a family to save. Moved by the love of his wife and child, Su He vows to transform their lives and rise from the ashes of despair. Navigating the treacherous waters of the past, he confronts his new reality, where he must not only redeem himself, but also face the demons of his predecessors' choices. With a fierce determination to break the cycle of abuse and neglect, he embarks on a journey to build a prosperous future. Will Su He manage to reclaim his family's happiness and defy the odds stacked against him? Join him as he battles against the challenges of a bygone era, striving to rewrite his destiny and reclaim the life he once had, all while discovering the true meaning of love and family. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Su He struggled to open his eyes, only to find a blurry scene before him, indistinct and unclear. A piercing headache throbbed in his skull, and his mouth felt parched. It was the heart-wrenching cries of a girl beside him that roused him from his stupor. "Daddy, sob sob. I want mommy, daddy." Su He felt bewildered. As a single man in his 20s focused on entrepreneurship, when had he become a father? Memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, exacerbating his headache. Su He, born in 1960, hailing from a rural background, had unexpectedly met his girlfriend Song Chiyue, who possessed a city household registration and came from a well-to-do family. They fell in love at first sight. In a bold act of defiance against her parents' wishes, Song Chiyue eloped with him to endure hardship together. It resembled a romantic tale of a poor boy and a rich girl. However, to his dismay, on their wedding night, Su He discovered his own impotence, compounded by several failed entrepreneurial ventures. In despair, he succumbed to gambling, accumulating massive debts in a matter of months. As the memories fused, Su He's eyes widened in realization. He shared the name Su He, but compared to this scoundrel, he was a self-made success story of the 21st century, having built a company worth billions. Last night, he had been in a car accident while returning home with his driver, and upon awakening, he found himself in this era. The year was now 1985. After yet another losing streak, he had sold his wife. Absurd. Su He exclaimed, rising abruptly. The nausea from his hangover nearly made him retch. Everything before him became clearer. The modest home, a mere few dozen square meters, was laid bare before him, with bare walls illuminated by the dim glow of a yellowed, incandescent light. On the floor beneath a dilapidated wooden bed sat a little girl, wailing inconsolably. Upon seeing Su He awake, she trembled and knelt on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Her tiny frame hunched over, her small head bowing repeatedly in reverence, each thud resonating sharply. "Daddy, I beg you, please bring mommy back." Sob sob, Tao Tao cannot be without mommy. "Daddy, please." This was Su He and Song Chiyue's adopted child, 3 years old, named Su Tao. Did he really sell his wife? Su He found it hard to believe. Such a common occurrence in the 1980s felt utterly surreal to him. The buyer, Zhou Hong, had once pursued Song Chiyue unsuccessfully and came from a wealthy family. After Su He lost everything, he had approached Zhou Hong, proposing a divorce from Song Chiyue for 3,000 yuan. Zhou Hong readily agreed. Thus, the absurdity of that night ensued. 3,000 yuan was an astronomical sum in this era, yet Su He squandered it at the card table within mere hours. Moreover, in his memories, he had drunkenly sent his wife to Zhou Hong after intoxicating her. This was utterly inhumane. Upon hearing this, Su Tao cried even louder, her large eyes swollen from tears, her forehead bruised from repeated bowing. "Alas, please get up." Su He felt overwhelmed. He truly did not know what to do. After all, in his original world, he had worked tirelessly to achieve his current status, only to find himself in this dismal place, burdened with such a mess right from his rebirth. He longed to find a way back, indifferent to the wretchedness of the original Su He and his abhorrent actions. Yet, the tears in Su Tao's beautiful eyes fell like glistening pearls, her suppressed cries tugging at his heartstrings. Then, her next action struck a deep chord within him. Through her tears, Su Tao pulled out a yellow rubber duck from her pocket. It appeared worn, its once black eyes faded, and it bore signs of dirt and neglect, a far cry from the toys of the future that children would ignore. However, in Su Tao's hands, she wiped it on her clothes, treating it like a treasured possession, and carefully offered it to Su He. "Daddy, can Tao Tao give you my favorite duck? Please, Tao Tao begs you, bring mommy back." As she spoke, she tried to hold back her sobs, knowing that her father despised her and her mother crying, fearing punishment. Yet today, an ominous feeling hung heavy in the air, and she could no longer contain her emotions. "Please, Daddy." Each utterance of Daddy struck Soohye's heart like a hammer, causing him pain and bringing tears to his eyes. As a human, he could not remain indifferent, especially with the memories of the original Soohye weighing heavily on him. This rubber duck was the only gift he had ever given her, the sole toy in their impoverished home. His heart trembled, and he felt a roar within him. Was fate deliberately tormenting him? Who could withstand such a plea from this little girl? Sighing deeply, he resolved to save her first. "Tao Tao, dear, you can keep your duck. I will go bring back Mommy, okay?" He extended his hand to pat her small head, but Su Tao instinctively flinched, a mix of fear and conflict etched on her face. "Daddy, please don't be angry. If you have to punish Tao Tao, just bring Mommy back, and I'll be good," she stuttered, trembling all over. Coupled with the bruises on her small body, it was easy to imagine the treatment she had endured. Soohye felt a weight on his chest, as if a stone lodged in his throat and pressed upon his heart. He struggled to speak. "Daddy will not hit you again. You stay at home and don't open the door for strangers. Daddy will go and bring back Mommy." With that, he strode out, carefully shutting the door behind him. Su Tao blinked through her misty tears, watching her father's retreating figure. Full of innocence, she could not perceive the immense changes occurring before her. All she knew was that Daddy seemed genuinely different this time. This family of three resided in a modest bungalow with a small courtyard of about 10 square meters, which Song-chi usually tended to with care. Soohye quickly spotted a rusty shovel leaning against the wall. He picked it up and pondered. In this chaotic era, the constraints of the law were not as strong. Otherwise, how could people dare engage in such transactions as selling their wives? Moreover, Zhou Hong was no simple character. He was a well-known wealthy heir in this remote town, with a small factory at home. Were it not for his excessive infatuation with S&G Chiyu, countless young maidens would be queuing up to wed him. Following their marriage, in a fit of rage, Zhu Hng even hired individuals to beat up SH on several occasions. Damn it, to be reborn into the body of a worthless scoundrel. What kind of luck is this? SH cursed vehemently, wielding a shovel with a fierce demeanor. In his previous life, he navigated the business world with a reputation for being sharp and decisive. However, when it comes to truly rolling up his sleeves and engaging in a brutal fight, this would be his first experience. Chapter 2. Beasts in Human Clothing. Soohye, radiating an aura of ferocity, passed by others who instinctively retreated 3 steps. He walked briskly, fervently wishing to hasten his pace even further. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong was gazing at the exquisite figure before him, a flicker of infatuation glimmering in his eyes. The slumbering Song Chiyu appeared unlike her usual thorny rose, now exuding a fragile beauty. The relentless pursuit had turned Song Chiyu into a source of torment for Zhou Hong, distorting his very thoughts. "After subjecting me to such torment, you surely wouldn't mind if I reciprocate, would you?" Zhou Hong chuckled grotesquely as he loosened Song Chiyue's outer garment, revealing her pure, white arms. A resounding slap struck down, leaving a vivid red mark upon her fair skin. Outsiders remained oblivious, yet the Zhou family was acutely aware of Zhou Hong's perverse inclinations. Time and again, he would bring impoverished girls home, paying them a sum of 100 or 200 yuan to inflict cruelty upon them. Each encounter left them teetering on the brink of life and death. If not for Zhou Hong's father's immense wealth and influence, this sordid affair would have long since unraveled. With several blows raining down, Zhou Hong appeared frenzied. The searing pain jolted Song Chiyu awake. As she opened her eyes, she was met with Zhou Hong's grotesque expression, the belt descending once more. Song Chiyu cried out in agony, tears welling in her eyes. "Zhou Hong, what are you doing here? How did I end up in this predicament?" "Ha! You ought to ask your good husband." Zhou Hong's laughter was brazen. "That good-for-nothing sold you to me for 3,000 yuan. Now we possess this precious time that belongs solely to us." Song Chiyu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The sole memory she held was of sipping the sour plum juice that Soohye had uncharacteristically brought home before losing consciousness. "This beast, why doesn't he allow me to perish?" Song Chiyu screamed hoarsely, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt hatred. Hatred for her choice of Soohye, for her inability to change her fate, and even more so for Soohye, who, despite his reckless and profligate nature, had sold her, his faithful wife. Zhou Hong, however, grew increasingly exhilarated. "Cry, Weren't you so proud in front of me before? As he spoke, the belt struck down once more. In a panic, Song Chiyu attempted to flee, but the belt descended like a tempest, inflicting excruciating pain upon her. The room was small, the door tightly locked. How could she escape? At that moment, a series of thunderous knocks echoed from the heavy iron door outside. Bang, bang, bang. The force was so great it seemed capable of shattering the door. Who dares? Zhou Hong, interrupted in his fervor, felt his anger flare. He shot a fierce glare at Song Chiyu, who cowered in the corner, trembling with fear. Behave yourself. Should you dare to seek death, I will torment your little wildling. Zhou Hong issued a menacing threat before slamming the door shut. Song Chiyue's expression darkened further. Just moments ago, she had contemplated ending her life by crashing into the wall, but Zhou Hong had the audacity to threaten her with Su Tao. Tao Tao. Song Chiyue wept helplessly, her tears dripping onto her wounds, intensifying the agony. Zhou Hong grumbled as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the menacing figure of Su He. Su Laizi, what do you want? Zhou Hong raised an eyebrow, harboring disdain for the worthless Su He. After gambling for so long, he had no idea that the dealer was cheating. From the day Su He began to gamble, Zhou Hong had bribed the casino dealer, intent on seeing Su He lose everything. Yet, without uttering a word, Su He raised the shovel in his hand and brought it crashing down. Bang! The blow sent Zhou Hong reeling. Su He had intentionally held back. Striking with the wooden handle, Zhou Hong fell to the ground, blood gushing forth as stars danced before his eyes. You dare to strike me? Tomorrow, I will have someone cripple you. Su He remained silent, his eyes icy and terrifying. He lifted the shovel once more, delivering a blow that rendered Zhou Hong unconscious. Just before Zhou Hong succumbed, he heard Su He's calm voice. I have come to take my wife home. Having dealt with Zhou Hong, Su He surveyed the surroundings and strode toward the tightly shut door, delivering a powerful kick to force it open. Upon witnessing the scene within, his pupils constricted. The small room, merely a few square meters, was stained with splattered blood. In the center lay a wooden bed, its pristine white sheets marred by crimson stains that chilled the soul. Cowering in the corner was Song Chiyue, trembling incessantly. Her hair was disheveled, and even partially obscured. One could see the clear tracks of tears on her face, now adorned with several prominent red marks. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror. Looking at her body, she was covered in wounds, bloodied and battered, with some areas even revealing raw flesh. Upon hearing the noise, Song Chiyue cautiously turned her head. The moment she saw Su He, her suppressed cries burst forth again. Su He, you bastard! Have I endured for so many years marrying you only to be sold? Bastard! Bastard! Su He's heart quivered. He never anticipated that Zhou Hong could be so twisted. I'm sorry. Let us go home. Su He stammered, moving closer to embrace Song Chiyue. However, she flinched in fear, glaring at him with wide eyes. Get away. Now you come feigning concern. Are you planning to deceive me again? Su He, if you dare lay a hand on Tao Tao, I will haunt you even in death. With a resigned sigh, Su He attempted to soften his tone. Tao Tao is safe at home, crying for her mother. I regret it, and came to find you with the shovel. Let us return home. The three words, seemingly light and airy, struck Song Chiyue's heart like a raging flood. Mentioning Tao Tao, she ceased her resistance and allowed Su He to lift her into his arms. As they exited the room, they beheld Zhou Hong lying in a pool of blood, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Did you kill him? Song Chiyue asked, trembling. No, I merely knocked him out, Su He replied, casting a fleeting glance at Zhou Hong. As for any retribution from Zhou Hong, he was utterly unconcerned. He had only come to aid at Su Tao's request. Once this matter was resolved, his primary goal remained to return to his previous life. As long as he could go back, Zhou Hong's chaos was of no consequence to him. Compared to this unfamiliar daughter and wife, the ties of his current life were far deeper. On the way home, the two remained silent. Nestled in her husband's embrace, Song Chiyue felt her taut body gradually relax, her gaze inadvertently drifting to that familiar profile. It was strikingly different from the usual roguish charm, now imbued with a sense of resoluteness and severity. Could this truly be Su He? Had her husband truly turned over a new leaf? Song Chiyue pondered, only to shake her head with a bittersweet smile. As long as he could settle down and lead a peaceful life, it would be a divine blessing. Upon entering their home, Su Tao, who had been eagerly awaiting their return, dashed into Song Chiyue's arms. Mama! Tao Tao! The mother and daughter embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Sui glanced back momentarily before stepping into the courtyard. He tilted his head towards the luminous moon suspended in the night sky, his heart a maelstrom of emotions. How could he find his way back? Chapter 3. A weekly appointment. Upon returning to the house, Sui discovered that the weary Song Chiuyue had already fallen asleep, cradling Su Tao in her arms, her delicate brows furrowed and trembling slightly beneath the thin cotton blanket. Su Tao, with her petite frame, nestled comfortably in her mother's embrace, sleeping soundly. Previously, Sui seldom spent the night at home, often reveling in the nightlife until dawn. The mother and daughter had likely grown accustomed to this way of life. Observing the two slumbering figures, Sui let out a quiet sigh. Just as he contemplated turning away, he heard a faint voice from behind him. "You, come sleep beside me, but be gentle, don't wake Tao Tao." Song Chiuyue had awakened without his notice. She cautiously shifted toward the center of the bed, aligning herself with Su Tao, thereby creating a space for Sui to lie down. The outline of her graceful figure was subtly discernible beneath the thin blanket, provoking a myriad of thoughts. Even though Sui had grown familiar with the charms of women in the business world, he felt his cheeks heat up in this moment. Yet, with no other place to rest in the cramped room, he begrudgingly lay down. As soon as he settled in, Song Chiuyue, with trembling hands, pulled a corner of the blanket over herself, still warm from her body. "Let us sleep." In the darkness, only the hazy silhouette of Song Chiuyue could be seen as she hurriedly turned away from Sui. However, the bed was too small, and their bodies were pressed closely together, resulting in a palpable tension with every slight movement. Sui couldn't help but inhaled deeply. Indeed, he was a normal man now. But this was someone else's wife. Stay composed. Silence enveloped the room for the night. Sui awoke early, feeling restless. The heat of the day had made sleep elusive, and he found himself yawning incessantly while lost in thought in the courtyard. In this era, the streets were devoid of cars. Even attempting to stage an accident seemed futile. What a predicament! Sui grasped his hair, his expression one of helplessness. He had initially intended to orchestrate an accident similar to before, but in these times, even a rusty bicycle was a rare sight, let alone a car. Finding a tall building to jump from was equally impossible. The tallest structure nearby was a 5-story building in town, and it was uncertain if he could even return home without risking serious injury. Just as his frustration mounted, Song Chiuyue called out from inside, "It's time to eat." Sui stood and returned to the house. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The rickety wooden table bore only 3 bowls of noodles, the broth almost non-existent. The bowls contained nothing but plain noodles and a few scattered greens, with Sui's bowl being the most generous, while Song Chiuyue and Su Tao's portions were pitifully small. There is nothing else to eat. If you find it unsatisfactory, go seek out your friends, Song Chiuyue murmured softly, lowering her gaze to hide her reddening eyes. Sui, accustomed to indulging in lavish meals while out drinking and dining, would typically erupt in anger at such meager fare. If he didn't receive the best, he might even overturn the table in wrath. Yet, to his surprise, Sui remained silent, picked up his chopsticks, and served a portion of noodles to Su Tao, then offered some to Song Chiuyue. "I can't eat that much. You two are so thin, you should eat more." "Thank you, Daddy." Su Tao beamed, her small white teeth shining as her eyes sparkled with joy. "Good girl," Sui replied with a smile, casting a glance at Song Chiuyue. "What are you dawdling for? Eat up." With that, he began to eat heartily. The noodles were bland, yet his hunger compelled him to finish them in just a few bites. "Ah, delicious." Song Chiuyue snapped back to reality and hurriedly took small bites, glancing at Sui in between. Since last night, had her husband truly changed his ways? Just as the family finished their meal, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the crashing open of the courtyard door. "Damn it, Sui, get over here." Zhou Hong stormed in, his head wrapped in a large bandage, his face marred by bruises. "Zhou Hong." Song Chiuyue gasped, instinctively shielding Su Tao behind her. "It's fine, you two stay inside. I'll handle this," Sui said coolly, rising to exit. "What? Did Zhou Hong not get enough last night?" Sui taunted, taking note of Zhou Hong's sudden flinch. It was said that evildoers feared the wrath of the righteous, and Sui had exhibited a hint of madness the night before. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with malice. "You better remember this, we'll settle it slowly. I'm here to collect that 3,000. Since you've retrieved the goods, you owe me the money. The IOU is clear as day." With that, he produced a loan note for selling his wife, boldly signed with Sui's name. "Repay me, or be prepared for prison." This, Song Chiuyue's face turned pale. 3,000 was an amount they couldn't possibly gather, even if they sold everything they owned. She hurried forward, grasping Soo-hye's arm. What about the 3,000? You haven't spent it all, have you? Jo Hong sneered, licking his lips. Don't even mention 3,000. He doesn't have 300 on him now. He lost it all last night. You gambled away that much money? Song Chiu-yue exclaimed in exasperation. That's 3,000. It could have bought us a new house. Soo-hye, have you lost your mind? Soo-hye wore a helpless expression. This wasn't his expenditure, yet he was left to bear the consequences. Enough, he frowned at Jo Hong. Give me a week. I promise to repay you. If I don't, I'll give you double. Why should I trust you, scoundrel? You've pawned everything you could. I have no interest in your shabby house. Jo Hong retorted ominously. Don't worry, once you're in jail, I'll take good care of your wife. Soo-hye felt a surge of anger and was about to respond when Song Chiu-yue interjected. A week? Can you really repay him? I can, Soo-hye affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Song Chiu-yue seemed to have made a firm decision. She returned inside and retrieved a small wooden box wrapped in tattered cloth from beneath the bed. Inside lay a jade bracelet, likely hidden away to evade Soo-hye's previous searches. This was left to me by my grandmother. It's an old piece, rumored to be worth something. Use this as collateral. Song Chiu-yue bit her lip, extending the bracelet with reluctance in her eyes. This bracelet. Soo-hye's pupils contracted. He had a penchant for antiques and was somewhat of a collector himself. The bracelet's quality was evidently remarkable. No, we cannot use this as collateral. Soo-hye reached out to stop her, but an irate Song Chiu-yue shouted, Soo-hye, do you intend to gamble with it? You are my man, and this shall be my final act of assistance to you. Soo-hye stood in silence, compelled to watch Jo Hong with a smug smile as he seized the bracelet. Very well, I shall accept this trinket as collateral, out of sheer benevolence. I will grant you one last week. After that, I eagerly await your arrival in prison. With my father's connections, I assure you, you shall languish there until your demise. With these harsh words, Jo Hong swaggered away. The gate slammed shut. Soo-hye maintained a calm demeanor, though his heart raced. Initially, he had intended to return home promptly, but it now appeared imperative to resolve this matter at once. In an era where opportunities abound, Soo-hye was confident, not merely 3,000, but even 30,000 could be within his grasp. However, Song Chiu-yue, standing nearby, was filled with dread. You are only bringing this upon yourself, ultimately endangering the two of us. If you are truly concerned, take Tao Tao and find a place to hide for a week. Soo-hye remained unfazed. To Song Chiu-yue, this nonchalance came across as audacious. Tears streamed down her face, despair consuming her heart. Indeed, how could one expect this man to change overnight? Soo-hye, you are a scoundrel. After muttering her curses, she entered the house and dragged Su Tao away. Chapter 4. The visit. Watching the two depart, Soo-hye remained unperturbed. He stepped out of his home, resolved to meander through the town. In his recollection, Zhanghaijun was nestled by the coastal hills, surrounded by numerous provinces and cities, flourishing in trade. In this era, particularly with various clandestine trades yet to be outlawed, prosperity abounded, and many individuals had amassed wealth by riding this wave. Soo-hye rummaged through his pocket, finding a mere 157 coins. To lose 3,000 in a single night was indeed a remarkable feat. The only reason he had anything left was due to the casino closing early. After a brief stroll of about 10 minutes, he arrived at the bustling town. It was noon, the height of activity, where the intersection of two main roads was dotted with an array of stalls, chaotic and disorderly, thronged with people. Following the path to the right would lead him directly to the small dock in Zhanghaijun. Soo-hye's approach to making money was straightforward. He intended to purchase goods that others had discarded at the dock and resell them elsewhere. Though it required some effort, in this era of underdeveloped transportation, such ventures could easily yield wealth. The villages surrounding Zhanghaijun were numerous, mostly connected by dirt roads, presenting ample business opportunities. At the dock, many were unloading goods, while others engaged in trade. Items such as cigarettes, snacks, and clothing brought from the trendy front lines were abundant. As Soo-hye perused the stalls, his eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. He hurriedly approached one small stall adorned with a tattered cloth, displaying numerous antiquated artifacts, some still coated in dirt. Good sir, what are these items? Where did you acquire them? He inquired. The stall owner perked up immediately. Young brother, these are all ancient artifacts, quite valuable. Soo-hye maintained his composure, though inwardly astonished. In the present world, such items could lead to severe consequences, yet decades ago, they were brazenly sold. He casually picked up an item for inspection and grimaced. Look at this, it's cracked and the condition is poor. And this one is clearly a modern imitation, rather unimpressive. This piece is somewhat acceptable, yet in this era, such drab items hold little value. Suhi expertly depreciated the freshly unearthed antiques on the stall. The stall owner's expression darkened, but seeing that he could not intimidate Suhi, he reluctantly spat in frustration. It's my foolish nephew who shattered the valuable porcelain vase with one shovel. To be honest, these items were excavated from the neighboring province. The good ones have already been sold. If you see anything you like, feel free to take it at a bargain. Feigning contemplation, Suhi scoffed. If it weren't for my limited funds and the desire to procure some antiquities for my father-in-law, I wouldn't even look at your wares. He nonchalantly selected a few pieces. All right, 30 coins for these. The stall owner waved dismissively. Without further ado, Suhi completed the transaction and departed. Suddenly, an elderly man observing from the side exclaimed, "Wait, young man, would you sell those to me for 100 coins? 100? Suhi surveyed the man and smiled faintly. Sir, you might deceive the uninformed, but attempting to con me is rather pointless. With that, he turned to leave. The old man, observing Suhi's retreating figure, stroked his chin, surprised to find someone knowledgeable about antiques in this small town. That was indeed a valuable item. However, Suhi, lacking the inclination to linger, hurried home with his acquisitions. Upon entering, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. He promptly retrieved one of the palm-sized artifacts, meticulously wiping away the dirt. Instantly, a mottled crimson hue revealed itself, tarnished by the air. The object was oddly shaped, resembling a cup with a handle, yet the lid was adorned with a peculiar creature bearing a fish eye, ox ears, and sharp teeth. Presumably too unsightly, despite its completeness, it failed to attract other buyers' interest. Even the stall owner had relegated it to a corner. Yet in Suhi's eyes, it was a treasure. If memory served him correctly, this should be the bronze artifact Ning Shigong, which had once fetched 9 million at an auction. 9 million. The figure sent Suhi's heart racing. While he recalled the exorbitant price being from 18 years prior, it could still hold tremendous value today if he played his cards right. He continued to clean the other items, which mostly consisted of damaged porcelain or subpar jade, lacking significant worth. Just then, a sharp, scolding voice pierced through the air from the entrance. That wretched fool has squandered the bracelet your grandmother left you? I will not rest until I tear him apart. Divorce, it must be done. Hearing that voice, Suhi frowned. It was his sharp-tongued, petty mother-in-law, Li Fengfang. He glanced up to see Song Qiuyue timidly trailing behind the two. One was a robust woman in a floral shirt, exuding fiery energy, while the other was a slender man with gold-rimmed glasses. The latter was Song Qiuyue's brother, Song Dashan, a teacher in town, embodying the essence of a scholar. As the trio entered, they found Suhi sitting on the floor amidst a pile of assorted items. Song Qiuyue nearly gasped in disbelief. You're not even thinking about how to repay your debts. And instead, you're fussing with these things at home? Suhi remained silent. Song Dashan coldly remarked, My sister returned only to ask for 3,000 coins, claiming you've turned over a new leaf and deserve one last chance. Is this how you've changed? He scoffed. A dog can't change its nature. Li Fengfang seethed. You miserable wretch. Have you also pawned Qiuyue's bracelet? You are a harbinger of misfortune. Suhi felt utterly helpless. He glanced at Song Qiuyue, inwardly lamenting her naivety, for she was hopelessly devoted to a man, repeatedly compromising and even returning home to plead for money. The tears on her face revealed that she had endured considerable hardship. Such loyalty was nearly inconceivable in the materialistic world Suhi inhabited. Despite his usual stoicism, he felt a twinge of emotion. Qiuyue, rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise. A week is ample time. Ample time. Li Fengfang immediately raised her voice, becoming increasingly sharp. Earning 3,000 in a week. Do you consider yourself the national tycoon? Song Dashan adjusted his glasses and impatiently replied, Enough with this idle talk. Divorcing my sister is imperative. As a societal scum, you cannot drag her down even in death. No more words, just divorce. Li Fengfang and Song Dashan echoed each other. Song Xiaomei, standing by, hesitated to speak. Mom, what will happen to Tao Dao? She can't grow up without a father. What of it? With your beauty, you can find another one easily. Li Fengfang glared. I told you from the start not to marry this worthless man. Get a divorce immediately. I've already identified a suitable match for you. Chapter 5. The influential figures. Upon hearing these words, Song Chiuyue's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. Mother, what are you saying? What do you mean by a future husband? You mean that Wang Dahu at the village entrance, the one who cultivates peaches? Li Fengfang counted on her fingers with a demeanor reminiscent of a desperate matchmaker. I've already arranged everything. As long as you agree to marry him, the betrothal gift is 800. And we will also receive a share from the peach orchard. This is a blessing for you. Don't worry about that little wild child. She's just a burden. Mother. Song Chiuyue's heart ached, her voice trembling. I am Tao Tao's mother. How can I abandon her? I will not leave this marriage. Regardless of his shortcomings, he is still my husband. If I walk away now, what will others think of me? Running away from our debts? So he could only manage a bitter smile. The woman's steadfastness and innocence truly moved him. Meanwhile, Li Fengfang was like a cat with its tail stepped on, jumping up and down in anger. Isn't it because of your reckless choices? You turned down the wealthy young master from the Zhou family to follow this gambler. I am doing this out of concern for you. Song Dashan also began to persuade her earnestly. Sister, do you really want to spend your life with this good-for-nothing? Rest assured, I will provide for Tao Tao regularly and visit her occasionally. Though they both claimed to be acting in Song Chiuyue's best interests, she was well aware of their true intentions. Wang Dahu, despite his wealth, was notorious for his violent behavior towards his wives. He had driven away 3 previous wives. Could happiness truly be found in such a marriage? It was merely for the sake of that generous betrothal gift. Tears glistened in Song Chiuyue's eyes as she slowly shook her head. Li Fengfang, losing patience, pointed an accusatory finger at her. You ungrateful daughter. After raising you all these years, how could you possibly marry such a worthless man? If you refuse to leave him, then fend for yourself. Song Dashan frowned and shook his head repeatedly. Do not blame us for being heartless. If you do not leave, we will not provide the 3,000. Song Chiuyue was left speechless. After a long moment of silence, she finally managed to speak. If I agree, will you lend to Suhi? Her voice was soft and humble, yet heavy with the weight of compromise. I will go to the bank immediately to withdraw the money, but only this once. Song Dashan readily agreed. Suhi stood to the side, watching as tears streamed down Song Chiuyue's cheeks, her once bright eyes now clouded with despair. Enough. Suhi sighed helplessly. After all, he had no family or ties, living a solitary life as a dedicated workaholic. He resolved to help this unfortunate mother and daughter start anew. At that moment, Suhi stepped forward, subtly shielding Song Chiuyue behind him. Is it just 3,000? Merely a small sum. As he spoke, he raised a hand to gently wipe away Song Chiuyue's tears. Rest assured, your husband is no longer a failure. He will not profit from selling his wife any longer. Suhi spoke with genuine sincerity, yet Song Chiuyue cried even harder. Since their marriage, when had she ever witnessed such tenderness from him? Bah! Li Fengfang spat vehemently. Your words are sweeter than honey, but what can you, a good-for-nothing, do if you don't sell my daughter? Live on this pile of rags. She lunged forward, attempting to push Suhi aside, her nails leaving red marks on his arm. Suhi remained silent, coldly holding his ground to protect Song Chiuyue, as if he were an impenetrable barrier. Song Dashan watched in astonishment, his heart racing. Was this brother-in-law truly changing? The intensity of his gaze even unsettled him. Just then, an elderly man with graying hair entered, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. He surveyed the bare room, his expression one of astonishment, muttering to himself, this family dares to dabble in antiques? The 4 individuals within the room halted their actions. Suhi immediately recognized this elderly gentleman as someone he had encountered at the dock. What brings you here? He inquired, his mind alert with caution. In an age of scarce information, for someone to find him so swiftly indicated a significant background. I am Zheng Zhenbin. I have been traveling across Huaxia searching for our lost treasures, intending to establish a museum for our descendants. Young friend, we can discuss that item further. Zheng Zhenbin smiled amiably, his words vague yet enticing. Suhi felt a jolt of surprise. Establishing a museum in this era? What immense wealth that would require. Moreover, there was an air of distinction about Zheng Zhenbin that hinted at deeper connections. For the nation, if there were no hidden directives behind this endeavor, the process would not be so seamless. Suhi's mind raced as he quickly made a decision. You can take that item for 15,000. If he wished to conduct business, his financial and social networks would pose significant constraints. He could not let this opportunity slip by. 15,000. The Song family was taken aback. What antique? What item? Li Fengfang's eyes widened in disbelief. He, It is this small object. Zheng Jinbin picked up the oddly shaped bronze vessel, Ning Shigong, from the ground. He squinted at Su He, probing further. I wish to know why you chose to accept this item. What is its origin? It is quite ugly. What gives you the confidence to offer such a high price? Su He remained composed as he replied. This is a three-legged beast head, and the vessel originated in the Western Zhou period. It was produced during the Yinshang dynasty and is classified as a royal ceremonial vessel. If you examine the bottom closely, you will find two characters, Ning Shi. Thus, this Ning Shi Gong holds immense value. It is not unreasonable to ask for 100,000, and in a decade or so, it could fetch millions. Millions? Zheng Jinbin merely chuckled. To him, such rapid appreciation seemed implausible, but he had developed an affection for the item. True connoisseurs of antiques were rare. I shall purchase it. I will visit again on a later date. Today seems inconvenient. Please come prepared with the money tomorrow. Su He remained unfazed. At that moment, the Song family finally regained their composure from the shock. Song Qiuyue gazed at Su He, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this truly her husband, who had once filled their home with coarse language? Now, he spoke of matters beyond her comprehension. Song Dashan suddenly let out a derisive laugh, his face brimming with disdain. Su He, have you finished your grand performance? Is it not merely an attempt to swindle us into lending you money, while you even go so far as to enlist a supposed seller? This worthless item, fetching a price of 15,000? Indeed. Li Fengfeng glared fiercely at Zheng Jinbin. Get lost. Assisting this scoundrel in deceit, are you not afraid of divine retribution? 15,000. With your pitiful state, could you even muster 1,000? Utterly unreasonable. Zheng Jinbin, clearly an educated man, felt his face flush with indignation, yet could only muster a single retort. I currently have 1,000 in hand, which I shall present as a deposit. I will fetch it now. With that, he turned to exit. What a show. Song Dashan scoffed. I shall report you to the police. The entire family watched Zheng Jinbin's departing figure, only to be left in stunned silence the next moment. At the entrance, unbeknownst to them, a Santana sedan had already come to a halt. Zheng Jinbin crouched down and entered the back seat. Song Dashan's face instantly turned the color of liver, swollen with fury. Chapter 6. A change of face in this era. Possessing a Santana sedan speaks volumes about one's influence. It is not merely a matter of wealth. Thus far, Song Dashan has only had the fortune of seeing one at the Zhanghai Town Hall, and it was rumored to be his second-hand vehicle. The one before him, however, gleamed like a magnificent steel beast. Even this seemingly unremarkable elder was accompanied by a dedicated chauffeur. Gulps. He swallowed hard. His gaze towards Zheng Jinbin now entirely transformed. Meanwhile, Li Fengfeng remained blissfully unaware of the impending trouble, still ranting. 1,000 yuan is just something you can toss around? And 15,000? I reckon you can boast better than Zhao Erniu from our village. Before she could finish, Song Dashan hastily raised a hand to stop her. Mother, hold your tongue. This is a Santana sedan, worth over 100,000. Over 100,000. Li Fengfeng's voice rose several octaves. Almost simultaneously, Zheng Jinbin approached with 1,000 yuan in hand. The pristine 400 yuan blue-violet banknotes made the eyes of the Song family glow red with disbelief. Song Qiumei gazed at Su He with a face full of incredulity, her heart swirling with uncertainty. She knew her husband's worth all too well. How could he possibly be acquainted with such a prominent figure? Excuse me, may I inquire what position you hold in the city, or perhaps in the province? Song Dashan stammered, his eyes filled with a flattering gleam as he regarded Zheng Jinbin. However, the latter seemed utterly indifferent to him, instead focusing on Su He, a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. Young friend, just sign here, and the rest can be delivered tomorrow. It's perfectly fine. I trust you. Su He accepted the notes. In his era, paper currency was scarcely used, let alone this somewhat antiquated fourth series of banknotes, compelling him to examine them with keen interest. The texture was unique as he rubbed them between his fingers. Yet, Li Fengfeng hastily slapped his arm. Control yourself. It's just 1,000 yuan. You look like your eyes are about to pop out. Why don't you introduce this distinguished gentleman? Su He was momentarily speechless. If he remembered correctly, his mother-in-law was the type to meticulously count even a dime. Moreover, he had no knowledge of Zheng Jinbin's true identity. My status is of little importance. I have yet to learn your name, young friend. Does your family have a lineage well-versed in antiques? Zheng Jinbin's excitement was palpable, eager to recruit Su He into his fold. I am Su He. My family. Before Su He could complete his sentence, Li Fengfeng interjected. This boy's ancestors are all country bumpkins. What significant figure could arise from that? Humph, just a mother still living, always looking poor and miserable. The mention of Soo-hee's mother caused a momentary pause in his heart. In the present world, Soo-hee's parents had tragically passed away early due to an accident, and despite the vast wealth he possessed, the inability to fulfill his filial duties remained an unshakable regret. In this life, Soo-hee still had a mother, yet he had never cherished her. His memories of her, hunched and nurturing him with her wrinkled hands, lingered in his mind. Yet, it had been an entire year since he last returned home. As these memories intertwined with his present, he vowed that if given the chance to relive his life, he would cherish this familial bond with all his might. Background is inconsequential. Zheng Jinbin quickly interjected, Soo-hee, I am currently in dire need of talented individuals under my wing, and I hold you in high regard. This statement was clear, extending an olive branch directly to Soo-hee. Song Dashin cast a glance at his sister's husband, whom he secretly despised, filled with envy and resentment. How could such an opportunity slip past him? Anyone could boast about antiques. It was merely a matter of opening one's mouth and talking about the past, wasn't it? Li Fengfang was even more oblivious to the underlying dynamics, consumed by thoughts of how to extract as much money as possible from Zheng Jinbin. What are you waiting for? Accept it, she urged, slapping Soo-hee. Are you daft? Her enthusiastic demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier attitude. Soo-hee merely cast her a glance before turning his unwavering gaze back to Zheng Jinbin. Mr. Zheng, I understand your intentions, but I must respectfully decline. I aim to provide a better life for my family. Upon hearing Soo-hee's rejection, the Song family grew alarmed. Hey, this kid must be a bit off in the head. He's just babbling. I'll agree on his behalf. They were exceedingly eager, as if they were suddenly much closer to Soo-hee. Song Xiaomei couldn't help but chime in. This gentleman seems quite amiable. You should seriously consider working with him. In her view, Soo-hee's reckless behavior might lead him down a misguided path. Indeed, if you wish to elevate your family's living standards, it's not that difficult, is it? Zheng Jinbin remarked, blinking. Join me, and I'll offer a monthly salary of 400 yuan, along with housing provisions. Although property values were low at present, allocated housing typically consisted of exceedingly rare apartments. Furthermore, a monthly salary of 400 was indeed a considerable sum. Upon hearing this, the Song family erupted with excitement. Yet, Soo-hee still shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Zheng, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. Very well. Observing Soo-hee's steadfastness, Zheng Jinbin sighed. He gently patted Soo-hee's shoulder. If you change your mind, feel free to find me at the Jianghai Hotel. I shall be here for a while. With that, he turned and returned to the Santana, which then drove away. Soo-hee turned back towards the house. The Song family finally came to their senses. Li Fengfang rushed forward, tugging at Soo-hee's clothing as she berated him. Soo-hee, have you lost your mind? That's a monthly salary of 400. You're a waste. Can't you stop dragging down our Xiaomei? Marrying you is a lifetime of bad luck. A barrage of harsh words ensued. Even with his typically placid temperament, Soo-hee could no longer contain himself and pointed towards the door. Are you finished? If you are, please leave. This is my home. Say less. Song Xiaomei quickly intervened, attempting to restrain Soo-hee's hand. Li Fengfang was furiously hopping with indignation. Oh, so you think you can just fly away now, do you? Mother. Just as tensions escalated, Song Dashin stepped forward and whispered a few words into Li Fengfang's ear, causing her expression to shift. Promptly, Li Fengfang pulled Song Xiaomei aside, whispering in her ear, Listen to me. This young man has now climbed up a formidable tree, which is quite remarkable. If we serve him well, the sum of 15,000 must be secured. With her sharp tone, Li Fengfang had spoken for quite some time, leaving Soo-hee in a state of utter disbelief. After finishing her words, Li Fengfang cast a glare at Soo-hee. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyue's expression was clouded with unease as she averted her gaze from Soo-hee. Her hands were intertwined, reflecting her discomfort. Earlier, Li Fengfang had issued her a stern warning. Now that Soo-hee has allied himself with someone influential, it is uncertain when he might cast aside the two of them. Regardless, with the impending divorce, Li Fengfang insisted that she must obtain that sum of 15,000, and for that purpose, she must diligently cater to Soo-hee. This pronouncement left her feeling deeply frustrated. Chapter 7. Father-in-law Soo-hee is no longer the timid figure he once was. Furrowing his brow, he began to issue an eviction notice. If you have nothing further to discuss, please take your leave. Li Fengfang's eyes darted, and with a disdainful snort, she retorted, Before you go, there are debts to settle. Your family has relied on our assistance for years, hasn't he it? The various grains and rice we provided. And the clothes sent from our hometown for that little wild child. All of it must be accounted for. You have the means, so why not hand it over promptly? Sui could only laugh in irritation. Indeed, one's character is difficult to change. How could his mother-in-law's nature possibly transform so easily? This time, Song Dashin remained silent. After all, with Zheng Jin being gone, he had no time to flatter Su-hee. Mom Song Chiu-yue could no longer bear it. Su-hee still owes you money. Perhaps it's wise to hold on to that for now. Li Fengfang glared. That person stated it clearly, 15,000. Isn't that enough to repay? This 1,000 must come to our family first. Is it easy to support your family of 3 every day? In her mind, she was certain that before Su-hee could repay, she would extract the remaining 14,000 and then proceed with the divorce. Only through divorce could Song Chiu-yue marry Wang Dao. As she spoke, Li Fengfang even attempted to snatch the money. Yet, as her hand reached out, Su-hee firmly pushed it away. Support? Su-hee scoffed repeatedly. Don't think I'm unaware. How many times has Chiu-yue's hard-earned money ended up in your hands? During holidays, she has always brought back gifts for you, while our family has never received a single item. Furthermore, the so-called clothes were merely hand-me-downs from Tao Dao's various cousins, which Chiu-yue had to painstakingly alter before they were wearable. If such rags hold any monetary value, should we not start counting from the dowry? The Song family, in truth, was quite affluent. Song Chiu-yue's father, Song Wei, held a household registration in Jianghai City and had some education. It was only after moving to Tuanjie Township that he met Li Fengfang. Though the elderly couple had settled in the countryside, the advantages of their household registration made it easy for Song Dashin to pursue education and employment. Despite this, they treated their youngest daughter, Song Chiu-yue, with extreme harshness. What they referred to as assistance was merely discarded items, and even when sending food, it consisted of leftovers and stale grains. Though you opposed my marriage to Chiu-yue, I did indeed pay a substantial dowry, did I not? Su-hee squinted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How about you return the dowry first? Li Fengfang was so furious her vision darkened, rendering her speechless, and thankfully, Song Dashin lent her support. She could never have anticipated that this so-called good-for-nothing had become so sharp-tongued. Su-hee, how can you speak to your mother like this? You are bringing up the dowry. Do you truly wish to end this marriage? Song Dashin snapped. But Su-hee merely cast him a sidelong glance, and the chilling look in his eyes promptly silenced him. He appeared refined, yet harbored a profound timidity and fear. Does your family even regard me as one of your own? Must I even articulate this? This 1,000 shall remain with me, Su-hee declared, his voice resonating with authority. Faced with Su-hee's unyielding demeanor, Song Dashin lost his temper and quickly pulled Li Fengfang away in defeat. Watching them leave, Song Chiu-yue could not help but admonish, you really ought to be more careful. You know how mother is. Don't confront her directly, or you might jeopardize your health. Su-hee felt utterly helpless. Women in this era are often so consumed by their worries, yet in the end, others only care about the value they bring. If he did not oppose her, wouldn't she take advantage of him for that 1,000? Where's Tao Tao? Let us go fetch her back. She's at father's. Come on. As Su-hee spoke, he took Song Chiu-yue by the hand and headed for the door. The latter was taken aback. Had she heard correctly? Su-hee actually suggested going to see Song Wei. It should be noted that Song Wei vehemently opposed this marriage. Each time he encountered Su-hee, he would erupt into a furious tirade, even brandishing a broom to beat him, leaving their interactions fraught with discord. Eventually, he even resorted to shutting the door in Su-hee's face. Though Su-hee may have been ineffectual, he possessed a fierce temper, and since then, he had not seen Song Wei again and often hurled insults at him. The two had effectively severed ties. Along the way, they exchanged few words, silently walking together. Tuanjie Township is quite close to Jianghai Town. A dirt road leads directly there, and they arrived in half an hour. Song Wei had opened a supply and marketing cooperative at the village entrance. He was busy managing the cooperative's operations. When they arrived, the old man happened to be out purchasing grain, and they successfully retrieved Tao Tao, who was playing in the yard. Mommy, Daddy. Su Tao Tao joyfully leapt into Song Chiu-yue's embrace, then cautiously peered at Su-hee. With a broad smile, Su-hee ruffled her little head and said, Let us go. Daddy will take you out for a feast. What is a feast? Tao Tao asked eagerly. I want to eat sesame cakes. Su Tao Tao blinked her big eyes, and after speaking, she cautiously glanced at Song Chiu-yue, feeling somewhat timid. After all, for this impoverished family, 2 dimes for a sesame cake was an extravagant expense. Let us eat something even better than sesame cakes. Sui felt a pang of emotion, taking Su Taotao's small hand as they stepped outside. Song Chiuyue walked beside Tao Tao, her gaze softening as she looked at Su He. He had never accompanied them like this before. Previously, upon receiving money, he would have rushed straight to the casino. The three of them walked together harmoniously towards the exit when an elderly man returned with a group of people. The old man wore a white shirt that revealed a bright red vest underneath, his silver hair neatly parted, and he donned black-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Su He, his brows furrowed immediately. "What do you want?" Song Wei exclaimed, his expression unfriendly. "Where's the doorman? How could they let such filth in? Hurry and check if anything is missing from the cooperative." The doorman, who had been dozing off, rushed over and, upon seeing Su He, immediately shouted, "Why aren't you getting out of here? Didn't you hear Chairman Song's order?" Behind Song Wei, the villagers of Tuanjia Township held large bags of goods, evidently there to exchange items at the cooperative. In an instant, a flurry of scornful remarks filled the air. "Wasn't this good for nothing, just driven out last time? How dare he return? It seems he has come merely to swindle money, spending his days playing cards. What a pity for Song Shizhong's precious daughter. Who wouldn't treasure her if she were to marry?" One person spoke, and then another chimed in. Song Wei's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. "Can you not hear my words? Get out and stay away from the Song family." Sui suppressed his fury. After all, compared to the meddlesome mother-in-law and the snobbish brother-in-law, this father-in-law was relatively decent, having genuinely assisted Song Chiuyue on several occasions. Were it not for him, the two women might have starved long ago. "I am here to take Tao Tao home. Let them return to their maternal home. This is the final time. I, Su He, will provide the best life for her and her mother from now on." Chapter 8. The gathering. Upon hearing such solemn declarations, the expressions of those present were marked by derision. None would take Su He's words seriously. After all, how much credibility could one expect from a gambler? "Don't feed me this nonsense. If you truly possess such skills, ensure that she and her mother aren't left starving. I would consider it flattery to call you a waste of space. You are less than human, inferior even to animals." Song Wei glared, clearly on the verge of confronting Su He once more. Yet, Su He merely furrowed his brow, picked up Su Tao with one arm, and grasped Song Chiuyue's large hand with the other, striding through the crowd as he uttered a single promise. "Give me 3 months, and I will provide a new life for them." 3 months. This was the timeline Su He had set for himself. He would utilize this period to orchestrate a reversal of fortunes, enabling Song Chiuyue and her mother, Tian Ling, to embrace a new existence. Bah, just empty boasts. Does he think he is the wealthiest in Zhanghai town? Anyone can bluster. The derisive comments of the villagers were unrelenting, yet Su He remained unfazed. Song Chiuyue couldn't help but steal another glance at him. She increasingly recognized that Su He had transformed remarkably from his former self. Typically, he would have succumbed to anger. Yet now he stood as steady as a rock. Watching the trio depart, despite his simmering rage, Song Wei felt an odd sense of curiosity. Could it be that his worthless son-in-law had truly changed today? Su He led his wife and daughter back to Zhanghai town, entering a modest restaurant where he ordered an extravagant spread. 4 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, along with a bowl of round dumpling soup, totaling 34 yuan. The prices made Song Chiuyue gasp, a pained expression on her face. As the steaming dishes arrived, Su He wasted no time diving into the meal. He savored a bite of stir-fried green pepper with pork, his eyes narrowing in delight. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to enjoy a proper meal. How different from decades later, where dishes from all over the city were delivered to him. Su Tao imitated him, struggling to use her chopsticks. With such a feast before them, even during festivals, one would rarely encounter so much meat. Soon, her little face was smeared with grease. "Eat up. Why are you just staring?" Su He raised an eyebrow at Song Chiuyue, who had yet to touch her food, and placed a chicken wing in her bowl. "This meal is far too expensive." Song Chiuyue finally spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Even if you've prospered, we shouldn't waste like this. This meal costs more than our monthly grocery budget. Why order so much? We could save money by cooking at home. Perhaps we should return it." Understanding her concerns, Su He chuckled softly. "Just enjoy your meal. From now on, the money I earn will only increase, and dining out will become our routine. In 3 months, I want you and your mother to move into an apartment and drive a car. Since the food has been served, we can't return it. Besides, look how happy Tao Tao is eating," he added, noticing her joy. Song Chiuyue pouted, remaining silent, and resigned herself to eating. As for Soo-hee's ambitious declarations, she paid them no heed, having heard similar promises on their wedding day. Now, what had come of that? After finishing their meal, Soo-hee took the two women on a shopping spree, acquiring various canned goods, daily necessities, and clothing, all of which were still scarce at this time. Had Song Chio-yu not been on the verge of tears, Soo-hee might have even considered buying a new bed. Finally, burdened with numerous bags, the trio returned home. That night, they squeezed onto the bed. Su-tao quickly drifted into a sweet slumber, dreaming of a father who was always gentle and kind. Soo-hee fell asleep shortly thereafter, dreaming of returning to the modern world, leading his enterprise into a new era. However, Song Chio-yu found sleep elusive. She gazed intently at Soo-hee's sleeping face, her thoughts tumultuous. If he became successful, would he truly abandon her? Yet, with Tao Tao growing up, how could she possibly serve Soo-hee, especially considering if Soo-hee were to know her thoughts, he would surely find them both amusing and perplexing. Amidst her inner turmoil, Song Chio-yu finally succumbed to a light slumber. The following morning, Song Chio-yu took Su-tao to the textile factory to help out. She was not a formal employee, merely leveraging Song Wei's connections to ensure their sustenance, and bringing Su-tao along was merely a means to partake in the factory's lunch, a habit she had maintained for years. As for Soo-hee, he was forgotten in the process, enjoying his newfound leisure. He was just about to head out for a nice meal when the Santana from yesterday parked at his door. "Mr. Su, old Zheng is waiting for you at Xiangjiang restaurant," the driver said respectfully. Soo-hee immediately perked up, climbing into the car without hesitation, remembering to bring along Ning Shihong. After all, one shouldn't refuse a meal offered on a silver platter. Xiangjiang restaurant is the most renowned state-run establishment in Jianghai town. Known for its exceptional chefs, albeit equally notorious for its exorbitant prices, with a single meal costing nearly 90 yuan. This was equivalent to a significant portion of an ordinary person's monthly salary, making it accessible only to the affluent. Following the driver's guidance, Soo-hee arrived at the entrance of a private dining room. Upon entering, he found not only Zheng Jinbin but also a middle-aged man in a suit with a crew cut. The man scoffed upon seeing Soo-hee. "Old Zheng, this is the keen observer you spoke of? Please tell me you're joking. In the antiques trade, experience is paramount." "I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, feel free to test him," Zheng Jinbin replied with a smile, nodding at Soo-hee and introducing him. "This is Sun Hao, a well-known entrepreneur from Jianghai town. He owns a clothing factory. You should be familiar with him." Soo-hee was taken aback. While he did not know him personally, he recognized the name. Sun Hao was not merely the owner of a clothing factory. His products virtually monopolized the garment industry in Jianghai town, with countless textile factories and fabric suppliers reliant on his favor. He even owned a commercial center, facing no difficulties in sales. At this moment, such a person was an insurmountable titan for Soo-hee. It seemed that the clothing industry was not a viable path for him. Soo-hee silently lamented. The early 1990s were rife with opportunities for wealth, and clothing was indeed one of them. Yet, it appeared that this avenue had been closed off. However, the presence of numerous friends opens up multiple avenues. Soo-hee nodded with a smile, addressing Sun Zong with warmth. His demeanor was gentle, and his speech exuded an extraordinary presence, devoid of any semblance of flattery. This slightly diminished Sun Hao's disdain. He took from his pocket a piece of jadeite pendant, pale green and exhibiting a translucent quality, and placed it before Soo-hee. "Since Zheng Lao has asserted your capabilities, let us put them to the test. What do you make of this jade? From which era might it originate?" His inquiry was rather vague, as one might expect a dilettante to merely extol the jade's immense value. However, the classification of jade holds considerable intricacies. Soo-hee took the pendant, examined it briefly, and then set it down, delivering an astonishing verdict. "It is nothing remarkable." Chapter 9 Appreciation. Upon hearing these words, Sun Hao's expression flickered with displeasure. However, Zheng Jinbin, with a beaming smile, waved off Sun Hao's discontent and gestured for Soo-hee to continue. Soo-hee pointed at the jade pendant and spoke in a measured tone. "The quality of this jade is quite commendable. It appears to originate from the old mine ice type found at the border, characterized by its vibrant hues and brilliant luster, showcasing a semi-transparent clarity akin to ice. Judging solely by its appearance, it can indeed be classified as high-grade jade. However, the craftsmanship leaves much to be desired, appearing rough and haphazard, clearly the work of an inept forger. Moreover, it lacks an authentic sense of antiquity, with fresh scratches revealing it to be a mere modern imitation. If the carving had been executed with greater finesse, it might have commanded a higher price, but alas. Sui did not finish his sentence, merely casting a knowing glance at Sun Hao. If President Sun were to seek out a skilled artisan for refinement, the value could indeed see a significant increase, making it suitable for appreciation. Sun Hao was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the veracity of Su He's statements, and thus turned to Zheng Jinbin for clarity. Zheng Jinbin nodded affirmatively. Su Xiaoyu has been quite tactful in his assessment. You have indeed made a regrettable purchase, acquiring something of little worth. Damn it! Sun Hao's face flushed crimson with indignation. That scoundrel had the audacity to claim it was Ming Dynasty Qilin Jade. How absurd. Su He merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. It seems that gullible patrons will always exist, regardless of the era. In modern times, many fervent individuals dive headfirst into the antique market, only to find themselves swindled. Moreover, as time progresses, the techniques of forgery become increasingly sophisticated. Please, take a seat, my young friend, Zheng Jinbin invited, gesturing for Su He to sit down, before producing an envelope and sliding it across the table. This is the remaining payment. Kindly take a look. Su He opened the envelope to reveal a stack of crisp banknotes, his face instantly brightening with delight as he accepted it, subsequently presenting the Ning Shigong wrapped in cloth. Zheng Lao's word is as good as gold, there is no doubt. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Zheng Lao, did you summon me here solely to provide insight for President Sun? Certainly not. Let us first enjoy the meal, Zheng Jinbin replied, lightly clapping his hands. The driver promptly entered with a team of servers, shortly thereafter setting a lavish banquet before them. This feast, provided by a state-run restaurant, must surely cost hundreds of yuan. Once the others had departed, Zheng Jinbin resumed speaking. Zhanghai Town is uniquely situated and is destined to become a thriving trade port. Consequently, the private business of antiques will surely flourish here. President Sun is an established player in this realm, and I specifically invited him to gain insight into the situation in Zhanghai Town. As for you, my young friend, I would like to extend a formal invitation once more, hoping you will join my antique research group. Zheng Jinbin's earnest reiteration of the invitation underscored his regard for Su He. Sun Hao regarded Su He with newfound respect, even considering fostering a friendship. As he urged, Zheng Lao seldom places such importance on a young individual. Su Xiaoyu, this is a tremendous opportunity. Yet, Su He pondered briefly before shaking his head. Zheng Lao, I must respectfully decline as before. I apologize. While studying antiques is one of my interests, my true aspiration is to become a pragmatic entrepreneur. Rest assured, should I discover any treasures in the future, I will certainly reach out to you. Had Su He not set a 3-month deadline for himself, contemplating a return to the present world, he might have acquiesced. After all, who wouldn't he desire a position that offers room and board along with a generous salary? Wanting to be a practical entrepreneur? How intriguing. Sun Hao expressed his interest. Unable to resist raising a toast with Su He. You possess a certain resolute spirit. Having dreams is commendable. However, this industry is fraught with challenges. I advise you to follow Zheng Lao closely. Su He smiled as he lifted his glass. Success or failure must be tested. President Sun need not worry. I certainly want to dabble in the garment industry. Sun Hao laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. Even if he dared to venture forth, he would likely achieve little success. He had encountered many ambitious individuals, yet few reached the finish line. Very well then. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Zheng Jinbin could only nod in resignation. Each individual has their own ambitions. While he admired Su He, it was not his place to bind him to his own path. The dinner proceeded with camaraderie and joy. Although Su He was younger and of lesser status, his words often bore profound meaning and exhibited remarkable foresight, provoking considerable contemplation from the two men. He even deliberately discussed the development and direction of the traditional clothing industry, which enlightened Sun Hao to such an extent that he felt compelled to forge a brotherly bond with Su He. As the feast concluded, despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Su He's cheeks merely reddened as he bid farewell to the two. Zheng Lao, President Sun, I shall surely seek your guidance in my future entrepreneurial endeavors. Please forgive my early departure. You, my young friend, if it weren't for your stubbornness, I would have considered bringing you into my factory. Sun Hao lamented, a look of regret on his face. If your venture fails, remember to seek refuge with me. Nonsense, you'll be coming to find me. After a few drinks, Zheng Jinbin's demeanor softened, and he shot Sun Hao a pointed look. One must adhere to the order of precedence. I shall claim this one. Soo-hee could only smile ruefully, remaining silent. In 3 months, it seemed he would be left with the same wasted potential he had once embodied. Having bid farewell to the two, Soo-hee exited the restaurant as evening descended. However, he did not rush home. Instead, he pocketed the money and made his way to the dock. It was here that he had previously encountered the Ning Shigong, which had spurred him to hasten his plans. Otherwise, with the limited capital at his disposal, he would have needed more time. Upon reaching the dock, Soo-hee had a clear objective, heading directly towards a sizable cargo ship. He had previously taken note of this ship, which was selling color televisions, all the latest models imported from overseas, in the forefront of fashion. Naturally, the prices were not modest. As dusk approached, the crew busied themselves with preparations. A burly man with a bearded face leaned against the side of the ship, a cigarette dangling from his lips, grumbling, "This wretched place is truly impoverished. There are hardly any who can afford a color television." Soo-hee couldn't help but chuckle upon overhearing this. The fact that the majority could not afford one was one aspect. The minority lacked the means to purchase through this channel was another. Since establishing a connection with Sun Hao, Soo-hee has resolved to abandon the trifling business of reselling goods. He aspires to become a purveyor of gifts, delivering televisions to those who need them most. Subsequently, he intends to pursue the ventures that truly inspire him. "Boss, how much for each television?" 3,005, the burly man with a bushy beard replied, not lifting his gaze as he continued to chew on his cigarette. To him, this was merely another idle inquiry about prices. However, Soo-hee surprised him by asking, "Is it in stock?" "I would like 2 units. Could you show me the quality?" 2 units? The bearded man was taken aback. He had spent 3 days at the dock without a single buyer, fully prepared for a loss on this venture. To his astonishment, business had come knocking at his door. Chapter 10. The Master of Deception. Immediately, the bearded man instructed the crew to bring down 2 brand new television sets. Upon examining the pristine devices, Soo-hee confirmed their quality and promptly settled the payment. His gaze then fell upon a sturdy bicycle aboard the vessel. "I'll take that as well," he stated. "Excellent. That will be 2,500, the bearded man exclaimed, clearly thrilled. It was evident that a person capable of spending nearly 10,000 at a moment's notice was not ordinary. He extended his hand, smiling broadly. "Hey there, I'm Zheng Peng. If you ever need anything in the future, just drop a word at the dock, and I'll ensure you get it." How could he not be excited? Fearing that the televisions might not sell, he had managed to sell both at once. "I'm Soo-hee," he replied. Committing Zheng Peng's working hours at the dock to memory, Soo-hee rode away on the bicycle, transporting the 2 televisions securely wrapped in black cloth. In these chaotic times, he understood the wisdom of concealing wealth. He chose not to return home, instead spending 300 yuan at a commercial center to purchase a sharp suit and polished leather shoes. After changing into his new attire, he made his way to his destination, Jianghai Supply and Marketing Cooperative. This was the central cooperative of Jianghai Town, overseeing various supply and marketing entities with abundant resources. So he entered the cooperative's guardroom, holding 1 television. Upon entering, he exuded an air of confidence. "Where is your president? What is he doing?" "The president is busy." The doorman initially wore an impatient expression, accustomed to his lofty position. However, upon noticing the television in Soo-hee's embrace, his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Goodness, is that a color television?" Moreover, dressed in his suit, Soo-hee appeared rather distinguished. "May I inquire who you are?" The tone of the doorman softened significantly. "I am a friend of your president. Is he available? I've brought a gift," he added. "So why not help me carry it upstairs?" Soo-hee raised an eyebrow. The doorman, now visibly intimidated, lowered his head. So it was a friend of President Lee. He quickly took the television from Soo-hee and led him to the president's office on the upper floor. He was internally convinced that this young man must be a person of significance, a friend of the president. "This is the president's office. Please, go ahead. You may leave. I have matters to discuss." Soo-hee replied coldly, adjusting his tie with an air of impatience. Yes, of course." The doorman hurriedly exited. Just then, a voice from within the office inquired, "Who is it?" With a smile, Soo-hee confidently pushed the door open. His casual demeanor dispelled any lingering doubts from the doorman, who promptly exited. Inside the office, Li Deming surveyed Soo-hee with mild displeasure. Had Soo-hee not appeared so distinguished in both attire and demeanor, he would have reacted more aggressively. "Do you have business here? Which enterprise are you with?" Soo-hee, however, casually sat in the chair opposite Li Deming, a grin upon his face. "President, you haven't been in this position for long, have you? You must know that sometimes one must seize opportunities." What do you mean? Li Deming was bewildered. Yet, he instinctively straightened his posture, revealing a burgeoning curiosity regarding the conversation. Noticing the bait had been taken, Sui maintained his smile. Have you heard of Waha? To be frank, General Zhong is my uncle. And I am here to establish a branch in the Jiangnan region. He has entrusted me with the freedom to determine the development direction, which also serves as a test for me. If I achieve initial success, Waha will enter Jianghai town. Presently, do you not think that collaborating with such a colossal group could elevate your position even further? Li Deming felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Waha, a name renowned throughout the nation. But why choose Jianghai? This question is quite simple. Sui snapped his fingers. Jianghai town boasts an excellent geographical location, nestled between the Delta and Mang province. It is destined to become a significant trading hub, perfectly suited for gradual expansion throughout the Jiangnan region. Furthermore, while the manufacturing and garment industries here have flourished, the food sector remains relatively undeveloped, lacking a leading entity. Waha, however, is a giant capable of dominating the entire market. As a gesture of sincerity, I have prepared a small gift for you. Sui gestured towards the entrance. Li Deming approached the door, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What is this? This is the latest model of a color television purchased from the port city. Do you like it? Sui replied with a smile. Such a substantial gift left Li Deming at a loss for words. I need to do something for you, he stammered. In truth, from the moment Sui mentioned that incomprehensible foreign term and articulated the advantages of Jianghai town, Li Deming had already been inclined to believe him. After all, only someone of significant stature could possess such insight and knowledge. Upon seeing the television, he was completely convinced. Such generosity was not something an ordinary entrepreneur could afford. Just accept it, Sui winked. There's no need for you to do anything for me. I intend to venture into the food industry, starting with canned goods. When the time comes, I simply need you to assist in expanding the sales market. The implication was clear. He wanted Li Deming to help distribute a portion of the products, thus enhancing visibility in the rural counties. Absolutely, that is no problem. Li Deming nodded vigorously. He had no lingering doubts. And products from Waha were undoubtedly reliable. Having secured the sales channels with Li Deming, Sui rode his bicycle to the largest pig farm in Jianghai town. Employing a similar strategy, he successfully convinced the slaughterhouse owner, Lin Hai, of his identity as the nephew of the Waha chairman, agreeing to purchase pork at an exceptionally low price and signing a contract on the spot. This timing was fortuitous. As Sui had arrived, just as state-owned enterprises were beginning to decline, while private enterprises were burgeoning. Had he arrived earlier, any meat products would have been subject to regulation. The initial batch of canned goods he intended to produce consisted of braised pork and luncheon meat. The 1990s marked an era of rapid escalation in both income and consumption. However, the impending collapse of state-owned enterprises and the looming wave of layoffs would inevitably incite a sense of panic among the populace, prompting them to stockpile goods. Canned meat would undoubtedly become a coveted commodity. Should anyone discover that Sui currently possesses less than 5,000 yuan, their face would surely pale with disbelief. To establish a factory with such a meager sum, surely, this would be considered madness. Nonetheless, Sui has always navigated the path of leveraging opportunity with little investment. Having secured both raw materials and channels, he plans to expand further sales through Sun House Commercial Hub. The remaining challenges revolve around securing a site, hiring employees, and establishing a production chain. Sui has already formulated his strategy. Just as he approached his doorstep, he noticed two unsavory thugs vociferously banging on the door. Chapter 11. A crowd makes things easier, beautiful lady. Please open the door and let us in for a bit of fun. The two men laughed heartily, their crude remarks echoing as they leaned against the door, peering through the crack. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air from behind them, startling them. What are you doing? Turning around, they were taken aback to find it was Sui. Their laughter turned into sneers. Oh, hiding outside every day? We thought you had become a stray dog. Enough of the nonsense. We just want to drop by your place for a bit. Why don't you hurry and fetch some drinks to entertain us? The two adopted a swaggering demeanor, even going so far as to drape their arms over Sui's shoulders. Fortune bringer, why haven't you been to the casino lately to lose some money? Keep at it. And you might just win back that 3,000 you lost in one go. At the mention of gambling, Sui's expression turned icy. Gambling was a game of losses, and with the possibility of foul play behind the scenes, victory was out of the question. It dawned on him that these two had previously played cards with him, pretending to be his friends. Now it was clear they were mere lackeys of Zhou Hong. So, you two are sent by Zhou Hong, and he is the one pulling strings at the casino? After a moment's contemplation, Suhi grasped the situation, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. With such a treacherous little man lurking in the shadows, it was indeed like a thorn in his side. Moreover, Zhou Hong's father, Zhou Chongshan, held a certain influence in Jianghai town, far beyond what the currently destitute Suhi could contend with. The smiles of the two thugs faltered, replaced by a menacing glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Our casino is a legitimate business, not your playground. One of them spat. And how dare you pin this on young Master Zhou? You're looking for trouble. Listen, my advice to you is to take your wife and go apologize to young Master Zhou. This will all blow over. As they spoke, the grip of their arms around Suhi's shoulders tightened, seemingly trying to intimidate him. But Suhi merely smiled, unperturbed. He raised his gaze to scan the two of them. Didn't Zhou Hong inform you before sending you? The reason he's wrapped up like a mummy is because of me. It's a pity I didn't finish the job. Otherwise, you'd be foolish to come here now. The smirks on their faces vanished. For at that moment, the chilling aura radiating from Suhi was terrifying, a stark contrast to the two of them. Then, Suhi made his move. He swiftly picked up a stone from the ground, clutching it tightly. Since you're here, let us give Zhou Hong a little message before you go back. His ominous words sent the two thugs into a panic. In recent days, rumors had spread that Su Lai Zi had gone rabid, biting anyone he encountered, even daring to strike young Master Zhou. It seemed the tales were indeed based on truth. Had it not been for Zhou Hong sending them to keep an eye on Suhi and stir up trouble, they would not have wished to provoke him. You, just wait. They threatened, retreating hastily. Watching them flee, Suhi shrugged and tossed the stone aside. With such cowardice, it was no wonder they clung to a second-generation rich kid like Zhou Hong. He pushed open his door. Inside, the door to another room was ajar, and Song Qiuyue stood there, nervously clutching a kitchen knife against the wall. Upon seeing Suhi enter, she sighed in relief, only to have tears well up in her eyes. I'm sorry, I got held up, Suhi explained. Song Qiuyue, filled with grievances, caught a whiff of the alcohol on him, and her expression soured. Did you go out with those friends of yours again? Suhi, I really thought you were improving. With her lips pressed tightly together, she looked on the verge of tears. Suddenly, remembering something, she hurried to rummage through Suhi's bag. What about the 15,000? You haven't spent it all, have you? She found an envelope filled with neatly stacked cash. Counting it quickly, 47 bills. Tears streamed down Song Qiuyue's face. Suhi, that's 15,000. Did you really lose 10,000 in one night? Suhi felt a headache coming on. No, I used it for some business. You wouldn't understand, but you'll see in a few days when the factory is up and running. Building a factory? Song Qiuyue froze, concern etched on her face. You can't trust those friends of yours. Starting a business is no simple task, and building a factory would require at least 100,000. You don't need to worry about that. Just trust me. Exhausted, Suhi collapsed onto the bed. Daddy, is Mommy angry? Su Tao asked softly, nestled in the brand new quilt they had bought the day before. Everything will be all right. Trust Daddy. Now sleep. Suhi gently patted her head and drifted off to sleep, leaving Song Qiuyue behind to repeatedly count the 4,700 yuan bills, sighing heavily after a while. The next morning, Suhi placed 200 yuan on the table before heading out. Today, he intended to resolve all issues concerning the venue, employees, and production lines in one go. The venue issue was easily settled. During dinner yesterday, Sun Hao mentioned several vacant lots he had available. If Suhi needed any, he could feel free to reach out. Of course, Suhi was not one to be polite, making his way directly to the garment factory. Sun Hao, in a generous spirit, waved his hand and signed a 3-year contract with Suhi, deferring the rent payment. As for the necessary permits, Zheng Jinbin promised to deliver them within 3 days. Suhi was grateful for their kindness and decided that once the factory stabilized, he would make a point to visit the docks and ensure they received a few gifts. Regarding the remaining equipment, Suhi planned to construct a small factory first, with the initial production process for braised pork taking place in the kitchen. When the scale increased, he would then purchase specialized equipment for production and filtration. What he needed now were packaging machines and cooling facilities. He headed straight to the casino, where many greeted him upon entry. Look who's back, Su Lai Zi. Come on, let us play a couple of rounds. Fortune bringer, don't leave. Everyone was extraordinarily enthusiastic, their eyes sparkling at the sight of him. However, Suhi ignored them and marched towards his target, a bald man wearing a frown, staring intently at the dice on the table. Xuanzi, Stop staring and come with me. Suhi exclaimed, grabbing the bald man and pulling him outside. The bald man, feeling anxious, struggled to return. Suhi, don't pull me. I've placed a bet. Placing another bet won't change your fortune. Let me take you to earn substantial wealth. Suhi did not look back, and upon hearing those words, the bald man's face filled with curiosity. Earn substantial wealth? The bald man's name was Shi Xian. His intellect was somewhat lacking, yet his family possessed a modest fortune. Ever since his family's factory went bankrupt, he had been idle, spending his days immersed in the casino. Like Suhi, he was regarded as a bringer of fortune by the crowd. Upon exiting the casino, Suhi ensured no one was nearby before inquiring. Tell me, do you still have the packaging machines and freezers left from your factory? Yes, we have 2 packaging machines and 3 freezers left at home. No one wants them. Upon mentioning this, Shi Xian's face grew forlorn. Suhi's eyes sparkled. I want them. Take me there. Chapter 12. All set, Shi Xian looked utterly astonished, surveying Suhi in disbelief. Su Laizi, you must be jesting. That machinery does not come cheap. My father mentioned that the packaging machine costs 2,000 each, and the freezer is priced at 1,500. Suhi calculated that they would need at least 8,500 just for this. Currently, he possessed only 4,005, which was woefully inadequate. After a moment of contemplation, Suhi gazed at Shi Xian and smiled. My friend, would you be interested in making some money? Of course, Shi Xian blinked. My old man is nearly at his wit's end, constantly spending without any income. To be honest, I plan to establish a canning factory, but I'm lacking the necessary equipment. If you assist me in purchasing this machinery, I promise to make you the second in command at the factory. How can I help you with that? Shi Xian, with his straightforward nature, failed to grasp the intricacies of Suhi's words. Listen carefully, your father has never met me. From this moment on, I am a senior executive who has left Waha Company to gain experience. President Zhong is my uncle, do you understand? I am here to start a canning factory, but the initial funds are crucial. I will need to delay the payment for the packaging machine and freezer by a month. Do you comprehend? Your role is simply to support my identity. Suhi said in one breath. Shi Xian, somewhat confused, responded, isn't this deceiving? Even deceiving your own father. This cannot be termed deception. It is a business collaboration. Once profits are made, you will be well compensated, and your uncle will surely express his gratitude. All right, but if you dare to trick me, I will immediately inform my father. Shi Xian bit his lip. Rest assured, you will witness the establishment of the canning factory by tomorrow. Suhi's face radiated with joy. He had no doubt about repaying the raw material and equipment costs within a month. If he couldn't earn that much, he might as well give up and join the ranks of those scavenging for a living. Soon, they arrived at the Shi residence. Shi Xian's father, Shi Ba-yi, was sitting at the entrance with a water pipe, puffing away. Upon seeing Shi Xian return with a well-dressed young man, he cast a curious glance. You rascal, where did you meet this friend? He was somewhat surprised. His foolish son, who spent all his time in casinos, had somehow managed to befriend someone who seemed respectable. Before Shi Xian could respond, Suhi took the initiative. After all, Shi Xian struggled with words, and it was best to rely on his own articulation. Greetings, Mr. Shi. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Su. I intend to establish a canning factory in Zhanghaizhan and have heard you possess the necessary equipment, so I came to take a look. Purchase equipment. Shi Ba-yi immediately perked up and stood. You have come to the right place. The packaging machine and freezer here were used during my food business days, and their quality is quite good. As he spoke, his expression darkened. The Shi family once thrived in the 8-treasure kanji business, but they were unexpectedly defeated by the emergence of Waha. The impact of such a nationally renowned brand was immense, and in comparison, the Shi family sales dwindled until they ultimately faced bankruptcy. With the equipment on the verge of becoming obsolete, how could Shi Ba-yi not feel excited that someone was willing to take it off his hands? Well then, let us take a look. Suhi replied calmly, I aim to establish a large factory, so quality is paramount. Rest assured, please follow me. Shi Ba-yi beamed, throwing a knowing glance at Shi Xian, signaling that his son had finally achieved something. Shi Xian remained silent, stealing glances at Suhi. The latter walked with poise, exuding an aura of success that starkly contrasted with his usual disheveled appearance. The Shi courtyard was expansive, featuring a small warehouse dedicated to equipment. Upon opening the door, they immediately spotted 2 packaging machines and 3 freezers inside. Please take a look. These are all brand new, and that freezer is a snowflake model. Shi Ba-yi proclaimed proudly. Suhi nodded, leisurely inspecting the equipment. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he turned to Shi. The equipment is excellent. Let us now discuss the pricing, Mr. Shi. I heard from Shi Xian that the total is 8,500. Correct? Yes. Shi rubbed his hands in excitement. However, the next words from Su, he wiped the smile off his face. Would it be possible to defer the payment until next month? Shi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Su once more. He appeared polished, yet his request for deferred payment raised suspicions. Without waiting for Shi to inquire further, Su continued, Mr. Shi, I don't mind sharing that President Zong of Waha is my uncle. My purpose in coming south is to prove that I can succeed without the Waha name behind me. If I perform well, Waha may even merge with my company, capturing the entire Jiangnan market. Thus, my standards for product quality are exceedingly high. A 1-month trial period is not unreasonable, is it? The mention of Waha left Shi momentarily dazed. The implications of Su's words were overwhelming. After a few seconds, Shi licked his dry lips, fixating on the young man before him. Dressed impeccably, with neatly combed hair and an extraordinary demeanor, Su's eyes sparkled with the ambition of an eagle soaring high. Shi had seen a similar gaze once in a newspaper photograph of the Waha president. This was the aura of a successful individual. Despite this, he still hesitated. After all, 8,500 was not a trivial sum. Noticing his indecision, Su delivered another persuasive argument. Furthermore, as I am in the process of establishing my factory, I am in dire need of personnel. I hold Shi Xian in high regard. While he may not fit the manager role, having him assist me in business operations would be ideal. Shi Xian snapped back to attention, eagerly nodding at his father. He decided to go all in. Having already deceived, he might as well see it through. If Su failed to pay, he could always alert the authorities. Su Zong has assured me that once the factory is established, I will be the second in command. Very well. Upon hearing about his son's future prospects, Shi finally relented. In these economically challenging times, with their factory having closed down, Shi Xian was ill-suited for any business venture. He gritted his teeth and resolved. If it's a trial, then let it be. I have faith in Su Zong's capabilities. Once the terms were settled, they promptly signed the contract, and he even included the several thousand tin cans originally intended for making babaozhou. Su along with Shi Xian, procured a cart to transport the equipment to the venue rented from Sun Hao. It must be said that Sun Hao truly exemplified loyalty. The rented space was originally a small factory that had succumbed to the wave of closures. Although the area was modest, it was fully equipped with water and electricity, and there was a staff canteen that could be easily transformed into a kitchen for preparing hongxiao roe and luncheon meat, sparing Su further concern. Once the equipment was arranged inside, all that remained were the employees. Come on, let us head to the market, Su decisively declared, leading Shi Xian onward. Chapter 13. The abundance of canned goods. The two individuals arrived at the market, where a multitude of job seekers congregated outside the talent center. State-owned enterprises were collapsing, ushering in a wave of layoffs across the nation. However, Su understood that this was merely the beginning. Presently, the enterprises facing closure were primarily smaller ones, while larger corporations appeared to remain steadfast. Yet, in time, the economy would inevitably descend further into desolation. Is there anyone who has worked in a canning factory and is skilled in operating machinery? We need 8 people, with a monthly salary of 100, including 2 meals. Additionally, we require 2 proficient chefs at a monthly salary of 200, including 3 meals. Su bellowed, instantly drawing attention from all directions. The offered remuneration was substantial, but the qualifications required were significant. There were not many who had previously worked in a canning factory. While finding cooks was relatively straightforward, locating skilled chefs proved challenging. After an exhausting afternoon, Su finally assembled his team of 10 and returned to the factory. He tested the culinary skills of the chefs before finalizing their positions. The head chef, Tan Song, had previously assisted in a state-run restaurant and displayed remarkable culinary talent. His rendition of braised pork was rich, yet not greasy, glistening with oil. With everything in place, Su waved his hand decisively. Let us commence production. The process was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the fact that the team was just beginning and lacked proficiency. Tan Song prepared a large pot of braised pork, simmering it slowly for 3 hours until it was aromatic. Following the steps of canning, sealing, and cooling, the first can emerged just as night fell. The can landed on the table with a crisp sound, and everyone displayed expressions of anticipation, nervously watching Su. After a meticulous inspection to ensure the seal was intact, he opened the can. The oil seal was flawless, indicating it could be preserved for at least half a month. Congratulations, everyone. We have succeeded. Let us work diligently. Soo-hee beamed, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the factory. Amidst the laughter and joy, production continued. With the success of the first can, the team became invigorated, significantly increasing their pace. By the end of the workday, they had produced 14 cans of braised pork. Soo-hee estimated that at this rate, 2 production lines could easily yield 300 cans daily. He planned to create 200 cans of braised pork and 100 cans of luncheon meat. Shi Xian was thoroughly impressed. Having merely accompanied Soo-hee throughout the day and spent a modest amount on essential supplies and ingredients, he was astonished that the braised pork had already been prepared. Take a can home to show your father, Soo-hee suggested, handing him a can, while he himself took several cans home to enjoy a feast with his mother and daughter that evening. The rich, savory dish was particularly adored by the child. As they dined, Su Tao's bright eyes sparkled with joy. Daddy is so wonderful. Is it delicious? We can eat this every day since you made it yourself. Soo-hee chuckled, wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth. After persevering through challenges in this world, he always found solace in the warm glow of the light waiting for him at home. Strangely, this feeling of warmth and belonging fostered a sense of attachment within him, perhaps a sensation of home he had not experienced in a long time. Have you truly established this canning factory? Song Qiuyue could not help but inquire. Yes, it's located over by Jiangtu, primarily producing luncheon meat and braised pork. Just let me know when the child wishes to eat, Soo-hee replied with a smile, continuing to tease Su Tao. Song Qiuyue, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a weight in her heart. Although it was said that a wayward son returning home was priceless, their relationship lacked the essence of marriage, and the child was adopted. Observing the tender interaction between the father and daughter, Song Qiuyue mustered her courage to speak. Isn't it time for Tao Tao to start school? Oh right. Thank you for reminding me, Soo-hee nodded. It's not ideal for you to take her to the textile factory every day. Let us send her to the elementary school in town tomorrow. Previously, they had refrained from sending her due to financial constraints, and Soo-hee had not prioritized this daughter. I don't want to leave Daddy and Mommy. Su Tao pouted, her rosy cheeks adorably charming. Listen, you need to learn, or else Daddy won't bring you delicious meat. Soo-hee playfully tapped her little nose. All right, fine, she relented, the two engaging in playful banter. Unbeknownst to Soo-hee, Song Qiuyue's cheeks were slightly flushed. If Su Tao were to go to school, would that leave just the two of them, a man and a woman, alone at home? In the following 2 days, Soo-hee and the factory staff worked tirelessly. By the 3rd day of operation, they had amassed 450 cans of braised pork and 210 cans of luncheon meat. Soo-hee decided it was time to commence sales. Riding his bicycle, he first visited the only print shop in town. Boss, could you help me create a label? A label? The print shop owner exclaimed, realizing he had a major client. Only factory owners would pay attention to such details. All right, what should it say? Soo-hee casually decided, just write Fu Man Huaikin goods. He ordered 1,000 labels, intending to take them back for the staff to package. Printing was not inexpensive in this era, and with his funds dwindling, he was left with just over 200. The labels were produced with a bright red background, adorned with the golden characters Fu Man Huai, which were exceedingly eye-catching. The design was simple, yet resonated with contemporary aesthetics. Earning money was no easy feat. They needed to sell quickly. As Soo-hee walked back with the labels, a wry smile crossed his face. He was racing against time, betting that people would not discover his true identity too soon. By the time they did, he would have completed his first round, and even if they uncovered his deception, they would have no choice but to continue collaborating with him. Such endeavors were only possible in this era. In a future age of information explosion, a simple inquiry could unearth the connections of the company, leaving no room for Soo-hee to disguise himself. Upon returning to the factory, Soo-hee, accompanied by the staff, engaged in the packaging of their products. Subsequently, he ventured to Jianghai Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative, bearing 660 boxes of canned goods. The doorman, having vividly recalled Soo-hee's visage from their last encounter, promptly emerged to greet him. Good day, sir. President Li is in. I shall notify him at once. No need. I shall ascend on my own, Soo-hee replied, gesturing dismissively as he made his way upstairs. Li Deming was meticulously reviewing the quantity of agricultural products acquired that day. The moment he spotted Soo-hee, his demeanor brightened. President Su, please have a seat. Seating is unnecessary. I am pressed for time to return to the factory. My first batch of goods has arrived, and I specifically brought some to showcase to you. With that, Sui placed 2 cans upon Li Deming's desk. Chapter 14. Profiteering. Is this what you have done, Fu Manhui? Li Deming scrutinized a can. The military green tin was adorned with a bright red label, seemingly simple, yet Li Deming dared not underestimate it, for it was crafted by someone with the expertise of Waha. Indeed, it may appear uncomplicated, but I cannot boldly wave the Waha banner at this moment, can I? Sui chuckled. Fu Manhui. I aspire to make this brand as renowned in Zhanghai town as Waha, proving to my uncle that I can carve out my own niche. As he spoke, he opened a can of braised pork and pushed it toward Li Deming. Here, President Li, do give it a try. The vibrant red braised pork was utterly tempting, and Li Deming could not resist tasting a piece, which was so delectable that it nearly made his tongue fall off. After all, canned goods were still a rarity, particularly meat cans, as very few dared to produce them. Delicious. What price has President Su set? Now we arrive at the crux of the matter. Sui perked up, saying, I am selling to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative at a price of $4.50 for both the braised pork and luncheon meat, but I suggest a retail price of around $5.50. The profit margin is considerable, and this reflects my sincerity. It may seem inexpensive, yet Sui incurs no loss whatsoever. Upon calculation, his net profit per can stands at $2.50, which is indeed a windfall. He could earn nearly $20,000 in a month, and even after deducting employee wages, it remains a significant sum. However, Sui did not intend to stop there. With profits, he would only expand further, seeking to dominate the entire Zhanghai city market within a mere 3 months. Unbeknownst to him, Sui's ambition had already been ignited. In such an era, every endeavor felt like pioneering new grounds, fueling his enthusiasm. Excellent. Li Deming did not hesitate. Sui had already shown considerable goodwill. Moreover, he harbored intentions of ingratiating himself, not bargaining at all, and immediately instructed someone to purchase all the cans downstairs. Soon, Li Deming would distribute these cans through various supply and marketing cooperatives in the surrounding towns, and surely, the Fu Manhui brand would quickly gain recognition in this small town. As Sui departed, he pocketed a warm sum of over $2,700, feeling quite pleased. He would not be satisfied with merely trading with Li Deming's cooperative. As production capacity increased, the cooperative would be unable to handle such a large supply. He planned to utilize Sun Hao's commercial city to reach even farther markets. Upon returning to the factory, after motivating the team, Sui began contemplating how to expand production capacity. In truth, waiting a month to recoup costs would be the most prudent strategy. Yet, feeling pressed for time, Sui was not content with such a delay. To leverage effectively, one must maximize potential and extract the greatest benefits. At that moment, Xian hurried over, grinning as he handed Sui a cup of tea. Brother Su, our factory is truly impressive now. My father praised the canned goods he ate last night. He has now completely acknowledged Sui, eagerly calling him Brother Su. Establishing the canning factory was effortless, and there was no need to worry about sales channels. They could sell out immediately. Is this something an average person could achieve? Were it not for the improbability, Xian would have suspected that Sui had transformed into a different person. Upon taking the canned goods home yesterday, Shibai earnestly advised Xian to closely follow Sui's lead, ensuring he headed east and never west. Shibai even sensed that perhaps the revival of the Shi family rested upon Sui's shoulders. This was merely the beginning. How could one be satisfied with such a small scale? Sui smiled as he patted Xian's shoulder, assuring him, rest assured, during the monthly settlement, you shall receive your share of the profits. You will not miss out with me. Certainly. Xian nodded vigorously, his face flushed with excitement. He would not complain about the current scale being small. Where else could he find such a heavenly existence of indulging daily in braised pork? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, the sound of the door being smashed. Sui, get out here. How dare you engage in so many schemes while ignoring your debts? The factory staff fell silent, glancing towards Sui. Furrowing his brow, Sui thought to himself, how could Zhou Hong be so relentless, akin to a cat sensing blood? Everyone continue working. I will handle this. He rose and stepped outside, ensuring to close the factory door behind him. Xian followed closely in his footsteps. Upon exiting, they were indeed confronted by Zhou Hong, who glared at Sui with a menacing expression. Where's the money? Pay me back. It's been 2 days since I last kept an eye on you, and you've established a canning factory. Impressive. Zhou Hong's demeanor was dark and foreboding. Upon hearing reports from his underlings about Su He allegedly opening a canning factory, he could hardly believe his ears. That worthless card player, often duped by others, actually knew how to establish a canning factory? Zhou Hong nearly laughed out loud. However, when he arrived to see it for himself, his laughter quickly faded. Anger surged within him. Zhou Hong felt deceived. What is the rush? Su He raised an eyebrow. We agreed on 7 days. There are still 2 days remaining. Rest assured, you will not be left empty-handed. Do remember to keep Chiao Yu's bracelet safe. If it gets lost, I shall make you suffer the consequences. He cast a glance at Zhou Hong's head, where the wound had nearly healed, revealing a ghastly scar. The look in his eyes startled Zhou Hong, who shrank back in fear, only to become even angrier. Fine, 2 days. If you don't have the money by then, I will bring people to SMAs. You have no comprehension of Su Ji's prowess, nor could someone of your ilk ever compare. Do not mention mere thousands. Su Gu can amass nearly 10,000. Enough, Xuanzi. We need not waste our breath on him. Let us depart. As Su Gu spoke, he turned to leave, yet a sense of vigilance arose within him. Zhou Hong possesses a cunning nature, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of him taking action against the canned goods factory. It appears prudence must be exercised. One must remain vigilant, particularly during the crucial stages of early entrepreneurship. Chapter 15. The Dispute Xiao Yuan. Zhou Hong felt a twitch in his eyelid. He suspected he had misheard. Was it truly so lucrative to operate a small canned food factory these days? As he departed with his subordinates, Zhou Hong's mind began to race, formulating a scheme. This lad relied heavily on his little factory, precisely because Jianghai lacked any substantial food processing plants. If he could persuade his father to join, he could easily crush him. At that point, Song Qiuyu would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Zhou Hong licked his lips and promptly returned home. His father, Zhou Chongshan, was the director of a pharmaceutical factory in Jianghai, backed by a robust state-owned enterprise, and had amassed considerable wealth over the years. After Zhou Hong explained the situation, Zhou Chongshan couldn't help but feel perplexed. A canned food factory? Why would you suddenly entertain such a notion? Zhou Hong dared not confess that he aimed to deal with Su He. Despite his arrogance and lawlessness, he still felt a sense of trepidation before Zhou Chongshan. He spoke earnestly. Dad, consider this. State-owned enterprises are struggling. We must carve out a path for ourselves. Currently, there isn't a single established food factory in Jianghai town. A vast gap exists in this sector. We can start with meat cans and then expand our scale. We are bound to make a significant profit. Is that so? Zhou Chongshan replied, seemingly indifferent. I heard recently that a new canned food factory has opened, specializing in meat cans. Realizing his thoughts had been exposed, Zhou Hong's smile faltered. Humph, whatever trouble you've stirred up is not my concern, but the market is not easy to penetrate. Zhou Chongshan scoffed. Li Ming has already sold that batch of canned goods to various towns under his jurisdiction. Do you understand what that implies? If he has established a connection with the supply and marketing cooperative, the mastermind behind it will not be simple. Not at all, Dad. Zhou Hong decided to throw caution to the wind. That fellow is just a country bumpkin with no background, and he gambles away his days. Although I'm not sure how he convinced Director Li, we can also supply goods to the cooperative, can't we? Surely Director Li will grant you this favor? Hearing this, Zhou Chongshan felt a glimmer of interest. If an opportunity presented itself, he certainly wouldn't let this chance to earn a fortune slip away, but he remained non-committal. Fine, wait here. I will send someone to research the market first. Dad. Zhou Hong attempted to persuade him further. However, Zhou Chongshan had already lost his patience. Leave. I am already overwhelmed with cleaning up messes. If it weren't for your somewhat innovative idea this time, I wouldn't want to hear a word from you. Understood. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth and reluctantly exited the room. As he closed the door, his expression was dark, and his heart was in turmoil. That damned old man. Is it just being a factory director? Meanwhile, Sui had stayed at the factory for a while before leaving. He needed to seek new equipment. Despite the earlier turmoil, the employees regarded him with suspicion. After all, could a debt-laden boss be trusted? Had he not reassured them that if profits improved, bonuses would follow? Even distributing a box of canned goods to each person, it was likely someone would have bolted on the spot. Sui wandered around. A frown etched on his face. He sought ready-made machines, but sealing machines were typically only utilized in the food industry, and the food factories in Jianghai town were scarce, mostly small workshops. Custom orders were prohibitively expensive and required upfront payment. According to Shirba E, the 2 machines he acquired were custom-made from a factory in the city, initially priced at 2,200 each. in the face of such large factories. Even grand illusions would be futile. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the entrance of a textile factory, abruptly interrupted by a heated argument. Looking up, he saw a crowd gathered, encircled with layers of onlookers. The female workers from the textile factory wore expressions of amusement. I told you she was no good. Otherwise, would he come knocking? Exactly. She has a husband and children at home. Yet she is out here fooling around. This must be a case of greed. The crowd chimed in, and though He initially wished to ignore it, he paused upon catching sight of the commotion at the center. Among the throng, Song Qiuyu was in tears, desperately clutching a pillar at the entrance, refusing to let go. Before her stood a burly man with horn-like eyebrows, yanking at her while cursing profusely. You ungrateful wretch, return at once. Your mother has already arranged for you to marry me. What are you feigning for? Hurry up, or I'll show you what happens when I return. This man was Wang Dehu. After hearing from Li Fengfang that divorce was inevitable, he stormed into the textile factory where Song Qiuyu worked. Fortunately, in the past few days, Su Tao had been sent to Jiang Hightown Primary School for a trial enrollment. Let go. I never agreed to marry you. Song Qiuyu cried out in desperation. Wang Dehu, you are going too far. Help, someone save me. She was on the verge of collapsing. Yet, her colleagues merely crossed their arms, watching the spectacle with disdain. Give it a rest. Flies don't buzz around an uncracked egg. If you didn't provoke him, why would he come after you? Indeed, it must be your own issue. They continued, gossiping about her lack of virtue. I've heard that Su Laizi has problems in that area. How could you endure? The textile workers were relentless in their chatter. Embarrassed and furious, Song Qiuyu could only grit her teeth. At that moment, a figure forcefully pushed through the crowd of onlookers. Step aside. He barked, his face dark with fury. It was fortunate he passed by. Otherwise, in this age of limited information, Song Qiuyu might have been taken away before he received any news. Who are you? Wang Dehu squinted at him. Her husband. Step back. He shouted vehemently. Wang Dehu, however, showed no fear, sneering as he released Song Qiuyu. She hurried behind He, her body trembling with fear. It's all right. I'm here, He whispered soothingly, then turned to glare at Wang Dehu with fierce intensity. To forcibly abduct someone in broad daylight, do you think the law is a mere decoration? Shall we discuss this at the police station? At the mention of the police station, Wang Dehu faltered but still did not retreat. Stop spouting nonsense. Her mother has already betrothed her to me, and the dowry has been settled. Since you, a worthless being, are present, I shall articulate my words clearly. You have 3 days to file for divorce. Should you fail to comply, I shall not hesitate to break your 2 legs. Wang Dehu, notorious for his tyrannical reign over the village, has long been accustomed to his domineering ways, and now he exudes an air of authority. He could not help but laugh in exasperation. No wonder there is a pressing need to eradicate evil. This small locality is rife with villains, and it is unnecessary to elaborate on the multitude of instances of male oppression over females found throughout various regions. Wang Dehu, you cultivate peach orchards, do you not? I offer you a warning. Depart at once, and I may yet allow you an avenue of escape. Otherwise, within 2 months, I will ensure that your peaches are unsellable, left to rot upon the ground. Chapter 16. An unexpected visit all around. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement. This was the first time Song Qiuyu's husband had come to their textile factory. Look, that's Song Qiuyu's pathetic husband. Who would have thought he actually possesses some semblance of responsibility? The speaker's tone dripped with sarcasm. Hiding behind He, Song Qiuyu bit her lip, having long endured far worse insults. Yet, for reasons she could not comprehend, she felt a profound discomfort in front of He. You see, everyone knows you are useless. If you had any sense, you would hand this woman over to me, or else, you'll face dire consequences. The words of the surrounding crowd echoed distinctly in Wang Dehu's ears. Upon hearing them, his heart swelled with joy. The primary reason was that He's reputation had already been thoroughly tarnished. No matter how outrageous his actions, there would always be those siding with him. You are delusional. I have warned you that you will taste the bitterness of failure. The sight of Wang Dehu's face nearly pushed He to the brink of violence. In front of so many people, he could only clench his fists until they creaked, knowing full well that brute force could not resolve all issues. Please make way. He grasped Song Qiuyu's hand firmly and parted the crowd. Standing tall and steadily walking out of the textile factory under the gazes of the onlookers. It was only after their figures vanished from sight that Wang Dehu realized he had dared to threaten him. Once he processed this, he was filled with rage. You coward, just wait. By that time, Su-hee and Song Chio-yue had already departed. The female workers at the factory, having witnessed Su-hee's demeanor, were left in awe. In that moment, it seemed as if a radiant light had emanated from him. Wasn't he Song Chio-yue's husband a gambler? Today he appeared anything but. Given Song Chio-yue's beauty, countless individuals in the textile factory harbored secret envy towards her. The factory leaders, overtly and covertly, had been looking out for Song Chio-yue. Under such circumstances, some had long taken a disliking to her. Thus various rumors circulated wildly. Surely, this must be an act, otherwise our esteemed Song Dajiao would have lost face before so many colleagues. The speaker, Zhao Yuei, expressed her bitterness, feeling that Song Chio-yue was too fortunate to attract the attention of so many men. Despite her own decent qualities, no one seemed to notice her. Zhao Yuei was not particularly well liked in the factory, often exuding an air of superiority that others found off-putting. Su-hee, are you not afraid of retribution from Wang Dahu? On their way home, Song Chio-yue hesitated for a long time before posing the question. Throughout their walk, her gaze remained fixated on their tightly clasped hands. Such a scene was something she had never dared to imagine before. However, ever since Su-hee declared his intent to turn over a new leaf, everything had begun to change for the better. What is there to fear? A person like Wang Dahu is hardly worthy of my concern. Su-hee spoke sincerely. Had it been in his past life, he wouldn't have even spared Wang Dahu a glance. Yet, to Song Chio-yue's ears, Su-hee's words seemed somewhat arrogant, lacking consideration for the repercussions. But my mother, As she mentioned this, Song Chio-yue felt a lump in her throat, tears streaming down her cheeks. The humiliation she had endured at Wang Dahu's hands earlier surged back to her mind. Li Fengfeng, in her short-sightedness, had sold her daughter for a mere pittance, even amidst Song Chio-yue's marriage. Hearing this, Su-hee frowned, unconsciously tightening his grip. Are you all right? Did I say something wrong? Su-hee, realizing his momentary lapse, inadvertently caused Song Chio-yue pain. She cried out, unprepared for the sudden pressure. Memories of their past flooded her, making her tremble. At that time, after losing a gamble, Su-hee would return home drunk and lash out at her and her mother. I am truly sorry, I lost focus just now. Your hand is not injured, is it? Only after hearing Song Chio-yue's cry did Su-hee become aware of his own indiscretion, having reddened her hand. It's nothing. What about you? You seemed very angry just now. Did I say something out of turn? Su-hee's momentary anger had sent a chill down Song Chio-yue's spine. The prolonged depression she had faced left her unable to shake off her feelings of unease. Never mind. I will take you home now and have a proper discussion with your mother about her intentions. After calming himself, Su-hee felt it necessary to confront Li Fengfeng directly. Upon hearing that he intended to visit her mother, Song Chio-yue's nerves tensed instantly. That household filled her with dread every time she returned. Let us go home first. Tao Tao is waiting for us. Song Chio-yue's eyes were filled with desperation. She truly did not wish for Su-hee to return. Every word spoken there felt like a humiliation. Observing her distress, Su-hee sighed inwardly. He understood the hardships his beloved had endured and recognized her fears. Very well, you may return home. I must go and resolve this matter today. Su-hee knew that the surrounding people's perceptions of him would not change significantly in the short term, given his previously tarnished reputation. Thinking of his adorable daughter, warmth filled his heart. Nevertheless, the pressing issue at hand required immediate attention. All right, since you insist on going, I will accompany you. Song Chio-yue thought that if her father were to trouble Su-hee, perhaps she could intercede on his behalf. She was well aware of her family's nature. After a moment of internal conflict, she resolved to follow Su-hee. Chapter 17, Finding Fault, Get Out. Leave at once. Upon seeing Su-hee and his wife appear, Song Wei's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had heard some rumors about Su-hee over the past few days, yet his preconceived notions were firmly entrenched. No matter how formidable Su-hee was, it could not alter Song Wei's perception of him. Dear father-in-law, you pride yourself on being cultured, yet I fail to discern any true erudition in your words. Su-hee was subtly mocking him for his obstinacy. While others may not have caught on, Song Wei was incensed. At that moment, Li Fengfeng emerged from inside. Upon spotting Su-hee at the doorstep, her face revealed no semblance of concealment regarding her disdain. Are you here to mooch again? Did you not claim to have started a factory? Could it possibly have collapsed so soon? Observing her acerbic demeanor, Su-hee thought it best to endure. Sometimes, one must learn to wield others' weapons against them. Rest assured, even if you were to perish, my factory would likely endure. Each encounter with Li Fengfang was marked by her sharp tongue. In the past, Su He could only bow his head and listen, never daring to retort. This time, however, he dared to speak up, leaving the three present momentarily stunned. "Old man, do take a look at what he is saying." The shrill tone almost pierced the eardrums. Song Wei, growing weary, shut his eyes in frustration, lamenting the choice he made in marrying such a woman. "Su He, speak up. What brings you here this time?" Song Wei clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Every visit from this son-in-law invariably stirred his ire. "Li Fengfang, you return the money owed to Wang Dahu tomorrow, or we shall meet in court." In this current time, the legal system was not particularly robust, and given that Li Fengfang was an illiterate woman from the countryside, the mere mention of court sent her shuddering. "What do you mean? How dare you address your mother-in-law by her name?" Song Wei raised his hand in a threatening gesture towards Su He. At that moment, Song Qiuyue, who had been silent, stepped forward to shield Su He. "Dad, why must you chastise Su He without knowing the full story?" Tears brimmed in her eyes as she gazed at her father's hand hovering in the air. She could hardly believe that even he could be so unjust. Hearing his daughter's question, Song Wei felt a surge of embarrassment. He had caught wind of the Wang Dahu incident, albeit only partially. "Then enlighten me, what exactly transpired?" As he spoke, Song Wei retracted his arm. This question left Li Fengfang trembling with fear. She cast a terror-stricken glance at Song Wei's back, consumed by dread. "Su He and I are married now, whether you acknowledge it or not. We are legally wed. Yet my mother would sell me to Wang Dahu for a mere sum of money." Previously, Song Qiuyue felt as though a great weight pressed against her chest. After voicing this, she felt a measure of relief. Though arranged marriages were common in the 1980s, she had not anticipated her mother would be so forceful in coercing her. "You wretched woman, do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Song Wei's eyes turned crimson with rage as he lashed out at Li Fengfang, delivering several slaps that left her face swollen. During that time, Song Wei was a sent-down youth, living in the countryside, where any slight discontent would prompt him to chastise Li Fengfang. "You, after spending half your life with me, raising our children, and now you dare to strike me." Most humiliating of all was being struck in front of Su He, whom she despised. Li Fengfang felt her pride severely wounded. Song Wei dismissed her reaction, fully aware of the severe consequences this matter would have on her. "Do you still have the audacity to speak? Look at what you've done to this family." In truth, Song Wei was indifferent to Song Qiuyue's happiness. He was solely concerned with his own reputation. Witnessing Song Wei's demeanor, Li Fengfang's arrogance dissipated instantly, and she recognized her culpability in this affair. "Father, due to this incident, I can no longer work at the textile factory." Wang Dahu stirred up quite a commotion there. At Su He's urging, Song Qiuyue took a step forward, her face streaked with tears. Sometimes, it is wise to show vulnerability, especially when a woman weeps. At that moment, securing a stable job was something many coveted. With families to support, losing employment would be a grievous loss. "I understand, you both may leave for now. I will resolve this matter." As he turned, Song Wei met Su He's calm gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine. He sensed an inscrutable change in Su He. "Dear father-in-law, I shall make my stance clear today, unless absolutely necessary. I shall not set foot here again. I hope you can manage your household and refrain from causing me further trouble." Su He, still addressing Song Wei as father-in-law out of respect for Song Qiuyue, left without waiting for Song Wei's reaction, taking Song Qiuyue with him. Previous visits had left no fond memories. You. Song Wei pointed at Su He's departing figure, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly felt that this son-in-law had undergone some transformation. At this moment, Li Fengfang could not help but shrink into a corner, her fear palpable as she observed Song Wei's back. After years of sharing a bed, she understood that her husband was truly enraged today. What amount did Wang Dahu give you to incite such behavior? On the surface, Song Wei remained calm, yet Li Fengfang, who had lived with him for so many years, knew all too well what this facade of tranquility signified. As she rose to her feet, her calves trembled incessantly. I, all that money, I have given entirely to Deshawn. He aspires to embark on his own business. In recent years, venturing into commerce has become a prevailing trend. Song Deshawn has long harbored ambitions of engaging in trade, but regrettably, Song Wei has consistently thwarted his endeavors. To my astonishment, this time, he has set his sights on his own sister. Chapter 18. Confusion on the way back, Song Qiuyue discreetly observed Su Ha. She felt that this man seemed like a completely different person, devoid of his former self. What experiences could transform someone so profoundly? The change was nothing short of revolutionary. Suha, why do I feel like you are not the same as before? Song Chiyue pondered before she could restrain herself from speaking. Upon hearing her words, Suha stumbled, causing Song Chiyue to lurch forward. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. The sensation was soft and tender. In that fleeting moment, Suha felt his face flush with heat, his palms radiating warmth. Alas, he could not maintain his balance and fell heavily to the ground, cradling Song Chiyue in his embrace, with both of them landing amidst the grass by the roadside. Suha, are you all right? Is everything fine? Once she regained her composure, Song Chiyue anxiously attempted to rise. In her haste, she inadvertently pressed against something in the darkness. In that instant, Suha felt a surge of pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he bit his lip to stifle a cry. I'm fine. Chiyue, please stand up first. The sweat dripped into his eyes, causing discomfort. The surroundings were particularly dark, leaving Song Chiyue oblivious to where she had accidentally touched. She obediently stood up. How could we be walking so well, and then suddenly fall? After standing, Song Chiyue was about to help Suha up. Just as her hand made contact, Suha experienced a typical reaction that any normal man might have. It seems there was a small pit on the road that I accidentally stepped into, and I'm truly sorry for causing this trouble. After rising to his feet, Suha continued to draw in gentle breaths. Though the pain was not as intense as before, it lingered. Song Chiyue did not doubt Suha's explanation at all. She even forgot her previous question. After this minor incident, the two continued their journey home. Approaching the alley near their home, they spotted a small figure curled up at the entrance. Taotao, why are you sitting here all alone? Upon hearing her father's familiar voice, Taotao immediately stood up. She had been too frightened to stay by herself and had no choice but to wait outside. Daddy and Mommy, you are finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore. As she spoke, Taotao rushed into Song Chiyue's embrace, holding her tightly and unwilling to let go. The force of her grip made Song Chiyue's heart ache. This child had always lacked a sense of security. What are you thinking, my dear? Your father and I were merely handling some matters. Why didn't you wait patiently? One of Taotao's hands clutched Suha's clothing tightly, revealing her genuine fear of abandonment. Even a child as young as she was could remember the pain of being neglected, which undoubtedly left psychological scars. You two should hurry inside. I need to prepare dinner right away. Song Chiyue felt as though she were living in a dream during such days. Even in her wildest dreams, she had only wished for Suha to become a bit more stable. She had never imagined he could transform into someone so wonderful. That night, as Suha carefully turned over in bed, he felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed he needed to slow his pace. Otherwise, the person closest to him would easily perceive the change. The primary reason for his haste was the presence of Zhou Hong, compelling him to accelerate his efforts. He contemplated how to quickly convert the money he had into tangible assets to secure their future. The following morning, Song Chiyue had already prepared breakfast. It must be said that she was an exceptionally capable woman. From today onwards, you need not return to the textile factory. Come with me to the canned food factory instead. I need your assistance in overseeing things. It was only when the factory began its operations that Suha realized just how few capable hands he had. Song Chiyue paused, her hand holding the chopsticks frozen midair. She understood well the implications of Suha's words. If she lost her job at the textile factory, their family would lose a source of income. However, despite this concern, she felt a swell of joy within her. This man was the one she had chosen. It is often said that a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. If he could truly maintain this newfound goodness, she would feel complete. That job at the textile factory pays just over 20 yuan a month. We can forego it. I will support you and our daughter. Suha's disdain for the meager salary was evident. After yesterday's commotion caused by Wang Dahu, Song Chiyue realized that even if she returned, she would become a target for ridicule. She felt a twinge of resistance. Thus, upon Suha's suggestion, she reluctantly agreed, albeit with lingering apprehension, as she had never visited the canned food factory since its opening. I am utterly clueless about these matters and unsure of what I should do, she thought to herself, pondering her capabilities amid skilled workers at the factory. Suha quickly finished his meal, glancing at Song Chiyue, who seemed overly anxious. Tugging at the hem of her garment. You are the boss's wife. Who would dare make you work? I only want you to help manage the staff. In the factory, most of the employees had been laid off from state-owned enterprises, which had fostered unproductive habits. The thought of having to supervise others made Song Chiyue even more nervous. She had never raised her voice to anyone before. Reflecting upon those remarkable leaders, I find it daunting to envision myself embodying such qualities. A sense of trepidation envelopes me, as I fear I may falter and bring embarrassment upon you. So many eyes are fixed upon Soo-hee. As his wife, if I fail to perform adequately, it would indeed cast a shadow upon his reputation. Since Soo-hee has already spoken, it is evident he must have been prepared for this moment. Furthermore, with my guidance, I cannot fathom how Song Chio-yu could possibly struggle to learn, unless she is truly not suited for this endeavor. Chapter 19. Formulating strategies. Zhou Hong had been as restless as an ant on a hot pan these past few days. He wished he could personally replace his father and directly visit Soo-hee's factory. Father, you have returned. How is the inquiry regarding that matter progressing? Upon seeing Zhou Chongshan return, Zhou Hong immediately rushed over. Looking at his son, Zhou Chongshan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This lad was indeed quite disappointing. Constantly leaving his father to clean up the messes. The person you mentioned, Soo-hee, I have had someone investigate him. He is indeed quite capable, and his canned goods factory is thriving. Zhou Chongshan initially did not pay much attention to these matters. However, when the true figures were presented before him, he suddenly realized that he had indeed overlooked certain aspects. Hearing his father's words, Zhou Hong's lips couldn't help but curve upwards in a smile. He was overwhelmed with joy. It was imperative to crush Soo-hee and claim Song Chio-yu for himself. Since you say so, shall we not begin our actions? With his father's support, he was certain that his factory could surpass Soo-hee's. Zhou Chongshan observed his son, a frown knitting his brow. He had a sense of what schemes his son was concocting, which weighed heavily on his heart. I have already instructed people to prepare, but you must think of a way to entice his staff over. Indeed, experience spoke volumes. This strategy would directly undermine Soo-hee. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong immediately displayed an expression of enlightenment. If not for this fatherly reminder, he would never have considered it. His father was right. Soo-hee's employees were now becoming increasingly proficient. If they could lure them away with generous offers, Soo-hee's business would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. Zhou Chongshan had engaged in such dealings before and was quite adept at it. When advising his son, he shared his insights with ease. After their discussion, the father and son promptly set off on their respective tasks. Previously, Zhou Chongshan would typically maintain his distance from such affairs, but this time was different. At the Fuman Huaican Goods factory, Su-gu, I presume this is your sister-in-law. Shi Xian had been smiling incessantly these days. He finally grasped the meaning of making money hand over fist. He had even grown disinterested in the gambling den, demonstrating more diligence in visiting the factory than Soo-hee himself, eagerly seeking guidance. Hello, Brother Shi, you may call me Chiyue. Before arriving, Soo-hee had briefed Song Chiyue on the factory situation. When greeting each other, she was poised and gracious, leaving a splendid impression on Shi Xian, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. It is wonderful that my sister-in-law is here. I often hear Su-gu praising you as a capable person both at home and in business. Shi Xian lavished praise as if it were free. Upon hearing this, Soo-hee nearly lost his composure, stifling a cough to subtly remind Shi Xian to exercise caution. You go ahead with your tasks. I will take your sister-in-law to familiarize herself with the surroundings. As Soo-hee spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with Shi Xian, indicating the burgeoning understanding between them. Before leaving, Shi Xian shot them a flirtatious look. Standing there, Song Chio-yu felt a little uneasy under the scrutiny, instinctively wanting to hide behind Soo-hee. It was unexpected that the lady boss could be so breathtakingly beautiful. After Soo-hee and Song Chio-yu departed, the workers immediately huddled together to discuss. Initially, some believed Soo-hee to be single. Little did they know that just days later, he had brought his wife to the factory. She appeared to be a vixen, adept at luring men, unlike them who toiled endlessly. As these words were spoken, all eyes turned towards that direction. Under such intense scrutiny, Zhao Chunmei buried her head lower. At the moment she saw Song Chio-yu, jealousy filled her eyes. No wonder she had been trying to ingratiate herself with Soo-hee in recent days, only to be met with indifference. After all, he had a stunning wife at home. Zhao Chunmei, Su-gu clearly does not fancy you. Must you disparage his wife? In such a small factory, secrets were nearly impossible to conceal. Once her thoughts were laid bare, Zhao Chunmei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had thought her feelings were well hidden, only to find them exposed before everyone. You shameless gossip, what nonsense are you spouting? Dropping what she was holding, Zhao Chunmei marched directly towards her accuser. If this matter reached Soo-hee or Song Chio-yu, She could very well be expelled from the factory, losing her monthly salary of 100 yuan. Everyone, please help me judge. Were my earlier words not justified? This little harlot has been subtly suggesting things to Su Gu, thinking nobody would notice. This incident became the topic of private discussions among the workers. At this moment, with everything brought to light, everyone appeared to be relishing the unfolding drama, their expressions tinged with mockery. Zhao Chunmei's face flushed crimson. You people are unjustly tarnishing my reputation with baseless accusations. I will go tell Su Gu. With that, Zhao Chunmei hurriedly covered her face and dashed out. Although she claimed she would confront Su He, she did not. Instead, she ran straight out of the factory gates. How absurd. To accuse others of tarnishing her reputation without reflecting on her own actions. Perhaps Su Gu's wife was aware of this matter, which is why she had come to the factory today. Upon hearing Zhao Chunmei's words, the woman spat dismissively. The others nearby nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning particularly sound. Among these individuals, with the exception of Zhao Chunmei, the majority have previously been married. Consequently, to varying degrees, some harbor disdain for her actions. Who could argue otherwise? I speculate that this woman certainly lacks the courage to approach General Su. They are all intent on diligently working for their wages, having never entertained any ulterior motives. However, Zhao Chunmei seeks a shortcut, which leads to her colleagues regarding her with a measure of disapproval. Nevertheless, the events transpiring here remain unbeknownst to Su He and Song Qiuyue. Chapter 20 New arrangements. The office that Su He reserved for himself is not particularly spacious. Most of the area has been allocated to the factory, which at present can still be considered a modest workshop. He contemplated expanding the scale when his liquidity increases. Qiuyu, what do you think of this place after your inspection? Noticing Song Qiuyu's curious gaze roaming around the office, Su He poured him a cup of water. As he glanced at the enamel mug on the desk, Su He gradually grew accustomed to it. He had experienced that era himself, albeit without understanding much at the time. Though small, the workshop is well equipped. If managed properly, it is bound to flourish in the end. In truth, Song Qiuyu's heart remained unsettled even after the inspection. The transformation in Su He was nothing short of astonishing. The man she once despised had vanished entirely. This place is still too small. It's merely that I lack sufficient funds. Upon hearing these words, Song Qiuyu felt a jolt of anxiety. She could hardly fathom the extent of Su He's ambitions. What appeared insurmountable to others seemed like child's play in his hands, effortlessly turning the place into a thriving venture. Su He, please tell me what my role here will be. She hastily curbed her wandering thoughts. It seemed she had been overthinking lately. Initially, Su He intended for Song Qiuyu to manage the female workers, as it would be somewhat inappropriate for a man to do so. After some consideration, I have decided to entrust you with the financial management. Currently, I cannot find any professionals, so you will have to assist in this regard. Given the circumstances, Su He knew he could not recruit experts. Thus he resolved to place the financial authority in Song Qiuyu's hands. The announcement of managing the finances startled Song Qiuyu. She gazed at Su He in disbelief, uncertain whether he realized how crucial this responsibility was for the factory. Yu truly suddenly, a voice interrupted. Su Gu, something is wrong. I just went to the workshop and found that Zhao Chunmei is missing. It seems she had a minor altercation and then ran out. As they were discussing, Shi Xian abruptly entered. Upon seeing Song Qiuyu, he realized that the situation was somewhat unusual. It had been quite some time since Zhao Chunmei had left, and the others were becoming anxious, swiftly recounting the events to Shi Xian. Take your time explaining what happened. Upon hearing that someone had slipped away during work hours, Su He's expression darkened immediately. He recognized that he had been somewhat hasty in establishing rules, allowing everyone to act according to their whims without regard for his authority. This is what I have just learned. Should I go and check? After speaking, Shi Xian distinctly felt that the atmosphere in the room had shifted, especially with the presence of Song Qiuyu. Discussing this matter felt particularly awkward, even though the two were not involved in anything untoward. Then I shall go and take a look. Qiuyu, please wait here for a moment. Su He had a vague recollection of Zhao Chunmei. Whenever he visited the workshop, she would invariably engage him with questions and often leaned closer to him. He had encountered many women like her in his past life and had never found them intriguing enough to pay attention. He never anticipated that this would escalate into a problem. Hurry and check. A young girl should not encounter any trouble, despite her many doubts. Song Qiuyu remained silent in front of Shi Xian, feeling a sense of unease as she watched him leave. This small factory had barely begun its operations, and already there were individuals attempting to ingratiate themselves with Soo-hee. She found it hard to imagine what it would be like if he were to become a prominent figure in the future. Upon Soo-hee's arrival, the group immediately grew tense. They had not anticipated that Zhao Chunmei would be gone for such a long duration after running out. I have gathered all the facts. I employed you to work, and I pay you monthly wages not for gossiping. Once a precedent is set, the likelihood of recurrence increases. Soo-hee understood that if he remained silent now, these individuals would likely become even bolder in the future. They had not anticipated that he would react so severely. One by one, they halted their activities, standing in place to listen to his reprimand. Su-zong, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on us. It was primarily Zhao Chunmei who was gossiping about the lady, and we couldn't stand by without responding. Initially, they believed their actions were justified, but after being scolded by Soo-hee, none dared to speak further. Their primary concern was the fear of losing their jobs. When their families heard that the salary was 100 a month, they could hardly believe it. Zhao Chunmei's unexcused absence from work meant she was no longer an employee of Fu Mancan factory. However, I hope you can learn from this. This incident was indeed a lapse on my part, Soo-hee acknowledged. He realized he needed to establish some regulations promptly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manage these individuals. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chunmei was dismissed. They suddenly recognized that this Su-zong was not as easy to manipulate as previous supervisors. Rest assured, Su-zong, we will remember this and will not cause trouble in the future. The group displayed a commendable attitude of contrition after realizing their mistakes. Following this incident, it was unlikely anyone would dare to stir up trouble again, as the consequence would be the loss of their employment. Outside, one can only guess the multitude of individuals eagerly awaiting employment. It is indeed commendable. I urge all to remember that as long as you dedicate yourselves diligently to your work, rewards will undoubtedly follow. However, should anyone cause trouble, I regret to inform you that I shall have no choice but to ask them to leave. With these words, Soo-hee turned and departed. Inside the workshop, silence reigned for an extended period, with not a single soul daring to speak. Shi found himself utterly stunned, feeling an inexplicable aura emanating from Soo-hee that instinctively instilled a sense of trepidation. Chapter 21. Slowly getting hooked after Zhao Chunmei rushed out, she collided directly with Zhou Hong. Consumed by her sorrow, she did not dwell on the encounter and merely sought to escape swiftly. Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? You bumped into me, Zhou Hong exclaimed, his initial annoyance giving way to intrigue as he caught a glimpse of Zhao Chunmei's beauty. He had not anticipated that within such a modest factory, there would exist such allure. His interest was piqued. I'm sorry, is that sufficient? Zhao Chunmei glanced at him, her impatience evident as she muttered an apology and attempted to leave. Zhou Hong raised an eyebrow and quickly seized her arm. The delicate sensation of her skin sent a jolt of excitement through him. You look as if you've been wronged. With such beauty, you ought not to let your eyes swell from crying. Zhou Hong's gaze roamed over Zhao Chunmei, unabashedly appraising her. Previously, many had praised her looks, but since arriving here, such compliments had vanished, leaving her somewhat discontented. What does it matter to you? I've already apologized. Let me go? The intensity of Zhou Hong's stare made her uncomfortable, as if she stood bare before him. However, Zhou Hong was not one to comply easily. His desire was stirred by Zhao Chunmei, and since he had yet to win over Song Chuyue, this momentary distraction would suffice. I have a penchant for cherishing beauty. If you have grievances, feel free to share them. Perhaps I can advocate on your behalf. As he spoke, Zhou Hong tightened his grip on her hand, sending a shiver coursing through her. Unconsciously, Zhao Chunmei licked her lips, her eyes widening as she regarded him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Let me go? I don't need your assistance. Upon scrutinizing Zhou Hong's attire, she felt a surge of apprehension. He appeared to be a person of power and influence, dressed in clothes she had never encountered. Let me guess, you must be an employee of the factory? I know the owner, Soo-hee, Zhou Hong conjectured, his mind racing. He surmised that Zhao Chunmei was indeed a worker at the canning factory, and he was determined to devise a strategy to entice the workers away. Speak. What exactly do you want? After struggling fruitlessly against his hold, Zhao Chunmei resigned herself to her predicament. Zhou Hong, pleased with her reaction, surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of onlookers, before pulling her forward. This isn't a suitable place for a discussion. There's a small restaurant ahead. Allow me to treat you to a meal. At that moment, even the small restaurant was struggling for business. Many state-owned enterprises had collapsed, leaving workers unemployed and incomes diminished. Consequently, expenditure was curtailed, affecting various industries. Sir, please reveal your intentions, Zhao Chunmei remarked, keenly aware that this man harbored ulterior motives. She rarely ventured into such establishments, recognizing that dining here was not economical and that it would be wiser to save her money. What a clever girl. I do admire your intellect. I shall be forthright with you, Zhou Hong said as he took a seat beside her, his hand inappropriately resting on her thigh. In that moment, Zhao Chunmei contemplated rising to leave. Sir, I would appreciate your respect. Kindly remove your hand. She spoke with remarkable politeness, given the public setting. Zhou Hong, cautious yet emboldened by past experiences where his father would clean up his messes, recognized the need for restraint. Of course, my apologies. May I inquire about the wages Suhi provides to you workers? To entice them away, he would need to offer a more attractive salary. Initially expecting little from this encounter, Zhou Hong felt a flicker of hope, as if fate was siding with him against Suhi. Suhi pays us each 100, while the head chef earns 300 a month, Zhao Chunmei candidly replied, her innocence evident. With Zhou Hong sitting upright, Zhao Chunmei felt somewhat at ease, inadvertently divulging details about the factory. I never imagined Suhi, who owes me money, could afford to pay such wages. Don't you fear he might withhold your salaries? Zhou Hong's words struck a chord with her, as she recalled someone visiting Suhi to collect a debt just yesterday. He had assured them he would pay them promptly. We trust Suhi's word. He promised to settle the debt soon and would not default on our salaries, Zhao Chunmei said, uncertain if she was trying to reassure Zhou Hong or herself, feeling a sense of unease. Zhou Hong smirked at her response, holding a firm belief that someone like Suhi would inevitably succumb to temptation. You don't know him well. He was once a gambler. Do you truly think you have a promising future working in such a factory? A little inquiry would reveal the truth behind his character. Thus, Zhou Hong's assertions were not without foundation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Chunmei was indeed filled with astonishment and uncertainty. It truly exemplified the adage of knowing a person's appearance, but not their true character. Suhi, who appeared quite respectable on the surface, turned out to be a genuine gambler. Sir, how is it that you possess such extensive knowledge? At this moment, Zhao Chunmei finally grasped the essence of the situation. Logically, such matters should remain the secrets of the proprietor. Yet, the individual before her seemed to be acutely aware of every detail. Chapter 22: The Temptation of Money. As Zhao Chunmei departed from the small restaurant, 2 hours had already elapsed since she had rushed out from the workshop. She hurriedly made her way back. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Although the address felt particularly foreign to them, it was a demand from Suhi. Upon reaching the entrance, she prepared to lift her gaze, only to find Suhi standing there with a grim expression. Without uttering a word, she instinctively took 2 steps back, startled. Of course, I am here waiting for you. Go pack your belongings. Head to finance to settle your wages for the past few days. Prepare to leave this place. After speaking, Suhi intended to depart. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chunmei grasped his sleeve, disbelief etched across her face. Suhi forcefully extracted his sleeve from her grip. He had no desire to linger in this place, entangled with a female employee. What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. In the blink of an eye, she had been expelled from the factory. Just moments ago in the small restaurant, she had assured Zhou Hong that she would find a way to lure others away. Is my message not clear enough? You left the workplace without permission. I care not for your reasons. You are dismissed. With that, Suhi departed, not glancing back. There were plenty of job opportunities outside, and he had no intention of exerting effort to retain Zhao Chunmei in this establishment. After watching Suhi leave, Zhao Chunmei stood rooted to the spot for a moment. She could scarcely believe that this man could be so ruthless. Let him go. What is so remarkable here? Just wait and see. In the future, I, Zhao Chunmei, will undoubtedly surpass any of you in success. Reflecting on Zhou Hong's words, Zhao Chunmei felt that leaving now was indeed quite favorable, averting the risk of not receiving her wages. Upon learning of Zhao Chunmei's dismissal, others expressed satisfaction at her misfortune. Though only a few days had passed, they had never quite taken a liking to her. You folks will just wait to be deceived by Suhi. You may not know, but he used to. When Shi Xian entered, he overheard Zhao Chunmei's remarks and immediately interrupted. Everyone has a past they wish to forget. As long as one is willing to change and live well now, why must you expose old wounds before so many? I am still waiting to settle your payment. Why are you not coming over? After speaking, Shi Xian cast a glance at the others, who had only worked for a couple of days, yet even in dismissal, they were still owed wages. One by one, they immediately filled with renewed determination. What happened? How did you suddenly get expelled? Zhou Hong was genuinely incredulous when he received the news. Zhao Chunmei recounted Su He's words, glancing nervously at Zhou Hong, fearing that he might change his mind. I did not anticipate that this individual would act so decisively. I fear I cannot fulfill the task you assigned. Zhao Chunmei felt a twinge of regret, especially since Zhou Hong had promised rewards. For bringing in a new person, she would receive 10 yuan, and if she could entice the head chef, Tan Song, she would earn 100. People can be swayed by immense profit, and thus Zhao Chunmei did not hesitate for long, promptly agreeing. Then let me ask you, do you know how to make these canned goods? It would be disingenuous to claim she was not disappointed. Nevertheless, at that moment, Zhou Hong could only place all his hopes on Zhao Chunmei. Zhao Chunmei felt a hint of guilt regarding this question. While working, she would often take shortcuts, which was why others did not favor her. Although she had only learned for a few days, she still remembered the main points. After speaking, she quickly lowered her head, concealing her emotions. Zhou Hong was eager to trample Su He underfoot. Hearing Zhao Chunmei's words, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Chef Tan, we have finally awaited your arrival. Would you care to have a chat? Through Zhao Chunmei, Zhou Hong had learned Tan Song's address. He waited at the entrance of the alley. Upon looking at the man before him, Tan Song felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall when they had previously met. Sir, we seem unfamiliar. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The alley was narrow, requiring Tan Song to maneuver his cart carefully. However, Zhou Hong was determined this time. Su He offers you a monthly salary of 300. I will pay you 400 to work at my canning factory. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hong raised the offer to 400. Upon hearing such a substantial sum, Tan Song found himself unable to move forward. He looked at Zhou Hong in astonishment. Is everything you say true? 400 a month, nearly on par with those in government positions. The thought of earning such a sum each month made Tan Song's heart race. Previously, Su He's offer of 300 had already seemed generous to him. Little did he expect someone would pay such a high price to recruit him. Of course, I am offering this because I recognize your exceptional skills, which is why I am willing to pay such a premium. At that moment, Zhou Hong spoke with utmost sincerity. Taking a deep breath, Tan Song scrutinized the man before him. His attire suggested he was quite discerning. Sir, please grant me some time to consider. At that moment, Tan Song remained composed, not allowing himself to be swept away by impulse. Observing Tan Song's reaction, Zhou Hong immediately understood the outcome was merely a matter of time. Of course, no problem. I will give you a day to think it over. If this splendid opportunity is missed, it will merely benefit others. Zhou Zhongshan has already settled the factory matters. Furthermore, he has meticulously prepared all the necessary machinery. He is now awaiting his son to recruit talent from elsewhere. Upon hearing that there would be a day for consideration, Tan Song was elated. He continuously nodded in agreement with the other party and also learned some details about Zhou Hong. Su He, just wait. Once these individuals arrive at my factory, I shall relish in witnessing your arrogance then. Chapter 23. Your departure. On the following morning, Tan Song hesitated before seeking out Su He. After conferring with his family, he had resolved to accept the opportunity with Zhou Hong. It was a choice that anyone would undoubtedly make. However, it was his first time undertaking such an endeavor, and he had little experience. Thus, he lingered outside the office for quite some time. Master Tan, do you need something? Su He inquired as he returned from outside. Noticing Tan Song wandering outside his office, the sales of canned goods had been steadily increasing in recent days, and although they had not met Su He's anticipated targets, the progress was commendable. Consequently, he was in a rather good mood today. Boss, you're back. I have something I wish to discuss with you. The sudden sound of Su He's voice startled Tan Song. Observing Tan Song's demeanor, Su He was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting further and simply opened the office door to step inside. Just speak your mind. There's no need to hesitate. As he watched Tan Song struggle to articulate his thoughts, Su He felt a twinge of impatience. Prior to arriving here, Tan Song had already formulated a reason for his departure. However, when it came time to express it, he found himself unexpectedly timid. Well, boss, it's like this. A distant relative of mine has opened a restaurant and would like me to assist. Therefore, I can no longer continue my work here. This excuse had been concocted collaboratively by his family, and they all deemed it satisfactory. Once he finally blurted it out, Tan Song felt a wave of relief wash over him. From the moment Tan Song began speaking, Su He's intense gaze was fixed upon him, his eyes piercingly sharp. It was immediately evident that the master was not being truthful. In that case, you should return to assist them. I cannot keep you here against your will. The factory had been hastily established, and no contracts had been signed with the workers. Given the current circumstances, when they expressed a desire to leave, Soo-hee found himself powerless to retain them. Moreover, Tan Song's departure would necessitate an immediate halt to the production line. Tan Song suddenly lifted his head, astonished at Soo-hee's response. He had initially thought that broaching this topic with his boss would be a daunting task, yet he found Soo-hee's reaction surprisingly straightforward. Thank you, boss. I will hurry to pack my things. After a moment, Tan Song seemed to finally grasp the situation. Observing his departing figure, Soo-hee felt a sense of confusion. He had previously toiled outside the factory, and the wage standards should have been quite substantial for him. The stock of canned goods would last for another couple of days, and he needed to find a new chef within that time. After reviewing the inventory list, Soo-hee felt a flicker of solace. Primarily, it was Tan Song's sudden departure that left him unprepared. Song Chiu-yue looked at him with concern. It was only after truly engaging with the business that she began to comprehend the weight of the burdens Soo-hee bore. Why is Master Tan leaving so abruptly? Song Chiu-yue quietly approached, gently grasping Soo-hee's hand in an attempt to offer comfort. Having shared a bed with him for these past days, she understood that Soo-hee was an ordinary man with physiological needs. Furthermore, with Song Chiu-yue standing beside him at that moment, it stirred something within him. He claims it's a family matter, but I know he is lying. I intend to follow him to see for myself. In this instance, Soo-hee had learned a valuable lesson. In his previous life, as the head of a corporation, he had never needed to concern himself with such matters. He had merely delegated responsibilities to subordinates, neglecting certain details. Now, with numerous job opportunities available outside, it would surely be easy for Tan Song to find work. Seeing Soo-hee's furrowed brow, Song Chiu-yue instinctively placed her hand on his forehead, gently massaging it. After this gesture, both found themselves in an awkward silence, acutely aware of each other's breaths. That's right, I'll go check on him now. Soo-hee decided to leave without further ado. An impulsive urge surged within him to embrace Song Chiu-yue. Watching Soo-hee flee in haste, Song Chiu-yue felt a pang of disappointment as she lowered her head. She could not quite articulate her feelings, but there was an undeniable discomfort in her heart. Once outside, it took Soo-hee some time to regain his composure. He was no longer the youthful, naive lad he once was. A mere gesture had stirred such emotions within him. I remember this direction. It shouldn't lead to Tan Song's home. Where's he heading? Upon discovering Tan Song's whereabouts, Soo-hee promptly dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Throughout the journey, Tan Song remained exceedingly anxious, frequently glancing around as if he were a thief. Mr. Zhou, I have resigned from that place. When can I start working for you? Upon encountering Zhou Hong, Tan Song appeared somewhat exhilarated. Concealed in the shadows, Soo-hee could scarcely believe his eyes. When had this Master Tan become acquainted with Zhou Hong? Excellent. I shall take you there now. If all goes well, you should be able to start tomorrow. Everything has already been arranged. Moreover, Zhao Chunmei is currently on duty, conducting orientation for the newly hired workers. Of course, that is no problem. I can start at any time. I just wonder what types of canned goods your establishment plans to produce. Tan Song exhibited an eager demeanor, believing that as long as he worked diligently, financial success would inevitably follow. As they reached the factory exterior, Soo-hee began to piece things together. He also observed Zhao Chunmei emerging with a beaming smile, her demeanor remarkably intimate with Zhou Hong. Now it all makes sense. I wondered why he would suddenly want to resign. Just from the outside, Soo-hee could discern that the structure of this factory was quite similar to his own. Coupled with the interactions between these two, their intentions were all too evident. Are you suggesting that Zhou Hong has established a canned food factory and lured Master Tan away? Upon hearing this news, Song Chiu-yue found it utterly absurd. This man has always been an unrelenting specter in her life, and it is conceivable that he might suddenly reappear at any moment. Moreover, he has always eyed her with predatory intent. Indeed, Zhou Hong undoubtedly aims to render her incapable of repaying her debts. Soo-hee is also fully aware of the ulterior motives at play. Upon learning of this situation, he felt a surge of indignation, realizing that before he could even begin to earn a profit, someone else had already intercepted his path. Chapter 24. A harsh declaration on this day. As they returned, they encountered Wang Dehu waiting there. Upon seeing the two of them holding hands, he immediately became restless. Wang Dehu, what brings you here? The moment Soo-hee spotted him, he instinctively pulled Song Chiu-yue behind him. Wang Dehu approached with a dark expression. He had received the money that Li Fengfang had returned. He was acutely aware that any possibility between him and Song Chiu-yue had vanished. Even if the betrothal gifts are returned, I will find a way to possess you. At that time, I shall see if Suhee can still ignore past grievances to claim you. Wang De, who completely disregarded Suhee, his gaze fixated on Song Qiuyu. His words dripped with venom, and the malevolence in his demeanor was palpable. Not only did Song Qiuyu feel the chill, but even Suhee could not help but shiver in response. Wang De, if you dare to harm Qiuyu, I assure you, I will not let you go unscathed. As a man, Suhee knew he must stand up. Sometimes, one must be even more ruthless to confront such individuals. Suhee's words successfully shifted Wang De's gaze momentarily. You a coward? Dare to stand up for Qiuyu? Do you believe I could easily dispose of you? Wang De, who had conducted a background check on Suhee since he laid eyes on Song Qiuyu. Hence he held him in contempt and dismissed Suhee's threats without a second thought. If you do not believe me, we can put it to the test. After all, in this new life, Suhee had encountered disdain before. He had shed his old habits and started anew, not only planning for his own future, but also for the future of the mother and daughter. I do not wish to engage in pointless chatter with you, nor do I want to hear your nonsensical ramblings. Qiuyu, wait for me. One day, you will find yourself begging beneath me. Before departing, Wang De made a final cruel declaration towards Song Qiuyu, his words harsh and unbearable. The disdain in his tone ignited a deep anger within Suhee. However, he felt utterly powerless in that moment. Suhee, what should we do? Wang De surely wouldn't act recklessly, would he? Song Qiuyu understood the significance of a woman's reputation all too well. Wang De's words echoed in her mind, amplifying her fear, leaving her devoid of any resolve. In this era, the law was still not particularly sound. The recent reforms had left people's hearts restless. If one were to contravene the law, it was easy to find a place to hide and escape punishment. Qiuyu, do not be afraid. I am right here with you. Suhee suddenly realized that they needed to act preemptively. Wang De was indeed capable of anything. It was rumored that several of his previous wives had met tragic fates at his hands. Hearing Suhee's words of comfort did not ease Song Qiuyu's fears. Instead, it intensified her anxiety. She had just learned that her mother had returned the betrothal gifts. It seemed that the money had been accumulated by her father. After returning home that day, Song Qiuyu discovered that the money had already reached her brother's hands. Song Deshan was a man who only accepted but never released. Once something was in his possession, it was impossible to reclaim. To return those gifts, they would have to rely on the meager savings that Song Wei had managed to set aside. If you feel regret, once we have some surplus funds, you can repay your father-in-law. A few thousand yuan was not something Suhee regarded with much concern. Song Qiuyu quickly shook her head, thinking Suhee had misunderstood her intentions. That's not what I meant. Let us first stabilize our own lives before considering assisting my family. Although her family had deeply hurt her, she knew she could not sever ties with them at this moment. If this were to come to light, she shuddered at how it would be perceived. Watching Suhee remain silent only made her want to slap herself. Why did she have to mention aiding her family? Mom and Dad, you're home. Upon hearing footsteps, Cao Cao rushed out from the kitchen, wielding a spatula. The transformation in the child was remarkable. In just a few days, she had shed her frail appearance and had a bit more flesh on her cheeks. Why are you cooking when you can barely reach the stove? Lost in her thoughts, Song Qiuyu suddenly noticed her daughter holding the spatula. After returning from school, Cao Cao had quickly finished her homework and, with nothing else to do, helped clean the house. Mom and Dad, go wash your hands. I've already prepared dinner. When Song Qiuyu attempted to take the spatula from her, Cao Cao quickly dodged. While cooking, she had accidentally burned herself with hot oil and hoped her mother wouldn't find out. Although Cao Cao tried to evade detection, Song Qiuyu eventually discovered the burn that evening. Instead of scolding her daughter, she felt a wave of compassion and tears filled her eyes. This child is far too understanding. Quickly wiping away her tears, she realized that at any moment, Suhee might stand behind her. Earlier, when Suhee had been there, he had already seen the burn mark on the little girl. To be honest, Suhee felt as if his heart had been struck by something. I vow to ensure that you and the child will live a life free from want. Summoning his courage, Suhee cautiously embraced Song Qiuyu. This was the most intimate gesture he had made since arriving. Previously, he had felt quite awkward, as if he might return at any moment and should refrain from expressing his feelings. It was evident that Suhee sensed Song Qiuyu's body tremble in response. She did not struggle. Instead, she obediently nestled into his embrace. Had you spoken these words to me before, I would have certainly found them hard to believe. Yet this time, I am willing to place my trust in you. As the words left her lips, a crystalline tear cascaded down the corner of Song Chuyue's eye. She had been valiantly holding back, but within the warmth of this man's embrace, she could no longer maintain her composure. In that very moment, Sui fully accepted his identity before him. He no longer pondered how to return to the past. Rather, he resolved to forge a new brilliance for himself in this present. Thank you for choosing to believe in me. I shall never betray your trust throughout my lifetime. This promise is enough to remain etched in Song Chuyue's memory forever. Chapter 25. The doorstep confirmation. Xian stood at the entrance, clutching an invitation in his hand, grappling with indecision. Upon seeing the signature, he felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. Xian, what are you doing standing there? Upon lifting his gaze, he found Su He observing him, noting his anxious demeanor at the threshold. After Master Tan's departure, Xian had swiftly brought in another chef, which had not significantly impacted their business. However, in the past couple of days, orders had suddenly dwindled by half. Sugu, I just received an invitation. It's from Zhou Hong. Would you like to take a look? Su He's call startled Xian, nearly causing him to drop what he held. He hurried inside and promptly offered the item to Su He. After glancing at the date inscribed, Su He initially contemplated discarding it, but ultimately placed it on the table. Of course we should go. I am quite curious to see what tricks this young master of the Zhou family has up his sleeve. I wish to witness how well he can perform in this business. After a brief tidying of the table, Su He adjusted his inexpensive suit, a gift from Song Chuyue. That rascal has taken our people and set up his own factory, utterly shameless. Xian felt a surge of anger upon learning this news. The canned goods business was initially theirs to cultivate. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Hong, leveraging his father's connections, could establish such a large enterprise in such a short span of time? We need not be perturbed by such individuals. Calm yourself. Even if you were to poach everyone here, it would not equate to our own uniqueness. Zhou Hong might replicate many things, but he could never grasp Su He's sales philosophy or his forward-thinking mindset. The prospect of producing braised pork and luncheon meat was becoming increasingly dim. Su He's mind was brimming with ideas, and if he chose, he could accompany Mr. Zheng in pursuit of national treasures. However, it must be acknowledged that Zhou Hong's factory had grown substantially, presenting considerable pressure for them. Xian did not share Su He's optimism. He had recently earned recognition from his father, only to be confronted with Zhou Hong's sudden emergence. Eager to claim a share of their success, even intending to trample them underfoot. On that day, Zhou Hong appeared to be in high spirits, especially upon encountering Su He. Initially taken aback, he quickly masked his surprise. I never expected you would actually come. Zhou Hong approached Su He with a disdainful expression, showing no desire to conceal his contempt. The primary motivation behind his invitation was to humiliate Su He, having harbored no expectations. He was taken aback that Su He had indeed arrived. How could I possibly decline the invitation of the young Master Zhou? The scale of Zhou Hong's factory was nearly double that of theirs. Upon witnessing the pristine machinery, Su He found it impossible not to feel envious. Yet, he recognized that this was all he could do at the moment. What do you think, Su He? Are you not exceedingly envious of these assets? Zhou Hong did not overlook the fleeting envy that had crossed Su He's eyes. After surveying the premises, Su He felt that his own establishment resembled a mere small family workshop. He resolved to contemplate other avenues once he had settled his debts. To be honest, the equipment here is indeed quite tempting. However, I am well aware of my own capabilities. Young Master Zhou need not lower himself to compare with me. This last statement was of utmost significance. Zhou Hong's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing it. He had indeed been quietly competing with Su He. With a fierce glare, Zhou Hong turned on his heel and departed, hastily attending to others, leaving Su He momentarily abandoned. Master Tan, I never realized that Zhou Hong was your distant relative. Upon entering the kitchen, Su He spotted Tan Song, perspiring as he prepared braised pork. Hearing the familiar clatter, Tan Song dropped his spatula in shock, turning to find Su He with a bemused expression. He likely never anticipated Su He would visit in such a manner, rendering the encounter somewhat awkward. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Regaining his composure, Tan Song quickly retrieved the spatula, neglecting to wash his hands as he resumed stirring the large pot of braised pork, fearing it would be ruined if he hesitated. Oh, nothing much. Zhou Hong invited me today. It was only after he mentioned it that I realized your distant relative is indeed him. Su He disregarded the flustered look on Tan Song's face, seemingly unconcerned and not particularly impressed by the revelation. At that moment, Zhao Chunmei also entered. Now a small supervisor, she no longer needed to toil manually. Her purpose for coming was simply to check on Tansong's progress. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Just from her silhouette, Zhao Chunmei felt a sense of familiarity. Upon approaching, she confirmed it was indeed Su He, lifting her chin with an air of arrogance, reveling in her success since leaving her previous position. Oh, I cannot believe I would encounter so many acquaintances today. Su He did not even spare her a glance, recognizing her opportunistic nature. Zhao Chunmei felt no embarrassment. She earned 200 yuan monthly here, with the possibility of additional income that many would envy. This space is designated for us workers, Mr. Su. Perhaps you should take your leave. Zhao Chunmei was relentless in her dismissal. In truth, Su He had no desire to linger. Having confirmed his suspicions, he intended to depart. Thus, after Zhao Chunmei's words fell, he departed without glancing back. When Zhou Hong had finished greeting the guests and turned to seek him out, Su He had long since vanished, leaving a twinge of regret. The things witnessed today are destined to be ours in the future. There is no need for haste. On the journey home, Su He noticed that Shi Xian appeared despondent. Indeed, those possessions were quite enviable. After all, at this moment, they found themselves utterly incomparable. Chapter 26. The abduction of Qiyue. As Su He approached the factory, he sensed an unsettling twitching in his eyelids. Despite pressing his temples with fervor, it seemed futile. Su Zong, Accountant Song asked me to find you. She said you should return quickly. A man named Wang Dahu has come to our factory. Just then, a figure dashed around the corner. Upon spotting Su He, he rushed over, hurriedly relaying the events that had transpired. The mention of Wang Dahu intensified the twitching in Su He's eyelids. He had already warned the man the previous night, only to find that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. I understand. I must return at once. With that, Su He sprinted towards the factory, fearing that a moment's delay could endanger Song Qiyue. Upon arrival, he discovered that Wang Dahu had already taken Song Qiyue away. The factory workers stood in a daze, bewildered by the turn of events. Su Zong, a man just came and forcibly took Accountant Song. We were no match for him, so we could only watch helplessly as he left. Under the murderous gaze of Su He, they all lowered their heads. Hearing the commotion, they had rushed out of the workshop. One brave soul attempted to explain, but in such dire circumstances, self-preservation took precedence. Where did Wang Dahu take Qiyue? Su He demanded, forcing himself to maintain composure. He summoned every ounce of strength to suppress his emotions, knowing that he must not allow feelings to dictate his actions. We saw him heading in that direction, stammered Zhao Shifu, a newcomer, pointing shakily. Su He, usually the epitome of gentility, displayed anger for the first time, leaving everyone feeling somewhat unsettled. I understand. You all continue working. I must pursue him at once. Externally, Su He appeared calm, though internally he was a tempest. At that moment, Shi Xian rushed over, having grasped the situation's gravity. Watching Su He dart out like a headless chicken, he felt a surge of concern. Brother Su, I'll accompany you to prevent any rash actions. Su He's eyes were bloodshot, wielding a knife with the intent to confront. The sight nearly terrified Shi Xian. Wang Dahu's audacity stemmed from the encouragement of Song Dashan. After a failed venture, he had depleted his resources and now sought to exploit his own sister. Wang Dahu, you beast. Let me go? Song Qiyue cried out incessantly in an attempt to attract attention. However, Wang Dahu chose secluded paths where not a soul was in sight, rendering her pleas futile. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman, or I'll deal with you later, Wang Dahu snapped, striking her harshly. He exhibited no restraint, lacking any sense of chivalry. Tears streamed down Song Qiyue's face as despair enveloped her. She wondered if Su He would reach her in time. Since my mother has returned the betrothal gifts, why must you persist? As the pain subsided, she attempted to speak calmly to Wang Dahu. The desolation surrounding her was overwhelming, and she pondered where he intended to take her. The thought of her impending fate made her tears flow even more profusely. It's unfortunate to have an ineffectual brother. This is all due to Song Dashan's direct influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so quick to secure you. Wang Dahu regarded Song Dashan with disdain, believing himself superior due to his education, looking down on those he deemed commoners. Yet, when funds ran dry, he sought to exploit these very people he had scorned. What nonsense! Impossible! How could my brother do such a thing? Wang Dahu's words struck Song Qiyue like a thunderbolt. Throughout her life, her mother had favored her brother, not only because he was the eldest, but also because he was a son. Such a patriarchal mindset was ingrained in their very beings. The sibling bond was tenuous, and Song Dashan would betray his sister without a second thought. It's not impossible. If it weren't for your brother's guidance, I wouldn't even know you worked at that factory. Wang Dahu had waited at their residence because he learned Song Qiuyue was no longer at the textile factory. In that moment, Song Qiuyue shed no more tears. Her heart felt as lifeless as ash, devoid of hope. Soon, once our plans come to fruition, I will host a grand wedding for you. They arrived at a secluded hollow not far from Wang Dahu's orchard, a place where he often rested during busy times. Song Qiuyue sensed herself laid upon a soft surface, yet she felt utterly powerless to resist. Wang Dahu, you're courting death. Suhi arrived just in time to witness Wang Dahu hovering over Song Qiuyue, drenched in sweat as he attempted to unfasten her clothing. In that instant, a surge of rage flooded Su He's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished the knife and advanced towards Wang Dahu. This Su He truly has a knack for thwarting my endeavors time and again. Since he has so brazenly presented himself, it would be wise to resolve this matter today. Wang Dahu, in a fit of anger, struck a nearby stone with his fist. He rose from Song Qiuyue's side with a hint of impatience. However, upon seeing the gleaming knife in Su He's hand, a wave of trepidation washed over him, causing his earlier bravado to dissipate entirely. In its place, a palpable sense of fear took hold, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Why you? Please, do not act recklessly. Steady that knife, he stammered, his throat dry as he continued to swallow nervously while fixating on the shining blade. Chapter 27. A moment of intensity. At that moment, Shi Xian rushed forward and tightly embraced Su He's waist, fearing she might do something reckless. Song Qiuyue, who had kept her eyes shut, slowly opened them. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and upon seeing this, Su He felt as though his heart was on the verge of shattering. Wang Dahu, I will not spare you today. The sight of her tear-filled eyes struck Su He deeply, igniting a profound emotional turmoil within him. In that fleeting instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Wang Dahu. Fortunately, Shi Xian was there. Otherwise, Su He might have succumbed to his fury and rushed to take Wang Dahu's life. Su He, please don't. Shi Xian urged. Do not act impulsively. It is not worth sacrificing your future for such a scoundrel. Su He had been roaring like a cornered beast, desperate to unleash his pent-up rage. Yet another voice within him urged him to remain calm. Song Qiuyue shared these concerns. She did not want Su He to ruin his life for her sake. Moreover, Wang Dahu held a degree of influence. I understand, rest assured. I do not intend to kill him. I merely wish for him to face some consequences. Gradually, Su He managed to regain his composure. He was well aware of the law and would not transgress it. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu began to emerge from his state of fear, realizing he had been overly cowardly moments ago. Su He, watch how I teach you a lesson today. Having spent years in the mountains, Wang Dahu was equipped with knives and daggers for self-defense. Initially startled, he soon drew the knife from his waist. Today, I will ruin you, and you shall suffer. In his past life, Su He had a penchant for studying ancient martial arts and had even sought a master to teach him. Finally, his training proved useful as he delivered a powerful kick to Wang Dahu's wrist. With a clang, Shi Xian shouted, quickly, throw away his knife. As pain shot through Wang Dahu's wrist, the knife clattered to the ground. Su He immediately instructed Shi Xian to dispose of it. Su He's swift actions left the three men astonished, particularly Wang Dahu, who felt utterly vulnerable without his weapon. Sister-in-law, when did Su Ge become so formidable? After picking up the knife, Shi Xian quickly removed his shirt to cover Song Qiuyue. Had Su He and Shi Xian not arrived in time, Wang Dahu might have torn her clothing apart. I have no idea when he became this powerful. Upon seeing Su He's arrival, Song Qiuyue felt as though a divine being had descended. She whispered, her voice barely audible. Shi Xian did not catch her words, as he was entirely captivated by Su He's presence. Wang Dahu, I warned you. If you ever lay a hand on Qiuyue again, I will make your existence a living hell. Su He placed a foot upon Wang Dahu's face, ready to apply just enough pressure to deform it. Initially, Su He did not wish to reveal too much of his capabilities. Spare me, spare me. I swear, it was not my fault. It was all due to Song Dashan's instigation. At that moment, Wang Dahu truly sensed the peril he was in. Hearing the name Song Dashan sparked a deep-seated disdain within Su He. This uncle was perhaps the most hypocritical of them all. Even if Wang Dahu shifted all blame onto Song Dashan, he was the one who caused the direct harm, and Su He felt compelled to teach him a lesson. After speaking, Su He raised his foot and aimed a kick at Wang Dahu's groin. The valley echoed with Wang Dahu's anguished cries, resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Witnessing Su He's actions, Shi Xian nervously swallowed several times, realizing that the man before him was no longer the Su he once knew. Today is merely a lesson. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy. After cradling Song Qiuyu firmly, Su He could feel her lingering fear. Before leaving, he issued a stern warning to Wang Dehu to abandon any further designs against her and to cease being swayed by others. Su Ge, you are incredible. You took down Wang Dehu with such ease. On their way back, Shi Xian gazed at Su He with admiration. Throughout the journey, Su He remained silent, his steps hurried, seemingly indifferent to Shi Xian's praise. I must thank you. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I might have truly lost my senses. You return to the factory to supervise. I will escort your sister-in-law home. Su He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, still puzzled as to why he had lost control in that moment. The image of Song Qiuyu's tearful eyes lingered in his mind. Su Ge, do not worry. I will keep this matter confidential. Nothing will happen at the factory. Shi Xian was astute. He sensed that Su He had unsaid words, perhaps thoughts he wished to express. Clearly, Shi Xian's earlier remarks had pleased Su He, as his expression softened. Qiuyu, we have arrived home. It is all right now. I am here with you. Upon returning home, Su He attempted to place Song Qiuyu on the bed, but she clung tightly to his waist, unwilling to let go. Trembling, she remained on edge, even in the safety of his embrace. Su He, I wish to take a shower. After a long while, Song Qiuyu, with tear-streaked cheeks, peeked out from Su He's embrace, her voice hoarse as she spoke. At long last, her voice reached his ears, and Su He let out a long sigh of relief. He remained seated on the stool, holding Song Qiuyu in his embrace, unwilling to release her. Excellent. Without uttering any superfluous words, he simply expressed his delight with that one word. Once he placed Qiuyu upon the bed, he hastened to prepare hot water. In his hand, he held a stick, not igniting it, but rather toying with it, occasionally bringing it beneath his nose to inhale its scent. As Song Qiuyu emerged, she chanced upon Su He and instinctively lowered her head, attempting to pass by swiftly. Qiuyu, you are my wife. I do not find you lacking, so how could you possibly find fault with yourself? Chapter 28 Interrogation. As dusk fell, Wang Dahua painfully rose from the ground. His eyes mirrored a tempest of fury. Su He, our feud is far from over. At this moment, Wang Dahua still felt an unbearable ache in his lower body, a consequence of Su He's merciless assault. Song Dashan had intended to ascertain whether Wang Dahua had succeeded, only to be confronted with this alarming scene. It's over. Not only will Wang Dahua refuse to pay, but he may also harbor resentment towards me. Song Dashan found himself engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Though he had not witnessed the entire ordeal, the echoes of Wang Dahua's anguished cries reverberated in his ears. You too. Why are you back again? On his way home, Song Dashan was abruptly cornered by Su He and Song Qiuyu. He gazed into Su He's murderous glare and instinctively retreated, nervously swallowing, acutely aware that this brother-in-law was no longer the same as before. Of course I came to find you, you beast. Today, I have truly gained insight into your character. It is the first time I have witnessed someone so readily betray their own sister for a mere pittance. After lulling Tao Tao to sleep, Su He could no longer bear to see Song Qiuyu in such a state and had resolved to confront Song Dashan. Throughout their journey, Song Qiuyu had remained silent, lowering her head as Su He guided her forward like a soulless puppet. Su He, you, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon having his sordid intentions laid bare, Song Dashan lost his composure. Especially since these words were spoken in front of Song Qiuyu, he could not possibly admit to them. Otherwise, the bond between the siblings would be irrevocably severed. Am I fabricating tales? Do you believe your actions will remain concealed? Su He responded with a cold laugh. Individuals like Song Dashan were all too familiar to him from his previous life. A glance was sufficient to discern that he was both cowardly and avaricious. Brother, even if you refuse to acknowledge it, I am already aware. Am I merely a worthless life in your eyes? For the first time, Song Qiuyu, who had been silent, could no longer restrain herself. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Faced with his sister's accusation, Song Dashan wilted. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence before Su He, yet he was oblivious to the fact that Song Qiuyu was also aware of the truth. Qiuyu, do not heed his fabrications. Brother would never act in such a manner. This Su He seeks only to sow discord between us. Song Dashan frantically raked his hair in distress. He was desperate to keep Song Qiuyu in the dark about this incident, seeking to shift the blame onto Su He. However, Song Qiuyue had experienced the events firsthand, and given Su He's undeniable transformation, she might have believed him in the past. I am profoundly disappointed in you. From this day forth, our bond as siblings is severed. Song Qiuyue's eyes were filled with disappointment. She had not anticipated that her brother would not only deny the truth, but also lay the blame entirely at Su He's feet. Upon uttering these words, Song Dashan panicked. If their father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. Dear sister, you refuse to even listen to my explanation and willingly believe Su He's words? I shall never concede to such baseless accusations. Song Dashan realized that his rigid stance was futile, and in this moment, adopting a more humble demeanor would be prudent. They knew that the crux of the matter stemmed from Wang Dahua's mouth. Without his corroboration, they were powerless. I heard it straight from Wang Dahua's lips today. Do you think you can deny it? At this juncture, Song Qiuyue was seething, her chest heaving with indignation. This was not the brother she recognized. He had become a demon, sacrificing his integrity for selfish gain. Wang Dahua, when has he ever spoken the truth? You choose to believe his words, yet dismiss mine. Upon learning that Wang Dahua had betrayed himself, Song Dashan felt a flicker of schadenfreude, believing that the man had brought this upon himself. Moreover, he knew that the two before him lacked any substantial evidence. His heart, which had been tightly wounded, finally began to ease. I never expected you to be so clever. Finding this loophole to exonerate yourself. Song Qiuyue was rendered speechless by her fury, contemplating leaving at once. Each additional moment spent in his presence felt like an affront. When Su He had initially arrived, he had not given the matter much thought. Furthermore, for the sake of Song Qiuyue's reputation, he could not afford to escalate the situation. I warn you, Su He, do not presume that just because you have a firm grip on my sister, you can act with impunity. Everything in our household is destined to be mine. At times, Song Dashan resembled Li Fengfeng, fixated solely on immediate gains, believing that Su He coveted their family's possessions. Hearing these words, Su He could not help but chuckle. The meager assets of the Song family were hardly worth his attention. Rest assured, I have no desire to covet your family's belongings. Moreover, if you dare to conspire against Qiuyue with outsiders again, it will not be as simple as today. After living a substantial portion of his life, Su He had matured in his dealings and was no longer impulsive like a brash youth. He understood that at this moment, Song Qiuyue had not completely lost faith in her family. Even if such an incident occurred today, she could only confide in her brother. From that moment on, their communication ceased, and the weighty words that needed to be spoken could never be uttered again. It would be wise for you to adhere to your promises, otherwise, I shall not hold back. Furthermore, if you lack evidence, do not entertain the notion of defaming the innocent. In truth, Song Dashan was riddled with guilt. After expressing these sentiments, he swiftly departed, eager to escape the lingering atmosphere. Observing her elder brother's retreating figure, Song Qiuyue let out a deep sigh. She understood that under such circumstances, Wang Dahu would certainly not lie, and if deceit were to be found, it would solely lie with Song Dashan. Chapter 29 Business on the doorstep. The canning factory of Zhou Hong was established with great enthusiasm. Initially, all the canned goods produced were stockpiled in the warehouse, with no intention of selling them. Zhou, our back warehouse is nearly full. When do you plan to sell those cans? Zhao Chunmei, flourishing in her newfound success, was the center of attention at home, with everyone relying on her to bring in money. Thus, no one dared to challenge her. She couldn't help but feel fortunate for having chosen this man. There's no rush. With such a large factory, we are bound to receive substantial orders. Once we gather a sufficient quantity, buyers will come, Zhou Hong responded, appearing composed, yet he was secretly anxious. He had dispatched someone to follow Su several times, but still did not know where he sold those products. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Zhao Chunmei breathed a sigh of relief. She too had some worries, as the lack of shipments meant she would have nothing to pay the workers by the end of the month. So you had a plan all along. I was worrying for nothing. As she spoke, she glanced outside several times, and after confirming there was no one around, she inched closer to Zhou Hong. A mere hint of affection from him would suffice for her. Therefore, she had been devising ways to get nearer to him. You are doing exceptionally well. Do keep an eye on those workers and ensure they do not cause any trouble. Zhou Hong's keen eyes remained fixed on Zhao Chunmei. With the lengthy hours of work, the workers had begun to show signs of discontent. They occasionally voiced complaints, which Zhao Chunmei promptly relayed to Zhou Hong. Naturally, I will fulfill your request. By this point, Zhao Chunmei had settled on Zhou Hong's lap. He seemed unbothered. placing a hand on her waist and giving it a firm squeeze, which took her by surprise, causing tears to well up in her eyes. "Zhou, someone is here to discuss business with you. Do you have a moment?" A knock at the door interrupted them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunmei quickly jumped off Zhou Hong and lowered her head to hide the tears in her eyes. "Please, let him in. I will be ready shortly." Zhou Hong felt a surge of joy at the prospect of a business opportunity knocking on his door. He cast a glance at Zhao Chunmei, revealing a mischievous smile. This woman was surprisingly proactive, and he would undoubtedly indulge her desires. "Chunmei, please make a cup of tea. Our business has arrived." After speaking, he exchanged a meaningful look with her. Zhao Chunmei, flustered, nodded and quickly left the room. This man truly lacked any semblance of tenderness. Once alone, she discreetly lifted her clothing to inspect the marks left by Zhou Hong's grip, only to find them bruised and painful to the touch. "I am yet to learn how to address you, sir. How did you find our factory?" The visitor, impeccably dressed with perfectly groomed hair and polished shoes, projected an air of professionalism. Zhou Hong, a privileged young man, immediately recognized that this individual was indeed a businessman. However, he was puzzled as to why this man had come in person. "Mr. Zhou, my surname is Wei. I was directed here by a friend." Wei spoke courteously. Zhou Hong's spirits lifted further upon hearing this. He mused that the previous day's events should have been more grand. A business opportunity had indeed presented itself. "Mr. Wei, I am truly grateful. I never anticipated you would choose us. Would you like to see our products?" Although Zhou Hong was not particularly learned, he had absorbed some knowledge from his father, a factory manager. "I prefer to collaborate with straightforward individuals like yourself. Let us first inspect the canned goods you produce." The prospect of such a significant order, 1,000 cans, sent Zhou Hong's heart racing with excitement. He quickly led Wei through the factory, signaling to Zhao Chunmei as he passed her, yet she appeared confused by his gesture. "Mr. Wei, this is where we produce our canned goods. Please take a look." Once inside the workshop, Zhou Hong observed the workers diligently toiling away, which pleased him greatly. At that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on the esteemed customer beside him, oblivious to everything else. "Your operation is indeed substantial. However, these cans do not have a long shelf life and can easily spoil over time." After a thorough inspection, Wei seemed to have grasped the situation well, speaking knowledgeably while handling the cans. Zhou Hong, however, remained clueless about such matters, motivated primarily by the desire to outmaneuver Su and render him financially incapacitated. "You are correct. Thus, we are cautious about our production levels." Zhou Hong's heart sank momentarily at the implication that the stock in the warehouse needed to remain intact. He had invested tens of thousands into this factory, and any losses would surely drive his father into a frenzy. Therefore, he was determined not to let such a valuable customer slip away. "I find everything quite satisfactory. I even sampled the product, and the taste is indeed excellent. Let us first take away 1,000 cans, and tomorrow I will send someone to collect them, along with the payment." Wei conducts business with remarkable straightforwardness. The cost for these 1,000 cans will be no less than 3,000 or 4,000. And thus the decision was made with commendable decisiveness. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback. His displeasure was evident, but after a brief pause, a smile gradually graced his face. "No problem. We shall prepare immediately. You may come with your vehicle tomorrow, and we guarantee that everything will be ready." There are certainly more than just 1,000 cans in the warehouse, which is why Zhou Hong readily agreed. Before departing, Wei cast Zhou Hong a glance filled with deeper significance. Chapter 30. Missed business opportunity. Regrettably, the business deal did not come to fruition for Zhou Hong. After retrieving the meticulously sealed cans from storage, he discovered that a portion of them had already succumbed to maggot infestation. "Mr. Zhou, I sincerely wish to collaborate with you. What does this signify?" The contents within were undeniably evident, inciting great anger in Wei upon his inspection. Even if Zhou Hong desired to argue his case, he found himself devoid of any plausible excuses. Little did he know that it had merely been 2 days since their storage. How could the cans have deteriorated to such a state? "Mr. Wei, please remain calm. There must be a misunderstanding. I shall personally investigate this matter." At this moment, Zhou Hong was utterly flustered. Upon arriving at the storage room, he was rendered speechless. Almost everything stored just 2 days prior had already spoiled. As he drew closer, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, accompanied by a swarm of flies buzzing about. "Zhao Chunmei, please enlighten me on the nature of this calamity." After all, the entire canning process had been executed according to Zhao Chunmei's directives. At this juncture, She was so terrified that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. Everything appeared to be in order when she inspected it yesterday. How had it transformed into this abominable state today? I do not comprehend how this could have happened. It was perfectly fine yesterday. How could it have deteriorated so drastically overnight? Even as Zhao Chunmei contemplated shifting the blame, she was at a loss as to whom it should be directed. Faced with Zhou Hong's fury, she fell silent. The cost of these cans alone amounted to nearly 10,000. It was a complete financial disaster that incensed Zhou Hong. You claim ignorance? How dare you? You assured me with unwavering confidence that this matter was your responsibility, and now you present me with this outcome? Zhou Hong's anger was palpable. The money invested had seemingly vanished into thin air, and it was impossible for him not to be infuriated. Zhao Chunmei averted her gaze, too intimidated to utter another word. She was desperately trying to ascertain which link in the chain had gone awry. Yet, in her panic, her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Mr. Zhou, all my actions were executed precisely as instructed. I assure you, there must be no fault on my part. It must be due to Su He. In a moment of crisis, Zhao Chunmei hastily shifted the blame onto Su He, convinced that if there were to be any mistakes, he would be the culprit. Upon hearing Zhao Chunmei's accusations, Zhou Hong's rage transformed into incredulous laughter. He mused that even he, who was known for his unreasonable demeanor, would not commit such a foolish error. You were in charge from start to finish. How could you possibly lay the blame at his feet? Despite his disdain for Su He, Zhou Hong recognized that her reasoning was utterly nonsensical. At that moment, Zhao Chunmei's composure began to return. She suddenly recalled that Su He had visited the premises just yesterday and had exchanged pleasantries with both of them. Mr. Zhou, you may not be aware, but Su He was here yesterday during our grand opening and spoke with Master Tan. Initially, Zhao Chunmei had dismissed this incident and failed to mention it to Zhou Hong. Upon learning that Su He had been in their workshop the previous day, Zhou Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a significant matter had been concealed from him, and he pondered her motives. Did I not instruct you that Su He could go anywhere but this place? Why did you not inform me? With such a grave situation unfolding, Zhou Hong, as the proprietor, was left completely in the dark. Customers were waiting outside for his explanation, and if this news were to spread, it would spell disaster for his canning factory. He only stayed for a brief moment. I assumed there was nothing amiss. Zhao Chunmei realized that placing the blame on Su He could expedite her own escape from accountability. Zhou Hong shot her an intense glare, saying nothing, and turned to leave. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to provide an explanation to Wei Wei. Mr. Wei, I sincerely apologize for the repercussions of our employees' negligence that have led to this unfortunate outcome. Would it be acceptable if you could wait a couple more days for us to produce the 1,000 cans? When addressing Wei Wei, Zhou Hong adopted a subservient demeanor, entirely shedding his previous arrogance. After Wei Wei departed the day before, Zhou Hong had immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. However, they had uncovered no information, and it was rumored that the individual in question held considerable influence. Perhaps it is best to forego your cans altogether. This will tarnish my reputation, Wei Wei stated before turning on his heel and leaving. The impact of this incident weighed heavily on Zhou Hong. He was so agitated that he began to stomp his feet in frustration. Observing the neatly arranged cans, he felt a surge of anger and kicked one with force. Young Master Zhou, what brings you to our establishment? Su He appeared quite unperturbed in the face of Zhou Hong's ire. The more indifferent Su He seemed, the more incensed Zhou Hong became. He raised his fist and swung it towards Su He's face. You promised to repay within 7 days. Where's my money? Lacking any evidence, Zhou Hong hesitated to confront Su He directly. Prior to this, he had sought an audience with Tan Song, who had informed him that Su He had remained at the entrance the entire time, never approaching their large pot. Today marked the 6th day, with tomorrow being the final repayment deadline. Why the urgency? Besides, the bracelet belonging to Qiu is still held as collateral. Throughout the week, Zhou Hong had visited twice to collect his debts. And given Su He's furious demeanor, it was evident that he had encountered some trouble. Each of Zhou Hong's punches was effortlessly dodged by Su He, while Zhou Hong himself became breathless and panting. You seem eager to relinquish your wife to another. I have no objections, Su He remarked nonchalantly. Once he had regained his composure, Zhou Hong casually took a seat, contemplating the implications should this matter indeed be linked to Su He. Zhou Hong silently vowed that even if he could not procure evidence, he would take clandestine revenge on this individual. Rest assured, tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly deliver the funds. There remains ample time before the final repayment deadline. and Su-hee is indeed in no rush. Recently, due to Zhou-hong's large factory, even the price of pork has surged. With rising costs, Su-hee is feeling quite troubled. You had better fulfill your promise. If I do not see the money tomorrow, I will immediately take measures to remove Chiu-yu. The thought of that woman's fair and delicate skin made Zhou-hong involuntarily swallow several times. Witnessing Zhou-hong's demeanor, Su-hee felt a wave of revulsion. Chapter 31. A new collaborative partner. Not long after Zhou-hong departed, Wei Wei reappeared at the scene. After extensive inquiries, primarily among the local populace, he finally located this canning factory. Excuse me, sir, whom are you looking for? As Shi Xian returned from outside, he spotted Wei Wei aimlessly wandering in the courtyard. After spending a considerable amount of time inside, he was relieved to finally see another person. Wei Wei could not help but harbor doubts. Was this truly a canning factory? Greetings, young sir. I have come here to discuss business. However, having been inside for quite a while without encountering anyone, he expressed his concerns. As he spoke, he discreetly scrutinized Shi Xian, noting the peculiar attire he wore. This outfit was, in fact, a work uniform designed by Su-hee himself. The difference in ranks was reflected in the style of the uniforms, which varied in subtle details that were not immediately apparent. Please, have a seat over here. I will promptly summon the owner. Most business negotiations were typically handled by Su-hee. Upon hearing that someone had come to discuss business, Su-hee found it rather unusual. Most of the shipments from the canning factory were facilitated through channels he had established outside. This was the first instance of someone proactively visiting. I sincerely apologize for the wait, Mr. Wei. A minor issue just arose that required my attention. A packaging machine had malfunctioned, prompting the workers to call Su-hee immediately. His attire was smeared with remnants of his hurried efforts. Even his face bore traces of dirt. He had not had the chance to clean up before rushing over. It is of no concern. I only learned about your factory after extensive inquiries, Wei Wei remarked. Finding it peculiar that the owner of this canning factory exhibited no airs of superiority, Su-hee, at this moment, lacked the capacity to assert any form of pretentiousness. Many matters necessitated his direct involvement. Mr. Wei, are you interested in collaborating with us? In his lifetime, Su-hee had never encountered such a situation before. He spoke with caution. Wei Wei nodded, having already taken a general survey of the premises while in the courtyard. Perhaps due to financial constraints, the factory did not occupy a large area. He genuinely wished to engage in this line of business, but had yet to find a suitable manufacturer. Yesterday, he had discovered a factory, only to find that the canned goods were infested with maggots upon inspection today. It was utterly repulsive, especially considering it was the largest canning factory in the area. Before Su-hee, Wei Wei did not conceal his disdain. His forthrightness, while seemingly candid, was also a subtle test of Su-hee's character. Following Wei Wei's remarks, Su-hee began to comprehend the root of Zhou-hong's earlier fury. It appeared to stem from such incidents. To be frank, our canned products do not contain any additives, which limits their shelf life to a maximum of 2 weeks. Su-hee's revelation introduced Wei Wei to an unfamiliar term. He was somewhat perplexed, as he had little understanding of what additives were. Observing the confusion on Wei Wei's face, Su-hee suddenly realized that the concept of additives was not widely recognized in this era. Mr. Wei, what I refer to as additives are substances that extend the shelf life of goods. When incorporated, something that typically lasts only 2 weeks could potentially be preserved for several months. The astonishing idea of such a miraculous substance widened Wei Wei's eyes. He regarded Su-hee with a hint of curiosity. It was surprising that the owner of such a modest canning factory possessed considerable knowledge. In the realm of business, he displayed no inclination to deceive, revealing himself to be quite honest. Wei Wei had not anticipated that Su-hee would be so well informed. This visit had indeed been enlightening. There was an air of mystery surrounding Wei Wei. As he scrutinized Su-hee, the latter felt a twinge of nervousness. Despite his carefulness, he occasionally slipped into terminology that had yet to emerge in this era, drawing inquisitive glances from others. Mr. Wei, you flatter me. I merely conducted some research before establishing the factory. Even Su-hee found this explanation tenuous and questioned whether Wei Wei would find it credible. To his surprise, Wei Wei nodded in agreement, largely due to his own limited understanding of the subject. I would like to know if there are any adverse effects associated with the addition of such substances. Since the other party had emphasized that their canned goods did not contain such ingredients, Wei Wei speculated that there might be drawbacks to their inclusion. The individual before him seemed somewhat formidable. Su-hee mused internally that had Wei Wei been born in the 21st century, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. To assert that there were no consequences would be a betrayal of integrity. However, small amounts of additives could indeed prevent food from spoiling rapidly. Such substances could impact human health, and long-term consumption could lead to various ailments. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei nodded in understanding. This was the first time he had encountered such information and resolved to investigate further once he returned home. Now I understand. My intention in visiting today is to procure 1,000 cans of your products. Would you be able to show me around? Upon grasping the situation, a look of comprehension dawned on Wei Wei's face. The figure startled Su He, who had seen his fair share of large transactions. Clenching his fists tightly, he managed to suppress his excitement. Certainly, Mr. Wei. However, I do have a rule. All business dealings require a signed contract. This ensures protection for all parties involved. Following the precedent set by Tan Song and others, Su He suddenly realized that moving forward, he must always establish contracts before proceeding with any business arrangements. Wei Wei had vaguely heard of contracts, but was uncertain of their specifics. In such a small locale, the proprietor of the modest canning factory possesses an enigmatic background. Undoubtedly, there are no issues, for in the realm of commerce, adherence to established protocols is paramount. With the winds of reform and opening up, numerous individuals have embarked on entrepreneurial ventures. Wei Wei contemplated this small business endeavor, considering it an opportunity to gain insight into the essence of contracts. In future business dealings, he might also place greater emphasis on this aspect. Mr. Wei, behold, this is our factory, he was informed. The quantity of goods you requested is somewhat substantial, and it may need to be transported in batches. If stored for an extended period, they are prone to spoilage. The canned goods displayed ahead were promoted by Su He, who personally visited clients with their offerings. Chapter 32 Long-Term Considerations. After surveying the surroundings, Wei Wei's only impression was that Zhou Hong's establishment resembled a mere imitation, akin to Dong Shi's futile attempts at beauty. It was rather unexpected to encounter Mr. Su in such a place. Upon reviewing the situation, he felt a great deal of confidence in their potential collaboration. As he exited the factory, Wei Wei was almost eager to finalize a contract with the individual before him, curious to witness the legendary document firsthand. At this moment, Su He was equally exhilarated, requiring deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Please, do not rush. These contracts are drafted by me. I kindly ask Mr. Wei to review them and suggest any adjustments if necessary. It was a rare occurrence for Wei Wei to witness someone so eager to conduct business, seemingly disregarding the terms in their haste to procure the goods. Upon hearing about the contract, Wei Wei nodded in agreement, feeling an involuntary surge of nervousness. He maintained a facade of composure, fearful of appearing insignificant to his counterpart. The conditions you outlined are indeed commendable. While they favor you significantly, a considerable portion also safeguards my interests. After perusing the document, Wei Wei exhaled in relief, his gaze towards Su He reflecting a complex mixture of admiration and respect. This individual was undeniably formidable. Typically, the nuances of a contract would be deliberated by both parties. Regrettably, many individuals lacked the understanding necessary for such discussions, necessitating that Su He take the initiative. Of course, I aspire for a long-term partnership with you. It is essential to uphold fairness and equity with our partners. Observing the individual before him, Wei Wei recognized him as someone who engaged in business for the long haul. After expressing this sentiment, Wei Wei felt a profound sense of ease within. He possessed considerable financial resources but had long been adrift, uncertain of which business venture to pursue. Thank you, Mr. Su, for enlightening me with a valuable lesson. In business, respecting one's partners equates to respecting oneself. In that fleeting moment, these words resonated deeply within Wei Wei, who gazed at Su He with gratitude. Sometimes, clarity on a matter can dawn upon a person in an instant, which is why Wei Wei felt such overwhelming appreciation. You are too kind. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration. Regardless of the circumstances, we must consider the needs of both parties. Su He had never envisioned himself experiencing such a moment. Once both parties reached an agreement without dissent, they promptly signed the contract. Su He also assured Wei Wei that he could take 500 cans from the premises the following day, with arrangements for the remainder to be made later. Everyone, please pause your work. I have exciting news to share. Su He had prepared himself mentally for a considerable time before entering the room. Upon hearing this, the workers immediately ceased their tasks. Business had somewhat declined due to Zhou Hong's influence, so Su He had refrained from overproduction. Boss, what is it? Please share. Shi Xian approached with evident excitement, having caught wind of the collaboration. The prospect of business invigorated the atmosphere, and he looked at Su He with anticipation. Initially, the partnership had been rife with uncertainty. We have secured a significant order. Mr. Wei has requested 1,000 cans. We may need to put in extra effort in the coming days. As Su He spoke, he could feel the thrill coursing through him. Compared to his previous ventures, this felt like a gentle drizzle. Yet he had not felt such exhilaration in a long time. Wonderful. Finally, a substantial order. The workers rejoiced, aware that the boss's success directly translated to their earnings. Smiles adorned their faces, and the fatigue from their labor seemed to dissipate. This feeling was indeed splendid. Let us all work diligently. Starting today, for every hour of overtime, I will increase everyone's wages by 1 yuan. Su He, caught in the moment, even declared an increase in pay for overtime. When Shi Xian regained his composure, he sought to intervene but found it too late. A twinge of regret washed over him, overshadowing his excitement. He quickly attempted to pull Su He aside. This is fantastic. An extra hour of work for just 1 yuan. In today's economy, that can buy quite a bit. Previously, when they had heard of a monthly wage of 100 yuan, it had seemed exorbitant. If they could work extra hours, they might even earn 200. Our boss is truly generous. However, I have heard he was once a gambler. I am concerned that by the end of the month, we might not receive a single cent amidst such a jubilant atmosphere. Someone dared to cast a shadow. One by one, they recounted Su He's past indiscretions. Those unaware of the details widened their eyes. In their understanding, gambling invariably led to ruin. Upon hearing you say that, I too find myself worried. We labor tirelessly each day, and if we do not receive our wages, whom shall we approach? 100 yuan is no insignificant amount. Their fervent efforts were driven by this goal, which fueled their motivation. Just then, Song Chiyue entered, having overheard everything spoken. She bore no ill will towards the workers. Even as his wife, she had initially harbored doubts. Yet, in recent days, his actions had begun to shift her perspective. It was natural for them to harbor such concerns. My husband Su He was indeed like that in the past. However, there is a saying that aptly captures his transformation. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. He has come to recognize this truth. In fact, when some observed Song Chiyue, they had already exchanged glances, signaling the two individuals who were speaking ill of her. Regrettably, the other party failed to notice. It was only after she spoke that the two individuals awkwardly ceased their chatter. They likely never anticipated that Song Chiyue would grace this place with her presence. Accountant Song, what brings you here? The team leader hurriedly approached her with great caution upon seeing her. As the team leader, he felt a twinge of guilt for not having intervened in a timely manner. To be honest, while Song Chiyue felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing their words, she bore no resentment towards them. Chapter 33. Betrayed. The primary reason for Song Chiyue's presence here was her recent directive from Su He. She was instructed to distribute a portion of the workers' wages to ease their minds. Mr. Su expressed concern that the workers might feel uneasy, so he sent her to provide each of them with 10 yuan. This could be seen as an advance on their wages, a practice that was rare in any context. Initially, when she heard this suggestion, Song Chiyue was opposed, believing it would spoil the workers and foster bad habits. However, upon hearing of the advance, those who were skeptical suddenly brimmed with hope. In recent days, they had observed enough to recognize Su He as a capable individual. This is splendid news. Our household is nearly out of rice and flour. Once the wages are disbursed, I will rush to make purchases. Some expressed genuine gratitude towards Song Chiyue upon hearing this. Indeed, Su He had considered the circumstances. In a short span, several state-owned enterprises had gone bankrupt, resulting in an increasing number of unemployed workers. Yet life must carry on. After completing their tasks, they were to approach her for their wages. Song Chiyue spoke little more, leaving those words before turning away. She found it peculiar that two individuals had suddenly begun discussing Su He within the workshop. If they had known earlier, they should have raised the issue at the outset. The two individuals you mentioned have already been investigated by Shi Xian. I merely hope they are not the individuals I suspect. Su He had regained his composure. Upon hearing Song Chiyue's words, he immediately instructed Shi Xian to look into the matter. Various signs indicated that this situation was likely orchestrated by Zhou Hong, with the intent to trample both her small factory and her. Do you suspect Zhou Hong is behind this? Although the mere mention of his name unsettled Song Chiyue, she could infer some understanding from Su He's expression. Su He, who had previously been lost in thought, was momentarily taken aback by her deduction. He had not anticipated her ability to connect the dots. It was likely that he had created chaos here before Mr. Wei's visit. Initially, Mr. Wei sought help from his factory, and it would not take long for this news to reach Zhou Hong's ears. At that point, he would likely be seething with rage. The mere thought of a man continually fixating on her made Song Qiuyue feel as if she had swallowed a fly. It was an indescribable sensation that she found difficult to articulate to others. So that was the case. Had something gone awry with the canned goods at his factory? Logically, everything should have been uniform, as there had been no successful collaboration. Song Qiuyue suspected there must be an underlying issue. She had only spent 2 or 3 days at the canning factory, yet had already grasped many essential matters, which astonished Su He. Clearly, there was a problem, but he had not expected her to become so adept in such a brief period. Su He harbored ulterior motives. If Song Qiuyue could manage this situation, he would certainly pursue other endeavors. It was the first time he had received such praise from another. Song Qiuyue felt a tinge of embarrassment, believing herself to be rather slow, needing ample time to learn anything. You mentioned that the early bird catches the worm. I have been diligently studying during this time. Previously, while at the textile factory, she had encountered similar tasks, making the learning curve less daunting. It appeared that she would soon be capable of overseeing this place. Su He was destined for grander ambitions, not merely confined to a small canning factory. Dedicate yourself to learning. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me directly. Do not hesitate to seek assistance. Eventually, I shall entrust the management of the canning factory to you. Such trust left Song Qiuyue both flattered and astonished. She had always perceived Su He as exceptionally competent. They could manage this canning factory and live out their lives here. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Song Qiuyue was about to speak, a knock at the door interrupted her. They could always discuss matters at home later. Su Gu, I have uncovered the truth. Those 2 workers accepted money from Zhou de Gongzi to speak those words deliberately. Shi Xian, who had previously mingled in gambling circles, had various methods for extracting information. He had intimidated the 2 into confessing. Regardless of the era, money indeed has the power to influence. Many matters could be resolved with sufficient funds and the law. Bring those 2 to me. Qiuyue, investigate how many days they worked and settle their payments accordingly. Such easily swayed individuals are not ones I wish to retain. Some people lack the discernment to differentiate right from wrong. A few words can easily incite them. Within minutes, the 2 appeared in Su He's office, their first time in this space, standing frozen in place. I want to know how much Zhou Hong paid you, and whether you were contacted through someone named Zhao Chunmei. Su He was straightforward, leaving no room for ambiguity. Upon hearing this, the 2 widened their eyes in terror, exchanging fearful glances, devoid of any other emotions. Boss, Zhou de Gongzi indeed contacted us through Zhao Chunmei. Each of us received 20 yuan, with instructions to speak those words in front of everyone when the opportunity arose. Upon meeting Su He's gaze, they instantly recoiled in fright. In such circumstances, one dared not harbor any concealment and promptly divulged the truth. Su He was quite satisfied with the candor exhibited by the 2 individuals. However, he pondered the peril of retaining such individuals, as someone may offer a higher price in the future, potentially jeopardizing their lives. On the very day that Zhao Chunmei was dismissed, I had already emphasized that in this establishment, I would not tolerate employees who invite controversy. This compensation is rightfully yours, so take this money and depart. Nevertheless, Su He still contemplated leaving these 2 individuals with a semblance of dignity, and his words were articulated with considerable tact. Chapter 34. Repayment. The following day, Su He rose early, carrying 3,000 yuan as he made his way to the location of Zhou Hong. Today marked the final day of their agreement. Over the course of the past 7 days, he had managed to earn his first pot of gold since arriving here, even establishing a canning factory. Young Master Zhou, you appear utterly drained. It would be wise to take better care of yourself. As Zhou Hong approached the door, he looked significantly more disheveled than just a few days prior. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hong, who had been listlessly drooping his eyelids, instantly regained his composure. No matter how despondent he felt, he could not allow this waste of space to mock him. Su He, you must be secretly relishing this. That business deal of yours fell through, and Mr. Wei turned right around to seek you out. Tell me, did you have a hand in the mishap at my factory? Just last night, Zhou Hong had received this distressing news, almost unable to believe his ears. He never anticipated that Su He would somehow come out unscathed. Pondering the situation, Zhou Hong was convinced that Su He must be involved. After all, How else could a perfectly good canning operation have gone awry? Young Master Zhou, I have come today to repay my debt. Please, hand over the bracelet so that I can take my 3,000 yuan and leave. Suhi wished to avoid futile arguments, eager to retrieve the bracelet and depart. Zhou Hong, however, could not simply let the matter rest after suffering such a financial loss. He clenched his fist and lunged at Suhi. Thud. Zhou Hong, I am not your father. I will not indulge you. Do not test my patience. The words nearly escaped Suhi before he could contain himself. It felt overwhelmingly unjust. Zhou Hong, sprawled on the ground, was utterly baffled. He had no idea what had just transpired. Only upon hearing Suhi's remarks did he feel a surge of anger, determined to rise. After several attempts, his body ached all over, as though his insides were in turmoil. How had the once meek Suhi transformed into someone so formidable? Suhi, are you truly eager to leave? How dare you treat me this way? Zhou Hong had always walked with an air of superiority in Jianghai town, thanks to his father, Zhou Chongshan, who, though seemingly a mere factory manager, wielded hidden connections that many envied. I not only wish to remain here, but I also aspire to thrive here for a long time. Do you genuinely believe your family's influence can dictate my fate? The individuals backing Zhou Chongshan indeed instilled a sense of trepidation in Suhi, for his true identity and background remained a mystery. Do not get too cocky. I will have you begging on your knees by tomorrow. After a lengthy struggle, Zhou Hong finally managed to stand, trembling and clutching the nearby cabinet. His eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to incinerate Suhi with a glance. I have no desire for a lengthy conversation with you. Just hand over the bracelet. I have placed the money here. Given their shared industry, conflicts were inevitable, yet Suhi had not anticipated the confrontation would escalate so swiftly. However, he had prepared for this eventuality long before. I will give you the bracelet, but I must ask, does the situation at my factory have anything to do with you? At this juncture, Zhou Hong remained insistent, primarily because he dreaded how to explain this debacle to his father, given that he had already invested tens of thousands. Such a sum could sustain an ordinary family for years, and losing it all felt unbearable. I have but one question. Do you truly trust Zhao Chunmei? Do you believe she comprehends every aspect of the production process? When Suhi first learned of the situation, he had suspected that the canning factory was bound for trouble. This revelation served as a wake-up call for Zhou Hong. That woman seemed intent on climbing into his bed, yet appeared hesitant when it came to actual work. Are you implying that Zhao Chunmei has not fully mastered the art of canning? The realization hit him like a thunderbolt. When Zhou Hong had first brought Zhao Chunmei on board, he had thought himself fortunate, even believing he had outmaneuvered Suhi after recruiting Tan Song. This is not merely my opinion. Consider it for yourself. In just 2 or 3 days, can Zhao Chunmei truly master a new skill? Moreover, given Suhi's inherent suspicion, each stage of production was assigned to different individuals. Observing without hands-on experience left them clueless about the process. Placing the 3,000 yuan on the table, Suhi inspected the bracelet, confirming its pristine condition before preparing to leave. Suhi, even if Zhao Chunmei is involved, I will not let you escape unscathed. I will certainly win over Qiuyu. As Suhi neared the door, Zhou Hong, enduring his pain, could not reconcile his view of Suhi due to Zhao Chunmei's involvement. This exchange had little impact on Suhi. He shrugged, displaying indifference. From the moment he arrived, he had vowed to protect Song Qiuyu and her daughter. I assure you, I will not allow you to succeed. Each word from Suhi was deliberate, embodying his determination and resolve. After stating his piece, he turned his back on Zhou Hong and exited without a glance. Upon returning home, he would need to reflect on the path forward. When he first arrived in this place, he had been utterly flustered, especially after the recent upheaval. In his haste, he had resorted to pursuing quick profits. Zhao Chunmei, that wretched woman, little does she know how I shall deal with her tomorrow. After Suhi departed, Zhou Hong clenched his fists tightly, consumed by a desire to confront Zhao Chunmei at that very moment. Upon returning home, Suhi returned the bracelet to Song Qiuyu, entrusting her with its safekeeping. He emphasized the significance of this exquisite jade, for in a few decades, it could be worth hundreds of thousands. Take good care of it. I made a promise to you back then. Today, I reiterate my commitment. I will ensure that you and your daughter lead a prosperous life. Regardless of the reasons behind it, Suhi felt it was his duty as a responsible man to offer such assurances, bringing peace of mind to the woman. Chapter 35. Unreasonable Demands. In recent days, Song Dashan has been wandering near his home, anxiously anticipating the return of Suha and his sister. He had previously confided in his father about his actions. Song Dashan, at last, I have found you, exclaimed Wang Dahu. What brings you here? Song Dashan was startled, realizing he had not waited for his sister, but rather for Wang Dahu, prompting him to consider fleeing. After leaving the mountain hollow, Wang Dahu had immediately gone to the hospital, where the doctor indicated that he would likely not be able to lead a normal life again due to severe injuries. The predicament he now faced was largely due to his hatred for Suha, but he also sought to confront Song Dashan, as it was this man's instigation that had led to his current state. You promised that your useless brother-in-law would surely divorce Chiyoyue. Did you know that I have now become a cripple, all thanks to Suha? Haunted by the psychological trauma from their last encounter in the mountain hollow, Wang Dahu refrained from confronting Suha directly. Yet, if he did not vent his frustrations, he would remain deeply unsettled. Thus, he had been contemplating finding Song Dashan for days, and today, he finally had the chance to unleash his pent-up rage. I cannot fathom how this good-for-nothing suddenly became formidable, as if transformed into another person, seeking me out at night. I could easily expose you. Thinking that they must have taken Wang Dahu's words to heart, Song Dashan could not help but express his grievances. He had merely sought some money. It was quite a feat for Wang Dahu to suppress his temper and engage in conversation with Song Dashan. His patience was wearing thin. I am here to teach you a lesson. Come here at once. Wang Dahu seized Song Dashan as if he were a chick, dragging him into the mountains. Initially, Song Dashan struggled and cried for help, but no one came to his aid. With each step deeper into the mountains, his fear intensified. Wang Dahu, what madness has overtaken you? When you sought my counsel, how was I to know you would end up like this? After receiving a punch to the face, Song Dashan's fury ignited. Nevertheless, he appeared as a mere frail scholar, no match for the rugged Wang Dahu. At that moment, Wang Dahu had received the betrothal gifts returned by Li Fengfang. To be frank, Song Chiyoyue was indeed quite appealing, and often, the more elusive something is, the more one desires it. Thus, Wang Dahu sought Song Dashan for advice. I tell you, this time, there will be not a single penny, and I shall never trust you again. Seeing Song Dashan grow still, Wang Dahu finally stood up. The recent outburst had relieved his pent-up anger. With those words cast aside, Wang Dahu departed without a backward glance. You child, what mischief are you up to outside? It is so late. Why have you only just returned? Li Fengfang, having gotten up several times, finally spotted her son's return. A sigh of relief escaped her. This son was her pillar within the Song family. Fortunately, she had given birth to a son first. Otherwise, her mother-in-law might not have allowed her to enter the household. Consequently, she showered her son with affection. Mother, I merely conversed with a few friends. I am grown now. There is no need for you to worry. Song Dashan turned his back to his mother, fearful that Li Fengfang would notice his injuries. Otherwise, she would surely make a fuss, and the whole world would know. Some parents, unable to achieve their own aspirations, project all their hopes onto their children. Li Fengfang was such a parent. She yearned for her son to succeed so that she could hold her head high. Even if you are with friends, you cannot stay out so late. It worries me. As she spoke, Li Fengfang approached him, pouring all her maternal love and tenderness into her son. Sensing this, Song Dashan grew anxious. With his bruised visage, he felt utterly unpresentable. I understand, it is late. You should rest. Tomorrow, I have no plans, and I shall visit the canned goods factory run by Suha. This was merely an excuse. Li Fengfang halted abruptly upon hearing it. While out, she had overheard numerous discussions about the matter, particularly regarding Suha returning 3,000 yuan to Zhouhong. Achieving this in such a short time was almost unbelievable. I was just about to suggest that Suha should arrange for you a position as general manager. I thought to seek them out tomorrow. Li Fengfang's thoughts were swayed by others' encouragement. Upon returning home, she became increasingly convinced that this was the right course. Mother is right. We should not let good fortune flow to others. Once I earn money there, I shall start my own venture. Upon hearing this, Song Dashan felt a sudden surge of vigor. Seizing the moment while Li Fengfang was still a distance away, he hurried into his room. The door slammed shut, causing him considerable pain. Mother, what brings you here? Seeing her mother appear, Song Chiyoyue couldn't help but frown. Truth be told, she had previously struggled to oppose her family. However, after her brother's recent actions, she silently vowed to distance herself from her family. Now that you have achieved success, you disregard your family. Have you considered that your brother is still at home? Upon their encounter, Li Fengfang unleashed a barrage of words, leaving no room for rebuttal. Suha, arriving a bit late, was reluctant to deal with such a formidable mother-in-law. Most of the time, He merely tolerated her for Song Chiu's sake. Do you expect Chiu to manage her brother? When Soo-hee arrived, he coincidentally overheard a series of accusations. He resolutely positioned himself in front of Song Chiu. Gazing at the man with a back that was not particularly broad, Song Chiu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Throughout her life, she had never dared to vie for affection with her brother. No matter how much she cherished something, if her brother desired it, she would readily relinquish it. This was only natural. As a daughter, she felt obliged to support her maternal family. The better her maternal family fared, the higher her marital family status would rise. These sentiments were genuinely expressed by Li Fengfeng, who firmly believed that a daughter should make sacrifices for her son. Chapter 36. A tough encounter today. Li Fengfeng arrived with unyielding determination, intent on achieving her goals. Upon entering the factory, she put on an impressive facade. She casually inquired about the workers and learned that even an ordinary laborer earns a monthly salary of 100 yuan. At that moment, jealousy consumed her. This canning factory was built piece by Soo-hee, and it should have no connection to her. Every time Soo-hee encountered Li Fengfeng, he could hardly muster any cordiality. This mother, with her heart so skewed, seemed almost ready to disregard her own daughter. Were it not for the potential benefits, she might well have cast her daughter aside. After all, you and Xiu are family. Moreover, your brother is one of our own. Surely, we can trust him. Yet, Li Fengfeng dismissed Soo-hee's words entirely. Her gaze remained fixated on her daughter, the implications therein unmistakable. Mother, this place is under Soo-hee's authority. I lack the power to decide. Faced with her mother, Song Chiu was filled with helplessness, her eyes seeking Soo-hee's support. It must be said that Li Fengfeng's influence on Song Chiu throughout her life has been immense. Just a glance could be difficult to resist. You, my daughter, I have truly raised in vain. Since your marriage, you have continually taken from home. Now that you require assistance, you hesitate and make excuses. Upon hearing this, Li Fengfeng grew indignant and began to shout, trying to draw attention to herself. In the countryside, such tactics were commonly employed during disputes, and they had proven effective time and again. Even upon returning to the city, Li Fengfeng could not shed this habit. I must inform you, dear mother-in-law, that your shouting here is futile. This is my domain. Now, Soo-hee was no longer the weakling he once was. He spoke with conviction, for he had built this factory single-handedly, independent of others. Soo-hee, you scoundrel, having married my daughter all this time, you have brought no benefits to the Song family. Is this such a small request that you cannot comply? In that instant, Li Fengfeng realized her isolation. Even her daughter was not standing by her side. Moments ago, she had been signaling to Song Chiu, who seemed to ignore her entirely. Do you wish for me to articulate how I have been treated in the past before you relent? At that moment, passers-by outside halted, intrigued by the commotion. Li Fengfeng sat there, exuding an air of stubbornness, resolved to achieve her aims. My precious daughter, since marrying you, has not experienced a single day of happiness. During those times, you were often at the gambling table. And it was I, as her mother, who tended to the children. Aware of the audience outside, Li Fengfeng became emboldened. She understood the power of public opinion. Perhaps Soo-hee would cave under pressure and concede. After all, her purpose today was to secure employment for her son, as he could not remain idle at home indefinitely. At your age, you dare to speak such words, utterly shameless. Have you forgotten your past deeds? Despite the scrutiny from onlookers, Soo-hee remained steadfast, especially regarding the fledgling factory that had just begun to take root. How could he allow Song Dashin to come over? That individual, capable of plotting against his own sister, could jeopardize everything. This place was the very foundation of Soo-hee's endeavors. Come and witness what sort of son-in-law I have. My daughter, having just begun to find financial stability, immediately has ulterior motives. Seeing that Soo-hee was impervious to her pleas, Li Fengfeng grew anxious. She quickly rose from the ground, shouting at the onlookers who were equally perplexed. Song Chiu, alarmed, sought to pull her mother away, believing they could settle the matter calmly. Mother, please stop shouting. This factory has only recently been established. Soo-hee has worked hard. How could he possibly arrange a position for my brother? Observing Soo-hee's silence, Song Chiu was increasingly distressed. After grasping Li Fengfeng's arm, she spoke with gentle urgency. The spectators cast knowing glances at Soo-hee. Recently, many factories had closed, leaving numerous individuals idle. You, my daughter, are truly misguided, always siding with your husband, forgetting the hardships you once endured. As your mother, I stand up for you. Why can't you show some resolve? Li Fengfang felt a deep frustration with her daughter. Had Song Qiuyu aided her, this predicament might have already been resolved. Just then, Shi Xian emerged, drawn by the commotion outside. Su Gu, what is happening? Upon seeing Li Fengfang, he immediately became cautious, well aware of the formidable reputation of Su He's mother-in-law. Su He had never encountered such a situation before and felt somewhat at a loss against this unreasonable behavior. Shi Xian, go to the police station at once and report that someone is causing trouble here. Request their presence to investigate and remove these individuals. When Su He spoke these words, his voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for Li Fengfang to hear clearly. Even the group standing outside the door was taken aback upon hearing his words. The notion that the common people should not confront the authorities has long been ingrained in the hearts of individuals. Upon learning that Su He intended to report to the police, Li Fengfang immediately became anxious. You worthless fool! How dare you call the police on me? Qiuyu, come home with me at once. Do not stay with this scoundrel. Li Fengfang was instantly filled with fear. If she were truly taken to the police station, Song Wei would undoubtedly divorce her. Such a humiliating occurrence would leave her utterly bereft of dignity. Chapter 37. Tantrums. Regrettably, Song Qiuyu stood still, utterly motionless. Disappointment etched across her face as she gazed at Li Fengfang. This mother had never once considered her daughter's well-being, not even in the slightest. I often ponder, despite everything, I am still your daughter. Even if I do not measure up to my brother, you should at least wish for my happiness. Yet, I never anticipated that all your efforts were solely for your son. To claim that I am not distressed would be a lie. From a young age, Song Qiuyu had grown accustomed to enduring hardships. It had become second nature to her. Just as her life began to show a glimmer of hope, her mother had never contemplated her happiness. You foolish child, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, why would I create such a scene here? Upon hearing Song Qiuyu's words, a chill swept through Li Fengfang's heart. In front of those outsiders, she repeatedly professed her actions were for her daughter. Yet, deep down, she alone understood the true purpose behind each visit. You need not act this way. While the police have yet to arrive, it would be best for you to leave quickly. Let us not make this situation more embarrassing for our mother-daughter relationship. Taking a deep breath, Song Qiuyu suddenly gazed into the unknown distance. She realized how naive she had been, accepting everything her mother said without question. However, during times of hardship at home, she would bring her earnings back. Whenever there were family matters, she had to rush back without delay. Song Qiuyu, how dare you speak to me like this? At that moment, Li Fengfang could no longer suppress her fear. She never imagined her daughter would confront her in such a manner. In that household, whenever she felt low, she would vent her frustrations on her daughter. Conversely, she had to tread carefully around the men in the family. Slap. The loud sound of a resounding slap jolted Su He awake. Without a second thought, he pulled Song Qiuyu behind him. Li Fengfang, what exactly do you intend to do? I have already made it clear that your son is unwelcome here. Su He's expression turned as cold as ice, indicating genuine anger. Song Qiuyu's cheek began to swell rapidly. The sight of Su He's fierce demeanor frightened Li Fengfang, causing her to retreat several steps, fearing her son-in-law might lose control and sever all ties. I have every right to discipline my own daughter. This should not concern you. Little did she expect to find herself backing down in front of Su He. Li Fengfang believed she should not be in this position. Meanwhile, those onlookers who had been observing from outside finally grasped the situation. Initially, they thought it was merely a matter of disobedience between the daughter and son-in-law. To their astonishment, it became apparent that this greedy woman was scheming to secure a position for her own child. They were all unemployed workers, aware of the fierce competition for a single job. Thus, they harbored disdain for those who relied on connections. Once the true nature of the situation was revealed, no one felt sympathy for Li Fengfang. Some among them had endured similar treatment due to numerous siblings. Perhaps we should all leave this place. The police will arrive shortly, and if questioned, we may find ourselves entangled in this mess. Someone suggested hastily, believing it prudent to depart before they too were caught in the turmoil. At this moment, even if Li Fengfang wished to leave, it would not be an easy task. After the spectators exited, Shi Xian promptly shut the factory's main gate. Throughout her life, she had always been told to yield to her brother. After all these years, must she still be expected to assist him? Song Qiuyu was reluctant to bring up that incident. Each night as she fell asleep, she dreamed of the day she nearly fell victim to Wang Dahua's bullying. Each time, she would wake in a fright, as if a shadow had been cast upon her heart. This was not how it should be. As a young girl, she was destined to belong to another family, and it was only natural for her to care for her brother. Li Fengfang felt she had committed no wrong. After all, everyone around her behaved in the same manner. Some families even bore numerous daughters, hoping to eventually produce a son. In this society, a son would be looked down upon, leading to a life of hardship. You speak so casually, never considering how my life will be after marriage. Song Qiuyue had never witnessed such a relationship. She even contemplated how her mother might still expect to profit from her earnings. At times, she felt fortunate that Suhi had awakened in time. Otherwise, she might have already become Wang Dahua's wife. Once you are married, you must think of how to assist your brother. I have no obligation to concern myself with you. Stop with the empty words and quickly persuade Suhi to allow your brother to work here. At this point, Li Fengfang appeared utterly oblivious. Faced with her daughter's accusations, she paid no heed, continuing to plot for her son's future. Just then, there was a knock on the factory door. After receiving a signal from Suhi, Shi Xian hurried to open it. Comrades, have you reported the incident? What has transpired? 2 police officers stood outside, curiously surveying the factory. Upon hearing the police were coming, Li Fengfang immediately panicked. Initially, she thought Suhi was merely trying to frighten her and did not take the matter seriously. Officer, this madwoman has caused a ruckus in our establishment, assaulting our accountant. You must arrest her. As Li Fengfang attempted to flee, Shi Xian shouted towards the 2 officers. The police reacted swiftly, promptly apprehending Li Fengfang, even producing handcuffs to secure her. Suhiyu. Song Qiuyue was indeed startled. Upon witnessing her mother being apprehended, she nearly succumbed to the impulse to rush forward. Ultimately, she was restrained by Suhi. Perhaps it served as a lesson. If this continued, their lives would become untenable. What was initially a mere remark resonated deeply with Song Qiuyue, sounding alarm bells in her mind. She felt that an overwhelming number of incidents had transpired recently, each seemingly intertwined with her and her maternal family. Could it be that Suhi had grown weary and might contemplate divorce? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Li Fengfang had already been taken into custody by the police. Chapter 38. Tao Tao's injury. In the beginning, Li Fengfang was in a state of desperate struggle. Her mind was consumed by a singular conviction. She must not be captured. Comrades, this is truly a misunderstanding. I am not here to cause trouble. I am her mother. Realizing she could not break free, Li Fengfang attempted to explain her situation. At that moment, Suhi approached, producing a pack of cigarettes he had long kept on him. Though he seldom indulged in smoking. Officer, she is indeed my mother-in-law, but she is causing a disturbance here. Without any discernment, she assaulted my wife, leaving me with no choice but to call the police. Having dealt with such matters in a previous life, Suhi spoke with remarkable smoothness. Initially, the 2 officers, upon hearing Li Fengfang's words, suspected they had been deceived. However, after listening to Suhi, they turned their gaze towards Song Qiuyue. Take them back to the station for a thorough questioning. If it turns out there are no further issues, we shall release you afterward. One officer directly blocked Suhi's hand as he offered the cigarettes, refusing to take them. Since they had already responded to the call, it was imperative that they bring the individuals in for questioning. There was no possibility of letting them go right there. Thus, in the end, both Li Fengfang and Suhi were taken away. Shi Xian, will everything be all right? As she watched their departing figures, Song Qiuyue felt her heart sink, akin to being cast into a cauldron of boiling oil. The anguish was nearly unbearable. At such a critical moment, she felt utterly lost, unsure of what to do. Sister-in-law, do not worry. Nothing will happen. Shi Xian reassured her. Su Gu is only going back to cooperate with a few questions. I am quite familiar with this process. He had often been taken into custody during his time in the gambling den. Song Qiuyue was filled with trepidation and could not concentrate on her work. After finishing her shift, when Suhi had not yet returned, she had no choice but to go pick up their daughter. Tao Tao, what happened to your face? Upon seeing her child, Song Qiuyue immediately noticed several fresh wounds near Tao Tao's eyes. Hearing her mother's inquiry, Tao Tao panicked. She tried to hide the injuries with her hair, but accidentally touched them, which caused her to wince in pain. I got hurt while playing at school. As she spoke, Tao Tao could not bear to meet Song Qiuyue's gaze. The fear was palpable, and it was evident she was not being truthful. This child had never lied before. Tao Tao, I have told you before. You must be an honest child. No matter who it is, you must not lie. Song Qiuyue realized that her daughter might have gotten into a fight at school. She immediately halted, her expression serious as she gazed into Tao Tao's eyes. Although this child was not biologically hers, Song Chiuyue was determined to raise her well. Mom! Tao Tao burst into tears, clinging to her neck. I am not an orphan. I am your and daddy's child, right? Faced with Song Chiuyue's stern demeanor, Tao Tao could no longer hold back her emotions. Good child, what happened? Please tell mommy slowly. Hearing those words pierced Song Chiuyue's heart like a needle. The fact that Tao Tao was an adopted child was hardly a secret, but it had never been a point of concern until now. However, after starting school, the unthinking children, upon hearing such remarks from their families, could not resist mocking her. Today at school, they said I was an orphan, but I have a mommy and daddy. After calming down enough to speak, Tao Tao still choked on her words. Though young, she understood the meaning of orphan. Unable to restrain herself, she had immediately fought with a boy from her class. You are certainly not an orphan. Our Tao Tao is the best child. Song Chiuyue promised. When you go to school tomorrow, I will definitely speak with your teacher. Encountering such a situation left Song Chiuyue feeling helpless. This child had only just begun school, and already she faced such challenges. Upon returning home, they found Suhee waiting for them. Seeing Tao Tao's battered appearance made him frown. Daddy. Despite the significant change in Suhee's demeanor, Tao Tao still felt a twinge of fear whenever she saw him. After calling out to him, she quickly hid behind Song Chiuyue. How are you? Upon seeing Suhee return safely, Song Chiuyue breathed a sigh of relief but refrained from inquiring in front of the child. Both mother and daughter had red eyes, indicating they had been crying. Suhee sighed inwardly, though he maintained a calm exterior. It's nothing. Once the police understood the situation, they allowed me to return. Suhee spoke lightly, as if the incident did not weigh heavily on his mind. In truth, Song Chiuyue still wanted to ask about her mother's condition, but ultimately decided against it. It was better not to bring it up at that moment. Tao Tao, go to your homework, and I will prepare something delicious for you. Even if there were matters to discuss, they could not do so in front of the child, so Suhee quickly ushered Tao Tao away. The obedient girl nodded and hurried to her room, fully aware of how precious her opportunity to attend school was and cherishing it daily. What happened to that little girl? Why is she injured? Once their daughter had left, Suhee promptly inquired about the situation. Song Chiuyue was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his attentiveness. It was rare for someone to notice when a girl had suffered an injustice outside. From what I gathered from the child, it seems to be something along those lines. I plan to speak with her teacher when I take her to school tomorrow. Suhee, with rare concern for Tao Tao, listened intently as Song Chiuyue recounted the events that had transpired at school. After sharing her thoughts, she cast a cautious glance in his direction. The man before her seemed genuinely transformed, vastly different from his former self, as if a profound metamorphosis was unfolding within him. Tomorrow, I shall accompany her to school, and also, your mother has been taken away by your father-in-law, he stated. Observing Song Chiuyue's hesitance, her desire to inquire tempered by trepidation, Suhee discerned the nature of her worries. His willingness to address Song Wei as father-in-law stemmed from the acknowledgement that this elder, at the very least, possessed a sense of morality. Chapter 39. Anger. After recuperating at home for 2 days, Zhou Hong finally managed to get out of bed and move around. He had not anticipated that Suhee's actions would inflict such profound harm upon him. I will deal with these matters first, then find a way to confront Suhee. During his convalescence, Zhou Hong pondered many things and gradually came to terms with them. Due to his illness and the scattered orders at the factory, operations had been halted. Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? We heard you were unwell, Zhao Chunmei exclaimed, startled to see Zhou Hong standing there. Upon hearing her familiar voice, Zhou Hong turned, his expression shadowed, and scrutinized her from head to toe. The woman's ambition was unmistakable, as she could not conceal it at all. It's nothing. I've recovered and thought I'd come to check on things. I had mentioned the halt in operations. How is it that you are here? Zhou Hong had already planned to summon Zhao Chunmei to this place. This woman had been relentlessly scheming to ascend to his bed. However, he had kept her desires tantalizingly unfulfilled. I had nothing to do at home and thought I'd come to the factory. I did not expect to encounter you. As she spoke, Zhao Chunmei unconsciously grew tense, her hands nervously tugging at her clothing. Zhou Hong observed every detail with keen interest. The words Suhee had spoken echoed in his ears once more. He had indeed been too hasty, entirely unaware that this woman had deceived him. I happen to have business with you. Since you are here, it saves me quite a bit of trouble. After speaking, Zhou Hong's gaze lingered ambiguously on Zhao Chunmei's chest. Receiving this signal, Zhao Chunmei showed no hesitation. She quickly glanced outside and, finding no one around, approached Zhou Hong. Mr. Zhou, if you have any instructions, I can go directly to your home. The Zhou family wielded considerable influence in this area. Especially after Zhao Chunmei learned of Zhou Hong's identity, her resolve only strengthened. As she spoke, her voice took on a syrupy quality that was quite unsettling. How absurd. There are countless women on the streets who would suit my tastes far better than you, Zhou Hong thought, as he noticed Zhao Chunmei inching closer. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck her twice. Zhao Chunmei was taken aback, her expectations shattered. The encounter had not unfolded as she had envisioned. Did Mr. Zhou's earlier words about seeking her not imply anything suggestive? Mr. Zhou, what is the matter? What has Chunmei done wrong? At that moment, Zhao Chunmei dared not express her anger, quickly admitting fault with an overly agreeable demeanor. The more she groveled, the less respect Zhou Hong had for her. He was drawn to the unattainable, relishing the conquest of such women. Of course, you have erred. Your deceit has cost me tens of thousands. Even your body could scarcely make up for this loss. Such words were deeply insulting to a woman, striking a painful chord within her heart. As he mentioned the word lie, Zhao Chunmei's eyes flickered nervously. She knew she had indeed lied about the substantial sum of money. Mr. Zhou, I truly do not understand what you are referring to. However, at this juncture, Zhao Chunmei would never admit her wrongdoing. She chose to feign ignorance, her mind racing to devise a scheme to shift the blame onto someone else. Do you believe your acting skills are so exceptional that you could successfully deceive me? You are unaware that I have seen through your charade. Zhou Hong was infuriated by Zhao Chunmei's demeanor. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear her apart, but restrained himself. Now was not the time to act rashly. He needed to contemplate his revenge carefully. I really haven't done anything wrong. Did someone say something to you? At this moment, Zhao Chunmei genuinely felt fear. The man before her possessed immense power, and if he desired to harm her or her family, it would be a trivial matter. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Be honest with me. Do you know how to make canned goods? Despite having already formed a conclusion, Zhou Hong still clung to the hope of her innocence. Deep down, he suspected that He was plotting against him, yet reason told him that this matter was indeed connected to the woman before him. I do not fully grasp the process of making canned goods. I only agreed for the 200 you mentioned. Initially, Zhao Chunmei had planned to learn thoroughly upon returning home, but upon her return, He had promptly expelled her. After arriving at this place, Zhou Hong had entrusted her with significant responsibilities, leaving her no choice but to proceed despite her apprehension. She had hoped to inquire with Master Tan about the process, but he too was unaware. How dare you? Upon learning the truth, Zhou Hong was on the verge of losing his composure. This woman had deceived him for a mere $200, leading him to financial ruin. The factory was now established, yet business remained non-existent. Mr. Zhou, please do not be angry. I beg you. Seeing the terrifying expression on Zhou Hong's face, tears streamed down Zhao Chunmei's cheeks in a torrent. She knelt upon the ground, her brand-new floral long dress quickly becoming tattered. Yet at that moment, such concerns were of little significance. Get the hell out of here. From this day forth, do not let me see you again, or I shall end your life, he declared. Zhou Hong tightly shut his eyes, inhaling deeply several times, genuinely fearing that he might succumb to the urge to eliminate this woman. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Chunmei immediately sprang to her feet, disregarding everything else, and dashed towards the entrance. How infuriating, how utterly despicable. How dare you deceitfully approach me? Zhou Hong stood alone, shouting vehemently into the surrounding chaos. Chapter 40. Seeking the teacher such matters, He would undoubtedly not let go easily. After contemplating for a moment, he deemed it more appropriate for him to address the issue personally. You need not concern yourself with this. Tomorrow, I shall accompany Tao Tao to school and speak with her teacher properly. Additionally, I shall take a moment to observe who this well-behaved child belongs to. As the man of the household, it was indeed He's responsibility to step forward in such situations. Moreover, when a child encounters such troubles, mishandling the situation could potentially affect them for a lifetime. Song Chiyue was taken aback. Prior to this, He had never shown any inclination to involve himself in the child's affairs. This was the first time he had taken the initiative. This is for the best. It is certainly more appropriate for the father to intervene than for me as the mother. Initially, Song Chiyue had intended to send He on this errand, but given her mother's circumstances, the situation had escalated to its current state. She felt too embarrassed to speak up and thus decided to handle it herself. The following day, after breakfast, He took Tao Tao to school. He rode an old-fashioned bicycle, feeling somewhat awkward. Daddy, Will you be the one to take me to school from now on? Sitting on the bicycle's handlebars, Tao Tao's little face beamed with joy. That morning, she had just learned that her father would be accompanying her to school. The pain from her injuries seemed to have vanished. As long as her father was home and not too busy, he could take her to school. Suhi was more than willing to fulfill such a simple wish of his young daughter. Although he did not receive the answer he desired, Tao Tao was still exceedingly content. She understood that their current life was hard-earned, and that her parents worked tirelessly. Thank you, Daddy. You and Mommy have worked so hard. In their locality, the opportunity to attend school was a rarity. Moreover, most of the children in her class were boys. Some families were indeed very impoverished, able to afford education for only one child. Consequently, they would reserve such opportunities for their sons, leaving their daughters at home to work. If you ever desire anything, simply tell Daddy. Do not hesitate to ask. In recent days, Suhi had been preoccupied with altering their current living conditions. He had seldom had the chance to communicate with his family. Tao Tao could not help but glance back, feeling as though she were in a dream. No, even in a dream, she would never have dared to harbor such extravagant hopes. Not only could she now attend school, but she was also assured of regular meals. I understand. Thank you, Daddy. I am already very happy that you and Mommy can send me to school. In truth, those who bullied her were envious of her situation. Recently, many people had become aware of Suhi's circumstances, especially the men who wished to earn a substantial income swiftly and improve their family's living conditions. Teacher Yang, I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. Suhi regarded the teacher before him with great respect. Teachers of this era were indeed celebrated as diligent gardeners and self-sacrificing candles, unlike those of later generations who faced myriad distractions. You must be Su Tao's father? This teacher Yang, in his 30s, had heard of Suhi previously. Just yesterday, Teacher Yang had learned that Tao Tao's father had once been a gambler. However, he had recently reformed and begun to live a proper life. Although Teacher Yang felt some disdain for individuals like Suhi, he acknowledged that it was never too late for a wayward son to return to the right path, and there was no need to mock others. Indeed, I am here today due to the incident that occurred at school yesterday. To his surprise, Teacher Yang recognized him even before he introduced himself. Children often engage in fights. It is a common occurrence. I heard about yesterday's incident, but it was already after school, and I felt it inappropriate to intervene. I see. I have already heard about that matter and was planning to address it in class today. As a teacher, he certainly wished for his students to exhibit good character. Yang did not condone Zhao Chuan's behavior. Moreover, Su Tao had done nothing to deserve such humiliation. Teacher Yang, I merely wish to understand who that child is, and I assure you I do not intend to escalate the situation. Suhi observed that when he inquired about the child, the teacher's expression changed dramatically, prompting him to add hastily, I only wish to know about the child's parents and how they could raise such a child. That child is Zhao Chuan, who has been held back several times. His classmates are somewhat afraid of him. I have mentioned this numerous times, but it seems to fall on deaf ears. The child was already 10 years old and should be in the 3rd grade. Unfortunately, Zhao Chuan had never passed the annual entrance exams. According to school regulations, he had to be retained. Now I understand. Since you, Teacher Yang, will handle this matter, I shall refrain from saying more. Within this school, Suhi did not wish to cause any trouble. Offending a teacher would only bring suffering to the child in the end. Although teachers of this era were still quite simple-hearted, Su Tao's father assured him, rest assured, this matter will not recur in the future. This was the first time a parent had approached him concerning such issues. Furthermore, in their class, there were only 3 or 4 girls, including Su Tao. They often felt intimidated in the presence of the larger boys. Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Suhi did not linger, as he needed to return to the factory to oversee matters. The owner, Wei, had placed a substantial order, and no mistakes could be afforded. Otherwise, the hard-earned reputation they had built might collapse. Xuanzi, do you know anyone who could assist me in finding a person? Upon returning to the factory, Suhi still felt somewhat unsettled. Xian had been arriving exceptionally early almost every day, seemingly establishing himself at the canning factory. His father, in recent days, had even begun to wear a more frequent smile. Of course, there was no issue. Su Gu simply stated his intentions. Who do you wish to inquire about? Initially, Xian held some skepticism towards Suhi. However, he now found himself in profound admiration. Suhi mentioned the name Zhao Chuanji, yet he dared not probe further. He could only remember the child's name and was uncertain if he could uncover the identities of his parents. Chapter 41. Two facades. Li Fengfang was extricated from the police station by Song Wei. Regardless of whether she had committed any wrongdoing, returning from such a place was undeniably disgraceful. Speak up. What have you done to warrant Su? He's sending you directly to the police station. Song Wei sat on a stool, his expression devoid of emotion. Seeing him like this only heightened Li Fengfang's fear. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I observed that our son, Deshawn, has been idling at home. This is not a viable solution. His sister must be in need of assistance, and employing someone from outside is less favorable than utilizing our own. I thought of sending our Jia Deshawn to help. If that were the case, it indeed favored Li Fengfang. Everything she had done was solely for the sake of her child, devoid of any selfish motives. Correspondingly, this could only mean that Su he was being inconsiderate. Not only did he fail to appreciate her good intentions, but he also had her mother-in-law sent to the police station. I heard one of the officers mention that you even struck Xiaoyu. To be frank, as a father, Song Wei did not harbor excessive concern for this girl. Yet, she was still his blood, and occasionally, he would show favoritism. However, he did not entirely disregard Song Xiaoyu. I was just so angry at that moment and reprimanded that girl. How can a younger sister not think of helping her brother? After all, this was a matter concerning her own son, and Li Fengfang felt quite confident in front of her husband. Moreover, she believed that Song Wei would certainly support her in this matter. Song Dashan was hiding behind the door, having already heard everything outside with clarity. He never expected Su He to have the audacity to send his mother to the police station. Your son is simply not striving for success. With all that money he took to do business, it appears he is squandering it instead. You might as well find him a wife while I'm still around. Song Wei had invested considerable effort into this son. Regrettably, he had achieved little, and now he could only grit his teeth in acceptance. When it came to the matter of finding a wife, Li Fengfang immediately perked up. A few years ago, Song Dashan was engaged to someone, but that girl ultimately ran off with a wealthy man. Li Fengfang had scolded him countless times for this. It's true, while peers of his age have children running around, our Deshawn, who is outstanding in every way, should not be inferior. At this point, Li Fengfang suddenly stood up, seemingly forgetting that she had just been rescued from the station. Li Fengfang, you have become quite bold. I have not even spoken yet, and you dare to rise. The repeated hindrances to her son's marriage were all due to her actions. At this loud reprimand, Li Fengfang fell back to her knees. Outwardly fierce, she resembled a submissive puppy upon returning home. When Song Wei instructed her to go east, she would not dare venture a step west. Thus, outsiders were unaware of her true demeanor at home. I stood up out of excitement upon hearing you mention my son's marriage. Please, do not be angry, dear husband. After saying this, she shrank back, withdrawing her neck slightly. Upon hearing this, Song Wei merely snorted coldly, unwilling to entertain her explanations. After so many years of living together, how could he not know her thoughts? Xiaoyu, that child, has finally endured hardships and is beginning to enjoy a better life. Do not disrupt her now. To be honest, Song Wei had little faith in Su He. The canning factory appeared profitable at present, but who knew what the future held? It was better to secure a stable position in a state-owned enterprise. Upon hearing this, Li Fengfang immediately became incensed. In her worldview, it was only natural for the daughter to assist the son, as she had done herself. You also said we should find a wife for our son. Now that he has a legitimate job, it should not be so difficult. If he remains idle at home, which girl would look upon him favorably? Besides, it is only right for Xiaoyu to assist her brother. When they first arrived in the city, their relatives were envious. They would visit frequently, and had it not been for Lu Fengfang's lack of authority, the household's belongings might have already been taken away by her maternal family. Each time Song Wei heard this, he grew impatient. I will not concern myself with this any longer. Deshawn does not leave the house daily. Does he expect work to find him? He had scolded and reprimanded, but to little avail. Song Wei typically attributed such failures entirely to Li Fengfang. The entirety of their conversation was relayed verbatim to Song Dashan's ears. Disappointment washed over him as he realized his mother had not succeeded. Xiaoyu had truly become independent. She had resigned from the spinning mill to work as an accountant at the canning factory. Such a favorable opportunity, yet she had not considered her brother. Li Fengfang, oblivious to Song Wei's irritation, continued to speak, attempting to rally her husband to confront their daughter. The outcome of her endeavors is solely her merit, and it has nothing to do with you. Do not continue to covet what your daughter has. Finally, unable to contain himself, Song Wei grasped his belt and swung it towards Li Fengfang. One strike landed directly on her face, causing it to bleed profusely. Even in this moment, Li Fengfang did not dare to utter a sound. Over the years, whenever Song Wei felt discontent, he would resort to either striking or scolding her. Initially, she had contemplated resistance. But after numerous instances, she gradually learned to endure. You say this, yet it has been so long, and our son has yet to find a job. Moreover, if we leave, what will he do alone? Even though she faced punishment, Lu Fengfang refused to relent. She contemplated resolutely that, under no circumstances, should she carve out a future for her child. Regrettably, her earnest efforts were merely observed by Song Dashan, who would undoubtedly not feel any gratitude, as he firmly believed that all of this was his due entitlement. I understand. You may rise and prepare the meal, he instructed. Rest assured, I will find a way to resolve this matter. In these times, with state-owned enterprises collapsing one after another, Song Wei feared that even his job security was in jeopardy despite the assurances of employment for his son. Although Li Fengfang was not entirely pleased with this outcome, it was ultimately an improvement from the previous circumstances, prompting her to rise with a sense of contentment. Chapter 42 New Plans. When Shi Xian received the results of the investigation, his feelings were somewhat complicated. He hesitated at the entrance for a moment before silently walking inside. Su Ge, you wouldn't believe it. Zhao Chuanzi is actually Wang Da's nephew. Upon entering, Shi Xian realized that Song Qiuyue was also present. Once words are spoken, they are like water spilled from a cup, impossible to retrieve easily. Thus, at that moment, Shi Xian stood there feeling rather awkward. I see now. I always thought such a young child wouldn't understand much. Certainly, it must be the influence of their parents. Su He, however, showed no signs of reservation. Upon hearing Shi Xuan's words, he found them quite in line with his own thoughts. Initially, I didn't know who Zhao Chuanzi was. After listening to Su He, I realized it must pertain to a matter concerning my daughter's school. I suspect this issue might indeed relate to Wang Da's. Noticing that Su He seemed to have no qualms, Shi Xian candidly expressed his thoughts. Shi Xian, despite feeling despondent and thwarted, was inherently quite capable. His initial visits to the casino were merely an attempt to lift his spirits. However, the more he went, the deeper he became ensnared. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a possibility. Just a moment ago, I was discussing with accountant Song that apart from producing meat canned goods, I was also considering making fruit preserves. In just a few days, peaches will be ripe. If we can produce a batch of preserves before the peaches are gone, we needn't worry about sales. The conversation took a rather unexpected turn. They had just been discussing Wang Da's, and suddenly the topic shifted to business. Shi Xian found it challenging to keep pace with Su He's rapid transitions. However, our two types of canned goods are selling well. We cannot spare the capacity to also produce fruit preserves, especially with such a large order from Boss Wei. They are already working overtime to meet demand. The head chef had recruited an additional assistant, and the two were alternating shifts. Adding to their workload would likely lead to complaints. I mentioned at the spinning mill that Wang Da's would go bankrupt within 2 months, leaving his peaches to rot on the ground. Several days had passed. Yet Su He still remembered. Song Qiuyue felt that the current discussion was somewhat related to her, standing there feeling rather awkward. However, suddenly bringing up leaving might seem abrupt. She was torn with conflicting emotions, unsure of how to proceed. Nevertheless, Wang Da's had deep roots in this area. He had cultivated numerous peach orchards for many years and had established relationships with stable vendors. During every peach harvest season, countless people envied Wang Da's. Yet, they lacked the capacity to emulate his success. The local farmers depended on picking more peaches to supplement their households. Su He had long considered this aspect. Since he could voice such thoughts, it was clear he had devised a strategy. You need not worry. I will undoubtedly be able to bring him down within 2 months, leaving him no chance for recovery. Su He did not wish to repeatedly confront him. After numerous encounters, he would inevitably become impatient. If this incident was indeed linked to Wang Da's, it would be a matter of settling both old and new grievances. As for the remaining matters, you two may discuss them at your leisure. I must return promptly. Seizing a moment of opportunity to speak, Song Qiuyue finally found her voice. Initially, Su He paid her no mind, waving her off to leave, as she could not contribute much here, and departing seemed preferable. Su Ge, I believe it would be wise to speak favorably of Wang Da's and Zhou Hong in front of my sister-in-law. Her expression changed significantly just now. Shi Xian observed keenly, and, once Song Qiuyue had left, quickly relayed his thoughts to Su He. Such matters required a husband's attention. While Su He had been lost in contemplation, He glanced towards the door upon hearing Shishuan's remark. He had indeed overlooked this aspect and neglected Song Qiuyue's feelings. It is entirely my fault. I let that slip my mind. I shall apologize to her tonight when I return. Although life and work should not intertwine, human emotions are intricately connected, and it is essential to pay heed to this. Seeing that Suhi seemed to have been oblivious, Xian refrained from saying more. After all, this was a matter between the couple, and it was best to remain a minimal participant. I am an outsider and shouldn't meddle too much. Sugu, you should consider it yourself. Initially, Xian had contemplated reminding Suhi, but he feared it might cause Song Qiuyue to overthink. Suhi nodded. In his previous life, he had been somewhat self-absorbed, often overlooking the feelings of others. This was something he needed to amend. Regarding the fruit preserves, pay close attention to whether there are yellow peaches available. Furthermore, we will certainly need to establish another production line. To produce fruit preserves, a stress-free environment is essential, and it certainly cannot share a production line with braised meat. Suhi appeared quite resolute, as if he had long since planned this. The notion of fruit preserves was entirely new to Xian, and he wondered if their methods were similar. In any case, he knew little about it, and decided to follow Suhi's lead. At first, Xian had deemed Suhi's words fanciful, but now, upon witnessing the financial realities, he found everything to be undeniably true. Following Suhi steadfastly would surely benefit him. Once Cao Dao had fallen asleep, it was just the two of them left, lying on the same bed, each able to hear the other's breath. Qiu Yu, upon hearing this call, felt her body tense up instinctively. She often pondered how she would respond if Suhi were to broach the subject of their marital relationship. What is wrong? Unbeknownst to her, even her voice was taut as she spoke, revealing her evident anxiety. Their wedding night had been far from pleasant, and since that time, they had not engaged in any intimate relations. Furthermore, Suhi's obsession with gambling had led to a significant decline in their communication, leaving her understandably on edge. Chapter 43. The Crown. In the beginning, Suhi did not think much of it. Turning his head to glance, he noticed that Song Qiuyue appeared to be quite anxious. It was then that he became aware of the overly ambiguous atmosphere surrounding them. Earlier that day, while discussing matters at the factory, Xian had advised him not to mention Wang Dahu in front of her anymore, likening it to pouring salt on an open wound. Hence, he felt compelled to apologize. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind of the chaotic thoughts that had invaded it. Suhi realized he must not act too hastily. Upon hearing his words, Song Qiuyue found herself torn between disappointment and relief, her emotions swirling in complexity. Such matters were indeed uncomfortable for a woman to contemplate. In truth, she was not angry. It was simply that every time the names of those two individuals were mentioned, she felt a profound sense of revulsion. This was something she had never considered sharing with Suhi before. However, with the night unfolding, she decided it was time to voice her feelings. After all, they would be living together in the future. She pondered whether Suhi's reluctance to be intimate with her for so long was tied to these two matters. Did he perhaps think of her as tainted? At times, Song Qiuyue could not help but let her mind wander into such troubling thoughts. I assure you, I will never mention that person again. Once we have saved enough money, we shall move to a larger house. Tao Tao is growing up. She can no longer share a bed with us. Just before they retired for the night, Suhi dropped a significant bombshell that kept Song Qiuyue tossing and turning until the early hours, only managing to fall into a fitful sleep eventually. The prospect of moving into a larger home symbolized a return to the intimacy they once shared. The thought alone caused her face to flush with embarrassment. Are you not going to the factory today? After breakfast, Suhi mentioned his intention to visit the countryside, hoping to discover something of value. Relying solely on the canned goods factory was proving to be exceedingly slow, and there were still many aspects yet to be established. He reassured her that his absence for a day would not lead to any significant issues. She and Xian could manage in his stead, and any major decisions could wait for his return. In this age, every household possessed some antiquities, and Suhi believed it wise to rekindle that interest. When the time came that they faced hardship, he could easily part with such items to ensure their family's livelihood. Suddenly, when Suhi did not appear at the factory one day, not only was Song Qiuyue unsettled, but the workers also felt a sense of unease. It was perplexing. Suhi had never before been one to hover incessantly. Yet today, hearing of his absence stirred an unsettling feeling among them. During their conversations, the workers brought up the topic. And it was not just one person who felt apprehensive. Even Xian was gripped by uncertainty, fearing that mistakes might have been made. This item from my family has been passed down since the Ming Dynasty. If times were not so dire, we would never consider selling it. Just look at its exquisite quality. Perhaps sensing Su He's genuine interest in the jade crown, the vendor tirelessly promoted his merchandise. He had spent the entire morning at the market without a single inquiry. Upon arrival, his family had extolled its virtues, yet upon reaching the venue, he desperately sought buyers, regrettably finding that none could afford the asking price. "Young man, what price do you seek for this item?" The authenticity of the piece was undeniable, its quality exceptional. As he claimed, it truly dated back to the Ming Dynasty. Even more remarkable was that this jade crown was carved from a single block of jade. In the 21st century, it would surely command a starting price of at least $1 million. My grandmother said it must sell for no less than 1,000 yuan, not a cent less. When he called out his price, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. The mere thought that such an object could be valued at 1,000 yuan was beyond belief. Thus, when he came to sell it, the youth was somewhat reluctant. 1,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum for Su He, yet he recognized the crown's true worth. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that spending such an amount for this item was indeed justified. It appeared that he had no authority to negotiate, nor could he haggle. "However, I genuinely admire this piece. I shall give you 1,000 yuan. The young man was left speechless, fearing that this potential buyer might ultimately withdraw his interest. Upon hearing the offer, the vendor finally exhaled in relief, having thought to himself that perhaps he should have asked for less. He had never anticipated that someone would be willing to spend such a fortune on this object. 1,000 yuan could afford each of the brothers a bride, and still leave them with a surplus. Of course it is true. I do not deceive you. Here is 1,000 yuan. Feel free to count it." On the day he stepped out, Su He had brought along this amount of money. He initially hoped to chance upon a similar opportunity as before, but upon seeing the jade crown, he found himself unable to move. The vendor, staring at the stack of 100 yuan bills, fidgeted nervously. He had never encountered such a sum in his life. "Sir, I've never held this much money. I am afraid of losing it. Could you accompany me back?" As he gazed at the cash, he swallowed hard, hesitant to reach out for it. The prospect of such a large amount slipping away was terrifying. Even if it cost him his life, he knew he would struggle to recover it. Su hesitated for a moment, gazing at the simple yet earnest young man before him, who appeared to be exceptionally anxious. The sight of the money seemed to render him nearly breathless with tension. Nevertheless, it was not an issue. However, he inquired about the young man's village. Initially, Su intended to decline such a request, yet the sincerity reflected in his eyes compelled him to acquiesce. Upon receiving Su's agreement, a broad smile instantly illuminated the young man's face. This naive expression stirred a sense of nostalgia within Su, reminiscent of his own youth. He recalled residing in the nearby village of Shewa, a place he could reach in no time. The young man, wiping the sweat from his brow, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Su. Chapter 44. Hospitality. Zhuzi sat upright on the cart, his entire body tense with anticipation. This was indeed his inaugural experience riding in a vehicle. Prior to this moment, he had merely heard tales of such travel. "Brother, may I inquire what your profession is?" On their journey home, Zhuzi summoned his courage and finally found a topic to engage Su He in conversation. Today, he had truly encountered a benevolent soul who not only purchased his goods, but also offered him a ride home. Covering the distance of over 10 li would no longer require his weary legs. "I merely operate a small factory, earning a modest income. It's nothing remarkable." In Su He's eyes, this was indeed a trivial matter, insignificant when compared to greater ambitions. Hearing that this man owned a factory filled Zhuzi with envy. He had heard from the villagers that those employed in factories were regarded as respectable individuals, receiving regular wages each month. "Brother, you are truly impressive. No wonder you can afford such things." In their farming household, many struggled to make ends meet, leaving little room for discretionary spending. Previously, Zhuzi had harbored dreams of leaving the village to work in factories, believing that such endeavors would allow him to earn money to support his family. Regrettably, he possessed no skills, could not read, and felt utterly helpless. "I simply have an affinity for collecting antiques. However, my finances are rather limited." One must always remember that money should remain discreet, especially when one has only a fleeting acquaintance. As they entered Shewa village, it was not long before Zhuzi was recognized by the locals. Their expressions were filled with admiration, and their words dripped with envy. Some had never ventured beyond the confines of the village, and this brand-new Fenghuang cart was a sight to behold. "Hee hee, It is this kind-hearted brother who has graciously given me a ride home. While Erjuzi appeared simple-minded, he possessed a cunning awareness. A sudden influx of wealth must remain a secret from the villagers. Upon arriving at Shewa village, Suhi slowed the cart, realizing they had reached their destination. "Brother Su, this is my home. Please, make yourself comfortable while I fetch you some water." After such a lengthy ride, beads of perspiration glistened on Suhi's brow. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, an elderly woman emerged, her gaze immediately landing on Suhi. With a mere glance at his attire, she discerned he was not from their village. "Grandmother, I have returned. I sold the items, and they were purchased by Brother Su. I feared losing the money, so I asked him to help me bring it home." Upon returning with the water, Erjuzi noticed his grandmother standing at the door of the west room, her expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. She seemed poised to inquire further. Only then did Suhi realize someone was standing behind him, having been somewhat fatigued and inattentive. Understanding the situation, he thought it unusual for a stranger to suddenly appear in their home. "Child, you ought to show more consideration. Why not add a bit of sugar to the water for our guest?" In these times, sugar was a rare commodity, often reserved for entertaining guests, and the average household seldom had the luxury of enjoying it. Suhi, however, had little regard for such niceties. He was parched and merely desired a simple bowl of water. "There's no need for such fuss. This will suffice. After I settle the payment, I must take my leave." Though he felt reassured about Shi Xian and Song Qiuyue, he had harbored some concerns during his absence. After speaking, Suhi accepted the bowl of water, drinking it eagerly without hesitation. "Madam, here is 1,000 yuan. I purchased the item from your family. Please, count it quickly. I must return home." As he handed over the stack of bills, the elderly woman was momentarily taken aback. She rubbed her hands on her clothing, trembling as she grasped the money, her expression reflecting disbelief. It was evident that the jade crown she had been reluctant to sell was now in his possession. "You truly are a good person. Our heir has encountered a kind soul. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since left with the money, indifferent to the family's plight. This sum was a lifeline for them, vital not only for marrying off their 2 children, but also for the medical care of their elder. Though it appeared substantial, once divided, it would scarcely suffice. The jade crown had once belonged to the family, but given their current hardships, they had no choice but to part with it. It was merely a small favor. Please do not mention it. Now that the transaction is complete, I should take my leave." Glancing outside, he noticed the sky darkening ominously, foretelling an impending storm. He had promised Song Qiuyue he would return early and could not afford to linger. As the hour approached mealtime, Erjuzi's grandmother insisted, "Why not stay for a simple meal?" After several rounds of polite refusals, Suhi found it increasingly difficult to decline their hospitality. Just then, a young girl bounced in, clutching 2 yellow peaches in her hands. "Dear lady, it's not that I am unwilling to stay. I simply have matters to attend to. May I inquire if your village cultivates yellow peaches?" They had yet to find any. "Indeed, we do. Every household has planted several trees. We often give them to the children as snacks, and any that remain uneaten are fed to the livestock." The elderly woman, despite her lack of understanding regarding the situation, responded with courtesy. Before her stood Suhi, a figure who unmistakably possessed a certain status and dignity. After all, in this day and age, who would invest 1,000 yuan merely to acquire a piece of stone? "To be frank, I am the owner of a canned goods factory, and I am currently in search of yellow peaches," he confessed. "I truly did not expect that every household in your village cultivates this fruit. With such a scale, it seems sufficient." Upon hearing this, the old woman quickly released her grip. She was astonished to find that the person before her was indeed a significant entrepreneur. Although the villagers were not well versed in the ways of the world, they were still aware of certain matters. Chapter 45. The Olive Branch. With Erjuzi leading the way, Suhi observed the splendid Huang Tao cultivated in their village. To be frank, they were indeed growing quite remarkably. Moreover, the villagers had managed them with genuine care. "Erjuzi, would you like to work at the factory in the city?" Although Suhi had not inquired explicitly, he had gathered enough insight into this family's circumstances. Aside from Erjuzi's grandfather, the rest of his family were illiterate, having to toil in the earth their entire lives. "I certainly dream of it, but after several attempts, they simply do not want me," Erjuzi said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. The word had spread throughout Xiagua village. Once one entered the factory and worked diligently, substantial earnings awaited each month. "If I offer you this opportunity, would you agree to study diligently?" Suhi contemplated nurturing a trusted confidant. By providing Heir Juju with this chance, he was also securing a safeguard for his own future. He had considered this when he first employed Xian, knowing that one day their paths would inevitably diverge, though that day remained unseen. I absolutely would. As long as you promise, I will study earnestly and fear neither hardship nor toil. With such a splendid opportunity before him, Heir Juju could hardly fail to cherish it. After expressing his enthusiasm, he cast a nervous glance at Su He, fearing that this benefactor might ultimately overlook him. Very well, your first task will be to notify each household. Tomorrow, I will return with a vehicle to collect the Huang Tao at the price of 1 dime per kilogram. Ensure everyone is prepared. These fruits are ripe now, and if we delay any longer, they may rot on the ground, destined to be fodder for livestock. This visit to Xiagua village had indeed borne fruit. As long as one is willing to exert effort, rewards will follow, and today had proven to be worthwhile. Brother Su, are you implying that the Huang Tao from our village, even these sour peaches, could fetch a good price? Heir Juju could hardly believe his ears. In their childhood, they used to long for the peaches on the trees. But as they grew older, they had come to regard them with disdain. Indeed, you heard correctly. I must return now, so be sure to inform the villagers. They must select only the finest specimens. I will not accept any that are bruised. With urgency, he needed to return to the city and arrange for transportation, as vehicles were a rarity, especially those suitable for transporting goods. The last time, Boss Wei had introduced him to someone, and all subsequent canned goods were shipped through this individual, proving to be a fruitful collaboration. Erwa, were those words you spoke truly sincere? As soon as Su He departed, Heir Juju rushed to relay the news to his grandmother. In their household, grandfather had once been the head, making all decisions, but since his illness, the family's backbone had shifted to grandmother. Of course it's true. Brother Su even promised that if I accomplish this task well, I can work at his factory. At that moment, Heir Juju was enveloped in excitement. Good child, that fruit is quite sour, you shouldn't eat it, Grandmother Lu exclaimed, seizing the 2 large Huang Tao from her granddaughter's hands. We could sell this for several hundred yuan. Quickly, go fetch your parents and your uncle and aunt. We must discuss this matter. Compared to the 1,000 yuan earned from selling the family's yuguan, the prospect of converting these seemingly insignificant Huang Tao into cash filled Grandmother Lu with a profound sense of security. Little Mei, upon having her Huang Tao taken away, did not cry or fuss. She merely held it and observed, finding it too sour for her liking. Mother, it sounds as if you might have been deceived. We've grown those Huang Tao trees for so many years. Yet we've never heard of them being used for canning. The eldest Lu son found this claim utterly implausible. Furthermore, at the price of 1 dime per kilogram, they could buy something much better with that money. Hearing her son speak, Grandmother Lu felt a tinge of uncertainty. However, Heir Juju remained steadfast in his belief, having spent the most time with Su He. Father, Brother Su is not a fraud. He purchased our yuguan. And if we don't harvest the Huang Tao, they will rot in a few days. Even if he does not buy them, we can feed them to our livestock. Heir Juju thought it crucial not to let his father's skepticism derail the prospect of working in the city, and he fervently pushed for this opportunity. Lu Dai, acknowledging that his son had valid points, decided, "You're right. The big boss has no reason to deceive us villagers. We won't work this afternoon. Heir Juju, go inform the villagers. Our entire family should hurry to harvest those peaches." As the eldest son, Lu Dai's word held weight, and no one dared to object, least of all the women in the household. After discussing the matter, Grandmother Lu retreated to a small room, clasping her hands in prayer, muttering blessings for their ancestors. Initially, the villagers were reluctant to believe the news. Some families close to the Lius were indifferent to the harvesting of peaches. Look, the Lu family has truly begun to pick peaches. Perhaps Heir Juju's claims held some truth. Today, I heard Huzi say he returned by vehicle. Despite the light rain falling, it could not dampen the villagers' enthusiasm in Xiagua village. Upon witnessing the Lu family initiating their actions, several households began to rally their family members into motion as well. However, a few families remained skeptical, believing that others were merely attempting to deceive Heir Juzi. Despite the torrential downpour outside, they questioned why one would not seek shelter, returning instead drenched to the bone. As Song Chua observed Su He nearly reduced to a drenched fowl, her heart brimmed with concern. This was primarily due to the escalating rain during their return journey. Furthermore, with the gloomy skies darkening swiftly, Su He feared that the two of them would cause worry, thus braving the rain to return home. It is of no consequence. I shall quickly change my clothes, and soon I will be fine, she reassured. Sui was not particularly troubled, but Song Chiue, taking a towel in hand, casually wiped her hair a few times. Chapter 46. The visit to purchase peaches before dawn. On the following day, the driver arrived at Su He's residence. He was quite familiar with the place, as Song Chiu had already been informed of the matter the previous evening. Be cautious on the road. It rained just yesterday, and the village paths are slippery and wet. Don't rush, take care. As they prepared to set off, Song Chiu offered her heartfelt reminders. Such tender admonitions had not graced Su He's ears for many years. In his youth, he had found such words to be rather tedious, yet now he was overwhelmed with gratitude. I understand. Please be careful when you deliver Tao Tao. Since the factory is closed today, take the opportunity to rest at home, Su He assured her. He was not the type of capitalist who exploited his workers. There were still 2 days each month designated for rest, especially for the predominantly female workforce, who surely had their own matters to attend to. Their journey was by car, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at Xiaohua village. Heir Zhuzi had long awaited them at the village entrance. Truth be told, while he often defended Su He had gradually lost confidence after hearing the surrounding gossip. Zhuzi, what are you doing here? Su He called out, spotting Heir Zhuzi loitering from a distance. He immediately rolled down the car window to greet him. After a considerable pause, Heir Zhuzi finally regained his senses. Su He opened the car door, inviting him to join them, which would expedite their journey to Lu's home. This seemingly mundane gesture left Heir Zhuzi somewhat flustered. I cannot sit in your car. My clothes are too dirty and will soil it. After spending a long day picking peaches, he had collapsed into sleep as darkness fell. Before dawn, the entire family had hurriedly risen to sort the peaches, ensuring that only the finest were selected for sale. Come, young man, hop in. The car can be cleaned afterwards. Uncle Mo promptly encouraged him, sensing his unease. Since purchasing the vehicle, Uncle Mo had driven it with utmost caution, though it inevitably bore the marks of wear from transporting goods, a necessity in the pursuit of earnings. Look, everyone. There's a real car with 4 wheels, and it moves so swiftly. I hear it runs on kerosene. The villagers gathered outside Lu's home, their curiosity piqued by the sight of an automobile, a rarity in their lives. They observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. Everyone, quickly return home and sort your yellow peaches. Mr. Su has announced that he intends to take all the peaches from each household today. Lu De, typically a man of few words, suddenly found himself believing in Su He's intentions after hearing his son's remarks. His words seemed to spark a realization among the villagers, prompting those who had previously expressed doubt to rush home in a flurry, eager to prepare their peaches. You're too kind. We've already had breakfast before arriving. Please don't trouble yourselves, Su He responded, slightly overwhelmed by the warmth of the Lu family's hospitality. Uncle Mo remained composed, comfortably seated, understanding that the host's generosity was genuine, regardless of how much they could consume. Mr. Su, to be frank, those yellow peaches hold little value here. Even the children are not fond of them. We never imagined we could sell them at a good price, Lu De, a straightforward farmer, expressed candidly. His words reflected their sincere feelings. Uncle Lu, I comprehend your sentiments. Indeed, in your village, these fruits are often reserved for livestock. However, in my hands, they become a commodity, Su He replied. It had been a long time since he felt enveloped in warmth. Previously, interactions were often tinged with calculations. After sharing a meal, they noticed a growing crowd peering from outside the yard. The villagers, once dismissive of what they deemed inferior goods, were now electrified by the prospect of converting them into cash. Let us not rush. We'll visit each household one by one. Rest assured, by the end of today, we will transport everything you have, Su He announced as he observed the eager expressions on their faces. Heir Zhuzi, quick on his feet, stepped forward to help maintain order. The first sale was undoubtedly from their family, with the yellow peaches meticulously selected, large and succulent. Fantastic. I was just saying I would cut down this peach tree, yet here we are, selling them at a good price. One villager, eyeing the stack of money in Lu De's hand, could not suppress a nervous gulp, mirroring the anxious fidgeting of others around him. In truth, these farmers, who toiled for their sustenance, faced uncertainty during transitional seasons, often struggling to keep their pots full, let alone sell anything. Thank you all for today. I will return next year during the peach harvest. I hope everyone will take good care of their trees in the meantime, Su He stated, exhausted after a day of hard work. Uncle Mo made several trips back and forth to ensure all the peaches were collected. The villagers of Xiaohua, with their pockets now filled, looked at Su He with expressions of profound gratitude. Mr. Su, thank you immensely. We will certainly tend to these trees well from now on. The once overlooked peach trees of Xiaohua village had transformed into prized assets. The speaker was none other than the village chief of Xiaohua. He donned a pair of spectacles, and merely from the accent of his speech, one could discern that he was not a local. Uncle Lu, along with Heir Zhuzi, departed ahead of me, and whenever a moment of respite arises, I shall have him return home. As they were about to leave, Sui directly took Heir Zhuzi away. Countless villagers gazed upon Heir Zhuzi with envy for his extraordinary encounter. However, today, every household boasted an income of several hundred yuan. Such a scenario was once unimaginable. As they were departing, Zhuzi felt a pang of reluctance. Having grown up, he had never ventured away from home. Chapter 47. The new production line. Gazing at the abundant yellow peaches, Shi Xian was utterly astonished. For days, he had been seeking assistance in locating them, yet no news had returned. Su Gu, where on earth did you procure all of these? This is an overwhelming quantity. The entire warehouse was filled to the brim. If they did not process them promptly, they would surely spoil. Su He had already instructed Song Qiuyu to hire workers, and they were set to commence work immediately. He had spent several thousand yuan to acquire these peaches, and he was determined not to let that investment go to waste. They were collected from a village, and with such a large haul, they could undoubtedly reap significant profits. Forget about that for now. Have you purchased the rock sugar I asked for? This time, Su He intended to add some preservatives to the canned peaches. Otherwise, within 2 or 3 days, the canned peaches would start to become sticky. How could I not carry out Su Ji's instructions diligently? Not only did I bring back the rock sugar, but I also acquired hawthorn, which is quite inexpensive. The large truckload of hawthorn was practically half given away. The utility of such items was not commonly seen at this time, so they were delighted to sell them for some profit. An hour later, Song Qiuyu returned with a dozen workers. The second production line had already been set up. Excellent. Everyone, please introduce yourselves and share your previous experiences, so I can assign tasks based on your skills. This production line was identical to the first one, with all steps clearly delineated. Sui was keen to avoid another Zhao Chunmei situation. After listening to their self-introductions, Sui felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, there was little he could do now. These individuals had all previously worked in state-owned enterprises, clinging to their iron rice bowls, believing they could hold on to them for a lifetime. I do not care what you did before. Upon joining me, I expect you to work earnestly. If you plan to be lazy or deceitful, it would be better for you to leave now. Before commencing work, it was essential to establish clear rules. Offering such high wages did not mean Su He would tolerate idleness. There were plenty of people outside seeking employment. They were fortunate to have found such a good job today and were eager to seize the opportunity, fully aware of the current economic climate. Su Zong, since the assignments are made, shall we begin their training? While at the site, Song Qiuyu always referred to him as Su Zong. The newcomers were still unfamiliar with their boss's temperament, remaining as quiet as mice, afraid to speak up. Zhuzi, you are responsible for teaching these individuals how to slice the peaches. You all, follow Shi Xian to learn how to operate the machinery. The rest of you, come with me. After returning yesterday, Su He had already taught Heir Zhuzi. This young man was indeed diligent and unafraid of challenges while learning. As he instructed others for the first time, Heir Zhuzi felt a bit nervous, his heart racing, and his hands trembled slightly as he held the knife. The second production line at Su He's facility was bustling with activity. After just a few days of work, those laborers received part of their wages, which put them at ease. I truly did not anticipate that these canned goods would sell so well. Moreover, in the half-month since I last visited, Su Xiong's operation has undergone a remarkable transformation. Wei Wei's 1,000 cans have already sold out, and he planned to return to take more. Upon arriving, he was pleasantly surprised to discover new products. The freshly canned yellow peaches were indeed delightful, especially during the hot weather, providing a refreshing respite. Brother Wei, please do not mock me. The reason for producing these is purely out of necessity. Observing Wei Wei's keen interest in the cans only bolstered Su He's confidence. Wang Dehu's peaches will be ready for market in a month. Recently, he has been experimenting with other fruit cans. I speak the truth. There are numerous opportunities available now, all reserved for the prepared and capable. I genuinely wish to collaborate thoroughly with you, Su Xiong. Their partnership would be mutually beneficial, as Wei Wei sold those cans in the big cities, where they were well received. However, the shelf life was disappointingly short, making it challenging for him to stock up. His visit this time was to discuss the potential addition of preservatives. I can see that your business is thriving, Brother Wei. Compared to last time, you appear quite prosperous. Flattering words were always welcome, and Suhi was willing to indulge in a few compliments. In just half a month, Wei Wei had returned, a clear indication that business was indeed flourishing. He also planned to take back some of the fruit cans. Thanks to you, Su Xiong. If it weren't for the quality of your canned goods, I wouldn't know how my business would fare. Their conversation was filled with mutual courtesy. After a morning of discussions, Suhi finally grasped that Wei Wei wanted him to add preservatives to the meat cans to extend their shelf life, allowing for broader distribution. When I first embarked on this venture, people said they were unafraid of hardship. To be frank, Brother Wei, I need to think this over. However, I have already added preservatives to the fruit cans. Some products are indeed rather unique. Wei Wei understood to some extent, and, after hearing Suhi's words, remained patient, hoping for a favorable outcome. I can understand and hope that you will consider this carefully. I can stay here for a couple of days while awaiting your response. Even if Suhi declined this time, Wei Wei would not leave empty-handed. His business was just starting, and many still held high hopes for it. Earning even a modest income and opening up the market is certainly not something to be relinquished. As he lay in bed at night, Suhi found himself tossing and turning, accompanied by another person. Deep down, he understood that sooner or later, all things would inevitably be laced with preservatives. Suhi, have you encountered any difficulties? The constant restlessness of those around him was palpable, and Song Chiyue could sense it too. In recent days, both of them had been utterly exhausted. It was unexpected that he had even disturbed Song Chiyue's slumber. When at home, he preferred not to discuss matters pertaining to the factory, thus he had no intention of voicing his thoughts. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired and can't seem to fall asleep, he offered as a casual excuse, intending to deflect the conversation. Chapter 48. The lesson. When Zhou Hong learned of this news, he was nearly beside himself with rage. The affairs of his canned goods factory had ultimately not escaped his father's notice. Zhou Chongshan had found out. You had once vowed with utmost certainty that you would successfully manage this canned goods factory. Yet what is the current state of affairs? You must provide a thorough explanation, no matter how formidable Zhou Chongshan may be. Witnessing such substantial financial losses would surely cause him distress. Zhou Hong stood there, timidly glancing upwards. Upon hearing that his father wished to see him, he had already anticipated this moment. Father, I was truly deceived. Had it not been for the fact that my adversary is a woman, I would have already dealt with her. Reflecting on it now, Zhou Hong questioned whether he had been overly benevolent. Why had he not reprimanded Zhao Chunmei back then? However, what piqued his curiosity was how his father had acquired such detailed knowledge, as if he had uncovered every aspect of the factory's operations. I do not wish to hear any excuses. Failure is simply that, failure. You once claimed you would trample Suhi beneath your feet, yet I fail to see any evidence of that now. In recent days, the name Suhi had been mentioned far too frequently. Even Zhou Chongshan had heard it several times. The thought of this matter filled Zhou Hong with regret. At times, he pondered whether Zhao Chunmei had been deliberately released by Suhi. Father, I implore you for another chance. I assure you, I can turn that canned goods factory around. In the face of the current situation, Zhou Hong felt somewhat at a loss. Initially, many had granted Zhou Chongshan face, for his influential backing made them somewhat apprehensive, leading them to procure goods from the factory. Regardless of the circumstances, the paramount concern in business is always product quality. The cans Zhou Hong produced spoiled within mere days. I will not invest another penny into your factory. If you wish to succeed, you must find a way on your own. Though Zhou Chongshan was his only son, he recognized that failing to impart a lesson to this young man could lead to even greater calamities in the future. The outcome of today was certainly not what Zhou Hong desired. He wished to say more, but upon raising his gaze, he noticed his father's expression had shifted. I understand, just wait and see. I will definitely revitalize that canned goods factory. In light of the circumstances, Zhou Hong could only agree, steeling himself. As he exited, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure flashing past a corner. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Zhou Hong initially thought he was mistaken. How could this be? How could I encounter that wretched woman here? The fleeting figure resembled Zhao Chunmei. This was Zhou Chongshan's factory, and ordinarily, common people could not enter. Zhou Hong muttered a few words to himself, suspecting he had merely imagined it. Wang Dahu, what brings you here? Upon returning home, Zhou Hong spotted Wang Dahu lingering outside his courtyard. The moment Wang Dahu saw Zhou Hong, he rushed over as if he had spotted a savior. Dropping to his knees, Master Zhou, I beseech you, can you save me? I know you are my only hope in Hideout Town. Wang Dahu was genuinely tearful. It had been a long time since he had pleaded with anyone in such a manner. Zhou Hong was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom what scheme Wang Dahu was concocting, nor why he had suddenly knelt before him. Get up at once. You and I have never interfered with one another. Why should I help you? Zhou Hong was well aware of Wang Dahu's feelings for Song Qiuyue. Logically, they could be considered rivals in love, yet all their conflicts had been diverted towards Su He. Even when they encountered one another, they would take the long way around. Master Zhou, we have never had any dealings before. I am truly in trouble this time. I hope you can lend a hand. Under normal circumstances, Wang Dahu would never have believed such a plea necessary, but facing the reality, he was now in a state of panic. Zhou Hong furrowed his brow as he regarded him. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with the factory's affairs and had not kept abreast of recent events in Hideout Town. First, tell me what has transpired. We shall consider whether to assist you. After all, you and I have no ties, and I am under no obligation to help you. Zhou Hong was inherently self-serving, rarely concerning himself with the suffering of others, only wishing to live his own life well. Even so, Wang Dahu looked up at him with gratitude, yet he did not immediately rise from the ground, remaining kneeling. It is as follows. Su He's factory has recently begun selling fruit cans, particularly one made from yellow peaches. Those peaches were previously only fed to livestock, yet he has managed to can them, undermining my business. Initially, Wang Dahu had not taken the matter to heart, believing that most people would still prefer fresh peaches. Who could have imagined that the peaches from Taoyuan would gradually begin to hit the market, and those wholesalers who had previously sourced from him were now selling canned goods instead? I have heard of this matter, but what connection does it have to me? When Zhou Hong first learned of this, he was indeed furious. He had yet to clarify his own red-braised and luncheon meat cans, and now He had released a new line, most crucially containing fruit. I know that your factory is the largest in Hideout Town. I will sell you all those peaches. You can also make fruit cans and seize Su He's business. Wang Dahu spoke this with a shameless demeanor, failing to consider that Zhou Hong's factory was incapable of producing fruit cans. If he were to purchase all those peaches, ultimately, they would only rot in his hands. Zhou Hong was not a fool. Please leave me alone. You, ungrateful wretch, have concocted such a dreadful idea. Are you intent on causing me harm? I have just faced a reprimand today, and Zhou Hong is still reeling from the shock. His current factory is suffering immense losses, and he has already laid off the workers, rendering him incapable of disbursing their wages. Those individuals can only harbor their anger in silence. Chapter 49. A problem arises. To be frank, it is uncertain how many individuals covet the business of Su He. Regrettably, they lack the capability and can only watch enviously while muttering a few curses behind his back. Sugu, you must come quickly. We seem to have an issue with a batch of canned goods. Shi Xuan rushed in with a grave expression, having become particularly cautious in his daily routine, often checking the storeroom. Upon hearing this, Su He immediately rose to his feet. The orders at their canning factory had been steadily increasing, and he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining quality. What has transpired? I shall accompany you to investigate this matter, he stated. The storeroom predominantly contained fruit cans, with only a small portion consisting of braised meat. Previously, when Wei Wei visited, Su He had ultimately accepted his advice to add preservatives, which, in theory, should have prevented any issues. I cannot quite pinpoint the problem. You should see for yourself. Shi Xuan was anxious, but he suddenly realized he might not be able to resolve the issue alone. Upon entering one of the storerooms, Su He immediately sensed something was amiss. Upon opening the door, an unpleasant odor wafted out. What is the matter? I recall this batch of luncheon meat was produced only a week ago. How has it deteriorated so quickly? As he approached, he was greeted by a pungent stench. What could possibly be rotting? Moreover, with the addition of preservatives, even without them, it should last at least 10 days in this heat. This spoilage is alarmingly rapid. The fruit cans appeared unaffected, but he distinctly remembered that when he last checked 2 days prior, there had been no issues. Now, upon opening the door, he was met with such an overwhelming stench. Shi Xuan gazed at the ruined goods. His eyes filled with sorrow. These were their precious assets, and once spoiled, they would be rendered unusable and destroyed, resulting in a complete loss of their investment. Aside from you and me, who else has access to this warehouse? Su He's demeanor turned serious. The troubling aspect was the absence of surveillance equipment. Had the factory been equipped with cameras, they could simply review the footage to discern what had transpired. Aside from the two of us, only Old Peng, The warehouse guard has access, but he has been on leave recently due to some family issues. Within the factory, Suha and Shi Xuan had distinct roles. Suha primarily oversaw technology and external sales, while Shi Xuan handled various other matters. If that is the case, it seems the problem must have originated with this batch of canned goods. Otherwise, such rapid spoilage would be improbable. Moreover, I have already checked, and not all items have spoiled. Only a portion has, indicating that the issue does not lie with the raw materials, Suha concluded. Standing before him, Shi Xuan's fear began to dissipate. To be honest, he had been quite anxious upon first discovering the issue. Could it be that our raw materials are compromised? If the problem lies within the production workshop, there could be numerous possibilities. Shi Xuan attempted to broaden his perspective, but after speaking, he quickly realized that this was unlikely. The chances of that are nearly negligible. Since our business has begun to flourish, countless meat vendors have been eager to collaborate with us. These two current partners would not want to jeopardize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Suha shook his head. From what he understood, several meat vendors had been actively seeking to establish contact with them. These two should certainly feel a sense of urgency regarding this matter. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Xuan quickly dismissed this possibility, believing the issue likely lay with the workers. That's true. I had overlooked that aspect. It appears the problem must stem from the workers. We must promptly investigate. If a rogue employee was indeed responsible, their losses would undoubtedly escalate, necessitating that they swiftly identify the culprit. Having only recently established the factory a mere 2 weeks prior, Suha felt the need for introspection. Even if they were to conduct an investigation, it had to be discreet to avoid alarming anyone. Most importantly, they needed to ascertain whether someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. This matter could not be overlooked. Although there were many potential suspects among the workers, the recurrence of such incidents warranted vigilance. Initially, Suha's thoughts turned to Zhou Hong, but upon further analysis, he deemed the likelihood rather low. I understand, Sugu, rest assured. I will ensure this matter is resolved. At that moment, Shi Xuan clenched his fists tightly, eager to uncover the perpetrator and release his pent-up anger. I have faith in you to handle this, but we must dispose of these items tonight. It is untenable to leave them here, and I am particularly concerned about how they might affect others. However, this task would likely fall solely to the two of them. If others became aware, it could irreparably tarnish the reputation of their canning factory. You are indeed thoughtful, Sugu. I had almost forgotten that detail. Let us hurry and lock the storeroom door to prevent anyone else from entering. Upon hearing this, Shi Xuan grew anxious, wishing to dispose of the items immediately. If their reputation were compromised, everything they had built would be in jeopardy. As the two exited the storeroom, their expressions remained neutral. Before leaving, Suha reminded Shi Xuan to conceal any signs of distress from the workers. Shi Xuan, who was that figure that just flashed by? Suha, with keen eyes, had noticed a hunched silhouette dart past as they exited the storeroom. Engrossed in his thoughts, Shi Xuan had not paid much attention. Upon hearing Suha's inquiry, he glanced in that direction, but by then, there was no sign of anyone present. Chapter 50. A bunch of wild mandarin ducks in the stillness of the night. Su He and Shi Xian reappeared at this location, initially intending to dispose of those canned goods. Please wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Look at the door. I distinctly remember it being locked when we left, Su He remarked, halting Shi Xian, who was hastily rushing inside. Moreover, the pillars had no residents. All workers resided within the factory. And Su He had managed to clear out a room for him, just as today was a day off for Shi Xian. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have noticed. I was too hasty earlier, Shi Xian acknowledged, realizing that the lock on the main entrance bore signs of tampering. On that night, the moonlight was exceptionally bright. They did not even need to use a flashlight, as visibility was remarkably clear in certain areas. A clattering sound emanated from the storeroom, prompting the two standing nearby to exchange glances before dashing towards the source of the noise. Be cautious. Do not knock anything over, or we shall be discovered tomorrow. Just earlier, I saw Su Zong and the others lingering in this storeroom for quite some time. The sound was unfamiliar to Su He. He could not recall where he had heard it before, so he glanced at Shi Xian beside him. Most of the workers typically interacted with Shi Xian, so upon hearing the sound, he immediately recognized its origin. It was the chef who had arrived later, seemingly named Sun Su. What could he possibly be doing here at such an hour? Shi Xian whispered to Su He as they stood outside the storeroom. As they drew nearer, they could hear the commotion within, their hearts racing. Shi Xian remembered that Sun Su was indeed married. Engaging in such clandestine activities here must indicate an affair. I hardly recall what he looks like. Could you describe him to me? Suhi asked nonchalantly, despite the raucous sounds emanating from within. Shi Xian was already blushing, wishing to leave and return once the affair had concluded. He is not particularly tall, slightly hunched, and rather rotund, with an appearance that seems quite simple-minded. Given that Suhi had inquired, Shi Xian felt compelled to respond. Upon hearing this description, Suhi suddenly recalled the flustered figure they had glimpsed while exiting the storeroom. What are you afraid of? Are you worried that our previous actions might be discovered? A woman's sultry voice drifted through the door before them. At the sound of her voice, Suhi began to comprehend why their canned goods had ended up in that state. Although he was not particularly familiar with the woman, he immediately recognized it as Zhao Chunmei's voice. This woman had been cast out by Zhou Hong. How had she become entangled with Sun Tzu? With a sudden clatter, Suhi picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it several times before promptly dragging Shi Xian into a corner to hide. The voices of the two individuals inside ceased abruptly, followed by a torrent of vile curses, and shortly thereafter, the storeroom door swung open. I remember that the pillars have already gone home. Why is there still noise outside? Sun Tzu rushed out of the storeroom, his face betraying his guilt as he scanned the surroundings. In contrast, Zhao Chunmei appeared much more composed, twisting her slender waist and seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. What a downer. Let us leave it at this for now. Are you running low on the items I previously provided? Here. I brought some new supplies to continue placing in their cans. Zhao Chunmei casually tossed her hair and retrieved a package from her bag. Sun Tzu eagerly accepted it, carefully stowing it away as if he had acquired a rare treasure. Furthermore, he maintained a servile demeanor in Zhao Chunmei's presence, a sycophantic attitude that incited a desire to reprimand him. I understand. Let us wait until next time. I have yet to be satisfied, Sun Tzu exclaimed, extending his hand to grasp Zhao Chunmei's posterior, squeezing it a few times, clearly content. He then turned around, hastily locking the storeroom door and cautiously observing the vicinity, confirming the absence of onlookers before quickly escorting Zhao Chunmei away. The two individuals hidden in the corner had witnessed the entire scene, and at that moment, Shi Xian felt no embarrassment. Rather, he began to grasp the unfolding events. Sugu, why did you stop me just now? He inquired, feeling the urge to confront Sun Tzu during the exchange between the two illicit lovers. Suhi shook his head, cautioning against rash actions. This time, he was determined to see the matter through to its conclusion, awaiting the moment to catch them red-handed. Do not rush. We now know who is behind this mischief. Tomorrow, we shall ensure they are apprehended, and we can then present everything to the authorities for resolution. This evening has yielded unexpected revelations. Shi Xian had initially intended to dispose of the canned goods and investigate the identity of the mole. However, they had fortuitously captured the culprits, and gratitude was due to Suhi's prudent intervention. Had they not come tonight, they would have remained oblivious to all of this. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. My father has said that you are more astute than I. I shall follow your arrangements. It must be noted that Shi Xian's father was a wise man. Presently, the majority of their family's income was derived from Shi Xian's contributions, rendering them quite invested in the factory's welfare. Let us swiftly dispose of these canned goods tonight, and tomorrow we shall apprehend them in front of all the workers, serving as a cautionary tale. Sun Tzu was indeed consumed by lust, daring to engage in such conduct for the sake of a woman. His audacity astonishing, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of capture. After toiling throughout the night, the two individuals finally managed to dispose of all the cans. During this endeavor, they had to exercise utmost caution, fearing that they might be discovered. You should hastily return to rest, for we must arrive early tomorrow morning. The next couple of days may prove to be quite demanding. Once all tasks were completed, Su also found himself somewhat fatigued. After giving his instructions to Shi Xian, he promptly made his way home. Chapter 51. Caught red-handed. Shi Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, having not slept a wink throughout the night. As the first light of dawn began to break, he quickly sprang from his bed. Master Sun, what have you added in there? Upon entering, Shi Xian immediately strode towards the direction of Sun Tzu, just in time to witness him sneakingly adding something inside. With the presence of two master chefs, 2 production lines had been established, and the workers were divided to follow each chef. Suddenly, a voice startled Sun Tzu, causing him to drop the white powder he was holding, scattering it across the floor. Quick as a flash, Shi Xian seized the substance, his gaze towards Sun Tzu filled with a murderous intensity, a pent-up fury longing for release since the previous night. And in no "It's nothing. This is just what the boss instructed," Sun Tzu stammered, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Shi Xian scoffed. Had he not witnessed the events of the previous night, he might have believed Sun Tzu's words. "Are you certain this is the additive the boss instructed you to use?" Shi Xian's loud inquiry drew the attention of all the staff members who had just arrived for work. According to regulations, they had to arrive half an hour early to prepare, allowing the workers to commence their tasks promptly upon arrival. Faced with Shi Xian's questioning, Sun Tzu panicked. He had only recently begun this endeavor, taking advantage of the early morning hours to avoid detection. "Manager Shi, the additive the boss mentioned is not like this," someone from the crowd shouted. The workers had grown increasingly discontent with Sun Tzu, who feigned innocence before the boss and manager while exhibiting a domineering attitude towards them. "Chef Sun, come with me to the boss's office for a proper explanation of this substance," Shi Xian insisted, leading the way. The workers regarded Sun Tzu with no sympathy. Rather, they felt a sense of vindication for having caught him in wrongdoing. His demeanor suggested he had indeed committed some nefarious act. Otherwise, he would not be so apprehensive. Once they departed, the crowd gathered to discuss. They often envied the workers who assisted another chef, as they earned the same amount, yet frequently bore the brunt of Sun Tzu's arrogance. "I believe that too. And that package in Manager Shi's hand is certainly not something good," one remarked. Unbeknownst to them, Shi Xian had unwittingly stumbled upon the truth. Upon arriving at the office, Sui pondered how to expose Sun Tzu's true nature while ensuring he was caught red-handed. "Boss, take a look at this," Shi Xian said, having arrived early and witnessed Sun Tzu adding the substance to the meat. He placed the item on the table and discreetly winked at Sui. What a fortunate turn of events. Arriving early had allowed him to catch this crafty individual in the act. Initially taken aback, Sui quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the people following Shi Xian. "Let me see what this is. Is this something I mandated to be added?" Sui feigned ignorance as he examined the item. Meanwhile, Sun Tzu was utterly terrified. Having been caught in the act, his mind raced, desperately concocting an excuse to deflect blame, fearing the repercussions of losing his job would incite chaos at home. "Master Sun, what were your intentions in adding this to the food?" Sui's expression darkened. He picked up an object and hurled it at Sun Tzu, narrowly missing his head and drawing blood. Witnessing the terrifying expression on Sui's face, Shi Xian was convinced he had indeed identified the substance. "Boss, I." Sun Tzu stuttered, his legs trembling as he succumbed to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Sui, collapsing to the floor. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate. Unable to formulate a plausible excuse, he opened his mouth but could not articulate a defense. "Shi Xian, call the police immediately. His actions not only endanger our factory, but could also jeopardize the lives of those purchasing the canned goods." Sui commanded before storming out of the office, leaving many puzzled as to what had transpired. "What is going on at this canned goods factory? It seems incidents occur every few days," remarked the police officers who had responded, coincidentally the same ones as before. Shi Xian quickly smiled and approached them, recounting the entire sequence of events, emphasizing the gravity of the situation given that canned goods are consumables. "This is serious. I need to take this package for examination. You, too, must accompany us to provide a statement," the officers declared, taking the matter seriously. Shi Xian nodded in agreement, fully willing to comply, determined that this individual must face the consequences of his actions. He never imagined that Chef Sun would stoop so low, especially after being offered such a generous salary, yet still attempting to jeopardize the livelihoods of all. Upon hearing the preceding remarks, the others remained unaffected. However, with the subsequent statement, a collective realization dawned upon them that this matter was intimately connected to their own lives. After all, it is a rare opportunity to secure such a lucrative position, and should any misfortune befall the Su Shifu canned goods factory, their employment would be jeopardized. It is indeed disheartening to acknowledge the malice in a person's heart, capable of orchestrating such a calamity that nearly jeopardized all of us. When their own interests were at stake, each individual began to feel a sense of urgency. Chapter 52. Foreknowledge. This morning, an event of considerable magnitude transpired at the canning factory, prompting the workers to retreat indoors and peer out in curiosity. I was aware of the situation at hand. What grave transgression had Master Sun committed to warrant his apprehension by the police? The individuals operating the fruit canning production line remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Historically, the common folk have refrained from clashing with officials, and upon witnessing the arrival of law enforcement, a palpable tension enveloped the workers. Some, despite their desire to witness the spectacle, dared not venture outside. I had just overheard the chatter among the personnel in the workshop, suggesting that Master Sun had added something inappropriate to the cans. A person spoke with an air of mystery, and all eyes turned toward him. The sensation of being the center of attention was undeniably exhilarating. Yet he possessed no further information to divulge and remained silent amid the anticipation of the crowd. Boss Su treats us exceptionally well, providing generous salaries each month. It is perplexing that Master Sun would engage in such reckless behavior. Zhuzi, unable to comprehend this, reflected on the gratitude felt by him, his family, and the villagers of Shewa. They believed that, were it not for Su He, their living conditions would not have improved so swiftly. Zhuzi's elder brother had already found a fiancé, and it would not be long before she would join the family. Many envied their situation. Even Zhuzi's sister-in-law sought his assistance to secure a position at the factory. As soon as he expressed this, a multitude chimed in, for it is indeed a challenge in this era to find such commendable employment. The high salaries were the envy of all, and some even contemplated leveraging connections to secure a job here. I have heard that our esteemed General Su only seeks diligent and hard-working individuals. Those relying on connections would undoubtedly be turned away. After Zhuzi's remarks, he wore a proud expression. When he returned home yesterday, his family had urged him to work diligently, as many families in the village aspired to send their children here, only to be met with rejection. This was merely a rumor, the veracity of which remained uncertain, as others were too apprehensive to test it. One misstep could result in the loss of their own job, rendering the risk not worth the reward. Enough chatter. Let us return to work, or we shall fail to complete today's tasks, someone finally interjected. Every day, Suhi assigned them a workload, for he understood that having a goal spurs individuals to strive for achievement. The joy of collectively accomplishing a task was a rewarding experience. Did you leave home last night for this matter? Song Qiuyu, having just learned of the situation, hurried to find Suhi. In truth, she had been aware of Suhi's stealthy departure the previous night, but had feigned sleep. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind, preventing her from truly resting. She could sense that Suhi seemed to harbor little interest in her, and one particular thought dominated her mind. You knew last night that something was amiss between Shixian and me. During the day, we discovered that a batch of cans, freshly produced, emitted a foul odor, prompting us to return at night to rectify it, only to uncover Master Sun's secret. When leaving home, Suhi had ensured that Song Qiuyu was sound asleep, which granted him the confidence to depart. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Song Qiuyu nodded, admitting to her own sensitivity, mistakenly assuming that Suhi had found someone else due to newfound wealth. I was merely worried about you. After much internal conflict, she could not voice her concerns, finding it too difficult to articulate. Observing her distress, Suhi quickly discerned her unspoken thoughts. Such matters had not been part of his past life, and in this life, they were even less familiar to him. Do not worry, Qiuyu, I assure you. I harbor no other intentions. You can rest easy with me. He grasped her hand, though he himself grappled with certain emotional barriers. Upon hearing his words, Song Qiuyu felt a shiver run through her. She cast a cautious glance at Su He, surprised that he could fathom her thoughts. How did you know what I was thinking? Such matters were typically reserved for couples in the privacy of their home, yet the current context rendered the situation awkward. Gradually, even Song Qiuyu lost sight of her initial purpose for being there, finding herself in an embarrassing predicament. From your demeanor, I can surmise. I simply wish to cherish the days ahead with you and your child, Su He expressed, a statement that, upon deeper reflection, bore its own complexities. Yet, at this moment, Song Qiuyu was already enveloped in a sweet reverie, her heart yearning for a child that belonged solely to them. Let us not dwell on that for now. I wish to understand why Master Sun acted in such a manner. Song Qiuyu's cheeks flushed, and she deftly redirected the conversation. Fortunately, at that moment, it was just the two of them present. Had there been others, she would have likely fled in embarrassment. Su He, however, remained unfazed. Having taken residence in this body, he was committed to fulfilling his responsibilities. Yet, he still felt some reservations regarding marital matters. When we arrived last night, we discovered that he had engaged in an improper relationship with Zhao Chunmei, which undoubtedly tied into the current issue. Though phrased subtly, Song Qiuyu's face burned with embarrassment, and she felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Zhao Chunmei was merely an acquaintance. She had departed the factory on the very day Song Qiuyu had arrived, leaving her with little knowledge of the woman. Did you not mention that she went to Zhou Hong's factory, along with Tan Song? Why has she suddenly turned against us? There are certain matters that Song Chiyue is unaware of, which leaves her somewhat perplexed. Suhee recounted the entirety of events to her, revealing that she was subsequently expelled by Zhou Hong. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. I surmise that her intent is to vent her frustrations, which is why she seeks to frame us. Chapter 53. A return visit in the afternoon. Shi Xian returned from the Public Security Bureau. Sun Ce had relayed all the details, and after Zhao Chunmei was summoned, she unleashed a torrent of shouts, claiming her innocence. It was frustrating that Sun Ce could not produce compelling evidence, allowing the wretched Zhao Chunmei to be released without consequence. Shi Xian, filled with anger, found himself cursing involuntarily while he spoke. Suhee, too, was taken aback by the outcome, having initially believed that they had sufficient proof to apprehend the unscrupulous pair. Do not let your anger consume you, Suhee advised. Consider informing the other workers to heighten their awareness. Since we cannot rectify this situation now, we shall deal with Zhao Chunmei later. Suhee was not one to passively endure injustice. After suffering indignation, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Shi Xian recognized that dwelling on his fury was futile, resolved to share the news with his colleagues. Taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to suppress his rage. This was the first time he encountered such a predicament. Upon seeing Zhao Chunmei, he felt an overwhelming urge to expose all their misdeeds from the previous night. It was truly perplexing that Master Sun would engage in such behavior. The workers, upon hearing the news, were baffled as to why Sun Ce would act in such a manner. Shi Xian withheld certain details. Although he had once been reckless, there were some truths he deemed unsuitable to disclose in front of so many. Who could fathom that he might have accepted bribes from other canning factories, intent on sabotaging their positions? Look at Master Tan. His situation is quite dire. Despite their indifference to Tan Song's plight, given that no secret remains forever hidden, some learned that he had found employment at Zhou Hong's canning factory, earning several times their wages. Initially, a few felt envy upon hearing that workers at Zhou Hong's factory earned 200 yuan a month, contemplating a transfer. Your assertion bears merit. I heard that Master Tan worked tirelessly without remuneration and dared not confront Zhou de Gongzi. Upon learning of Tan Song's fate, the workers expressed mixed emotions, some secretly relieved that they had not left their current positions. Just then, Tan Song appeared in Suhee's office, having hesitated for a long while before making the decision to return. Master Tan, what brings you back here? Upon seeing him, Suhee felt no sympathy. Having made his choice, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Tan Song lowered his head in shame, never anticipating such a fate awaited him. Su Zong, can I return to work? Mustering all his courage, he finally managed to voice his plea, having rehearsed the words countless times at home. Yet, standing before Suhee, he felt an overwhelming nervousness. Suhee regarded him with an expression that was half amusement, half reproach. He remembered clearly stating that once one departed from this place, they should never expect to return. Master Tan, do you recall my words? Such a person, lured by financial temptation, will surely seek to abandon this place again in the future. Anything could persuade him to sell his soul. How could I allow you to return? That would be inviting trouble. Of course I remember, Tan Song replied. You said that once one leaves, there is no opportunity for return. However, Tan Song harbored a glimmer of hope, having heard that one of the master's sons had encountered difficulties. So he pondered whether he had been too lenient in his previous statements. He had made himself abundantly clear. Yet here Tan Song stood, once more at his door. If you are aware, you should not have come today. It is nothing short of self-degradation. Suhee's tone, while firm, was surprisingly mild. Initially, when Tan Song departed, Suhee had been furious. He had not anticipated that the factory, which had just begun to stabilize, would lose its head chef so abruptly. I was left with no option but to hope that you might consider my past contributions and grant me another chance. I promised to work diligently and not repeat my previous mistakes. Tan Song nearly fell to his knees in desperation, yet he managed to retain a modicum of dignity, as his skills assured him of future employment. However, such generous wages were a rarity, and having squandered his opportunity, returning would not be so simple. Why do you presume that simply because you wish to return, I would willingly allow you to stay? Suhee sensed that Tan Song was attempting to manipulate him. Skilled craftsmen were not difficult to find. Just yesterday, another state-owned enterprise had declared bankruptcy, prompting several masters to seek employment. I heard on my way here that the master's son has encountered trouble. The factory surely requires personnel, and I am quite familiar with the processes. Therefore, please allow me to remain. It seemed Tan Song had come prepared, believing his familiarity with the workflow negated the need for training. Sui could hardly contain his amusement upon hearing this. He had never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. Master Tan, you would be better off seeking opportunities elsewhere. My humble factory cannot accommodate someone of your stature. With that, Sui gestured for him to leave. At that moment, Sui truly felt a surge of anger. It had not been easy for his small canning factory to achieve its current standing. Tan Song stared at Sui in shock, unable to fathom the latter's unyielding resolve, devoid of any room for negotiation. Tan Song wished to express more, yet Sui was utterly disinclined to listen. Having endured a sleepless night, he felt a relentless throbbing at his temples, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Sui, do not regret this. When the time comes and you seek my aid, I shall not be present. In this moment, Tan Song displayed considerable resolve, envisioning a day when Sui would come to him in supplication. Such daydreams were nothing short of fanciful delusions. Chapter 54. Sun Hao's predicament. On this day, Sun Hao unexpectedly paid a visit. Since Sui established this enterprise, it was his first time coming here. Brother Sun, what brings you here today? Sui inquired with warmth, for had it not been for Sun Hao's assistance, the canned goods factory would not have been established so swiftly. Thus, upon seeing Sun Hao, Sui spoke with utmost courtesy and gratitude. For the man before him was indeed his benefactor. This place has been completed for quite some time, yet I have not had the opportunity to come and take a look. Today, I happened to pass by and thought I would pay you a visit, Sun Hao replied, his smile somewhat strained. In truth, he was grappling with a dilemma and had sought refuge outside. Sui, adept at reading the atmosphere, quickly discerned that Sun Hao was likely facing some troubles and discreetly led him to his office. Brother Sun, there is no need for pretense between us. Should you be encountering difficulties, feel free to express them. If I am able to assist, I shall certainly not decline. Now, only the two of them remained in the office, and Sui spoke candidly without reservation. With his concerns laid bare, Sun Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Typically surrounded by numerous friends who seemed to idolize him, he found that after encountering this misfortune, those same friends had vanished as if they had never existed. My clothing factory encountered issues with a batch of garments, which were returned. Furthermore, your sister-in-law took all the money from our home and has since disappeared without a trace. This was a matter Sun Hao had originally wished to keep private, yet in Sui's presence, he found himself unconsciously divulging the events that transpired. Once a man basking in the glory of success, the dual blows he faced now left him feeling utterly defeated. Brother Sun, if it is convenient for you, could you take me to your factory to ascertain what went wrong with that batch of clothing? Sui proposed, believing he might be able to offer assistance regarding the first issue, though he felt powerless concerning the latter. He recalled meeting Sun Hao's wife, a gentlewoman who did not seem like the type to engage in such actions. At this moment, I wish to do nothing and care for nothing. I merely long for someone to accompany me as I drown my sorrows in drink, Sun Hao lamented, his visible despondency shocking Sui. I believe you should not allow one woman to bring you to such a state. The clothing factory is your labor of love. How can you simply abandon it? Sui urged. A man's spirit is fragile, and when it crumbles, rebuilding it is no simple task. Thus, Sui felt compelled to help Sun Hao regain his confidence. Previously, he had willingly entrusted all his earnings to his wife. The returned goods have caused me considerable financial loss. Now, the workers in the factory cannot even receive their wages. Ultimately, the only path left may be closure. Just days prior, Sun Hao was a respected figure in Jianghai town, but in a mere span of days, he had plummeted from grace. Upon hearing this, Sui quickly understood the core issue was financial. He planned to visit Song Qiuyue to see how much capital could be diverted to assist Sun Hao. Rest assured, this time, I shall certainly help you overcome this crisis. I have earned some money recently, and I will check how much I can allocate. Sui refrained from offering platitudes, knowing that a man does not require such reassurances. Excessive words could be counterproductive. Watching Sui leave, tears welled in Sun Hao's eyes. He had sought help from others, but they had all turned cold, starkly contrasting their previous camaraderie. Currently, he could only allocate 30,000. The remaining funds were needed for purchasing raw materials. After calculating several times, Song Qiuyue promptly provided Sui with 30,000. She knew that when a friend was in need, one must lend a hand. Such bonds are reciprocal, and thus she hesitated not at all. Sui had prepared a speech to persuade Song Qiuyue, yet to his surprise, he did not need to utter a single word. Very well, I shall hurry to deliver the funds. I hope this alleviates Brother Sun's immediate predicament. Soo-hee had faith in Sun Hao's capabilities. To rise from nothing and own such substantial factory space in Jianghai town was no small feat. Thus, Soo-hee willingly offered his support. Brother Sun, it truly leaves me at a loss for words. Gazing at the money laid before him, Sun Hao suddenly realized who his true friends were. Soo-hee patted his shoulder, wearing a smile the entire time. He believed that regardless of the challenges faced, confronting them with a smile would surely lead to brighter days. Do not dwell in sorrow. This is not the Sun Hao I know. I can only allocate this much for now. Take it to alleviate your urgent needs. In truth, this sum was nearly sufficient for Sun Hao's requirements. Yet his despair stemmed primarily from the absence of those so-called friends who had retreated at the first sign of trouble, as if they feared contagion. Enough of this. I will rise again, if only for your sake. To be candid, Sun Hao had arrived here with a sense of trepidation, acutely aware that Soo-hee's factory had only recently been established and that canned goods were a rare commodity. He was uncertain how well they would sell. Brother Sun, if not for any other reason, you must return to those bygone days, for such a trivial hardship cannot conquer you. This heartfelt sentiment resonates deeply, enveloping the listener in warmth and naturally invigorating their spirit, dispelling feelings of despondency. It is indeed the first time Sun Hao has encountered such encouraging words directed towards himself. He momentarily forgets his sorrow and gazes intently at the person before him. Chapter 55. A helping hand. Sun Hao graciously accepted Soo-hee's kindness, a favor he would undoubtedly cherish for a lifetime. Even among the closest of friends, financial matters must be meticulously accounted for. This workshop, I initially proposed to gift it to you, yet you declined and opted to pay rent instead. Therefore, I must insist on documenting this debt of 30,000 yuan. The two engaged in a prolonged debate, primarily because Soo-hee believed that Sun Hao was a friend worth having. Ultimately, even if he chose not to repay the amount, he would have to come to terms with it. Thus, he felt there was no necessity for a promissory note. Very well. If it brings you peace of mind, then let us write it down, Soo-hee conceded after much deliberation. In the end, they formalized the agreement and called upon Shi Xian to serve as a witness, with all three parties signing the document. As for this meal, it can wait. I shall take my leave for now, and once I have weathered this storm, we shall celebrate together properly. At that moment, Sun Hao brimmed with determination, fully aware that he was now in debt and must strive diligently. Soo-hee contemplated accompanying him to investigate, pondering whether that batch of garments could still be salvaged. He intended to scrutinize the situation to ascertain where the problems lay. Brother Sun, I wish to accompany you. Perhaps I can lend a hand. Although Soo-hee lacked experience in the clothing industry, he was brimming with insights and might help identify the issues. After a brief hesitation, Sun Hao nodded in agreement. He had driven here alone, and at this time, in Jianghai town, those who owned private vehicles were few and far between. All the problematic garments were stored here, adorned with erroneous prints. This was not the first time they had encountered such issues. Upon returning, Sun Hao led Soo-hee directly to the storeroom, filled to the brim with items that had been returned. Soo-hee casually picked up a piece and noted that it was not merely a printing issue. In certain areas, even the craftsmanship was substandard. Under normal circumstances, such mistakes should not befall a clothing factory. Brother Sun, your factory has been operational for 2 to 3 years now. The workers here are seasoned professionals, and they should not be making such elementary mistakes. Though Soo-hee was an outsider, he observed that these garments were riddled with basic errors, which were unacceptable. Hearing this, Sun Hao quickly examined the items more closely. Upon their return, his initial focus had been solely on the prints, neglecting other aspects. You are correct. This batch lacks even the finishing touches. I was so infuriated at the time that I failed to scrutinize them thoroughly. Now, upon closer inspection, Sun Hao immediately discerned many overlooked details. His factory seldom made such mistakes despite producing a large volume of clothing. It was improbable that all the garments produced were flawed. Recently, he had been away on business, and his wife had been overseeing this batch. That woman must have already harbored ulterior motives. Being astute, Sun Hao quickly pieced this together. Without directives from above, the female workers would not dare act in such a manner. Soo-hee, too, thought along these lines. Although he was not well versed in the clothing sector, he understood management. In the absence of the boss, the employees were likely to heed the boss's wife. Brother Sun, do not be disheartened. I believe this batch of clothing can still be salvaged. Based on his years of experience, Soo-hee assessed that with some modifications, the garments could indeed be viable. Sun Hao had long since lost hope in this venture. He resolved never to trust women again. Being in a coastal region, they were exposed to external influences sooner than others. His wife had already become involved with someone else and was plotting to seize everything he owned. I had initially intended to dispose of these locally. If you truly have a solution, please share it. Such defective products would ultimately have to be sold at a loss, and he might not even recover his costs, particularly as these orders were from overseas. At that moment, Suhi pondered what elements Western countries currently favored. Incorporating these into the garments might attract buyers once again. I can only attempt it. Whether it succeeds remains uncertain. Presently, Suhi felt somewhat apprehensive and needed further contemplation. Even so, Sun Hao was immensely grateful. He had been on the brink of despair, and it was Suhi who had rescued him. Of course, should this endeavor succeed, the profits from this batch of clothing shall be split equally with you. Originally devoid of hope, the sudden glimmer of possibility brought Sun Hao great joy. Upon returning home that evening, Suhi burned the midnight oil, sketching designs for his daughter's assignments. After many years of inactivity, he found himself somewhat out of practice. "Are you helping brother Sun save those garments?" Song Chiu inquired, having observed him for some time without grasping the nature of his work. Noting the resemblance to clothing, she took a bold guess. Suhi nodded without lifting his head, feeling that the integrated elements seemed somewhat askew. "My mind is a muddled mess. I am dissatisfied with each sketch, sensing something amiss." After all, Suhi was not formally trained in fashion design. It had merely been a hobby, a remnant of an earlier era. As the old saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. Song Chiu scrutinized one of his drawings for a while, genuinely lacking any concept of the subject matter. "I believe placing this element on the sleeve might yield better results." With a hint of shyness, she pointed to the letters on the chest area, suggesting that perhaps it would be more appealing on the sleeve. Upon hearing this, Suhi's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. He had previously felt that the current situation was rather jarring. After embracing Song Chiu's suggestion, he swiftly made the necessary adjustments. "Chiu, you truly possess remarkable skills. Everything appears so much more pleasing to the eye now. After tomorrow, I shall refine the details further." Once completed, Suhi was exceedingly satisfied. The awkwardness that had initially plagued him was now absent. Song Chiu, praised by him, blushed like a ripe apple. Chapter 56. The butcher's troubles. Not long after resolving matters on Sun Hao's side, an unexpected incident occurred at the canned food factory, Suhi. Previously, it was asserted that the two vendors supplying pork would not dare to cause any trouble. Yet, merely a few days later, an issue arose. "Did you inquire about their intentions?" Suhi felt a headache coming on, overwhelmed by the succession of events. The pork that was supposed to have been delivered long ago had yet to arrive, and the workers on the first production line were anxiously waiting. Suhi had specifically requested that the pork delivered daily must be fresh, even requiring the master chef to inspect it upon arrival. They had united all the vendors, possibly to initiate a price increase. Even other butchers were unwilling to supply pork, leaving them perplexed as to how they had formed a united front. Because Suhi and his team required a substantial amount, the price was kept relatively low, reflecting a model of thin profit margins with high sales volume. The two butchers were undoubtedly profiting. If they merely waited to sell to others, a well-prepared pig might take several days to sell, and by then, its market value would diminish. Such occurrences had evidently been overlooked. It was only a matter of time before they materialized. After listening to Xian's remarks, Suhi suddenly grasped the situation. He had previously been apprehensive about such possibilities, yet he never anticipated their swift onset. The crux of the matter was that they currently had no meat, leaving the workers on the first production line waiting idly, unable to commence work. If this production line were to halt for even a single day, they would undoubtedly earn nothing. This predicament was indeed causing Xian considerable distress, as none had foreseen such a morning calamity. "Do not panic," he advised. "Inform the workers that today shall be a holiday, and let us quickly devise a plan." Given the current circumstances, Suhi surmised that procuring meat today would be improbable. Without these essentials, allowing the workers to sit idly was not a viable solution. They could be sent home to attend to personal matters while the two of them brainstormed alternatives. This was the only course of action for now. They needed to find a solution swiftly, and Suhi intended to investigate what schemes the butchers were concocting. Xian felt it was imperative to clarify these matters. Otherwise, today's troubles would merely be the beginning, and similar incidents could likely recur in the future. After this issue arose, they must find a way to prevent future occurrences. "Leave the city matters to you," Suhi instructed. Since they are capable of such actions, we shall cease cooperation with them starting today. Have Chiou settle this month's accounts with them. I plan to visit the village. Just then, Suhi conceived the idea that since every household was still raising pigs, it might be more beneficial for them to procure directly, ensuring the freshest supply. This way, they would not be beholden to others. Shi Xian was puzzled, unsure why Suhi intended to venture into the countryside. Did he plan to purchase live pigs and process them himself? Sugu, why not seek other butchers instead of heading to the countryside? Shi Xian, being straightforward, voiced his confusion. Suhi offered a brief explanation of his thoughts, believing that this approach would expedite the resolution of their dilemma. I am also considering visiting other villages to explore the availability of various fruits. Relying solely on one type seems rather monotonous. Suhi felt a sense of urgency, genuinely wishing for the canned food factory to flourish quickly. Although Shi Xian was bewildered, he recognized Suhi's capabilities, no longer seeing him as the gambler he once was, and thus chose to trust him. Very well, we shall act separately. I will promptly investigate this matter. After reaching a consensus, Shi Xian departed swiftly. Suhi proceeded to Song Qiuyu's office, feeling somewhat sheepish. Having just received a substantial sum yesterday, he was now about to withdraw more, uncertain of how the accountant would react. I overheard the discussions on this matter. Your journey to the countryside sounds promising. Have you considered bringing your mother here as well? Upon hearing Suhi's words, Song Qiuyu expressed her full support. She had long harbored the desire to bring her mother-in-law, Tianling, over, but had refrained from mentioning it due to Suhi's previous intimidating demeanor. Indeed, both of us work at the factory, and if we bring her over, she could help us with Tao Tao, alleviating some of our burdens. To be honest, Suhi had never contemplated this before. After Song Qiuyu brought it up today, he felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that while he had to care for his wife and child, he also needed to consider his parents. Please be cautious on your journey, and do not rush, she advised. Currently, I am the only one capable of managing affairs at the factory, so I cannot leave. With money in hand, Suhi planned to return to his hometown, which was not particularly far. Cycling would take about 20 minutes. Son, why are you back at this hour? Tianling, who had intended to go out to work, was taken aback to encounter her son halfway. At first glance, she thought he looked like Suhi, but the transformation was so significant that she hesitated to recognize him. Mother, I came to take you to stay with us for a few days. Qiuyu and I have started a factory and have been quite busy lately. We would like your help with Tao Tao. Previously, Suhi had suggested that his mother come to stay, but Tianling had always been reluctant to leave her household responsibilities behind. However, upon hearing that her son was now engaged in business, she understood he must be exceedingly busy. I remarked, my dear child, how is it that you have not returned for such an extended period? It turns out you have been engaged in business. A few days ago, the old Wang from the city mentioned to me that you had become quite engrossed in gambling, a notion that your mother refused to accept. Upon hearing that her son had ventured into business, Tianling's smile remained unwavering, and it was evident that she was genuinely delighted, while simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 57. Seeking assistance from Mother Tianling, upon learning of her son's predicament, contemplated briefly and recalled that not far from their location, in Lujiaten, there resided a family that reared a considerable number of pigs. This matter is of utmost importance. We must promptly set forth to Lujiaten and assess the situation. I recall they possess around 20 to 30 pigs. When the news of this situation first emerged, many had mocked the man, deeming him utterly foolish for attempting to raise such a large number of pigs, questioning where he could possibly sell them. In these times, although the land was cultivated by one's own family, they still had to pay taxes in grain each year. Day by day, they were preoccupied with merely filling their stomachs, often going without meat for an entire year. Excuse me, do you happen to be searching for someone? Lu Dashuan, noticing two individuals circling around his home from a distance, felt a surge of alarm. Grasping a knife discreetly behind his back, he was acutely aware that his pigs were highly coveted. Dear nephew, we hail from Hejia village. This is my son Su He, who operates a canning factory in the city. We heard that you raise pigs and wish to explore the possibility of trade, Tianling explained. The two villages were indeed adjacent, and her words evoked a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashuan relaxed slightly. His home had been targeted by thieves multiple times, though fortunately, they had never succeeded in stealing any pigs. I see. Please come in and have a seat. Lu Dashuan welcomed them with eagerness, pleased to hear they were interested in business. Once inside, He called for his wife to bring 2 bowls of sweet water, believing that offering the finest hospitality meant serving the best available refreshments. Lu Gu, there is no need for such formality. I operate a canned goods business, relying entirely on pork. However, the prices in the city are exorbitant, so I thought to procure meat from our countryside. At present, I require at least 1 pig. This was a conservative estimate. Recently, he received a telegram from Wei Wei, indicating that more business introductions were on the horizon, likely to arrive soon. The notion that Su He required a pig each day astonished Lu Daxuan, who felt that his 30-odd pigs were already quite ample. Young brother, you cannot be jesting. Your business is exceedingly grand if you truly require a pig each day. Lu Daxuan had heard of canned goods during his visits to the city, but had never partaken in them. The young man before him, seemingly mild-mannered, was indeed managing a substantial enterprise, leaving even Tian Ling momentarily speechless. Lu Gu, I assure you, I am not exaggerating. I intend to purchase all your pigs, and I hope you can ensure they are well prepared for transport to the city, with daily settlements for payment. To ease Lu Daxuan's concerns, Su He resolved to settle the payment that very day, ensuring timely delivery. Lu Daxuan, troubled by how to sell his pigs, was aware that his family's grain supplies were dwindling, and he could not allow the pigs to graze on grass indefinitely. Of course, that is no problem. I must ask, however, where is your establishment located? Lu Daxuan was keen to proceed, recognizing the opportunity before him. If he could sell a pig each day, he could deplete his stock within a month, allowing him to resume raising piglets. Lu Gu, do you not wish to inquire about the price I will pay for your pigs? Su He felt a pang of sympathy for the earnest man, who seemed so elated that he had neglected to ask about the price, only concerned with the logistics of delivery. To be candid, young brother, I have been unable to sleep at night, fearing those scoundrels who covet my pigs and plot to steal them. At this point, I am willing to sell at any price. The turmoil had rendered Lu Daxuan's family restless, and he was eager to offload the pigs. Su He had not anticipated such desperation. He had not realized that the threats had escalated to such alarming levels. Rest assured, Lu Gu, I will offer you the market price. After all the hard work you have put into raising them, you deserve not to incur losses. As they traveled, Su He had already inquired about the prevailing prices and had a fair understanding of the market dynamics. Intending for a long-term partnership, a small-scale pig farm was certainly more reliable than dealing with meat vendors, and all his actions were geared towards sustainable considerations. Certainly, that is no issue. I will ensure they are thoroughly cleaned and prepared. With the resolution of what felt like a significant concern, Lu Daxuan appeared noticeably more relaxed. After providing their address, Su He and his mother declined Lu Daxuan and his wife's invitation to dine, hastening their departure. Mother, do you happen to know if there are any villages nearby that cultivate fruits? With the pork dilemma resolved, Su He sought to inquire about the availability of other fruits in the vicinity. Uncertain if it was the heat of the season, he noted that the sales of fruit preserves had outstripped those of meat preserves, with Wei Wei having ordered supplies multiple times. I recall that not far from here, in Mushroom Village, there are orchards of oranges, and there should also be some peaches and apricots. Fortunate to be in a neighboring village, he had gained a clearer understanding of the local produce. However, oranges were not yet in season. At this time of year, only peaches, plums, and melons were available, and the introduction of exotic varieties had not yet occurred, resulting in a limited supply. Let us proceed there now. The yellow peaches are still available, but they will not last long. It was imperative to swiftly locate a source, as this would serve as a contingency for future needs. Tian Ling remains unaware of the nature of her son's business, yet she can distinctly sense that he has changed. Upon seeing the peaches and apricots, Su He felt a twinge of disappointment. These large white peaches are not suitable for canning, lacking the exquisite flavor of yellow peaches. Ultimately, she had no choice but to depart, realizing that it is essential to venture out more often during her idle moments. Chapter 58 Confrontation. When they returned home, dusk had already settled in. Song Qiuyue had prepared dinner and was waiting outside. Upon seeing them, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally back. I've had dinner ready for a while now. Mom, you must have had a tiring journey. Song Qiuyue was acutely aware of what traveling by car entailed. In truth, she had seen her mother-in-law, Tian Ling, only a handful of times, which made her words carry a hint of flattery. You're too kind, my dear. It's been a long wait for us, Tian Ling replied, genuinely appreciative. Not only was her daughter-in-law obedient and sensible, but she was also exceptionally filial. Previously, she often had items sent to her, and despite their limited interactions, The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law held a positive impression of each other. As the family gathered around the table, they shared a lively meal together. However, later that night, as Soo-hee lay in bed, he found himself once again plagued by insomnia. He was unsure why he felt so lost, questioning whether his actions at that moment were indeed correct. "If you can't sleep, let us go sit outside for a while," Song Chiyue suggested. She too was struggling to find rest, realizing that she could no longer evade the truth. After all, they would eventually have to live together, and it was best to clarify matters sooner rather than later. Upon hearing her voice, Soo-hee, who had been tossing and turning, suddenly halted. During the day, things seemed manageable, but in the stillness of the night, he truly didn't know how to face Song Chiyue. "All right, let us do that," he replied. Yet, Soo-hee was not one to shy away from confrontation. He pondered that Song Chiyue likely harbored suspicions. Even if a person underwent a drastic transformation, it was improbable that they could completely discard their past, and thus, those closest to them would be the first to notice. "Soo-hee, there are some things I've been holding inside for a long time, and I've wanted to discuss them with you," she stated as they settled in the courtyard, finding a random spot to sit. The night was pitch black, obscuring their expressions from one another. But aside from the mosquitoes, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. "We are husband and wife. There's no need to conceal anything from one another." Despite her words, Soo-hee felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. His mind raced as he thought of what excuse he might concoct. Yet in that moment, his thoughts were an empty void, devoid of any justifications or explanations. "Ever since you brought me back from Zhou-hong's home, I've sensed that you have changed drastically," he confessed, the realization sending a shiver of fear through him. He had long anticipated that one day the truth would be revealed. Although their relationship had not been particularly strong before marriage, they had shared genuine moments that fostered a basic understanding of one another. "Do you not like me as I am now?" Soo-hee ventured, testing the waters. "Surely, any reasonable person would appreciate this version of me." The previous individual had been utterly despicable, capable of unspeakable actions. If he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "To be honest, I certainly like the way you are now, but as a woman, I sometimes feel frightened. Your transformation is simply too significant," she admitted, her words causing Soo-hee to lower his head in unease. He understood the weight of her statement, having contemplated the ramifications it might have on their small family. "Chiyue, do you believe in reincarnation?" At this point, Soo-hee felt compelled to speak honestly. Although he had resolved to take care of their family, it was essential to consider the feelings of the person involved, especially since the man she loved was no longer alive, leaving only an empty shell before her. "I find it hard to articulate. The state has always emphasized skepticism toward the supernatural. Yet I cannot shake the belief that there must be an afterlife." Song Chiyue mulled over his response, sensing he might be inclined to hear such sentiments. A woman's intuition can be quite formidable. In fact, she could almost predict what Soo-hee would say next, leaving her heart racing in anticipation. "Honestly, I initially intended to be truthful with you. I arrived here under mysterious circumstances, but after learning about your situation, I hastily went to Zhou-hong's home," he revealed. This decision weighed heavily on Soo-hee. He was overwhelmed with chaotic thoughts, fearing that if he shared too much, Song Chiyue might regard him as an outcast. Upon hearing his words, Song Chiyue stood up in fright, her eyes wide with terror. The impact of this revelation was indeed overwhelming. "Why you?" she stammered, stepping backward, which pained Soo-hee to witness. He should have anticipated her reaction. Why had he held on to hope until now? "Please don't be afraid. If this is too difficult for you to accept, I will certainly leave. When I first arrived, my intention was solely to care for you and your mother," Soo-hee assured her, contemplating that if Song Chiyue truly found it unbearable, he would simply depart. At that moment, he considered that perhaps moving to Shenzhen could offer significant opportunities, potentially exceeding his past achievements. "I mean no harm. I just find it hard to accept. Please grant me some time," she pleaded, her anxiety palpable upon hearing that Soo-hee might leave. Throughout the past month, she had genuinely come to feel a deep connection with this man. "Of course, I will give you time. If in the end, you cannot accept me, I will no longer appear in your life." Soo-hee sighed inwardly, realizing it was time to expedite purchasing a home. It was indeed awkward for them to share a bed every night under such circumstances. Chapter 59. Seeking assistance. The events of last night remained unspoken between the two individuals, and they exhibited no signs of it in front of Tianling. Today was a day off for Tao Tao, freeing her from school obligations. Since there was nothing pressing for the day, they decided to visit the factory, allowing them to witness its inner workings. Sui maintained a demeanor that was remarkably natural, showing no difference from his usual self. In contrast, Song Chiyue could not help but steal glances at Su He during their meal, while Tian Ling, seated beside her, observed with clarity, noting the burgeoning affection between her son and daughter-in-law. How wonderful! I can finally accompany my father to see it. I told my classmates, and they didn't believe me. Tao Tao appeared particularly excited, having previously shared canned goods with her friends. Currently, Wang Dahu found himself in a dire predicament. His last visit to plead with Zhou Hong had been in vain, as Zhou had disregarded him entirely. Su He, I never expected to see you here, Wang Dao thought to himself, harboring intense resentment towards Su He, who had been the object of his wait. Upon spotting Tian Ling, he managed to temper his expression, aware that only Su He could offer him salvation in High Town, Zhujiang. If he delayed much longer, the peaches in his fields would surely rot. I didn't foresee you waiting here. If you have something to discuss, just come to the factory directly. I have other matters to attend to. Su He refrained from uttering any harsh words in front of his mother. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahu clenched his fists, momentarily contemplating rushing at Su He, but ultimately restraining himself. This place is truly remarkable, having recruited so many workers. You two should get back to work and leave me be. After Tian Ling entered, she couldn't help but lavish praise on the factory, clearly impressed. As she gazed at her son, her perspective shifted. She had previously deemed him lackadaisical, yet now he was managing a factory and employing numerous workers. Very well. We shall attend to our duties. You may look around, but please refrain from working. Yesterday and this morning, Su He had come to appreciate the essence of a diligent mother. Upon arriving home, Tian Ling took full charge, leaving no tasks for Song Chiyue. Wang Dahu, what brings you here? Speak your mind. Su He was already aware of Wang Dahu's predicament. The obstacles to his business were not limited to the canned peaches produced at his factory. More significantly, external fruits had begun to emerge in the market this year. Su He, let our past grievances remain for another time. I implore you to grant me a chance for survival. The humiliation of being compelled to seek Su He's assistance weighed heavily on Wang Dahu. Yet, given the present circumstances, he found himself forced to concede. Otherwise, he would face ruin this year. At times, individuals are willing to forsake many things in pursuit of their own interests. Wang Dahu, I recall telling you that within 2 months, you would find it impossible to conduct your peach business. The last time, I taught you a lesson, considering it settled, yet you had the audacity to incite your nephew to speak ill of my daughter at school. Tao Tao, still a mere child, had been publicly humiliated, and Su He feared the potential childhood trauma she might endure. Wang Dahu had thought his actions were discreet, and when Su He did not confront him, he assumed the matter had gone unnoticed. Yet now, it was brought to light. Did you ever contemplate the implications of your previous actions? You should understand better than I what it means for a man to be so harshly dealt with. If the former Su He had been present, he would have erupted in fury at such words. However, the current Su He appeared remarkably composed, knowing that the issues that had long plagued him were now resolved. It seems you have forgotten the reason for your previous lesson. I refrained from reporting you to the authorities out of concern for Song Chiyue's reputation. However, when Wang Dao mentioned the past incident, Su He's displeasure grew. Perhaps his previous reprimand had indeed been too lenient. Do not overstep, Su He. Do not assume my visit signifies fear. I advise you to leave a path for future encounters. Wang Dahu, unable to contain his temper, felt the anger rise within him. At that moment, hearing Wang Dahu's words, Su He merely scoffed, uninterested in his sentiments, eager to dismiss him. Wang Dahu, you came seeking my help, yet your attitude is unbecoming. I suggest you take your leave. After stating this, Su He turned his attention back to his tasks, disregarding Wang Dahu entirely. After standing there for a while, feeling utterly bored, Wang Dahu pondered why he did not learn from Su He, who successfully managed his own factory and possessed a substantial stock of raw materials. Su He, wait for the day I bring you to your knees. Even if you beg for mercy, I will not grant it. Before departing, Wang Dahu made sure to leave with a threat, believing it necessary to salvage some semblance of dignity and to prevent Su He from basking in triumph for too long. Outside, Shi Xian had grown impatient waiting and, upon seeing Wang Dahu emerge, rolled his eyes, clearly dismissive of him. Su Gu, I have thoroughly investigated. It turns out that Zhou Hong is the mastermind behind the troubles. He has bribed the meat vendors to create obstacles, hoping to destabilize our canned goods factory. Had it not been for the involvement of Zhou Hong, Shi Xian would have likely dispatched his men to confront the matter directly. Upon uncovering the truth, he found himself quite distressed. In fact, when Sui returned to the village yesterday, he had already contemplated this possibility, having heard that Zhou Hong's canned goods factory was struggling and seemed on the verge of shutting down. Chapter 60. Releasing kindness. The following morning, Lu Daxuan arrived early with a freshly slaughtered pig. He reached the factory before it opened and patiently waited at the entrance. Lu Gu, I didn't expect you to come so early. Were you anxious waiting? Please, come inside. Sui had been preoccupied with this matter and woke up quite early, not even accompanying Song Chiyue. Upon seeing Su-he, Lu Daxuan let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that they might encounter a fraudster, which would mean their effort in slaughtering a pig would be in vain. No, I just arrived not long ago. I haven't even finished this bag of tobacco before you showed up. Lu Daxuan quickly tapped his smoking pipe against the wall, secured it to his belt, and hurried to follow Su-he's lead. After weighing the meat, Sui promptly settled the payment. Being an ordinary farmer, it was no easy feat for Lu Daxuan to raise so many pigs, and seeing the money brought him some comfort. Lu Gu, you needn't come so early in the future. We start work at 8. Having your meat delivered by 7:30 is sufficient. If you arrive too early, you'll just have to wait outside. After the transaction, Sui noticed that Lu Daxuan seemed to have skipped breakfast, coming directly to town with the pork. Upon hearing Su-he's suggestion, Lu Daxuan eagerly nodded. His hand gripping the needle began to sweat. His heart raced with excitement. Don't worry, brother. I'll remember your words and one tea come this early again. It was his first visit, and Lu Daxuan was nervous about finding the right place. Sui glanced at his own breakfast. His mother had packed 2 chive boxes for him, which he hadn't had the chance to eat yet. Lu Gu, you must not have had breakfast yet. If you don't mind, please take these chive boxes to fill your stomach, and also take a jar of canned food home for your family to enjoy. After handing over the chive boxes, Sui casually placed 2 jars of canned food on Lu Daxuan's cart, giving him no opportunity to refuse. As they were to work together long-term, Sui regarded these small gestures as inconsequential, yet they left a profound impression on Lu Daxuan. Brother, this is too much. How can I accept this? You are too kind. The aroma of the chive boxes made Lu Daxuan swallow hard. To be honest, he had risen early to earn this meager wage, fearing that arriving late would anger the boss. It's of no real value, Lu Gu. Please, don't be so polite. Here's some warm water. After you finish eating, remember to drink it. Sui poured a cup of water and placed it on Lu Daxuan's left side. Since he had arrived early, he wasn't in a rush to attend to other matters and chose to sit with Lu Daxuan while he ate. Once satiated, Lu Daxuan felt invigorated and no longer thought about merely buying a bun in town after selling the pig. Brother, you are truly a good person. Now that we have some money, we will continue raising pigs and sell them all to your canning factory. This promise warmed Su-he's heart, marking the first warmth he felt since arriving in this world. He had once been quite a rogue, but everyone has the capacity to amend their ways, though those around him continued to view him through the lens of his past. Thank you, Lu Gu. As long as my canning factory is operational, you can always bring your pigs directly to me. This promise forged a bond that would eventually make their relationship akin to that of family. Lu Daxuan, however, could not linger in the city. Carrying money and worrying about his pigs at home, he soon prepared to take his leave. I will come by tomorrow at the time you mentioned. I assure you I won't delay your business. Before departing, Lu Daxuan reiterated his commitment. In this era, words like simple, honest, and sincere were often used to describe farmers, and most of them truly embodied these traits. However, in the new century, some individuals began to tarnish these terms, leading to good people suffering unjustly. Our boss truly is capable. In just one day, he resolved the issue of pork supply. When the workers arrived that morning, they felt quite apprehensive. Upon their arrival, they immediately spotted fresh pork displayed on the counter, and excitement surged among them. Suga, did you know that the 2 meat vendors who used to supply us just came looking for me? I didn't say a word and sent them away immediately. After dismissing them, Shi Xian joyfully rushed over. Sui had anticipated this outcome, but was surprised that those vendors, after accepting Zhou Hong's money, had only managed to hold on for a day. When it came to making money, integrity seemed trivial. You did exceptionally well. From today onward, we will cease cooperation with all meat vendors in Jianghai town. I have already found a long-term partner. Henceforth, even if Lu Daxuan's pigs ran out, he would assist in sourcing from the countryside, eliminating any concerns about supply interruptions. Su Gu, are you really planning to buy pigs directly from the countryside? Shi Xian was perplexed by Su He's decision. Su He nodded. He had long harbored this thought, but this recent event acted as a catalyst, accelerating his plans. Why not? Most meat vendors also source pigs from the countryside, and they charge us a premium. If we buy directly from the villagers, wouldn't that be more cost-effective? Su He reasoned that anyone would see this deal as advantageous, though he struggled to comprehend Shi Xian's perspective. After hearing Su He's words, Shi Xian realized he had been somewhat narrow-minded, failing to think as far ahead as Su He. Su Gu is indeed correct. What you have articulated is something I had never contemplated. It appears that I am truly unsuited for making decisive choices. Shi Xian has finally come to recognize his own role in this matter. While at home, he argued vehemently with his father, convinced of his considerable potential. However, the reality has proven that he is merely capable of following orders. Chapter 61. A chaotic scheme. Zhou Hong never anticipated that his ploy to undermine his adversary would yield no results whatsoever. After accepting his money, the butchers indeed refrained from selling any meat to Su He. Yet today, it appeared that his factory had resumed operations. When did Su He become such a formidable opponent? In the midst of repeated failures, Zhou Hong suddenly realized that Su He had undeniably transformed. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that Su He had evolved into his current self unbeknownst to Zhou Hong, and the former version of Su He had long since vanished. Young Master Zhou, I have long suggested that collaborating with me to eliminate Su He would be a more prudent course of action, Wang Dehu lamented. These past days have truly felt like an unending series of setbacks. The peaches in his orchard were beginning to fall to the ground, and at this juncture, he could only watch helplessly, unable to take any action. As I have mentioned, I am utterly incapable of producing canned fruit. Purchasing your rotten peaches would only result in them being left to decay without any utility. Zhou Hong dared not provoke any further turmoil. His father would no longer provide him with such financial support. Wang Dehu scoured every corner of Jianghai town, ultimately placing his hopes on Zhou Hong. He expended considerable sums in an attempt to discern why the former traders had all but vanished this year, yet his efforts were in vain. Your family has extensive connections. Surely you can devise a solution. If all my peaches spoil in the field, I will never recover, Wang Dehu lamented. This year was meant to yield a bountiful harvest, and he had anticipated reaping substantial profits. To his dismay, only a meager amount had been sold thus far. And instead of earning money, he faced the prospect of incurring significant losses. Wang Dehu, you must leave immediately. I have no interest in your peaches, Zhou Hong replied, overwhelmed by his own troubles and lacking the bandwidth to concern himself with Wang Dehu's predicament. After yet another disappointment, Wang Dehu felt a profound sense of despair. He believed that all his misfortunes stemmed from Su He's covert machinations. Otherwise, he would not find himself begging for assistance. Could the woman accompanying Song Qiuyu be Su He's mother? On his way home, Wang Dehu surprisingly spotted Song Qiuyu from a distance. After all, as a mother-in-law, her attire was somewhat incongruous here in the countryside, and Song Qiuyu intended to accompany Tian Ling to purchase a few new garments. Qiuyu, these clothes are far too expensive. I can weave fabric myself and make whatever I desire. Let us refrain from buying, Tian Ling said, having overheard the prices and promptly putting the garments back. For a woman accustomed to frugality, the cost was simply prohibitive, especially since she often spent her time at home spinning and weaving. Mother, do not fret. The salesperson was actually referring to the prices of these several outfits. You must stay for an extended period this time and acquire a few new items, Song Qiuyu reassured her. Their family was now considerably more prosperous, yet Song Qiuyu remained cautious with her expenditures. After joining forces with Su He, she had come to appreciate the immense effort it took to build their livelihood. Primarily for her mother-in-law's sake, she was willing to spend such sums, as it had been a long time since she had procured any new clothing. Good child, do not buy so many. I cannot wear them all, and it would be wasteful. Let us trade these two outfits for that lovely skirt instead. Upon entering the department store, Tian Ling noticed that her daughter-in-law's gaze had not strayed from a particular skirt. This child was originally from the city, yet after marrying my son, she has taken on a rural household. I wonder how much she must feel wronged, Tian Ling mused, considering that she had not given her daughter-in-law anything when she first entered the family. It was merely a gesture of goodwill, as the money spent was ultimately earned by her son. Qiuyu, who is this? I have never seen them before. Wang Dehu had been waiting outside, and as soon as Song Qiuyu and her mother-in-law appeared, he immediately approached to greet them. Upon recognizing Wang Dehu, Song Qiuyu was startled and instinctively wanted to flee. However, with her mother-in-law present, she had to suppress her impulse. Wang Dehu, what brings you here? Song Qiuyu asked, regarding him with disdain, recalling how he had nearly tarnished her dignity that day. Fortunate that Su He had intervened in time. Tian Ling observed her daughter-in-law's tension. Her entire demeanor stiffened, even her grip tightening unconsciously. I am her mother-in-law. Do you require something? Tian Ling swiftly interjected, pulling Song Qiuyu behind her to confront Wang Dehu directly. Rural women are often adept at managing their households and possess a formidable spirit. Tian Ling exhibited no hint of fear in facing Wang Dehu. Wang Dehu, realizing the gravity of the situation, found himself hesitating. Auntie, please do not misunderstand. I mean no harm. I merely know Qiuyu and wanted to say hello, he stammered, feeling intimidated by Tian Ling's protective stance, resembling a hen guarding her chicks. Initially, he had harbored intentions of causing trouble, but faced with this fierce mother-in-law, he became apprehensive. If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave, Tian Ling said, taking Song Qiuyu by the hand and swiftly departing. After walking a considerable distance, Song Qiuyu finally exhaled in relief. She stole a glance at her mother-in-law, realizing that she could never embody such assertiveness. She felt too feeble when confronted with adversity. Qiuyu, that man we just encountered is clearly not of good character. You must keep your distance from him in the future, Tian Ling cautioned, refraining from probing into their relationship, yet earnestly advising her daughter-in-law to exercise caution around Wang Dehu in the future. Song Qiuyu dared not say much, merely nodding obediently. Throughout her life, she wished never to encounter Zhou Hong and Huang Dahu again, those two rascals. Rest assured, dear grandmother, I shall certainly avoid any interaction with these two individuals. Should I see them again, I will swiftly and discreetly distance myself. In that moment, she truly felt grateful for her grandmother's presence by her side. Chapter 62 reveals that on this day, Su and his long-awaited friend Wei Wei finally arrived, accompanied by several others who were all friends of Wei Wei. Su, I sincerely apologize for the delay. We encountered some unexpected matters along the way, causing us to keep you waiting for so long. Wei Wei immediately began to apologize upon their first meeting. They were originally supposed to arrive the day before, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they arrived later than planned. And Wei Wei was unsure if Su had been anxiously waiting. I thought something might have happened. I even sent a telegram yesterday to check on you, Su remarked. In those days, telephones were not yet widespread, and communication between them was indeed somewhat delayed. Wei Wei shook his head, appearing reluctant to elaborate, and hurriedly introduced his companions. These individuals have come along to explore business opportunities. They are all my friends, but they are from different places. Upon learning about my venture in the canned goods business, they decided to come and take a look, intending to stock up on supplies. Initially, Wei Wei had mentioned that only one person would join him, but unexpectedly, he brought four. Su realized he should invite these individuals to a hotel for a meal. Business discussions are often challenging to navigate, yet conversations flow more freely over a meal. They must be weary from their journey. I have already arranged accommodations and chosen a hotel, even reserving a table for dinner. Shall we head over now? For the past few days, Su had been driving Sun Hao's car. Since obtaining the blueprint, he had become deeply engrossed in the factory, overseeing the workers daily and neglecting to return home. He occasionally borrowed the car, as it was significantly more convenient than a bicycle for running errands. Su, your arrangements are exceedingly thoughtful. This is our first visit to Jianghai town, and the development here is truly remarkable. Although they had accompanied Wei Wei, being in a new environment made them feel somewhat apprehensive. However, Su's meticulous arrangements made them feel at home. Initially, Su anticipated that perhaps two people would come, and after collaborating for so long, he felt it was only right to treat Wei Wei to a meal. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Your presence here signifies your support for my business, and I must ensure you are well taken care of. These individuals were akin to the gods of wealth. Once the market opened up, his humble workshop would likely need to expand. Su's words brought smiles to their faces. This Su was not only adept at business, but also possessed a charming way of speaking. Xian, please see them safely to the hotel before returning. I need to sober up here. The dinner lasted for 4 hours, filled with joy and laughter. They confirmed plans to visit the factory the next day, and if satisfied, each would place an order for 1,000 cans. It must be said, Wei Wei's friends were indeed generous. Their initial offers were lavish, and if they all ordered such quantities, the stock in the warehouse might soon be insufficient. Young man, How could you drink so much? I'll call your wife to come help. Tianling had waited a long time for her son's return. As soon as Su appeared, reeking of alcohol, she couldn't help but express her concern, wondering why he neglected his health. Mom, you don't understand. Some business deals are sealed over drinks. Otherwise, why would they buy my canned goods? Despite appearing intoxicated, Su's logic remained clear. Upon opening his eyes, he found his mother before him. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Qiuyu rushed out, draping a coat over herself. Upon seeing Su in such a state, her heart ached. Since that night of confession, their encounters had been tinged with awkwardness, yet with Tianling present, they had to share the same bed. Mom, could you please take Tao Tao to that room? I'll look after Su. At that moment, Song Qiuyu acted without overthinking. She assisted Su inside. Recalling how he used to drink heavily, often lashing out at her and her mother when intoxicated. You are indeed thoughtful. It seems tonight will be a challenge for you, and Tao Tao has school tomorrow. Seeing her daughter-in-law care for Su so attentively, Tianling felt reassured. Song Qiuyu sighed, helping Su remove his shoes and coat, planning to fetch some warm water for him. After consuming so much, your stomach must be upset. Qiuyu, I am actually quite sober. I did not drink excessively. I feared that if I truly got drunk, I might act inappropriately. At that moment, lying on the bed, Su spoke with surprising clarity, causing Song Qiuyu, who had approached the door, to blush deeply upon hearing his words. She understood the implications of what he said. Since learning about that incident, she had contemplated much, and she was indeed willing to share her life with the current Su. If you are sober, how can you reek of alcohol? Despite her reluctance, Song Qiuyu eventually returned. Su smiled wryly. Knowing he had been discreetly pouring his drink into his own glass when others were not paying attention, he could not afford to truly become intoxicated as he needed to drive back. You do not understand. One of those fellows can really hold his liquor. He claimed that if I could outdrink him, a large order would follow. Naturally, I had to oblige, but I managed to pour most of it away unnoticed. Su sensed the atmosphere in the room was quite delicate and quickly mentioned this incident to lighten the mood. While he intended to care for the mother and daughter, since that night's conversation, Song Qiuyu had yet to respond in any way. Su-hee, I have come to a decision. I choose to embark on this journey of life with Tao Tao, grounded and steadfast by your side. I genuinely adore the present version of you. Your spirited demeanor is utterly captivating. In this lifetime, Song Qiuyu has never uttered such candid words. Just moments ago, I was uncertain of how I found the audacity to express those sentiments so openly. Su-hee, seated upon the bed, was utterly taken aback. Chapter 63. The Grand Business. After a while, Su-hee finally realized that Song Qiuyu was responding to events from a few days prior. His mind was still a bit sluggish, and it took him quite some time to fully grasp the situation. Qiuyu, have you truly considered this? Once this decision is made, there will be no turning back, and I will not permit any changes. At this moment, Song Qiuyu felt as if she were a boiled shrimp. Her entire being flushed with embarrassment. She thought she had been excessively audacious to utter such words. I have certainly thought it through. I just wonder if you are willing. Regardless, having already initiated the conversation, Song Qiuyu felt compelled to clarify matters today. All of Su-hee's efforts seemed to be for the sake of their family, and she could no longer remain passive. In a shared life, their hearts must be aligned. I am certainly willing, but we have only known each other for just over a month, and we do not yet know each other well. How about this? Let us take this time to date. This will deepen our understanding of one another. Su-hee believed this approach was the fairest way for them to truly get to know each other. Furthermore, two individuals who were once strangers suddenly became husband and wife, living under the same roof, which would inevitably require some adjustment. Of course, I find this proposal splendid. Since we have already established this, let us rest for now. Song Qiuyu wished she could bite her own tongue. What had she just blurted out? Those words, spoken by a woman, were undeniably an invitation to a man. She shyly lowered her head, wishing she could immediately find a crevice to hide in. Indeed, there was a battle to be fought the following morning. It was wise to retire early. She suspected that a certain few would sleep until noon. Su-hee, however, gave it little thought, rising promptly to wash up. After they had cleared the air, their interactions became considerably more relaxed, devoid of the awkwardness that had plagued them in the previous days. After all, their current relationship was that of a couple. That night, Song Qiuyu enjoyed a sound sleep, even dreaming a sweet dream, which led her to oversleep for the first time in ages. When Xiaoyi departed, he mentioned that she had cared for him the night before and should rest well. She could return to the factory whenever she awoke. Faced with her mother-in-law's ambiguous gaze, Song Chiuyue felt quite embarrassed. She could somewhat comprehend that her mother-in-law undoubtedly wished for a grandchild, though it had never been explicitly stated. Song Chiuyue intended to inform Soo-hee to speak with his mother, as the elder should not be left in constant anticipation, only to be met with disappointment each time. I understand. You stay at home and take care of yourself. I must hurry to work now. Song Chiuyue nearly fled in a panic. She had not done anything wrong, yet her mother-in-law's eyes always made her feel guilty. Unbeknownst to her, a greater revelation awaited Song Chiuyue at the factory. They had secured a substantial order. Starting today, everyone may have to work overtime. It will be the same as before, and overtime will be compensated. This time, the requirements are greater. I will find a way to allocate an additional production line. The order was for nearly 10,000 cans, which indeed placed considerable pressure on Soo-hee and his team, especially since they had not sought out the master craftsman since Sun Tzu's arrest. Upon hearing this, the workers were all highly enthusiastic, each eager for the opportunity to work overtime, as it meant a more substantial paycheck. Rest assured, boss, we are certainly willing to work overtime, though it seems our raw materials are somewhat limited. Over this period, Juzi had grown significantly. He was now responsible for the fruit canning production line, managing all aspects, reporting directly on any shortages. I understand. Please proceed with your tasks. I will address the raw material issues in the coming days. Finding peaches was indeed challenging. Among fruit canned goods, they were the most sought after, so Soo-hee resolved to venture further afield to explore more distant villages. While they received good news on their end, Sun Hao had successfully restored the first batch of garments, with several companies placing orders after viewing the samples. Soo-hee, this is fantastic. You have given me a second chance at life. Without your support, I would have likely fallen into despair. Sun Hao rushed over to share this delightful news with Soo-hee, his eyes glistening with emotion. The trials Sun Hao had faced would likely have been less daunting in the 21st century, but for someone just starting a business, it was a devastating blow. That is splendid news. This means the garments will not be a financial burden. Soo-hee felt a rush of excitement. Today truly was a day of double happiness. He had just signed a major order, while Sun Hao had found a breakthrough. I never imagined you possessed such talent for clothing design. Upon seeing the samples, those buyers quickly decided to place orders. This time, it appears we are on the path to resurgence. Every detail had been meticulously crafted by seasoned employees, resulting in high-quality garments. Given this, let us find a place to celebrate after work. Since we met, we have scarcely dined together. At this moment, Sun Hao felt immensely grateful, believing that his initial decision had been wise. Otherwise, Soo-hee would not have provided such significant financial support. Of course, that sounds wonderful. I have nothing pressing, so I will wait for you here. It will be an excellent opportunity to witness the production of canned goods. Sun Hao was merely driven by curiosity as he casually strolled around the factory. Upon hearing that Soo-hee was planning to go out for drinks again, Song Chiuyue found herself furrowing her brow, seemingly displeased, though she was unsure of the reason behind her own reaction. Do not worry, my dear sister-in-law, she reassured. Soo-hee and I are brothers. We are certainly not the kind to lack restraint, and we shall not indulge to the point of inebriation. Sun Hao, possessing keen insight, immediately discerned that Song Chiuyue was somewhat discontented. Chapter 64 Divine Protection. At the break of dawn, Soo-hee set forth on his journey, his primary objective being the search for Huang Tao, a fruit that remained as coveted as it had been during the new century. Take your time on the road. I must hurry to the factory and inform Lu Degu as soon as I see him. The couple thus embarked on their separate errands. They were not overly concerned about the pork situation at present, as Lu Dechuan was scheduled to deliver meat today, and they could remind him to send 2 pigs daily. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Initially, Soo-hee had merely intended to experiment with fruit preserves, never anticipating such a favorable reception. In these times, indulging in pork was indeed a luxury, and the canned red-braised pork had proven rather expensive. He would ponder alternative ideas when time permitted. You wretched woman, I shall not spare you today. How dare you secretly send money to your family? Do you think earning money is an easy feat? At that moment, a couple suddenly burst forth from the side, with the man gripping the woman's arm tightly, inflicting violence upon her. Soo-hee, initially oblivious, was startled as they dashed in front of his vehicle, prompting him to slam on the brakes just in time, a mere meter away. However, the fright left him considerably shaken. Are you too blind? Is this how a man behaves in public? A coward strikes his wife. If he had collided with them, Not only would he have faced consequences, but it might have also implicated Sun Hao, inciting genuine anger within Su-hee. The couple, paralyzed by fear upon hearing the screech of brakes, fell silent. Even the man who had been aggressive ceased his actions. Despite their lack of experience, they recognized that the man behind the wheel, clad in a suit, must possess a significant status. I am truly sorry, sir. We had no idea a vehicle would be passing through this narrow village road. The man, upon hearing Su-hee's words, felt a twinge of shame. Had he not been so enraged, he would never have acted in such a manner in public. To his surprise, the couple's contrition was sincere, and as Su-hee suppressed his ire, he resolved to inquire further. What could possibly provoke such a public display of violence? Since fate had brought this matter to his attention, he thought it prudent to intervene. Zhao Zhigua's face darkened considerably as he reflected on his wife, whose bruised visage bore testament to her suffering. She had stood silently behind him, head bowed in shame. I am no longer concerned about embarrassment. We have a fruit orchard filled with sour huang tao, which fetches little price. After saving some money, I intended to send my son to school, but she has given it all to her family. Zhao Zhigua, reluctant to destroy the expansive orchard, acknowledged its contribution to their household income, albeit minor. The orchard had been in existence for years, and cultivating crops there was no longer feasible. Thus, he found himself burdened with a somewhat useless asset, often giving away a portion to relatives and friends who seldom appreciated it, resulting in much of the fruit rotting on the ground. Could it be that divine providence had intervened? Had he not exited the vehicle, he might have missed this opportunity to acquire huang tao. Upon hearing Zhao Zhigua's lament, Su-hee felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. His previous trip to return the pillar had fortuitously led him to purchase a substantial quantity of huang tao. His murmurs were too soft for Zhao Zhigua to discern, and he felt a pang of embarrassment at his own thoughts. Sir, we shall not delay you any further. We must return home immediately. It was evident that they were from the countryside, starkly contrasting with the city dwellers. Zhao Zhigua reasoned that he should hasten back. Despite his wife's shortcomings, she had borne him 2 sons, and he could not treat her too harshly. Good sir, may I inquire your name? My purpose today was indeed to procure huang tao. What a remarkable coincidence. As Zhao Zhigua turned to leave, he was taken aback by Su-hee's words, disbelief etched across his face, thinking he must have misheard. Sir, I am Zhao Zhigua. Are you suggesting that you wish to purchase huang tao? Zhao Zhigua asked cautiously, fearing he had misunderstood. Su-hee nodded, feeling that fate had indeed smiled upon him. I operate a canning factory. You may have heard of our fruit preserves. I require huang tao for my canned products. Please, you two, get in the vehicle, and I shall accompany you to your orchard. At that moment, while Su-hee appeared composed on the surface, his heart raced with excitement, having traversed much of the day. Finally nearing his coveted huang tao, Zhao Zhigua, overwhelmed with exhilaration, slapped his forehead, feeling as though he were in a dream. Just that morning, he had fretted over how to sell so many huang tao. Oh, we are quite dirty. Let us not trouble you with your vehicle. The orchard is not far from here. We shall lead the way. In his excitement, Zhao Zhigua became somewhat flustered, his words tumbling out in a disordered fashion. At that moment, his wife lifted her gaze. Awe and disbelief etched on her face as she regarded Su-hee, having kept her head down in embarrassment until now. Mr. Su, do you truly wish to purchase our huang tao? Lu Guimei, her face radiant with hope, stared intently at Su-hee. Her decision to send money back to her family stemmed from desperation. Her nephew had fallen gravely ill, and they were in dire need of funds for treatment. As a result, she had no choice but to withdraw her son's school money. Thus, her husband struck and berated her, and Lu Guimei dared not retaliate, fully aware of her own shortcomings. After her marriage, she understood that her primary concern should be her own household, and only when capable could she contemplate assisting her natal family. Naturally, when the time comes, I will certainly purchase them. I will first examine the quality of these peaches before determining their price for you. Chapter 65. A ray of hope at this moment. Su-hee gripped the steering wheel, his hands trembling with excitement. He fervently hoped that Zhao Zhia's orchard was sufficiently expansive to fulfill his current order. Mr. Su, the road is too narrow for your vehicle to enter. We should proceed on foot. Zhao Zhigua suddenly halted, his face flushed with exhilaration, his emotions running high. His hands betrayed him, a myriad of feelings coalescing into an inexplicable tension. Wonderful. Your peaches not only possess exquisite appearance, but also occupy a vast area. I will offer you 20 cents per pound, starting the harvest today, and I shall return tomorrow with a vehicle to collect them. After circling the orchard, Suhi was immensely satisfied, estimating at least 20 acres, clearly reflecting Zhao Zhigua's meticulous care. 20 cents a pound seemed an astronomical price to Zhao Zhigua, although he sensed that the man before him was of considerable stature. He wondered if he truly possessed the means to purchase such a quantity of peaches. Mr. Su, are you suggesting that you wish to buy all our peaches? Zhao Zhigua, perhaps overwhelmed, nearly stumbled over his words. Suhi nodded, understanding the thoughts of his interlocutor. Much like the villagers of Xiaohua, they were initially hesitant, but once Suhi began his purchases, those who were skeptical grew anxious. Of course, I hope that you can distinguish between the sizes when harvesting, and I will not accept any that are infested or spoiled. If we are to establish a long-term collaboration, I trust you will heed my words, Brother Zhao. As a businessman, Suhi was primarily driven by profit. He desired the peaches to be intact upon purchase to avoid incurring losses. Upon hearing these stipulations, Zhao Zhigua immediately acquiesced, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. Since Mr. Su has made his intentions clear, allow me to express my thoughts. The larger and smaller peaches should not be priced the same. Perhaps the smaller ones could be priced a bit lower. It must be noted that Zhao Zhigua was genuinely earnest, feeling as though he had gained a significant advantage, not wanting to let Suhi suffer a loss, for such an outcome might jeopardize their business. Lu Guimei, overhearing, exchanged glances with her husband, feeling exasperated. This man is too naive. Mr. Su himself stated a flat rate of 20 cents. Why is he trying to offer him money back? Such is well and good. After all, we aspire for a long-term partnership. Let us not allow trivial matters to create rifts, as my factory is set to produce canned fruit next year. Suhi, without a moment's hesitation, agreed, recognizing Zhao Zhigua's gesture as a foundation for their business. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhigua sighed with relief, fearing that this was merely a one-time transaction, as their orchard needed to sustain their son's education. Once he could read and write, he would not have to toil in the fields like them, and perhaps he could drive a vehicle like the gentleman before him. Thank you, Mr. Su. Would you like to come to our home for a drink? Zhao Zhigua, at this moment, was eager to hasten the peach harvest. Suhi quickly declined, aware that he had to return promptly. The growth cycle of the peaches was not extensive, and to ensure their freshness, he would need to transport them daily. No need for that. I will be here early tomorrow morning with my vehicle, so please find help to gather the peaches. Now that Suhi had found what he sought, he felt less urgency. As Suhi departed, the couple stood in a daze for quite some time, feeling as though they had just awakened from a dream, the experience too surreal. Guimei, why are you still standing there? Hurry back home and gather our things so we can start picking the peaches. Zhao Zhigua, observing Lu Guimei's dazed state, felt a surge of frustration. Truth be told, the thought of divorce had crossed his mind due to his wife's indifference, as her family seemed an insatiable abyss that could never be filled. Old Zhao, do you truly believe that man is willing to purchase our seemingly worthless yellow peaches at such a high price? Those larger ones must weigh at least a pound. Although they had confirmed the deal in person, Lu Guimei remained skeptical. Zhao Zhigua, however, was resolute in his belief, convinced that by diligently following Mr. Su, their family might one day enjoy a better life. Do not think that I will let this matter slide just because I do not strike you. Our son is filled with resentment towards you. These words pierced Lu Guimei, a mother feeling a pang of shame. Facing her husband, she stood her ground, justifying her contributions to the family and the two sons she had borne. Yet, when their child acted out, her resolve crumbled, tears cascading down her cheeks, for she knew she had let her son down. Please, stop. I cannot bear to hear this any longer. But after all, he is my nephew. I cannot abandon him. In this era, a woman depended heavily on her family for support, especially while living with her husband. Otherwise, Li Fengfeng would not have dared to be so brazen. She knew that Song Qiuyue would never sever ties with her family, which allowed her to make excessive demands repeatedly. Do you think that by remaining silent, this issue will simply vanish? Since your nephew fell ill, he has received numerous financial aids from our household, and I have never complained. However, this situation is different. We have two children who are only a year apart. Zhao Zhigua did not wish to show favoritism. Thus, he had always been frugal, aiming to send both boys to school together. Old Zhao, I assure you, this truly is the last time. My mother has promised that she will not ask me for money again. Chapter 66. An accident. Amidst the palpable anxiety of the couple, they finally welcomed Suhi. The previous night was spent in restless wakefulness, diligently picking peaches. Boss Su, The peaches have been sorted. Please take a look. How do they appear? This was Zhao Ziyuan's first attempt at such a task, and he sought Su He's approval. All the peaches were meticulously wrapped in burlap, and Su He had brought several crates, which he had acquired from local artisans. Excellent, he replied. We will take these today, while the rest can remain on the trees to ripen. I will notify you in advance when they are needed. Su He, however, was somewhat reluctant to divulge too much information. Using burlap sacks would inevitably lead to bruising. These crates were a better option, as plastic transport containers were not yet available. Brother Zhao, next time you come for peaches, I won't accompany you. There will be someone specifically assigned to handle this, and you can simply proceed to settle the payment. At this stage, Su He had yet to fully trust anyone else, thus leaving the financial matters to Song Qiuyue. Zhao Zhigua clutched a wad of cash, feeling at a loss for words, his face radiating gratitude as he looked at Su He. In my entire life, I have never seen so much money. Boss Su, rest assured. I have taken note of everything you said. The person before him was akin to the god of wealth. It was essential to keep him pleased in all matters. Not only Zhao Zhigua, but even Lu Guimei, standing beside him, had her eyes fixated on the money, a sight she had never beheld before. That settles it. It seems the sky is darkening. Rain may be imminent. We must hurry back. Sui glanced up and noticed dark clouds approaching from a distance, foretelling a torrential downpour soon. It felt as though the rainy season had arrived, and one could be caught unawares and drenched at any moment. Su Gu, will you be all right returning alone? Asked Peng Guiqing, the driver Su He had summoned, who was also a childhood friend. He had been recommended by Tian Ling. Otherwise, Su He would have been troubled over this arrangement. As the last driver he had hired was now busy transporting goods elsewhere and could not assist with the tasks in Jianghazen. No worries. You may need to stay at the factory for the night. I see Zhuzi has left the door open for you. Peng Guiqing had come straight to work on his first day. Su He had been preoccupied all day and had no time to arrange accommodations for him. So it was best for him to make do with Zhuzi for the night. These were minor matters. Su Gu should exercise caution on his way home. Peng Guiqing felt genuinely grateful. He had been idle for quite some time. Although there were many doing business in Jianghazen, most had established relationships with truck drivers, making it challenging for newcomers like him to find work. It was during this time that Su He had reached out to him. As he rode home, it indeed began to rain, and Su He felt a surge of anxiety. He contemplated that after fulfilling this order, he must purchase a vehicle for himself. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and Su He felt as if the world was spinning, with the pain in his body intensifying. He could distinctly feel the bicycle being knocked from beneath him, and his vision blurred as he struggled to focus. Quickly drive away. Leave Jianghazen tonight and never return. In the passenger seat, Zhou Hong witnessed the collision with a glint of bloodlust in his eyes. Their vehicle had been tailing Su He since leaving the canning factory, and upon entering the desolate alley, it accelerated, surging forward. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, with such a generous sum, I will never return here again. The man at the wheel trembled. This was his first experience with such an act. Had it not been for the money, he would not have had the courage to proceed. In that fleeting moment of turning, his mind went blank, enveloped by a wave of terror. Enough chatter. Once we reach the intersection ahead, just get out. Zhou Hong was uninterested in further discussion. Having committed to this deed, he was intent on eliminating any future threats. Even if this incident did not claim Su He's life, it could very well leave him incapacitated. At that point, he doubted Song Qiuyue would remain loyal to such a burden. Zhou Hong's obsession with Song Qiuyue had reached a pathological level, and after conceiving this audacious plan, he lingered near the canning factory. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyue, anxiously awaiting Su He's return, felt an ominous twitch in her right eyelid, intensifying her unease. Mom, please stay home with Tao Dao. I feel uneasy and wish to go out and check. The rain poured heavily outside, tightening the knot of worry in her heart. Tianling, hurry. In such weather, I am concerned for my son. It has been quite some time. Could he still be in the village? Be careful, dear. The roads are dangerously slick with rain. Don't rush. Bring a flashlight. My son has yet to return, and now my daughter-in-law wants to go out searching. I don't know why, but I have a dreadful premonition. At that moment, Su He finally stirred in a corner. In truth, the man had hesitated when pressing the accelerator. He had not driven particularly fast, yet it still caused Su He significant distress. Su He, what has happened to you? Not far from where she stood, Song Qiuyue spotted Su He's fallen bicycle, and an unsettling premonition washed over her. With a flashlight in hand, she began to search the area. Her heart racing as she rushed towards Su He, disregarding everything else. After calling out for an extended period, Suhee received no response whatsoever. Song Chiyue, trembling, placed a hand beneath her nose and sensed a faint breath, causing her to collapse onto the ground. I must urgently take you to the hospital. Realizing that she could not remain in this state any longer, she understood that further delays could cost Suhee's life. Chapter 67. A trip to the hospital. Fortunately, the hospital was not far from their location, merely about 200 meters away. At that moment, Song Chiyue found an unexpected surge of strength and carried Suha towards the hospital. The doctors in the on-call room were taken aback, for both individuals were drenched in rainwater mixed with blood, and their summer garments were exceedingly thin and completely soaked. Doctor, I implore you, please save my husband. Song Chiyue, who had initially worn a stoic expression, collapsed to her knees upon seeing the white coats. At that instant, the doctors and nurses rushed over, placing Suha onto the bed, where it was evident that his injuries were severe. Please, you must get up. We will certainly find a way to save him. The sixth doctor felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing Song Chiyue's distress. The doors to the operating room quickly closed, and a nurse approached with a clean garment, draping it over Song Chiyue's shoulders. Do not worry. Dr. Liu, who is on duty today, is our hospital's most skilled surgeon. Even as you concern yourself with your husband, you must take care of yourself as well. Observing Song Chiyue's eyes, which were swollen like walnuts from crying, still glistening with tears, the nurse felt a wave of sympathy. Song Chiyue numbly accepted the clothing, her demeanor completely disoriented, leaving her at a loss. Miss, have I not paid yet? She croaked, her voice hoarse. However, after delivering Suha to the hospital, a sense of relief washed over her. The nurse nodded stiffly, not intending to raise the issue, but acknowledging that the payment had indeed not been made. I will return immediately for the payment. My mother-in-law and child are waiting at home. They must be worried since I haven't returned. Gradually regaining her composure, Song Chiyue realized she had left without any money, unaware of the circumstances that had befallen Suha. The nurse opened her mouth to speak, but Song Chiyue had already dashed out, swiftly disappearing into the rain. Upon returning home, Song Chiyue recounted the entire sequence of events to Tianling, daring not to conceal anything from her mother-in-law. My son, how could you have encountered such misfortune? Tianling exclaimed, unable to restrain her tears after hearing the news. In such moments, even tears seemed futile. Song Chiyue hurriedly gathered all the money available at home, knowing it was a matter of life and death, refusing to indulge in any selfishness. Mother, please stop crying. We must hurry to the hospital. Suha is still on the operating table. After preparing a few changes of clothes for Suha, Song Chiyue intended to take Tianling and Tao Tao along to the hospital. Tianling, being a simple rural woman, lost her composure in the face of such a significant event concerning her family, succumbing to tears. Yes, you are right. I truly have lost my wits. We must hasten to the hospital, Tianling exclaimed, quickly wiping the tears from her face. The two women, carrying the sleeping Tao Tao, made their way back to the hospital, navigating through the rain, where Song Chiyue rushed to settle the payment, lest they be denied admission. Family members have arrived just in time. The patient has just come out of surgery, which was highly successful. His right leg is broken and will require several months to heal, and he may be left with some lasting effects. Dr. Liu opened the operating room door, only to find Song Chiyue anxiously waiting at the threshold, her eyes filled with desperation. The mention of Suha possibly facing long-term complications made Song Chiyue feel dizzy. Were it not for her willpower, she might have fainted. Thank you, doctor, truly, thank you. This could be regarded as the best possible outcome. Had Suha been left unattended, he might have perished. As Song Chiyue expressed her gratitude, the sixth doctor stepped aside, feeling an immense pressure. Each time this woman thanked him, her sincerity weighed heavily on him. Please, do not speak so. This is our duty. The patient has been moved to the ward. You should go and visit him. Dr. Liu's face bore the marks of exhaustion. After delivering this message, he turned and departed, having worked several consecutive night shifts and just completed a surgery, clearly in need of rest. This child, one cannot fathom what transpired. Just as he showed signs of recovery, he encountered such a calamity. Upon entering the room, Tianling found her son swathed in bandages, her eyes immediately welling with tears. Song Chiyue discreetly wiped away her own tears. In those few hours, she had lost count of how long she had been crying, and now even blinking caused her pain. Mother, please stop crying. Let Suha rest. The doctor said he should awaken by tomorrow morning. Only when that man lay vulnerable did Song Chiuyue realize he was her entire support. Yet now, with such calamity befalling him, the family and the factory could not function without him. She must remain strong and not succumb to despair. Tianling sighed, understanding the unspoken words of her daughter-in-law. In such times, it was essential to refrain from incessant weeping. I am aware, my dear, that tonight has been truly arduous for you. Were it not for your efforts, this child might have her voice trailed off, choked with emotion. Unable to articulate the complete thought, Tianling dared not contemplate the potential consequences. That night, Song Chiuyue endured an arduous vigil, and in the middle of the night, as Suha developed a high fever, another tumult ensued. After administering 4 fluids, his fever finally began to subside. Mother, I find myself unable to remain here to provide care. Thus I must entrust this responsibility to you. That factory embodies all of Su He's dedication and effort. Any mishap could prove detrimental. I must go over there to keep a vigilant watch. Given the magnitude of this order, even Su He harbors some concerns. Moreover, considering the incidents that have transpired, Song Chiuyue must go to oversee the situation. Please, do not delay. With you here, I am certain that everything will be perfectly fine. As for taking care of my son, Tianling will undoubtedly harbor no grievances. She too feels a measure of sympathy for her daughter-in-law. Chapter 68. Unreasonable demands. When Song Chiuyue appeared at the factory, her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and Shishuan was taken aback upon seeing her. Sister-in-law, what happened to you? What transpired? Witnessing Song Chiuyue in such a state, Shishuan was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. Moreover, it was unusual that Suha had not shown up by this time. He had not mentioned any plans of going away yesterday. Last night, when Suga returned home, an incident occurred, and he is still in the hospital, Song Chiuyue explained, though she was not entirely clear on the specifics. They would have to wait for Suha to awaken to learn more. The news left Shishuan shaken, as Suha was the very soul of the canning factory. If he were to fall, the repercussions were unimaginable. I understand. Which hospital is Sugi in? I will rush over to see him and also report to the authorities, Shishuan stated, dashing off before Song Chiuyue could respond. She sighed, contemplating that it was reasonable for him to check on Suha, although she had not considered the need to alert the police. Song Kuaiji, a few individuals have arrived outside claiming to be butchers seeking to speak with our boss, she was informed. In light of the recent incident involving Suha, he had hastily employed a security guard. Song Chiuyue was quite irked by the butchers. They seemed to think they could intimidate them, only to find themselves facing the consequences of their actions. Just tell them that the boss is unavailable and unwilling to meet with them. From this point forward, we shall no longer engage in any dealings with them. Song Chiuyue felt no need to consult Suho on this matter. However, this was her first significant decision, and, to be honest, it made her quite anxious. Yet she was determined to move forward without hindrance. Very well, I shall relay your message to them, she affirmed. Everyone in the factory was aware that Song Kuaiji was the boss's wife. Not long after, a commotion erupted outside. Having hardly rested the previous night, Song Chiuyue rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. As she stood, the world seemed to spin around her. Song Kuaiji, I conveyed your message, but these individuals refused to listen and forcibly entered, the security guard reported, feeling helpless in the face of the situation. Song Chiuyue nodded, looking through the window to see 3 or 4 particularly imposing men, all of whom appeared fierce and intimidating. I understand. I will handle this situation, she assured. Just observing those men made her feel weak, let alone confronting them directly. The lead butcher, seeing Song Kuaiji as a weaker woman, believed she would naturally be afraid in the presence of such strong men. Boss is not here today. What do you intend to do? If you wish to cause trouble, I will have to call the police. She mustered all her courage and opened the door. The butchers, unable to contain themselves, had no idea that Suha had once again secured a source of meat, and their demands were growing more urgent. What has your boss gone off to do? Is he so cowardly that he sends a little girl to speak on his behalf? They retorted. They were hoarding a significant amount of meat, and if they did not sell it soon, it would spoil. Ordinary citizens could not purchase such quantities at once, and thus they came here in a furious horde. Hearing their words, Song Chiuyue bit her lip, momentarily feeling overwhelmed and her eyes welling with tears. Please speak with respect. This is our factory's accountant, and you should know that barging in with knives is illegal, she admonished. Some workers, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out, some armed with tools, standing protectively behind Song Chiuyue. In that instant, She realized she was not alone in facing these butchers. No matter how fearsome they appeared, there was no need to cower. You breached the contract first, and we are unwilling to continue our partnership with untrustworthy associates, Song Chiuyue asserted with newfound confidence. The workers, previously unaware of the situation, quickly grasped that the absence of meat was due to the butcher's underhanded dealings. You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? We did no such thing. Do not slander us. They protested, their previous actions laid bare. Anger flared in their eyes as they brandished their knives threateningly at her. I have already stated my wish for you to speak respectfully, and you need not have come here today. Since you unilaterally tore up the contract, we find no reason to continue this partnership, she declared resolutely. In the past, Song Chiuyue might have backed down or shed tears, but this time she understood that Suho wished for her to stand firm. Meanwhile, Shi Xuan, halfway to the hospital, suddenly realized he did not know which hospital Suho was in and promptly turned back. You lot have some nerve to cause trouble here, he declared as he approached the entrance, sensing the tension in the air. Picking up a stone as he stepped outside, he charged in with determination, positioning himself directly in front of Song Chiuyue. The butchers, who had initially been dealing with Shi Xuan, eased their aggressive demeanor upon his arrival. Nothing is amiss. We merely wish to inquire why you suddenly refuse to accept our deliveries, the lead butcher said, a fawning smile spreading across his face at the sight of Shi Xuan. Shi Xian never anticipated that such a person would have the audacity to come knocking and inquire. Could it be that they remain oblivious to their own misdeeds? Do you truly believe that your actions are so clandestine that I remain entirely unaware? When Shi Xian finally spoke, his tone was far from courteous. The expressions of the butchers shifted immediately upon hearing his words. Their brazen approach was largely predicated on the assumption that he was uninformed about the true nature of the events at hand. Chapter 69. Evil begets evil. What did you say? I find myself struggling to comprehend. At such a moment, feigning ignorance seems rather inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Shi Xian could not suppress a cold snort. These individuals dared to perform their charade before him, oblivious to the fact that Shi Xian had once been the most reckless person in the entire Jianghai town. Did young Master Zhou not pay you handsomely? To the point that you squandered your business? After this remark was made, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with even the sound of breathing distinctly audible. Previously, Song Chiuyue had been considerate towards them, wary of potential conflict, and thus spoke in a most tactful manner. However, these people failed to grasp the goodwill emanating from her and continued to act with impunity. Thankfully, Shi Xian had returned. How did you come to know of this matter? One could not contain their curiosity and immediately inquired, which inadvertently acknowledged their collaboration with Zhou Hong, attempting to exert pressure on them. Shi Xian, holding a stone in his hand, advanced step by step towards the group. If he truly wished to, he could have hurled the stone long ago. Why feign reluctance? Now you finally admit it. You have committed such acts and still expect us to procure meat from you? Such thoughts are sheer folly. Shi Xian glanced back and noticed a long stick in the hands of a bystander, which he promptly seized. Without the slightest hesitation, he used the stick to strike at the butchers, causing them to scatter in fear. Stop. We truly understand that our actions were improper. What must we do for you to resume purchasing meat from us? They were aware that Shi Xian was their major client, and losing him would mean a significant loss of income. Shi Xian, enraged to the point of laughter, reflected on how these individuals could still harbor illusions of conducting business with them. I declare to you clearly that from this day forth, all cooperation with you is severed. Reflect carefully on who is responsible for the current predicament. After stating this, Shi Xian brandished the stick and escorted them out. As he reached the door, he did not forget to threaten them, warning that should they dare to cause further disturbances, he would not show any mercy and would call the authorities to handle the matter. They had not anticipated that their actions would be discovered, leading to a potential waste of their meat supplies. On their way back, they engaged in heated discussion about the situation. Arriving with confidence, they now returned like defeated roosters, having sacrificed a lucrative business for a mere trifle. Who could argue otherwise? Initially, they had believed they could manipulate the situation, yet they were unaware that the truth had already been uncovered by Shi Xian. Had they known, they would have refrained from succumbing to such petty temptations. Regret came too late. They could have sustained this business, especially as the canning factory's operations were thriving, leading to an increasing demand for various goods. After deliberation, they resolved to approach Zhou Hong, for he had instigated this entire affair. Otherwise, they would not have proceeded with it. You lot, how dare you come to me at this juncture? I made it abundantly clear that you were to wait a few days to assess the situation. Having accepted my payment, you were to fulfill your obligations, and I shall not bear the consequences of your decisions. Zhou Hong regarded the butchers with a pleasant demeanor. After the events of the previous night, he felt a sense of relief, as if a blockage had finally cleared. They had not anticipated that Zhou Hong would ultimately wash his hands of the matter, leaving the butchers with a burden they could not bear. Young Master Zhou, had you not taken the lead initially, we would never have engaged in this venture. Now that we have lost our business, how can you simply disregard it? Witnessing Zhou Hong's aloofness incited anger among them. Their meat stall was vital for supporting their families. Zhou Hong shrugged, expressing his helplessness. His canning factory was barely afloat. How could he possibly buy their meat? This is my stance. Even if you are dissatisfied, you must keep it to yourselves. If you wish to remain in Jianghai town, return quietly. Zhou Hong, in a good mood, was disinclined to quarrel with them. His words carried a blatant threat. They were acutely aware of Zhou Chongshan's influence in the area, and most would hesitate to provoke him. It appeared that they could only resign themselves to misfortune. They should head back. The Zhou family was not one to be trifled with. A single misstep could spell disaster for their entire family. Having encountered such a predicament, they could only accept their fate. Had they not been tempted by petty gains, they would not be in this situation. On their return journey, they held a glimmer of hope regarding Su and the factory, contemplating whether to negotiate a lower price in hopes of resuming cooperation. In Jianghai town, they could find no better opportunity. Even at a reduced price, they would still profit, which was preferable to the meager earnings they received daily. This was their only craft, and they had to rely on it for sustenance. As they journeyed back, their sighs filled the air. In recent days, they had maintained a facade of confidence, but upon realizing that the factory had found alternative suppliers, panic set in. Indeed, in the future, we must thoroughly consider our actions. We cannot afford to make such foolish mistakes again. This time, they had been thoroughly ensnared by Zhou Hong, and their fear of his influence prevented them from escalating the situation, apprehensive of potential repercussions. Once this matter was settled, Shi Xian intended to visit Su in the hospital, as it seemed she would require an extended stay, and he could not conceal this from the workers. Everyone, please return to work promptly. Boss, there was an incident last night, and she is now in the hospital. I must go and see her. Should any issues arise in our factory in the future, I hope that each of you will rise to defend our workplace as you did just now. Chapter 70. The alarm. When Shi Xian arrived at the hospital, Su he had just regained consciousness. His mind was relatively clear, and he had a general understanding of the events that transpired the previous night. It is imperative to report this incident. Someone deliberately ran me over. Fortunately, I am still alive, and thanks to your sister-in-law's timely intervention, otherwise, I might have lost my life. Despite the rain last night, Sui distinctly felt that the vehicle had intentionally collided with him, and as it approached, the driver seemed to hesitate. Are you saying that someone intentionally drove into you? Shi Xian was astonished upon hearing this. He thought to himself that this person was exceedingly brazen to dare strike someone with a vehicle. At that moment, Sui was unable to move, and when he instinctively attempted to nod, he inadvertently pulled at his injury, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Indeed, that is the case. By the way, everything at the factory should be fine, right? Upon noticing his mother's return, Sui quickly shifted the subject. Shi Xian was still processing the information when Tian Ling spoke up, averting the situation from revealing the truth that might provoke Sui's anger. You wouldn't believe it. All those butchers showed up today. Thankfully, I managed to return in time, or your sister-in-law would have been bullied by them. Shi Xian was genuinely infuriated by the thought. Had it not been for his reservations, he would have already dealt with those ruffians. How dare they come to us again after such an incident? Do they think we are oblivious to what happened? Qiuyu, is everything all right? Sui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon hearing this. The factory had just begun to stabilize, and not being able to keep a watchful eye on it made him quite uneasy. What could be the ulterior motives of those behind the attack? Did they intend to kill him? Sister-in-law, everything is fine. I sent them away at that moment. They probably went to find Zhou Hong. After all, the current situation is entirely due to him. Shi Xian secretly wished that those individuals would escalate the matter, yet regrettably, that was likely nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Those butchers were cowardly and had already taken money from others, so they would certainly not dare to make a fuss about it. Upon hearing that Song Qiuyu was unharmed, Sui's tense body began to relax. He was unaware that he had gradually started to care for this woman. The doctor had just informed him that he needed to rest well, and not dwell on factory matters. As there were still Xiao Shi and your wife to handle things, ensuring nothing would go awry. Tian Ling felt a deep ache for her son. She nearly fainted upon seeing Su He being wheeled out of the operating room. Shi Xian, adept at reading the room, immediately stood up, intending to leave. Staying too long felt inappropriate. Auntie is right. Su Gu, please focus on your recovery. We await the day of your return to health. Do not worry about the factory. If there are matters that cannot be resolved, we will come back to seek your guidance. Once Shi Xian departed, he would undoubtedly head to the police station to report the incident. If it were indeed intentional, the perpetrator must be brought to justice. Although Su He had not sustained life-threatening injuries, he had suffered a broken leg, and it remained uncertain whether he would face any long-term complications. Those responsible must not be allowed to roam free. Despite the torrential rain that had fallen throughout the night, the tire tracks remained visible, and we would initiate an investigation as soon as we returned, though results might not be forthcoming quickly. Zhanghai town was typically peaceful, and such occurrences were rare. Even the police chief was taking this matter seriously, almost personally overseeing the investigations. Shi Xian understood the challenges of this situation, and after listening to their discussions, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. This matter will indeed require your cooperation, comrades. There are still many affairs to attend to at the factory, so I shall return for now. With Su He absent from the factory, Shi Xian felt a lingering sense of unease. This incident became a cold case for the Zhanghai Town Public Security Bureau. They visited the hospital to assess Su He's injuries. And it was only years later, as technology advanced, that the case was finally solved. Peng Guiqing approached with a sense of trepidation. Upon hearing of Su He's misfortune, he felt particularly anxious, regretting that he had not insisted on escorting Su He home the previous night. Sister-in-law, Su Gu, is everything all right? He had summoned significant courage to inquire with Song Qiuyu. Having just started work at the factory for 2 days, the unexpected incident involving the boss would cause anyone to worry. The doctor had assured them that there was nothing serious, merely a need for adequate rest. The person before him was Su He's childhood friend, and Song Qiuyu was well aware of this. Upon hearing this, Peng Guiqing finally sighed in relief, yet guilt still gnawed at him, feeling he should have insisted more firmly. If I had known this would happen, I should have insisted on taking Su Gu home. He and Su He were only a few years apart, having enjoyed following Su He during their childhood. Song Qiuyu was unaware of the circumstances from the previous night, and upon hearing Peng Guiqing's words, she felt it prudent not to dwell on the matter further. Such incidents are unpredictable, so do not blame yourself. It won't be long before Su He returns. This reassurance was not only for Peng Guiqing, but also a reminder to herself. Su He would surely be fine. After all, he had come from the future, and in some mystical way, divine protection would ensure his safety. In recent days, everyone had been working tirelessly, as the demand for canned goods was exceedingly high. If they did not expedite production, they would undoubtedly face pressure. The absence of the boss left everyone feeling somewhat unsettled. It was a sentiment shared by all. They themselves are unaware of the circumstances at hand. Such a notion is utterly perplexing. Whenever they encounter Su He, they resemble mice in the presence of a cat. Surely, there can be no cause for concern. Otherwise, Accountant Song would not have come to work today. Some are convinced that there is nothing amiss. It is only then that they recall the sight of Song Qiuyu, whose eyes appeared particularly swollen. Chapter 71. Stopped by Zhou Hong after finishing her shift, Song Qiuyu hurriedly made her way to the hospital. Along the way, she unexpectedly encountered Zhou Hong, who, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, disdainfully scrutinized her without lighting it. "Qiuyu, where are you off to?" he inquired, fully aware of her destination, yet feigning ignorance. Every time Song Qiuyu encountered Zhou Hong, or even heard his name, an involuntary shudder coursed through her. The shadow he cast over her life was indeed profound. However, with Su He absent from her side, she reminded herself to remain resolute, recalling Su He's words that one must rely on oneself to overcome any adversity. "Zhou Hong, do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" As she spoke, she subtly retreated, yearning to distance herself from the man before her. Zhou Hong maintained his demeanor, advancing towards her with a predatory gaze, his eyes roving over her form before lingering on her chest. "Of course, I've heard that Su He is on the brink of death, currently fighting for his life in the hospital. Soon, you two will be family," he said, reaching out as if to grasp her hand. Fortunately, having been forewarned, Song Qiuyu swiftly evaded his approach. "Zhou Hong, do not utter such nonsense. Su He is perfectly fine. Do not cast your ill wishes here. Along the path, sporadic passers-by emboldened her slightly. Zhou Hong's expression darkened at her words. He loathed hearing Su He's name from her lips. Did you not hear what I just said? Su He is dying. He will soon leave you, and then you will be at my service. His menacing gaze instilled an instinctive urge to flee, especially as his eyes fixed upon her. Had she not heard from Shi Xian that Su He had regained consciousness, she would have crumbled at Zhou Hong's taunts. Please stop. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. If you are not afraid of humiliation, I will scream, she threatened, glancing at Zhou Hong's hand gripping her bicycle's handlebars, contemplating a potential outburst. At that moment, Zhou Hong relinquished his grip, a smile replacing his earlier ferocity. Do not doubt me, Qiuyue. Once you fall into my hands, I will introduce you to exquisite pleasures, and you will plead for mercy beneath me. His words were whispered, sending a chill down her spine on that sweltering summer day. With her back straightened, she pedaled away without looking back. Qiuyue, you've been busy all day. Why not return home to rest? What brings you here? Tianling regarded her daughter-in-law with warmth. Despite her affection for Qiuyue, it stemmed from her son's circumstances. With her son so gravely injured, the thought of Qiuyue returning home alone weighed heavily on her heart. Mom, you've been here long enough. You must be exhausted. I can stay with him tonight, Qiuyue insisted. Caring for a patient is no simple task. Tianling shook her head firmly, unwilling to relent. Qiuyue had already worked tirelessly at the factory. If she stayed to keep vigil, her son would surely be angered. You stay with Xiaohe. I will go home to fetch some clean clothes for both of you. When I return, you must go home and rest. Tianling's commanding tone left no room for argument, and after delivering her decree, she departed. As Qiuyue contemplated voicing her concerns, Su He, who had been lying quietly with his eyes shut, suddenly opened them, devoid of any drowsiness. Qiuyue, come sit. I've been lying here all day, pretending to sleep because Mom insisted I rest. It's unbearable. Despite his pain, Su He sought to lighten the mood for her sake. Seeing him like this tugged at Qiuyue's heartstrings, prompting her to turn away to conceal her emotions. You've worked so hard. Now you must rest properly. Do not dwell on other matters. Indeed, since entering this world, Su He had scarcely paused for a moment. Their small canning factory was thriving, expanding its business and gradually gaining recognition. Soon, they would not be limited to a single production line. What happened to your hand? Su He's keen eyes immediately spotted the red marks on Qiuyue's palms. I encountered Zhou Hong on the way here. He grabbed me, and I struggled, leaving those marks. I learned about his knowledge of your situation, and he spoke a lot of nonsense, Qiuyue admitted, unwilling to hide the truth from him. Yet, she refrained from sharing the more distressing words Zhou Hong had uttered, knowing they would only provoke Su He's anger. Su He's expression shifted as he absorbed her words. Unlike in the New World, news did not spread so rapidly in this time. Zhou Hong's audacity was intolerable. Once he recovered, he would confront him. Do not let this anger you. You need to focus on healing, or you may have to remain here longer, Qiuyue cautioned. Regretting her earlier revelations, Su He exhaled deeply, realizing he had perhaps reacted too impulsively, struggling to maintain his composure. Such emotions were indeed unwarranted at this moment. Chapter 72, Discharged after a fortnight. Su He finally received his discharge from the hospital. During this period, those butchers incessantly visited with various business propositions, leaving Shi Xian almost overwhelmed. Brother Su, you have finally been discharged. I was on the verge of exhaustion. I never imagined you had so much to attend to, Shi Xian exclaimed. Among those elated by Su He's return, apart from Song Qiuyue, Shi Xian perhaps felt the most joy. Having lain in the hospital for so many days, Su He's injuries had healed quite well. After narrowly escaping death, he cherished his life even more. Now you understand. I recall someone once complained about my idleness, he remarked. This experience had rendered Su He more optimistic than ever. Shi Xian chuckled sheepishly, admitting he had indeed made such remarks. But having witnessed the reality now, he realized that some tasks were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. I was naive and unaware of how arduous this work truly is, Shi Xian continued. Please do not hold it against me. I received a telegram from Mr. Wei yesterday. They should be arriving in a few days. He hurriedly approached Su He, carefully supporting one of his arms. Throughout Su He's hospitalization, Shi Xian hardly returned home, choosing instead to stay at the factory, anxious about potential mishaps. Fortunately, they had managed to navigate these 2 weeks without incident, and the previous orders had been completed due to their tireless efforts. What remained were merely smaller orders. Have those butchers come by recently? Suhi asked seriously, recalling having heard of their visits during his hospital stay. In recent days, Suhi had contemplated many matters. As he delved deeper into thought, various issues began to interconnect in his mind. However, these conclusions were merely products of his imagination, devoid of any tangible evidence. I reported them to the police a few days ago, and they have not returned since. They must think us easy to bully, insisting on transacting with us. In these 2 weeks, we have utilized all the pigs from Liu Dage's farm, and he has since sought supplies elsewhere. It was likely that even Liu Dashuan had not anticipated that the pigs he had fretted over for half a year would be completely resolved in just 2 weeks. While his 2 children had also begun attending school, Suhi nodded thoughtfully. During his hospitalization, he suddenly recalled a delectable dish of fermented black bean fish he had savored long before his rise to prominence, a delicacy he had not tasted in ages. After enduring such hardship, let us grant the workers a couple of days off. It is also an opportunity for you to rest, he suggested. Some smaller orders were not particularly urgent, and they still had a bit of stock remaining. Shi Xian leapt up in excitement, having awaited this day eagerly. He rushed to inform the others, as they had only half an hour left before the end of the workday. Wonderful. After so many days, we can finally take a breather. A minute later, joyous cheers erupted simultaneously from both production workshops. Though the motivation to earn was immense, prolonged work inevitably led to fatigue. Previously, they had 1 day of rest each week, but this time, in their zeal to meet deadlines, they had foregone it entirely. Dr. Liu advised you not to stand for too long. You should return to rest, Song Qiuyue remarked, distractedly noticing Suhi had stepped outside. Suhi shook his head in resignation. Since his accident, Song Qiuyue had become excessively cautious, appearing anxious no matter the task. You must remember, Doctor. Liu also mentioned the importance of moderate exercise. Otherwise, your leg may suffer permanent damage, she insisted. In truth, Suhi was not particularly concerned about such warnings. Upon his discharge, Dr. Liu had indeed emphasized the necessity of not remaining bedridden for extended periods, yet he had clearly been standing outside for too long. You must realize that it was a leg that broke. Neglecting proper care could lead to dire consequences. Song Qiuyue hesitated to voice the last few words. Suhi sighed inwardly. This was indeed a sweet burden. Prior to this, there may have been some unspoken barriers between them, but after experiencing this ordeal, their relationship had transformed profoundly. I understand, Mrs. Su. I will return to sit down immediately. Please tidy up. We should hasten home, he declared. The address Mrs. Su flushed Song Qiuyue's cheeks. She repeated it in her mind several times, savoring the sweetness of the moment, a feeling she had never experienced before. After Sun Hao returned from out of town, he learned of recent developments. The garments had not only sold out, but were also fetching high prices. An out-of-town merchant had contacted him through mutual acquaintances, seeking to discuss business matters due to pressing commitments preventing his travel. I want you to speak honestly. What exactly is going on? Sun Hao inquired, struggling to believe Suhi's current state. Upon his return, Sun Hao had heard of the incident. He had not even visited the garment factory, driving directly to see Suhi, astonished by the sight before him. I was struck by a vehicle that night. However, due to the heavy rain, there were no eyewitnesses, and the police have yet to solve the case. It remains unclear who was responsible. Before Sun Hao, Suhi felt no need to conceal the truth, revealing the circumstances as he suspected they might be linked to Zhou Hong, recalling how he had intercepted Song Qiuyue the following day, but lacking any evidence. Hearing this, Sun Hao's hands clenched tightly, filled with a desire to seek out the perpetrator immediately. I suspect it was likely a competitor or perhaps others who disapprove of your success. After all, your business has indeed grown quite substantial. As he calmed down, Sun Hao realized that the situation was fraught with peculiarities. Suhi shares this sentiment, yet it remains merely a conjecture on their part. Everything hinges on evidence. The events of that fateful night were thoroughly washed away by the torrential rain, leaving behind only 2 tire tracks and nothing more. But let us not dwell on this any longer. How did your business negotiations fare this time? Persisting in this discussion certainly weighs heavily on one's spirits. Chapter 73. Dealing with Suhi. Zhou Hong was in a fit of rage, having meticulously plotted to ensure that Suhi would not only be incapacitated but perhaps even meet a fatal end. However, to his astonishment, this individual, seemingly blessed with extraordinary luck, had emerged unscathed. What are you doing losing your mind alone in here? Haven't you caused enough chaos? Zhou Chongshan, upon returning home, narrowly dodged a flying vase that whizzed past his ear. Zhou Hong's anger abruptly halted. Upon hearing his father's familiar voice, a look of fear swept across his face. The contrast in his demeanor was stark. "Father, what brings you back so unexpectedly?" Zhou Hong hastily set down his belongings and approached Zhou Chongshan with a face full of deference, for he knew he still depended entirely on his father's support. Surveying the disarray in the room, Zhou Chongshan let out a cold snort. Only those closest to Zhou Hong truly understood his temperament. "If I hadn't returned, would you have demolished this house?" He stepped over the shards littering the floor and casually took a seat. Possessing a nimble mind and a penchant for flattery, Zhou Chongshan navigated the waters of Jianghai City with ease, commanding respect from many. Yet, within the confines of their home, he found himself repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm when faced with his son. Despite Zhou Hong's frequent outbursts, "Your mood may be poor, but that is no excuse to unleash your fury on inanimate objects." In the presence of his father, Zhou Hong refrained from harboring any deceit. Zhou Chongshan scrutinized him carefully and realized, with a sense of dismay, that his son was ill-suited for the business realm, having squandered tens of thousands without yielding any returns. "Tell me about this Su-hee. How is it possible he has recovered so quickly?" Recently, Zhou Chongshan had overheard numerous discussions regarding someone named Su-hee. Initially, he dismissed the notion, deeming such insignificant figures irrelevant to him, but then recalled that his son had mentioned the name before. "Please, spare me your words. This is all due to that scoundrel. If it weren't for him, our canning factory would not have incurred such losses." Zhou Hong believed he bore no fault, attributing all blame to Su-hee. While Zhou Chongshan had not been directly involved in the factory's operations, he was well aware of the situation. "Do not be so quick to blame others. You had assured me that you would establish a successful canning factory, yet it has not turned a profit, and you were deceived by mere trifles." Zhou Chongshan's frustration mounted. He only wished for his son to succeed. When Zhou Hong's fabricated excuses were swiftly dismantled by his father, he stood there in embarrassment, unaware that Zhou Chongshan had already been privy to the truth. His son believed the situation to be a scheme orchestrated by Su-hee, and even thought that Zhao Chunmei might have been a pawn in his game. Reflecting on this, Zhou Hong recalled encountering Zhao Chunmei when he sought his father, though he had forgotten to inquire further. Allowing the matter to fade away, Zhou Hong had never considered intervening in his father's affairs. "These are merely figments of your imagination. You may not know that I had Zhao Chunmei brought to the factory under the condition that she would undermine Su-hee and ruin his business." This plot had indeed been masterminded by Zhou Chongshan, but the police lacked evidence to apprehend Zhao Chunmei, leaving the scheme unresolved. After absorbing this revelation, Zhou Hong was left utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at his father, contemplating his own foolishness. "It seems I can only blame my own inadequacies." At last, Zhou Hong acknowledged that all of this stemmed from his own shortcomings. Zhou Chongshan regarded him with an expression of disappointment, as he had multiple mistresses outside, yet none had borne him a child. "It appears I cannot extract any useful information from you. To learn more about Su-hee, I must rely on my own resources." In Jianghai town, Zhou Chongshan would not permit anyone to surpass him. Thus Su-hee's rise indeed triggered a sense of crisis in him. Otherwise, he would not have sought Zhao Chunmei's assistance against Su-hee. Regrettably, the failure came swiftly, inflicting only minimal damage on the rival, and it seemed that Su-hee's business was thriving more than ever. "Father, are you preparing to deal with Su-hee? If you are to take his life, please ensure that his wife, Song Qiuyue, is left to me." It was at this moment that Zhou Hong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chongshan raised his hand, poised to strike, but ultimately lowered it with a heavy sigh. "Must you always be so foolish? One day, you will perish at the hands of a woman." Zhou Chongshan understood men's proclivity for women. Yet he could not condone Zhou Hong's behavior. Determined to steer his son onto a righteous path, Zhou Chongshan had tried various methods, but to no avail. "I have long had my eye on Song Qiuyue. You should understand that the more elusive something is, the more it aches to be unattainable." When it came to matters unrelated to business, Zhou Hong did not seem so subservient before his father. While he had not engaged in any illicit activities, Zhou Chongshan tacitly approved. He had just received news that Su-hee had been involved in a car accident recently, but had since been discharged from the hospital. "Stop daydreaming and investigate whom Su-hee is collaborating with. I intend to sabotage his business." Zhou Chongshan considers himself a person of stature and reputation. Thus he is reluctant to engage in such matters lightly. Under normal circumstances, he would impart these lessons to his son. However, with his father ready to take action, Zhou Hong was, of course, elated. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, eager to investigate, envisioning the moment he could finally trample on Soo-hee. Chapter 74. Visitors from the Tian family. The following morning, a visitor arrived at the residence of Soo-hee and his companions. Tian Ling was in the courtyard washing clothes when she was startled by the unexpected arrival. Lao-san, what brings you here? This was her brother, who had sent a message through villagers when he came to the city with his son. Upon seeing his sister, Tianzhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been anxious throughout the journey, fearing that something might have gone awry. Sis, I finally found you. There has been an incident at home. You must come back with me at once. Tianzhong appeared somewhat anxious, indicating that a serious matter had indeed transpired at home. Upon hearing his words, Tian Ling immediately halted her actions, standing up with a sense of urgency. Lao-san, please tell me what has happened. Her greatest concern was for their parents, whom she hadn't seen in quite a while. Just then, Song Chiyue wheeled Soo-hee out to bask in the sun and discovered that guests had arrived. Sanjio, please come in and have a seat. Let me prepare some tea. Upon learning of the visitor's identity, she busied herself, feeling a twinge of regret for not informing her mother sooner. Tianzhong hurriedly recounted the events. It turned out that the eldest brother of the Tian family had insisted on raising fish 2 years prior, and the family had not opposed him due to his worldly experience. However, after a year or two, the fish had grown to 3 or 4 pounds, but the local market, being coastal, found the freshwater fish unacceptable due to its muddy taste, resulting in dismal sales. My brother, in a fit of rage, struck my sister-in-law. And now her family is blocking our home. Mother was so upset that she fell ill. Tianzhong spoke dryly, having rushed here without pause, fearing he might have gone to the wrong place. Soo-hee, seated nearby, listened intently, surprised by the extent of his uncle's fish-rearing endeavors. He had initially considered making fermented fish himself. How could my brother still resort to violence? My sister-in-law's family is no longer the same as it once was. Why resort to such measures? Tian Ling felt a pang of disappointment. She quickly gathered the clothes from the basin. While she could overlook other matters, she could not ignore her mother's well-being. At that moment, a horn sounded from outside. It was Sun Hao, who had come by. Having arrived late the previous day, he had not lingered, knowing that Soo-hee and the others were resting for a couple of days. Please wait here for a moment. I'll fetch a couple of clothes and then return with you, Tian Ling said, aware that she wouldn't stay at her family home for long, especially since her son had recently been in an accident. In the midst of discussing the troubling events, Tianzhong had not noticed that Soo-hee was in a wheelchair, with one leg bandaged. Xiaohee, what happened to your leg? Tianzhong, having little interaction with his nephew since his marriage, was taken aback. Emerging from the room, Soo-hee assessed his uncle. To be honest, many people in this era were still rather naive. I had a minor accident while riding a bicycle a few days ago. It's nothing serious. Uncle, no need to worry. As for the fish, they are unlikely to sell. Soo-hee contemplated, considering a visit to see the situation for himself, thinking it could be a mutually beneficial endeavor. Tianzhong nodded. The situation had stirred considerable gossip in the village, leading many to avoid going outside. You must take care. Leg injuries can lead to lingering issues, he said, struggling to find the right words. Fortunately, at that moment, Sun Hao entered the courtyard. He was quite perceptive and, noticing someone standing there, immediately glanced at Soo-hee. This is my third uncle, who has come to see my mother. I plan to accompany him back for a visit and would like to borrow your vehicle. Soo-hee thought to himself, grateful for Sun Hao's timely arrival. Observing Soo-hee's leg, Sun Hao hesitated. Despite one leg being uninjured, he worried that if anything went wrong, he would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Can you drive with that leg? If this were any other situation, Sun Hao would have insisted on driving them himself. Sensing something was amiss. However, he deemed it better not to take the risk. Song Chiyue, overhearing, cast a disapproving look at Soo-hee. This man was truly incorrigible, causing her great distress. It's fine, I'll drive slowly, especially since my mother and uncle will be with me. Soo-hee insisted, confident that he would manage without issue. Hesitant, Sun Hao handed over the keys, uncertain of the right course of action, but feeling apprehensive nonetheless. You must be careful, don't overexert yourself. Since you are leaving, I will come by another day, he stated, understanding the urgency of the family situation. Being considerate, Sun Hao left the keys behind and departed, taking a bike with him. Song Chiyue, frustrated, stamped her foot in discontent, but refrained from saying more in front of Tianzhong. Mother, you must intervene with Soo-hee. Isn't he being reckless by insisting on accompanying you? Song Chuyue turned to leave, just as Tian Ling was stepping out. Upon hearing that her son wished to join them, her expression changed instantly. Dr. Liu had specifically warned them to be cautious and to prioritize recovery upon returning home. My child, please don't act impulsively. I'm going back with your uncle to visit your grandmother. It is far more important for you to rest and heal at home. Tian Ling firmly shook her head, disapproving of her son's intentions. Suhi had already made up his mind, knowing that without his mother's return, the issues would remain unresolved. Accompanying her might provide an opportunity to address the fish situation. Mother, I shall accompany you back, for perhaps I might assist in resolving the issues at hand. It is also an opportune moment to observe the fish raised by Digio. The matter of the canned fish has previously been discussed by Suhi at home. Nevertheless, Tian Ling harbors some reservations. Such matters can be addressed at any time. Having just been discharged from the hospital, to commence such endeavors now may indeed jeopardize the healing of that leg. Chapter 75. Returning to one's parental home in the end, none among them could oppose Suhi, and eventually, Tian Ling, with a face full of anxiety, sat in that vehicle. Tao Tao had gone off to school, necessitating someone to remain at home, leaving Song Chuyue behind. With profound concern, she stood at the doorway, watching them depart. Xiaohe, if you feel unwell at all, you must tell Mom, Tian Ling said, her heart in her throat. Suhi, feeling a mix of helplessness and warmth, realized how long it had been since he had experienced such affection and care, a sensation that could easily ensnare one's heart. Rest assured, Mom, I know how to take care of myself. This is my own body, and even if not for myself, I will certainly pay attention for your sake. Suhi repeated these reassurances throughout the journey. Since boarding the vehicle, Tianzhong had clutched tightly to the window's edge, feeling as if he were on the verge of taking flight for the first time in such a contraption. Following the familiar path, they arrived at Tianjia village after an hour, immediately attracting a throng of villagers who gathered around the strange, moving object. Don't all act as if you've never seen the world. Step back. This is a car from the city, and as soon as it's fueled, it can move forward, a voice called out among the crowd. Among the onlookers, there were a few knowledgeable individuals who, upon seeing the vehicle, began to boastfully share what they had heard from others about such machines. For most, this was an unfamiliar sight. The slow movement of the vehicle genuinely startled some. Look quickly. Seated in there are Tianjia's third son and Tian Er and I. The one driving must be her son, someone remarked, their keen eyes spotting Tianzhong. At this shout, a stir rippled through the crowd. The recent happenings at the Tian family had spread like wildfire, with whispers circulating about them. They had heard that Tian Ernie's son was running a factory in the city, boasting a significant business, yet he never seemed to reach out to his uncles. All these murmurs reached Suhi's ears, yet he felt no particular reaction. They were simply sounds to him. However, Tian Ling felt a twinge of discomfort, casting furtive glances at her son's expression, fearful that he might become upset upon hearing such talk. Xiaohe, we arrived. You can stop here, Tianzhong said, feeling every moment in the vehicle was a torment. Finally spotting their home, he exclaimed in excitement, despite Suhi having no knowledge of the area. What is happening? The family members of the old Tian heard the commotion outside and hurried out, staring in astonishment as they saw Tianzhong disembark from the vehicle. At that moment, many villagers had gathered to witness the scene, and Tianzhong, feeling the weight of the curious stares, swiftly went to carry Suhi inside. Brother, let us discuss matters at home, he whispered to his elder brother, eager to escape the scrutiny of the onlookers. The villagers, merely there for the spectacle, surrounded the vehicle, pointing and gossiping, but none dared to approach too closely, having heard of the vehicle's significant value and fearing the consequences of any mishap. Looks like Tian Cheng's nephew is quite wealthy. He must be here to help his uncle settle this, they murmured, lingering outside the Tian household. Tian Cheng was the name of the eldest son of the Tian family, and in such rural settings, it was common to rarely address one another by name. At this moment, Wang Chunhua's relatives had also become aware of the situation, and their visit was largely instigated by Suhi's circumstances. When Wang Chunhua's brother had visited the city, he learned of Suhi's canned goods factory and its lucrative prospects, realizing that the couple's quarrel was rooted in this rather than the fish pond. Mother, you're in such poor health. Why haven't you gone to the hospital yet? After greeting her father and siblings, Tian Ling hurried to see her ailing mother. The elderly woman lying in bed appeared relatively alert, yet her frail form spoke of her suffering. Upon seeing Tian Ling enter, tears welled in her eyes. Do not worry, it won't be long before you recover. For us farmers, if we truly cannot endure it, we can seek a doctor later. Such was the plight of many farmers. They often bore their ailments until it was too late to seek medical help. Upon hearing her mother's words, Tianling quickly wiped her tears, careful that her mother wouldn't notice her distress. I will have Xiaohe take you to the hospital shortly. You can no longer bear this. The child has earned some money and can afford your treatment now, she declared, taking charge without waiting for her mother's consent. Hearing this, the elderly woman could no longer contain her tears. She understood that her nephew had indeed made a name for himself, yet she felt it was his own hard work, and she did not wish for him to squander his earnings on her health. Let him focus on his own endeavors. I know the reason behind the quarrel between my son and daughter-in-law, she thought. After all, everyone must rely on their own abilities. One cannot always depend on others, even brothers, who, upon establishing their own families, often develop their own aspirations. Do not concern yourself with that. What exactly caused the argument between your elder brother and sister-in-law? At that moment, Tianling noticed her brother was somewhat evasive, as if he had not quite articulated the essence of the matter. Madame Tian let out a deep sigh, and as she spoke of her eldest son's wife, her sighs came one after another. How could she have failed to inquire thoroughly back then, marrying such a formidable and domineering daughter-in-law? When your sister-in-law's brothers came to the city to attend to business, they heard of Xiao He's situation and returned to inform your sister-in-law. She then urged your elder brother to venture into the city in search of Xiao He. This matter also involved the second daughter, and it weighed heavily on Madame Tian's heart. Chapter 76. Stirring trouble. All eyes were fixed upon Su He and his injured leg. After a moment's pause, old man Tian gently cleared his throat. What had happened to the boy's leg? How had it come to this? With the household in disarray, he still found it in himself to inquire about Su He's condition. In truth, old man Tian harbored some discontent. He couldn't help but blame his son for not allowing this nephew to visit. Grandfather, there's no need for concern. I merely took a tumble. I came today to see the fish raised by my uncle, intending to bring some home for canning. Su He had observed the expressions on the faces of his uncle's relatives with keen clarity. Their unabashed greed was evident when they spotted the car outside. Some individuals possess an inherent sense of entitlement, believing that once they have benefited, everything must be offered to them on a silver platter. You, young lad, should not become too complacent with your newly established factory. The business world is not as easy as it seems, old man Tian remarked, pausing mid-puff on his pipe. Su He's words resonated throughout the courtyard, loud enough for all to hear. The Wang family members instinctively rose to their feet upon hearing him speak. Grandfather, I am not boasting. I speak only the truth. My canning factory produces not only meat and fruit cans, but also fish cans. I was just lamenting my inability to find fish from the ponds. The intentions of those present were all too easy to discern, and with each of Su He's statements, the relatives of Wang Chunhua tensed up. If that were indeed the case, they could reap considerable benefits as well, returning home to raise fish and selling them to Su He. Child, do not meddle in adult affairs. I am determined to divorce this woman. Ever since she married into our family, life has been nothing but turmoil, all because she relies on her brothers. Old man Tian's son, Tian Deshang, interjected. He was a simple, honest farmer who had ventured out hoping to raise some fish to improve his family's circumstances. He understood Su He's intentions to support him. However, from the moment he began raising fish, Wang Chunhua had incessantly troubled him, and he would never have resorted to violence had her actions not crossed a line. Tian Deshang, you have truly grown bold, thinking of divorcing my sister. Let us see how we will deal with you today. Upon hearing the elder Tian's words, the other Wang relatives grew anxious. What a farce. If a divorce occurred, Wang Chunhua would simply reside with her family, leaving them without any benefits. No one was willing to support their sister. I wish to see just how capable your Wang family is at reprimanding my uncle. If anyone dares to lay a hand on him, I will call the police and have you all arrested. Su He sat there nonchalantly, yet the aura emanating from him was so potent that it could not be overlooked. The Wang brothers, who initially seemed eager to confront Tian Deshang, shrank back at the mention of the police. I have endured for years, tirelessly raising your children and managing the needs of your entire family, only to face such an outcome, Wang Chunhua lamented, her brother's fear becoming evident. Realizing that silence at this moment could lead to divorce, she understood the gravity of the situation. Mom, it has always been Grandma who takes care of us. Why do you and I go visiting every day? Why allow our uncles to come to our home and confront Dad? A youthful voice cut through the tension, striking Wang Chunhua like a slap across the face. These were her two sons, the very reason she had become so domineering since marrying into the family. "You little rascal, you have no right to speak. Go outside and play." Wang Chunhua glared at her children, feeling her pride wounded. Truth be told, she had not raised these children single-handedly. Their bond with her was not particularly strong, as they were closer to their grandparents. Her two nephews held more sway, as they recognized who truly cared for them. Once again, Su He's mocking tone echoed, and old man Wang regarded his grandson with astonishment, though it was mostly unfamiliarity he felt, as Su He had transformed significantly. Wang Chunhua found herself at a loss. Despite her stubbornness, she hesitated to confront Su He head-on, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. "You young ones should not interfere in the matters of elders. It appears that the Tian family lacks understanding." Wang Chunhua's eldest brother finally spoke up. After all, she was their sister. Having been wronged in her marital home, it was only natural for her brothers to come to her aid. Some elders, lacking the demeanor of a true elder, should refrain from pressuring the younger generation. They should consider their own intentions rather than thinking they could continue to exploit their sister for personal gain. Su He had already discerned that this family, like vampires, depended on their sister to acquire benefits from her marital home. While they all understood this unspoken reality, it had never been openly acknowledged. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged forth, making the atmosphere unbearably awkward. "Chunhua, your words suggest that we can no longer manage this matter. How can a younger generation speak so harshly? We shall take our leave." In such circumstances, if they still possess the audacity to remain here, it is evident they have no regard for their dignity. Thus, with merely a few casual remarks, Su effortlessly dismissed all of Wang Jia's companions, leaving only Wang Chunhua sitting there in a daze. Chapter 77. Threat in this matter. The old man Tian spoke earnestly for an indeterminate duration, and even Wang Cheng made concessions, yet those individuals remained utterly unmoved. Such a trivial affair, yet it had to be made widely known. Auntie truly possessed considerable influence. Observing the impending marriage, it certainly could be dissolved. I, being a diligent individual, cannot allow myself to be burdened by you. Now, only their own family remains. There are certain things that can be discussed behind closed doors without issue. Su He had just discerned Tian Cheng's determination, which was why he spoke at this juncture. Otherwise, he would not have involved himself in such matters, and if this issue remained unresolved, even dealings with the eldest uncle would undoubtedly become quite troublesome. You, today I shall confront you. Even your eldest uncle would not dare to utter such words, yet you, this little rascal, have the audacity to speak to me thus." Wang Chunhua did not anticipate that her brothers would depart so abruptly, leaving her entirely alone. Upon hearing Su He's words, she immediately grew anxious. Just as Wang Chunhua was about to approach Su He, Tian Cheng suddenly blocked her path, regarding his wife with a gaze devoid of affection. "Wang Chunhua, cease your antics. I have genuinely made up my mind this time. For the sake of the children, we must divorce." Tian Cheng spoke with utmost seriousness, his disappointment in this woman palpable. While it was previously tolerable for her to take items from their home to her maternal family, this time, it had crossed an unacceptable line. Wang Chunhua appeared as if struck by fear, standing there in shock. After all, they had shared many years of marital life, and were well acquainted with one another. "Ah, Tian Desheng, you cannot be serious. On what grounds do you seek a divorce? I have borne you two sons." Repeatedly, Wang Chunhua could only reiterate the existence of their two sons. In this era, divorce required immense resolve from anyone, especially in a village where reputation held significant weight, as they feared the whispers of others. Su He covered his ears in distress. The shrillness of the aunt's screams truly pierced the eardrums, a lesson he learned today. "I told you that day. You refused to believe me, and even summoned your brothers from your maternal family. Despite that, I am resolute this time." After all these years, Tian Cheng finally stood firm. Had it not been for his mother's illness, he likely would not have voiced such sentiments. As Wang Chunhua had articulated, she had given birth to two sons for Tian Cheng, which contributed to the continuation of their lineage. Regardless of the era, considerations for the children must always come first. Let me tell you, if you genuinely wish to divorce, do not harbor regrets. By the time you seek my return, I will not come back. At this moment, Wang Chunhua truly began to panic. In the past, regardless of her antics, Tian Cheng would always maintain a stoic demeanor. However, this time, he was indeed resolute. Observing the situation, outsiders need not intervene. Su He, with his cane, slowly stood up. His right leg still elevated. Xiaohe, be careful. I will summon your third uncle to assist you. Upon noticing Su He's actions, old man Tian hastily set down his pipe, eager to support him. This matter now required resolution solely between the couple, so he planned to take a glance at the fish pond. Grandfather, I can manage. Please take me to the fish pond. What I just said is entirely true. Sui declined old man Tian's assistance, asserting he could still move forward a short distance on his own. Even as Wang Chunhua continued to listen to the commotion, upon hearing Su He's words, she was immediately stirred. You say you want to buy fish. Is that truly the case? Initially, old man Tian thought Su He was merely boasting. Su He nodded earnestly. When he arrived, he intended to inquire with Tian Zhong, but upon boarding the vehicle, he became so nervous that he barely spoke. Whenever you have the time, please come stay with me for a few days and visit the factory. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. In the presence of this amiable elder, Su He felt a sense of kinship. The two, grandparent and grandchild, conversed as they slowly made their way outside, only to discover onlookers waiting, clearly aware that the Wang brothers had departed. Esteemed villagers, please disperse. Every family has its own matters. Those who take pleasure in others' misfortunes should beware lest it befall them. In Tianjia village, the primary surname was Tian. Moreover, old man Tian's family held considerable prestige in the village. Once he spoke, others dared not show disrespect. Furthermore, what he stated was indeed quite reasonable. No family could confidently claim they would never encounter trouble in the future or boast that they would never require assistance from this family. Living in a village, one inevitably faces various challenges. When dealing with others, one cannot adopt the threatening demeanor you exhibit. On the way to the fish pond, old man Tian finally addressed this matter. He indeed felt some discomfort, as the eldest son of the family was resolutely seeking a divorce from Wang Chunhua. Otherwise, would it not hurt the harmony between the two families? Primarily, I voiced those comments because I witnessed the eldest uncle's firm decision to divorce. I am aware that speaking such things would inevitably damage the relationship between the two families, ultimately leading to the eldest uncle suffering. Su He found merit in old man Tian's words, recognizing their meaning. Although this era felt somewhat distant from his own time, it was nonetheless an experience he had endured. Old man Tian regarded his grandson with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this child possessed such insight. It truly was surprising to see how much he had matured during their time apart. Previously, he had harbored considerable concerns for Su He. The sudden praise indeed left one feeling somewhat disconcerted, and Su He himself felt a twinge of guilt. He certainly lacked the courage to disclose this to anyone beyond Song Chiyue. One must inevitably mature. I am now married, with a wife and children to support, and I aspire to carve out my own path in life. Thus I can no longer afford to live as I once did. If the family members at home possess good hearts, Su He would undoubtedly wish to lend them a helping hand. Chapter 78. Sincere intentions. Upon arriving at the fish pond, old man Tian casually scooped up a fish weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds, which delighted Su He immensely. This is perfect. This is exactly the type of grass carp I need. Uncle, after you sort out matters at home, please sell all these fish to me. Since the fish had already been caught, old man Tian planned to take it home, with his daughter and grandson visiting. He had little else to offer them, so preparing this fish would suffice. At that moment, old man Tian finally believed that Su He could indeed purchase all the fish, and he mused that he would have to regard this child with newfound respect. Are you suggesting that we must wait for your uncle and aunt to divorce before discussing this transaction? Old man Tian immediately grasped the meaning behind Su He's words. Su He nodded, acknowledging that while current laws may not be as detailed as one might hope, there were indeed certain matters that should be approached with caution. It is true. I feel that uncle deserves a better partner, and it would be quite beneficial for him to part ways with the current aunt. Initially, old man Tian was resistant to such thoughts. In their village, such matters were unheard of, and if his family were to set a precedent, he feared the opinions of others. However, after reflecting on recent events, he gradually came to understand that each generation has its own fortune, and it was perhaps wise not to meddle too much. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening in this matter. Be it shame or gossip, I shall not involve myself further. After the two returned home, tranquility enveloped the space. Su He finally found time to visit his grandmother. Observing the elderly woman lying in bed, her eyes closed in pain, tears uncontrollably fell from his eyes. I just spoke with your grandmother and promised to take her to the hospital when we return. Tian Ling entered with reddened eyes, focusing solely on her parents' well-being. Those siblings had grown up together. Once they established their own families, their thoughts began to diverge, leading them to contemplate their own futures. Indeed, it was imperative to acknowledge that Grandma's illness was quite serious. The chaotic household lacked anyone capable of providing her with proper care, making recovery nearly impossible. Sui resolved to take his grandmother away after lunch. He intended to inform Uncle about the fish in the pond, which he planned to purchase entirely, bringing a few back home to prepare, as they were easier to cook than braised pork. I just heard your third uncle say that you are being rather reckless. How can you involve yourself in matters concerning your maternal family? Tianling was genuinely concerned for her son, fearing that if Wang Chuanhua's brothers were to confront him, he might end up in a difficult situation. Sui, however, felt justified in his actions, believing that his uncle, though somewhat slow to anger, was likely already quite frustrated but unable to voice his displeasure. Rest assured, I have no other matters to attend to. Please care for Grandma. I will speak with Uncle. Sometimes, even with those one has never interacted with, the bonds of blood cannot be easily severed. Even while sitting in silence, Sui sensed the impact on his mood, realizing he needed to expedite his tasks. Tianling sighed, recognizing that she could no longer control the situation. Her son was determined and had grown increasingly perceptive. Uncle, I have a few words to share with you, if you are available. Upon stepping outside, Sui noticed Tiancheng standing alone beneath a large tree. This nephew was not a stranger to him, yet he felt an unusual distance, likely due to the long absence. I must thank you for today. Had it not been for your intervention, Wang's brothers would have lingered here far longer. Wang Cheng understood that his current assertiveness was indeed thanks to Su He, especially as Wang Chunhua had been persistently apologizing, pleading to remain in this place. Being an elder, Sui did not dare to appear overly assertive and simply shook his head. Those individuals were indeed taking advantage of their numbers to bully. As long as Uncle does not hold it against me for meddling, I know that as your nephew, I should not have spoken up. However, the Wang family has truly gone too far, especially with my grandmother in such poor health. Sui suddenly mentioned his grandmother, causing Wang Cheng to feel a pang of guilt. My mother has fallen ill unexpectedly, and I feel quite ashamed. In recent days, the household had been in turmoil, largely due to Wang Cheng's stubbornness. He was resolute in not wanting to continue with Wang Chunhua. Once I resolve this issue, I will promptly take your grandmother to the county hospital. Sui's words struck Wang Cheng as accusatory. If given the choice, he too would wish for a harmonious life. Yet Wang Chunhua had not shown any capability to manage the household since her arrival. Uncle, rest assured, when we return, we will bring Grandma and Grandpa back to the city with us. I will take Grandma directly to the hospital. You only need to manage matters at home. This decision had not been discussed with anyone, yet it felt entirely reasonable when expressed. Initially, Wang Cheng was resistant, as his beliefs dictated that it was inappropriate for an outsider to care for the elderly in the family, fearing backlash from others. I do not wish to debate these matters with you. My primary concern is to discuss the fish. My previous remarks were not intended to bolster your reputation, but were made with genuine intent to purchase. On the way to the fish pond, Sui suddenly realized that it seemed as though no one had taken his previous words seriously, not even Wang Chunhua, who likely viewed the matter merely as a means to solidify familial ties. Upon hearing his nephew's remarks, Wang Cheng was utterly astonished. He had genuinely believed that Sui had spoken those words in front of the Wang family's brothers to bolster his own position. Chapter 79. A visit to the hospital. On their way back, Tian Laohan and his wife departed together, once again attracting the envious gazes of the entire village. At this moment, they no longer faced ridicule behind their backs. Having such a successful nephew, who was rumored to run a large factory, made everyone eager to establish a connection, hoping to send their own children to him. The speed of the vehicle was astonishing. On the return journey, Tian Laohan felt exceedingly anxious, though He had already slowed down. After all, his grandmother was not feeling well, and the village roads were far from smooth. Driving too quickly would lead to a bumpy ride. Father, please try to relax. I drive steadily, and with more practice, it will become second nature, reassured Tianling, who, like her parents, had initially felt nervous but gradually adapted after a few rides. Upon entering the city, however, Tian Laohan's body remained tense. By chance, He encountered Dr. Liu again during this hospital visit. What seems to be the matter? Is there an issue with your leg? Dr. Liu inquired upon seeing He, immediately concerned that perhaps it was his leg that was problematic. With his grandmother still in the car, it was impossible for her to get out on her own. Sui hesitated to ask Tian Laoan for assistance and instead requested help from the hospital staff. No, thank you for your concern, Dr. Liu. It is actually my grandmother who is unwell and currently in the car. I was hoping the hospital could assist in bringing her inside. Taken aback by Dr. Liu's warmth, Sui quickly clarified his intentions, fearing he might be pushed into the operating room instead. After hearing Sui's explanation, Dr. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. He had directly authorized Sui's discharge, and any complications would fall on him. Not a problem. I will summon a few nurses to assist in bringing your grandmother inside. By the way, what ailment does she suffer from? Dr. Liu felt that Sui was a worthy acquaintance, and during Sui's hospital stay, they often exchanged casual conversation. Sui, having come from a future world, understood the invaluable nature of having a doctor as a friend, and both were keen to cultivate their relationship. I'm not entirely sure. It seems she fell ill due to stress. I was just thinking of coming to consult you. Sui mused, realizing that encountering an acquaintance made matters much easier, especially for someone unfamiliar with a large hospital, feeling utterly lost and disoriented. Don't worry. You shouldn't stand around. Please sit and rest for a moment. I will go check on your grandmother's condition right away. Dr. Liu insisted, gently guiding Sui to sit before departing. Having lived for many years, this was Tian Laohan's first visit to such a facility, and he felt somewhat apprehensive, carefully positioning himself beside Sui. Xiaohe, perhaps you should return home first. It seems the child has had a long day, Tian Ling expressed, her face filled with concern for her brother. At this moment, Sui could not bring himself to leave, feeling a deep sense of empathy for his mother and grandfather. It's nothing. Once we receive the results of the examination, I can return later, he assured them, embodying the role of the steadfast pillar of support. Li Fengfeng, feeling unwell, had come to the hospital accompanied by her son. Just as they were about to leave, Song Dashan spotted Sui. Mother, look, isn't that my brother-in-law? Song Dashan had recently become more prudent and had given up on pursuing business ventures. Initially, Li Fengfeng did not grasp who her son was referring to, but as she followed his gaze, she saw Sui. Since the incident where he was taken to the police station, she had harbored deep resentment towards him, having been too frightened to leave her home, constantly subjected to others' judgment. Serves him right. Why didn't I hear about this wretched child's injury? Upon noticing Sui's leg, a smile immediately spread across Li Fengfeng's face. In recent days, Song Dashan had heard many praises about Sui, lauding his successful business ventures and daily earnings. Should we go over and say hello? He suggested, still harboring hopes that Sui might offer him a leisurely job with minimal effort but a steady income. Li Fengfeng was unwilling. She had suffered at Sui's hands last time and had been beaten half to death by Song Wei, taking weeks to recover. Let it be. He is now quite formidable, and why would he deign to acknowledge relatives like us? Your sister is simply unfortunate, stuck with such a scoundrel. Even at this juncture, Li Fengfeng still perceived Sui as the same person from the past, unable to reconcile his current success with her previous impressions. Oblivious to the unfolding situation, Sui stood as Dr. Liu approached him. The elderly lady is stable for now, but she will need to stay in the hospital for a few days. She has been overworked and must take time to rest properly, Dr. Liu conveyed, finally alleviating the worries of everyone present. Sui had anticipated the necessity of hospitalization on their way there. Tian Laohan, being unfamiliar with such matters, could read from Sui's expression that his partner was likely all right. That's a relief. I truly appreciate your help. Once I'm well, I must treat you to a proper meal, he expressed, grateful for the assistance received, which was originally unrelated to Dr. Liu. Upon hearing Sui's promise, Dr. Liu raised an eyebrow, readily agreeing, having decided to cultivate this friendship with Sui. After discussing, they resolved to let Tian Ling remain to care for the elderly lady, while he took his grandfather home to prevent Song Qiuyue from worrying. Please take grandfather to eat first. I will quickly prepare some food to bring to the hospital. I had no idea this was coming, Sui remarked, feeling the weight of responsibility. Before the elders, Song Qiuyue refrained from openly expressing her grievances towards Sui. This fellow, without so much as a word of warning, always brings people back unceremoniously, which is indeed quite impolite. Fortunately, she anticipated that Sui would certainly return, hence she prepared a bit more food. A light meal would suffice, as grandma should not indulge in overly greasy dishes at this hour. At this moment, Sui remained blissfully unaware that Song Qiuyue had, in fact, already been provoked. Chapter 80. A visit again. Upon returning home, Li Fengfeng felt increasingly uneasy. After encountering Suhee the previous day, she had been too consumed by anger to notice the person beside him. Dashan, did you happen to notice that the wretched scoundrel was accompanied by what seemed to be her mother? In her fury, Li Fengfeng hadn't paid attention at all. At that moment, Song Dashan was preoccupied with contemplating how to persuade his mother to visit his sister, only to be surprised when she proactively inquired about it. Indeed, she bears a resemblance to my future mother-in-law. I merely caught a fleeting glimpse during my sister's wedding, so I cannot be entirely certain. Dashan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited Li Fengfeng's suggestion to visit his sister's home. This time, he opted for a different approach. Dealing with someone like Suhee required a gentler strategy. The most crucial aspect was to leverage Qiuyue as a point of entry. It appeared that Suhee had brought his mother over to enjoy a life of comfort, and he felt compelled to see for himself. Li Fengfeng could no longer remain seated. She was eager to rush to her daughter's place. She harbored a nagging feeling that if she did not go, she would miss out on numerous advantages. Thus, she resolved to stay at her daughter's home for several days. Mom, if you're going to see your sister, I'll take you there. Walking is simply too exhausting, Dashan said, feigning filial piety. Li Fengfeng thought little of it, and quickly agreed. She hastily packed a couple of outfits, determined to stay for a few days, not bothering to consider whether accommodations would be suitable. That stubborn girl, Qiuyue, truly is a disappointment. Once married, she seems to have forgotten her roots. Last time, she didn't even dare to utter a word. On the way, Li Fengfeng began lamenting past grievances, believing all her troubles stemmed from her daughter. If it weren't for her, perhaps she wouldn't suffer so much. Dashan opened his mouth, intending to counsel his mother to temper her outrage, especially since Suhee had recently achieved some success. He might need to rely on him in the future, yet the words never escaped his lips. Mom, what brings you here? As Song Qiuyue returned from the hospital, she noticed her mother and brother standing at the entrance of their home. By this time, Li Fengfeng was already seething. They had knocked on the door for ages with no response, waiting under the scorching sun for over half an hour until her daughter finally arrived. You wretched girl. Why weren't you at home? You made your brother and me stand in the blistering heat for so long. During their wait, they had made a trip to the factory. The front door had been tightly locked, and no one had been in sight. So when Li Fengfeng spoke, she sounded as though she had swallowed gunpowder. I went to the hospital. Do you need something? Upon hearing this, Song Qiuyue's demeanor instantly grew cold. She couldn't help but feel disillusioned, realizing she should never have harbored any illusions about her mother. Clearly, the previous incident had not imparted any lessons, as they found themselves here once more. Seeing Song Qiuyue's attitude, Li Fengfeng was immediately incensed. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to reprimand her daughter. Mom, please calm down. My sister has her own affairs. She didn't know we were coming. Let us just go inside. It's too hot out here. Dashan's intervention was somewhat unexpected. However, ever since the incident with Wang Dahua, Qiuyue had already lost all faith in her brother. Li Fengfeng looked at her son in surprise, glancing at the sky as if questioning whether the sun had risen from the west. The two of them had always been united, yet now her son was defending Qiuyue. It's sweltering outside. Come in and sit down, Song Qiuyue stated. Suhee's grandmother is ill and hospitalized. Recently, Suhee was in a car accident, and things at home are quite chaotic. If you have something to say, please do so quickly. I need to head back. They could not stand outside forever. Qiuyue had returned to fetch something, as Suhee's grandmother would likely be staying for an extended period. As soon as they entered, Song Qiuyue was quick to urge them to leave. Li Fengfeng could no longer contain herself. Her daughter's focus was entirely on Suhee and his family, completely disregarding her presence. You insolent girl, have you grown wings? I rarely come to visit, and before I can even settle in, you want to shoo me away. As she spoke, Li Fengfeng pinched Qiuyue's arm with considerable force. During the sweltering summer, Qiuyue was dressed lightly, and Li Fengfeng's grip was so strong that it soon left marks on her daughter's arm. In that moment, Qiuyue dared not resist. She could only endure silently. Each time her mother visited, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. I'm married now, a daughter-in-law of the Su family. How could I not consider their feelings? Haven't you done the same? Unable to withstand it any longer, Qiuyue quickly wriggled free from her mother's grasp and retorted. As a daughter-in-law, one often finds themselves at the mercy of circumstances. Qiuyue was fortunate that Tianling was not a cruel mother-in-law. She merely wished for her son and daughter-in-law to have a harmonious life together. I care not for such matters. Since your mother-in-law is staying here, I too shall remain for a few days. You needn't go to the hospital, just attend to me. At that moment, Li Fengfang began to act unreasonable, plopping herself down and throwing a tantrum. In the house, it was just the two of them, and being her mother, Li Fengfang was not someone Qiuyue could dismiss too harshly. Faced with Li Fengfang's obstinacy, Qiuyue truly found herself at a loss. You may stay here if you wish, but I must return to the hospital. I start work again tomorrow and have no time to attend to you, Qiuyue declared before retreating into the house. After collecting her money, she prepared to leave. As she reached the door, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to quickly turn back, locking the drawer where she kept her money. Dashan, you should take a look. This is your sister. After she began living a good life, she has not thought of you at all. When you were young, you used to care for her. But those nice things back then were hardly worth more than feeding a dog. Liu Fengfang, with her unfiltered words, would say anything without restraint upon rising. Deep down, she still harbors the thought of having her son enter that food factory. Chapter 81. Relentless Song Dashan immediately comprehended his mother's intentions. She had originally wished to converse amicably with her sister, yet suddenly realized that Song Qiuyue appeared somewhat impervious to reason. Speak as you wish. Do as you please. Suhi should return shortly. If you wish to avoid another visit to the police station, it would be wise to behave more modestly. These words were not one Song Qiuyue intended to utter. Indeed, upon hearing them, Li Fengfang's expression darkened immediately. She had harbored resentment ever since the last incident involving the police. Qiuyue, do you truly wish to sever ties with your maternal family? Do you genuinely believe you can establish a foothold in the Su family solely on your own? Song Dashan could no longer bear to witness this. Having a mother who had been detained made it difficult for him to hold his head high in the days that followed. Under Li Fengfang's tutelage, he had always believed that it was solely due to him that his sister could stand firm in her marital home. Of course, I would gladly sever ties with this side of the family. While others strive to ensure their daughters lead prosperous lives, do you not think that now that my life has finally begun to improve, you wish to disrupt it? At this moment, Song Qiuyue could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face. As the weight of repression had become unbearable, Li Fengfang shrieked and rushed over, seizing Song Qiuyue's hair and forcefully pushing her to the ground, raining slaps upon her. The sequence of events unfolded with alarming rapidity. Even Song Dashan, witnessing it from the side, was rendered speechless. The villagers had often spoken of his mother's formidable nature, and today he finally witnessed it. Her strikes were swift and merciless. Li Fengfang, I have warned you before. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. You have the audacity to come to my home and chastise my wife. When Suhi returned from outside, he was confronted with this distressing scene, and his anger flared. Had it not been for his impaired mobility, he would have rushed over to confront Li Fengfang. Supporting him, Sun Hao hurriedly intervened, toppling Li Fengfang aside, and helped Song Qiuyue to her feet. He observed the marks on her face, some even broken and bleeding, and her clothing was in disarray. Sister-in-law, are you all right? This was the first time Sun Hao had witnessed such a scene, and he felt a lingering fear. That old woman was exceedingly formidable. Song Qiuyue quickly shook her head, feeling utterly helpless. Each time she found herself in such a predicament, it seemed He was always there to witness her disgrace. I am merely disciplining my daughter. What more do you desire? I assure you, this time you shall not drag me back to the police station. Looking at Suhi, Li Fengfang felt somewhat intimidated. This man could, at times, be utterly ruthless. His actions could easily be described as heinous. I recall stating previously that Qiuyue is now my wife, and only thereafter your daughter. If she has erred, I would appreciate you bringing it to my attention. It does not justify your intrusion to reprimand my wife. Suhi, leaning on his cane, advanced slowly, each step sending Li Fengfang retreating in fear. Song Qiuyue silently approached Suhi, her eyes filled with pleading. With Sun Hao present, she wished for Suhi to refrain from acting too harshly. Why don't you inquire with this girl? I see no issue with her staying at her maternal home for a few days. Yet, she wishes to expel me immediately upon my arrival. This time, Li Fengfang had become more astute, directing her ire at Song Qiuyue. Truth be told, her initial attitude had indeed been ungracious, but Li Fengfang's words were undeniably harsh. I admit my attitude has not been favorable. Song Qiuyue, under Suhi's scrutinizing gaze, could not help but lower her head, taken aback by being caught in the act. At this moment, Sun Hao had already discreetly departed. Earlier that morning, he had invited Suhi to his factory. The previous batch of garments had sold out, and it was time for him to fulfill his promise. It seemed that every family had its share of challenges, but Soo-hee handled matters with far more finesse, and Sun Hao resolved to learn from him in the future. Seated in the car, Sun Hao mused to himself. The vehicle appeared nearly new. He had gifted it to Soo-hee using the profits from the garments, and he felt quite pleased upon its arrival, as it would certainly facilitate matters in the future. Then I must inquire why you suddenly wish to reside in my home. Is it that you can no longer endure your own household? Soo-hee disregarded Song Chiuyue's presence. Having sustained such harm, if her demeanor remained amiable, it would truly be beyond comprehension. Li Fengfeng remained silent for a lengthy moment. To be frank, even in this era, the vast majority of mothers-in-law are reluctant to dwell in their daughters' homes, as it proves rather inconvenient. Yesterday, at the hospital, I happened to encounter your mother, and I thought to myself that I, too, should be able to reside with my daughter. Li Fengfeng believed this rationale to be sufficiently persuasive. So that was the case. It appeared Li Fengfeng could not shake her tendency to exploit others. Soo-hee, with a swift motion, produced a wad of cash from his pocket. This money is a token of appreciation from Chiuyue. Now, please return home at once. I will personally instruct my father-in-law shortly. Observing the greed in Li Fengfeng's eyes, Soo-hee could not help but smirk derisively. He swiftly retracted his hand, stuffing the 1,000 yuan back into his pocket, leaving her and her son yearning. Soo-hee, at the sight of such a sum, Song Chiuyue panicked. She was acutely aware of how hard it was to earn money at the canned food factory. Each time business was discussed, Soo-hee would indulge in copious amounts of alcohol, striving to appease those around him, often at the cost of his own well-being. You, my dear, refrain from interjecting. The son-in-law dares to utter such words. It is indeed an act of filial piety towards me and your father. Therefore, I shall take it back with me, and we shall make another trip. Li Fengfeng can truly be regarded as a master of transformation. Her expression altered remarkably upon the sight of that money. Song Dashan, too, could not help but calculate in his mind. If matters were to proceed in this manner, there would undoubtedly be more opportunities in the future. It is essential to devise a way to secure it for oneself. Chapter 82. Using money to dismiss every 3 months. Chiuyue would bestow upon you and your father-in-law a sum of 1,000 yuan, which I shall personally deliver to your father-in-law, thereby sparing you the need to handle it. Soo-hee was well aware of Song Dashan's character. Should this money fall into his hands, it might not even create a ripple. Although Li Fengfeng felt a tinge of disappointment, she dared not voice her concerns at this moment, and was thus compelled to acquiesce. Brother-in-law, please consider arranging a more leisurely position for me in the factory. As Li Fengfeng prepared to leave, Song Dashan grew anxious. After having taken advantage of the situation, she was eager to depart, fearing that if she stayed for even a month, she might not see that money. With 1,000 yuan every 3 months. That amounted to over 300 yuan monthly, and she calculated that even if the old man were to work, his monthly earnings would barely exceed a few dozen yuan. Song Dashan, do you believe that my previous reprimand was insufficient to teach you a lesson? Who granted you the audacity? I will not allow you to tarnish my factory. The thought of this scoundrel being incarcerated was too daunting for Soo-hee. He shuddered at the potential fate of his canning factory, knowing that Song Dashan was insatiably greedy. After dispatching the mother and son, Soo-hee sat there wearily. His leg had yet to fully heal. Despite his diligent care, he still found it difficult to endure prolonged periods of discomfort. Let us discuss matters later this evening. For now, please invite Brother Sun in. Observing Song Chiuyue's hesitance, Soo-hee could surmise what she wished to express. At this juncture, it was utterly impossible to sever Song Chiuyue's ties with her family, and since financial solutions were feasible, Soo-hee was amenable. Brother Soo, your adeptness in handling affairs is truly admirable. I shall seek your counsel more often in the future. Although Sun Hao was seated in the car, he could clearly perceive all that transpired in the courtyard. Soo-hee shook his head in resignation. There were indeed times when he felt powerless. Yet he knew he must not exhibit such feelings. Let us set aside this topic. Brother Sunday, stay here today, and sample the new product I have developed. If I find it satisfactory, I shall commence the production line. After returning from Tianjiazwang yesterday, Soo-hee had spent the better part of the night experimenting with several fish to recreate a familiar taste, which finally satisfied him enough to rest. Through this period of close interaction, Sun Hao found himself deeply impressed by the individual before him, who was not content to remain stagnant, but was consistently striving to surpass his own limits. Since you have invited me, I shall shamelessly stay for a meal and request your assistance in drafting a design. I assure you I will compensate you. None of the drawings produced by the factory's draftsman had met Sun Hao's approval, and at this moment, he realized that this man possessed a multitude of skills. After this commotion, Song Qiuyue had no choice but to forego a trip to the hospital, and since Sun Hao wished to stay for a meal, it was unreasonable to expect Su He to attend to everything. Mother, your vision is rather short-sighted. You ought to consider arranging for me to work in that factory. At that time, the earnings would far exceed a mere 1,000 yuan. Song Dashan could not help but begin to complain about Lu Fengfang, feeling she was too narrow-minded. Upon seeing that substantial sum of money, he readily agreed to leave, which he deemed overly easy to manipulate, and at that moment, he truly had not anticipated this outcome. You foolish child, you may find it difficult to enter that canning factory. We must ensure that we secure that 1,000 yuan. Your Aunt Lu is currently discussing a match for you. We shall receive news within a few days. Given Song Dashan's age, if he were to hasten into marriage, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, which is why Lu Fengfang was so anxious. When the topic of marriage arose, Song Dashan suddenly fell silent. He indeed harbored affections for a certain young lady, but had long hesitated to confide in his family. Mother, what are your thoughts on Xinghua from the neighboring village? Seizing this moment, Song Dashan felt compelled to express his sentiments. Initially, Lu Fengfang was taken aback. After nearly a minute, she comprehended that her son had already set his affections on someone. Xinghua's mother was notorious in the village, and it was evident that her daughter would not be of commendable character. Lu Fengfang considered that Xinghua possessed an alluring charm, and she feared that should her son develop feelings for her, he might be swayed against his own mother. That is impossible. Xinghua is quite gentle, and I wish to marry her. Upon hearing Lu Fengfang's reluctance, Song Dashan immediately grew displeased. Throughout his life, whenever he desired something, Lu Fengfang had always found a way to procure it, so being suddenly denied was something he could not accept. Let us discuss this matter further at home. We shouldn't linger on the main road. Lu Fengfang suddenly realized that her son and Xinghua might already be entangled in something more than mere affection. On his way home from work, Song Wei fortuitously encountered Su He, as if he had been waiting there specifically. In recent days, he had heard numerous accounts regarding this son-in-law. Were you waiting here for me? Song Wei parked his vehicle by the roadside and approached Su He's car directly. Su He hastily rolled down the window, contemplated for a moment, and eventually alighted from the vehicle. At this moment, Song Wei noticed the bandage on Su He's leg. Indeed, I was waiting for you. I did not return home. Today, Qiuyue's mother visited and caused quite an uproar. I promised her that every 3 months, I shall deliver 1,000 yuan to you. This is Qiuyue's filial piety towards you. In the presence of Song Wei, Su He felt he had fulfilled his obligations. He regarded this man as a father, yet he did not deem him a competent one. Upon hearing that it was yet another issue instigated by Lu Fengfang, Song Wei's expression immediately shifted. When he had previously stood before this son-in-law, he appeared imposing, yet now, due to these circumstances, he felt diminished. What happened to your leg? Song Wei accepted the money, fully aware that if he did not take it, Lu Fengfang would undoubtedly pursue him further. Su He briefly recounted their previous encounters, which had been fraught with tension, rarely allowing for calm and composed conversation. You should return quickly. I too must hurry back, lest Qiuyue grow concerned. With the money now in the other's possession, Su He resolved to take his leave. Chapter 83. Conversations between couples. After watching Su He's car disappear from sight, Song Wei let out a sigh and continued to ride home. He had intended to offer a few words of advice, yet found himself at a loss for words. That evening, the household was left solely to the couple. Song Qiuyue had tidied up her belongings early and sat waiting. You must explain to me why you suddenly decided to give them such a substantial sum of money. Are you not concerned that my mother might demand even more? This matter truly perplexed Song Qiuyue. She knew well what kind of person her mother was, compounded by the existence of a greedy brother, which made the situation quite exasperating. If I were to suggest that you sever ties with your family and focus solely on our life together, I know you would find it impossible to make that decision. Su He was certainly aware of this. Despite the harm those individuals inflicted upon Song Qiuyue, they remained her family in her heart, making it exceedingly difficult for her to cut ties with them. After contemplating, Song Qiuyue realized she indeed could not bring herself to do so. Although she found her family to be quite disappointing, deep down, she was unwilling to completely sever connections. Observing Song Qiuyue's reaction, Su He wore an expression of understanding, having accurately predicted her feelings. He recognized that women of this era often lacked a sense of security. In truth, That 1,000 yuan, once given, could buy a sense of peace. Perhaps it could even be used to leverage some power over Li Fengfeng. Money, regardless of the time, can accomplish many things. As long as the funds are sufficient, most issues can be resolved. Song Qiuyu felt a twinge of sadness, realizing that it was often her family that created troubles, leading Su He to step in to resolve them. She wondered if he ever felt impatient with her. Do you think I am too indecisive? The man before her seemed inscrutable, which only heightened her anxiety. Su He shook his head, believing that Song Qiuyu had performed admirably, although there remained a significant distance from his expectations. Her current state was commendable. Do not overthink it. With so many matters at home and in the factory, isn't that enough to keep you busy? Forget about those trivial concerns. After saying this, Su He gently patted Song Qiuyu's shoulder. Adjacent to their bedroom was a makeshift study, and since Sun Hao had mentioned it, Su He did not decline but readily agreed. It is already quite late. Why are you not resting and instead lingering in the study? After standing in place for a moment, Song Qiuyu realized that Su He was not in the room. Even though it felt somewhat awkward with just the two of them at home, she found herself unable to shake off her fear when alone. I promised Sun Hao that I would draw the blueprints for him. The car he gifted today, even as a second-hand vehicle, is worth several tens of thousands. Its exterior and interior are nearly as good as new. Furthermore, he had returned the 30,000 yuan borrowed earlier. Su He felt a bit guilty accepting the car, so he intended to quickly complete the blueprints. I thought the car parked at the entrance looked different from the previous one. It turns out it was a gift from Brother Sunday. To give away a car so generously is truly excessive. One must admit, sometimes true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. This was Sun Hao's way of repaying Su He, yet such gestures are often reciprocal. Please, go rest. You have truly worked hard these past few days, running back and forth between the hospital and home, and you've lost quite a bit of weight. Su He felt a bit embarrassed to voice this. Song Qiuyu's face flushed instantly. She was taken aback that he would express such sentiments, leaving her feeling quite bashful. The following day, when Su He arrived at the factory, he unexpectedly spotted Lu Dechuan, who seemed to be waiting specifically for him. Upon seeing Su He hurried over. I heard you had a little accident the other day. I intended to visit you in the hospital, but family matters prevented me from doing so. Today, I decided to wait here. Lu Dechuan was profoundly grateful to Su He. After receiving the money, he promptly sent his two sons to school, ensuring that even with newfound wealth, his wife would not be in control of it. The reason he was at the factory today was primarily because Su He had learned that Wei and the others might come by in the next few days, so he felt it necessary to wait. Lu Dege, I am fine now. Just waiting for my leg to heal completely. In a while, I should be back to my old self. Despite Lu Dechuan's thoughtfulness, Su He wanted him to sit in his office, but he ultimately declined, feeling too dirty and not wanting to soil anything. Just by looking at Su He, it was evident that his injury was not minor, and Lu Dechuan felt a pang of sympathy. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it, otherwise, it would feel like you look down on me. Lu Dechuan insisted, wiping his hand on his clothes before handing over a small cloth bag. Seeing Lu Dechuan's awkward demeanor, Su He promptly accepted it, initially thinking it might contain some food, believing it wouldn't be an issue. Brother Lu, you must have been quite exhausted lately. Once this busy period passes, we should share a drink together. The recent flurry of activity coincided with Su He's hospitalization. In all honesty, the routine of tending to pigs day in and day out had been quite demanding, yet Lu Dechuan was more than willing, especially since his two sons were very understanding and helped him every day after school. Oh no, not at all. It's not hard at all. Once the harvest is complete, I plan to gather more, and in winter, I'll raise a few more pigs. At that time, I'll have over 30 pigs, and I want to know when they will all sell. Little did I anticipate that within a mere span of just over half a month, not a single head remained. He now must travel a considerable distance to procure any pork. I must inform you in advance, Lu Dage, that the sales of the meat cans may not be as robust as before. As my father does not possess sufficient pork, we are on the verge of launching fish cans, which will undoubtedly be affected as well. Chapter 84. Going home after lingering outside for a while, Peng Guoqing finally mustered the courage to knock on the door. He had been consumed by guilt over the events of that fateful night. Su Ge, are you busy right now? I have a few words I wish to share with you. Peng Guoqing stood at the entrance, his face a portrait of anxiety as he peered inside. Indeed, Su He had many pressing matters to attend to. Yet he was not concerned about the delay. Furthermore, since the incident, he had not had the opportunity to inquire about how Peng Guoqing was faring at work. It's nothing important. Come in quickly. Suhi beckoned him with a wave. They had shared a childhood bond, and a sense of camaraderie lingered between them. Additionally, recognizing Peng Guoqing's diligent nature, Suhi was inclined to utilize his abilities effectively during this time. Ever since I learned about your incident, I have felt profoundly distressed, always believing that if I had been more insistent, perhaps you would not have faced such troubles. Hence, I am here today to offer my apologies. Seizing the moment of bravery, Peng Guoqing poured out his heart, believing that only with forgiveness could he find peace in his work. To his surprise, Suhi responded with astonishment at this revelation. This matter has nothing to do with you. Do not dwell on it or feel the need to apologize. I was just about to ask how you have been adjusting here. After expressing his thoughts, Suhi swiftly shifted the conversation to inquire about Peng Guoqing's living conditions, which he had yet to resolve. Seeing the serious expression on Suhi's face alleviated Peng Guoqing's anxious heart somewhat. When he had shared his troubles with Zhuzi, he had received similar comfort. Everything is indeed quite good. The others are very kind and take great care of me. I have faced no difficulties at all. Peng Guoqing felt immense gratitude towards Suhi, as not only had he secured a job, but many of his problems had also been alleviated. Initially, his engagement with Xiuxiu's family had been fraught with turmoil, as they had threatened to call off the engagement. Despite his repeated pleas, it seemed futile. I have heard about your situation with your fiancée, and I believe such a girl does not deserve you, Suhi had remarked incredulously upon hearing the news. Peng Guoqing, upon hearing this, instinctively clenched his hands. He had been engaged to Xiuxiu for 2 years, and they were currently discussing their wedding. There was indeed genuine affection between them. Had it not been for his reluctance, he would not have sought her family so earnestly. Su Gu, Xiuxiu, and I share a bond. It is mainly her family who believes that my lack of employment would bring her hardship. He was taken aback by Suhi's lack of support and felt a surge of anxiety. Perhaps it never occurred to Suhi that Peng Guoqing was genuinely this naive. It seemed likely that the girl named Xiuxiu had already set her sights elsewhere, seizing this opportunity to request a dissolution of the engagement. So tell me, is it true that only after you secured this job did they cease to mention the engagement's dissolution? Initially, Suhi did not intend to meddle, but seeing Peng Guoqing's foolish demeanor, he decided to enlighten him. However, such a straightforward question left Peng Guoqing momentarily stunned. He had heard from his family that Xiuxiu's family had indeed stopped discussing the engagement's termination, yet they appeared to be moving away. I do not know. They have not provided a definitive answer. I came here not only to apologize to you, but also to return home and see how things stand. Once so resolute, Peng Guoqing began to feel uneasy after Suhi's inquiry, sensing that something might transpire. For the past few days, he had not needed to pick peaches, so allowing Peng Guoqing to return home was indeed feasible, and thus Suhi readily agreed. Let us do this. I have no pressing matters today, so I can drive you back and make a trip home myself. His proposal to accompany Peng Guoqing stemmed primarily from his concern that Peng Guoqing might face adversity. Since they were from the same village, Peng Guoqing felt unable to refuse, quickly agreeing. Suhi instructed him to gather his belongings while he informed Song Qiuyue of their plans. You're going back? Why didn't you mention it? Is there something going on? Song Qiuyue found it curious that Suhi had decided to return to the village, as she had not heard him mention it in recent days. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Suhi had not initially planned such a trip, and returning unexpectedly might indeed raise eyebrows. Guoqing wishes to go back and gauge Xiuxiu's family's reaction. I fear he may be at a disadvantage. So I intend to accompany him to see if I can be of assistance. In facing Song Qiuyue, Suhi felt compelled to speak the truth. Song Qiuyue had also heard from her mother-in-law about Peng Guoqing's situation. As a woman, she could somewhat infer that perhaps Xiuxiu had grown distant or might take some action. I see. It is indeed a matter concerning others, and while I support your decision to accompany him, please do not interfere unnecessarily and complicate matters further. Song Qiuyue was supportive of Suhi accompanying Peng Guoqing, yet she worried that if something were amiss, Suhi might not resist intervening. It may depend on the circumstances. If it does not unfold as they suspect, I will certainly refrain from intruding. I cannot guarantee anything in this matter. It will depend on the situation. If Guoqing is not harmed, I will not act impulsively. Suhi did not wish to deceive Song Qiuyue, as he could not promise how he would respond in the moment. After concluding their conversation, the two set off in the car, quickly departing. Along the way, Peng Guoqing was exceedingly tense, his mind racing with various troubling scenarios. Su Gu, my heart is heavy with distress. I do not know how to navigate this situation. After speaking, He anxiously opened the car window, inhaling the fresh air outside in deep breaths. This feeling of tension was something Soo-hee could somewhat comprehend. His heart was undoubtedly in a state of turmoil, uncertain of how to proceed. Do not fret, for the worst outcome would merely be the dissolution of your engagement with Xiao. If you remain steadfast and diligent, you shall undoubtedly encounter a more suitable partner. Although this may seem somewhat harsh, Soo-hee felt compelled to voice it. Chapter 85. Envy of all this time. The return journey was swift. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he was immediately recognized. Everyone was aware that the youngest son of the Su family had achieved great success. Soo-hee, why are you the only one back? Where is your mother? After entering the village, Soo-hee had to slow down the vehicle, and at that moment, a woman approached him. A sly smile flickered across her face upon seeing Peng Guiqing sitting in the car, evoking an unsettling feeling. Hello, Aunt Zhou. My maternal grandfather is hospitalized, and my mother is taking care of him, so she couldn't come back. I just returned to check on things. Although the villagers appeared unfamiliar to Soo-hee, he could still recall most of their names. After all, he had grown up here, and everything around him was interconnected. Most people were familiar faces, though it had been quite some time since they last met. Moreover, Soo-hee had undergone a significant transformation, making it difficult for him to feel enthusiastic around these individuals. Thus, when he spoke, he remained polite and courteous. Look at you, a man of success now, driving a car. It seems no one in our village can match your achievements anymore. The villagers' eyes were filled with envy. When everyone had been at the same level, it had not seemed noteworthy, but when one individual suddenly became wealthy, the surrounding community found it hard to accept. As one person approached, others followed suit, prompting Soo-hee to quickly disembark from the car and offer cigarettes to the men. I only engage in a small business, nothing worth mentioning. Please continue your conversations here. We should be heading back. He felt it was better to leave quickly rather than linger. The group at the village entrance watched their vehicle depart, their eyes nearly glued to it, pondering when they would ever earn such wealth from their toil in the fields. Who would have thought that the sole son of the old Su family would end up so successful? Soo-hee had two older brothers who had mysteriously gone missing in recent years, and he had not sought them out. At that time, Tian-ling had wept daily, her eyes nearly blinded by tears. Despite her sorrow, her two sons did not return, leaving her with no choice but to place all her hopes on her eldest son. Did you see? That's the son of the old Prung family in the car. This will surely be entertaining. Xiao is quite the reckless girl to have done such a thing. Some villagers hesitated to mention Soo-hee, perhaps feeling the disparity too vast to bear. Moreover, envy and resentment lingered in their hearts, making it difficult to find balance. When villagers had little else to do, they delighted in discussing the misfortunes of others. Now, during this lull in farming activities, they gathered to gossip about one another's affairs. Indeed, just the other day, I heard that Smelly was demanding a breakup. I thought once Guiqing got a job, there would be no more drama. But who knew such an embarrassing incident would occur with a respectable young lady? Any minor event in the family could quickly become common knowledge among the villagers. Peng Guiqing's parents and siblings had been largely reclusive lately, fearing questions from the villagers. Although it was not their child's fault, being engaged to such a girl would undoubtedly impact their son's future. Su-gu, your family is rather small now. Aunt Tian merely wanted you to return home for a visit. Why not come to my house for a chat? As they reached the doorstep, Peng Guiqing invited Soo-hee. The house had been uninhabited for quite some time, and there was little left. Tian-ling had tidied up before leaving, giving away anything useful to neighbors. That sounds good. Let us visit your home for a while and greet your uncle and aunt. I'll take you back afterward. Soo-hee was pleased with this suggestion, as Peng Guiqing had voiced it first. The sound of the car caught the family's attention. Peng Fu speculated that his son might have returned, but his worried expression deepened. Xiao-hee, you're here too? Upon opening the door, Peng Fu was surprised to see Soo-hee first. The boy looked somewhat different from his memories. In just 6 months, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, and even his appearance seemed altered. Father, Su-gu drove me back. My brother's leg is still injured. Let us hurry inside to talk. Upon seeing his father, Peng Guiqing sensed something was amiss. However, standing at the door, it was better to enter and discuss matters privately. Yes, I indeed must be losing my mind. Xiao-hee, come in. It's been so long. Your changes are remarkable, no doubt a testament to your success as a business owner. Peng Fu understood that his son's employment and earnings were largely thanks to Soo-hee. Thus, his words flowed easily, as if trying to pave a path for his son. Uncle Peng, you flatter me. I am the same as before, merely more grown up now. It is you who perceive a great change." Suhi remained humble, but upon entering, he sensed a heavy atmosphere. Even though Peng Fu wore a smile, it appeared forced. It was evident that something troubling had transpired. "My son, how unfortunate you are to have encountered such a woman." Peng Mu, regardless of the presence of guests, immediately embraced her son, bursting into tears. Since learning of the incident, she had suppressed her emotions, unwilling to expose her distress to avoid being the subject of ridicule. However, upon seeing Peng Guqing, she could no longer contain herself. "Old woman, have you lost your senses? Ingzi, quickly help your grandmother inside. Crying in front of guests is utterly disgraceful." Peng Fu, caught off guard, found himself in an unexpected predicament as his elderly companion surprised him with such a turn of events. His countenance darkened slightly as he cast a glance at Suhi. Although this matter had long since become common knowledge, he still wished to preserve the last vestige of dignity for the old Peng family. At this juncture, even if he desired to conceal the truth, Suhi had nearly grasped the situation, and it appeared that indeed it was that Xiao who had instigated the turmoil. Chapter 86. The unveiling of truth. Mother Peng, with a commanding shout, finally relinquished her hold on her son. A flicker of trepidation crossed her gaze as she glanced at her husband, for he could be rather intimidating when angered. I simply felt sorrow for my son upon seeing him. This disgrace falls upon the Xiao family, not us." Even in fear, Mother Peng displayed no sign of retreat. Initially, Peng Guqing was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why, upon his arrival home, his mother was weeping uncontrollably. After hearing her recent words, darkness enveloped him. "What has happened to Guqing?" Without a sound, Peng Guqing fainted, having gleaned the gravity of the situation from the expressions of his family. Peng Fu sighed in resignation and hastily assisted his son in laying the younger child upon the bed, intending to summon the physician from the neighboring village. "Xiaohe, I never anticipated you would be subjected to such a spectacle," Peng Fu remarked, his face shrouded in smoke as he puffed on his pipe, obscuring his emotions. To be honest, Suhi had foreseen this outcome. After all, a young lady who had been betrothed for several years surely had her heart set on Peng Guqing alone. "Uncle, I merely heard about Guqing's predicament and thought to escort her home, fearing she might encounter difficulties along the way. To speak frankly, perhaps it is simply that the girl and Guqing are not fated to be together. In the future, he shall undoubtedly meet someone more suitable." There was no need for elaborate explanation. In such rural matters, the community would not engage in grand discussions. A mere glance or a few words sufficed for understanding. Peng Fu shook his head in resignation, acknowledging Suhi's words were indeed accurate. Yet he harbored concerns that his son might endure significant emotional turmoil. Despite his reassurances, Guqing and Xiao had already developed feelings for one another, and no one could foresee that the girl would become involved with a wealthy individual. In these modern times, any family facing such a scandal would be subject to ridicule. Although this situation was not instigated by Peng Guqing, he would inevitably be implicated, and future prospects for marriage might become exceedingly challenging. As a father, you should understand that Guqing is resilient. He will not be defeated by such trivial matters. At this moment, Suhi felt that no words could truly convey comfort. After the doctor's examination, it was determined that there was no serious ailment, merely a case of acute stress leading to fainting, and he would awaken shortly. "What are you doing here?" Upon opening the door, Peng Fu's eldest daughter-in-law was taken aback to find Xiao's family outside and instinctively sought to shut the door. Upon witnessing this, Xiao's family quickly donned smiles. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that their daughter had erred. Initially, when the girl had insisted on breaking off the engagement, they assumed it was a fleeting reaction due to Guqing's unemployment, which would resolve once he found work. They never anticipated such an outcome. "Niece, since we can no longer be relatives, we have known each other for many years. This matter must come to a close." Xiao's father, regarded as a decent man, had chastised his daughter after the incident, though such measures proved futile. Ultimately, the engagement would need to be annulled. "Eldest daughter-in-law, let them in. There is no need for a matchmaker now. We simply need to sever this bond." Upon hearing the voices outside, Peng Fu realized that Xiao's parents had arrived. Once inside, Xiao's father attempted to kneel before Peng Fu, both parents feeling deeply embarrassed as their children had quarreled multiple times. "Old brother, please refrain from such gestures. No one desires this outcome for the children. Let us quietly annul the engagement, and thereafter, we will owe each other nothing." Peng Fu truly lacked the energy for further discord. He had no desire to become the subject of ridicule in the village, where many would surely revel in their misfortune. This sentiment was beyond what Xiuxiu's parents had dared to hope for. Their intention in visiting today was to offer an apology. I feel tremendous guilt. Who could have known that Xiuxiu would act in such a manner? It is not only shameful, but also threatens to tarnish the bond we have nurtured for so many years. At that moment, Peng Guoqing suddenly emerged from the house, his awakening a mystery to everyone. He had overheard the exchange outside, and, in that instant, his heart sank. Initially, he found it difficult to believe the unfolding events. Stop speaking. Let us swiftly annul this engagement. I wish to return to the city and resume my work. Freeing myself from these thoughts, especially upon seeing Peng Guoqing, Xiuxiu's parents lowered their heads, their guilt palpable. This son-in-law had always been someone they esteemed. During busy farming seasons, Peng Guoqing would assist them without hesitation, embodying diligence and resilience. Let the elders handle this. Do not concern yourself. The engagement will undoubtedly be annulled. Go rest now. Witnessing Peng Guoqing's agitation, Suhi promptly stood and pulled him aside. When elders speak, even if one wishes to interject, timing is crucial. At that moment, Guoqing seemed utterly despondent. Brother Su, I truly did not foresee such an outcome upon my return. It is simply too difficult to accept. After retreating to the room with Su He, Peng Guoqing could no longer contain his emotions, tears cascading down his face. He clutched his head in anguish, burying his face in his knees, as a man grappling with such distress. He found it hard to navigate his feelings. Do not despair. Consider this. It is fortunate that you discovered this before marriage. Had there been children involved, your decisions would have been even more agonizing. Rest assured, as long as one diligently applies oneself, in the future, upon purchasing a residence in the city, one need not worry about encountering a virtuous lady. This manner of offering solace was a novel experience for Peng Guoqing, leaving him momentarily stunned. Moreover, he found himself contemplating the words spoken by Su He. Indeed, had such sentiments been expressed during that time, he would have likely endured greater anguish. In contrast, the present circumstances seemed trivial. Chapter 87. Returning to the city in the end, both families called off the marriage. Xiuxiu's parents left, burdened with guilt, while the Peng family was enveloped in sorrow. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, I am deeply sorry that my actions have caused you so much distress. It is entirely my fault. Since the engagement has been annulled, I shall not return for a while. I intend to focus diligently on my work with Su Gu. After calming his emotions, at least on the surface, Peng Guoqing appeared less heartbroken, even considering comforting his family. Peng Fu was taken aback, fearing his son had gone mad over the matter, but upon closer inspection, he realized Guoqing seemed to have found clarity. Uncle and aunt, you need not worry. I will certainly look after him. By the way, I wonder if Brother Jiangwo has any free time lately. My friend's garment factory is in need of a loader, and I have been struggling to find a reliable person. At the right moment, Su Gu stepped forward, alleviating some of the Peng family's concerns and reigniting their hope. Their eldest son, Peng Jiangwo, had been idly staying at home recently, with little work to do in the fields, and was contemplating finding some odd jobs in the city. You, my child, truly leave us at a loss for words. You are a great benefactor to our family. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. The little one had found a good job, earning 100 yuan a month. Although the eldest daughter-in-law was well behaved, she could not help but feel a tinge of envy upon hearing the news. Now that their eldest son had secured employment, they could finally achieve a sense of balance. How could they not be grateful to Su Gu? Uncle, that seems a bit excessive. Guoqing played with me when he was young, and I also spent a few years with Brother Jiangwo. Our bond is not something to be taken lightly. If we can go, sister-in-law, please help Jiangwo pack a few clothes so we can leave today. Often, Su Gu found himself at a loss when faced with the gratitude of others. His actions could be seen as a means of winning hearts. Offering small favors at such moments is prudent. For one can never guarantee that misfortune will not strike in life. It is wise to leave oneself an escape route. Peng Jiangwo eagerly nodded in agreement. How could he possibly be too busy? Even if he were, he must go. The family needed money, especially with a child on the way. Such an opportunity, regardless of who it befalls, is a tremendous blessing. Moreover, Su Gu had not sought to pull his cousin into the fray, but aimed to assist their family. Jiangwo, you are the one I have the most faith in. Once you arrive, be sure to work diligently. Do not bring shame to your brother. At this moment, Peng Fu finally smiled, shedding the gloom that had overshadowed him. and he regarded Su Ji's vehicle with newfound respect, as they reluctantly parted from the charming village. The news of Peng Guoqing and Xiuxiu's broken engagement spread swiftly. "Sugu, my brother and I are both working at the factory now. Perhaps we should rent a place? We cannot continue living at the factory." After leaving the village, Peng Guoqing managed to adjust his mindset. Though still somewhat saddened, he recognized the more pressing matter at hand. The entire family awaited the earnings of the two brothers. Sugu had not considered this. He had initially thought to send Jiang Wo and let Sun Hao find a solution. You brothers living together would be quite convenient for taking care of each other. Once we return, we shall search for rental options. Recently, Sugu pondered whether to encourage Peng Guoqing to start running errands, as it would provide a means of transporting goods. The peach-picking season was nearing its end, and if they wished to produce canned goods, they would have to wait until next year. The production line would not be dismantled, and they could transition these workers to canning fish. Lately, factories in Zhanghai town had been increasing, making it harder to recruit new workers. "Hey," Peng Jiangwo, who had been silent, suddenly voiced a question, having noticed something. He quickly turned his head to cautiously glance at his younger brother. "Brother, is this your first time riding in a vehicle? Are you feeling unwell?" Peng Guoqing, however, failed to detect anything amiss and assumed Jiangwo was merely uncomfortable. On their return, while driving, Peng Guoqing felt a twinge of pain in his leg and thought it best to rest for a moment. He glanced back in the direction he had just seen what appeared to be a young girl. Indeed, it was a bit surprising. He never expected a four-wheeled vehicle could travel so swiftly. This was Peng Jiangwo's first lie. He had just seen Xiuxiu. Aware of how heartbroken his brother was over the girl, he decided it would be best for them not to meet. Thus, he fabricated a story. "Of course, I heard Su Gu say airplanes travel even faster. When you're on one, you can see the clouds around you." This was something Su Gu had said to ease Peng Guoqing's nerves during their journey. In the future, there would be high-speed trains, magnetic levitation trains, and a plethora of travel options that would dazzle the eye and increase in speed. Once the brothers earned money, they would take their parents on one of those flights Su Gu spoke of. Hearing this filled them with boundless anticipation for the future. As they chatted and laughed along the way, they soon arrived at Sun Hao's garment factory, which was indeed quite large compared to the canning factory. "You mentioned needing a loader last time. This is Jiang Wo from our village, a reliable and diligent worker. I brought him straight from the village today." Su Gu disembarked and headed directly to Sun Hao's office. The position of loader was not particularly urgent. Sun Hao could easily find a dozen if he wished, but he preferred someone trustworthy. "Wonderful. I knew I could count on you for this task. You have resolved this issue remarkably quickly." Sun Hao merely cast a glance and immediately affirmed Peng Jiangwo's capabilities. Having encountered countless individuals throughout his years in business, he had amassed a wealth of experience. After receiving Sun Hao's endorsement, Peng Jiangwo truly felt a sense of relief. It was his first time visiting such a grand factory, and he was at a loss as to where to place his hands. His younger brother, however, seemed to fare slightly better in this unfamiliar setting. Chapter 88. Resolving troubles. After only a few days, Tian Chung arrived, having completed all his tasks and coming directly to seek Su He. His demeanor was noticeably different from before. "Uncle, seeing you like this, it seems everything has been resolved, hasn't it?" Su He maintained a warm smile, genuinely pleased for his uncle. Tian Chung nodded, confirming that indeed, the issues had been settled. He felt a sense of relief, especially with his mother still hospitalized. It was imperative for him to be here. "Last time at home, I couldn't say much to you. Now that it's just the two of us, I must express my gratitude." During the previous situation, Tian Chung had felt somewhat helpless and lacked the opportunity to converse with Su He. Now, he finally had the chance to articulate what he had wanted to say. Even though they were relatives, expressing gratitude was still essential. Regardless of familial ties, one cannot compel another to offer assistance. "We are family, so there's no need for such formality. Regardless, consider it a favor for my mother. How about I take you to see Grandma? Business matters could be discussed later." Coincidentally, Wei Wei and his group had returned yesterday, and this time, there were several more individuals in the team. They were anxious to hear that the canned fruit business was soon to be discontinued. Sui had let them sample fish cans yesterday, which had received favorable feedback, yet they remained uncertain about whether to pursue this venture, pending their final decision. "You are working here. It's best not to trouble yourself. You can go alone." Tian Chung felt guilty for interrupting Suhi's work. Suhi quickly waved his hand, indicating that he was not affected. These past few days had not been particularly busy. Even in his absence, nothing significant would occur. "It's no trouble at all. Let's go now. Besides, The bandage on my leg is due to be removed today. Accompanying you is just as good. Suhee casually fabricated an excuse and, half-heartedly, pulled Tian-chung into the car. Once seated, Tian-chung began to feel nervous, gripping the seat tightly, especially as the car started, nearly leaping from his seat. I never imagined I would one day ride in such a vehicle. Last time, I heard from your third uncle that this car is quite fast. Perhaps to alleviate his anxiety, Tian-chung initiated a conversation. As they talked, his tension gradually dissipated, and he began to relax. From a distance, it looks just like your car. Why are you here at this time? When Tianjing stepped out to buy something, she spotted her son's vehicle and hurried over. Initially unaware of her elder brother's presence, she only realized it when Suhee approached and opened the door, revealing Tian-chung. Elder brother? What brings you here? Upon seeing him, Tianling's eyes glistened with tears. She had been yearning for news of him in recent days. With no one available to assist at home, they were uncertain about the family situation. It had been a while since anyone had visited, leaving Tian Lien feeling anxious. Now that the family matters are settled and mother is still in the hospital, I had to come. I can't burden you and my nephew with everything. Tian-chung felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke of this. Tianling did not harbor any ill feelings regarding this. Regardless, their parents had raised all three siblings, and it was unreasonable for the son to handle every issue alone. We are family, elder brother. Let us not dwell on that. In the past, we were often reliant on our maternal family for support. Now that Xiaohe has become successful, it is our turn to reciprocate. Sui's father had passed away early, leaving her and her mother to fend for themselves. Subsequently, her two elder brothers had also disappeared, leaving no trace. Had it not been for the support of their maternal family, Tian Lien might not have survived those times. This childhood memory instilled in Suhee a willingness to lend a helping hand, recognizing that some kindness must be repaid. Those are all matters of the past. Let us not mention them in front of the children to avoid rekindling sadness. Moreover, as siblings, we are bound to support one another. Especially as the eldest son, Tian-chung had been taught this from a young age. After marrying Wang Chunhua, he found her not only lazy but also encouraging him to distance himself from his siblings. Consequently, their relationship had grown cold over the years. Mother and uncle, let us discuss this inside. You've been standing outside for a while. You take uncle to see grandma while I check on Dr. Liu. Though claiming he needed to remove his bandage was merely an excuse, Suhee decided to visit Dr. Liu to have his leg examined. It was quite inconvenient, as every journey began with consideration for his leg. Go ahead. I will accompany your uncle. In a few days, mother will be discharged. As they exchanged these words, they slowly walked away. Observing their bond, Suhee felt a twinge of envy. He had no siblings in his previous life and found himself alone in this new place, uncertain whether his two elder brothers were still alive. Finally, he arrived. Had he delayed any longer, Suhee would have sought him out. Seeing Suhee obediently enter his office, Dr. Liu couldn't help but tease him. Their relationship had gradually improved through their interactions, becoming notably different from before. I don't hold such influence. I strictly adhere to medical advice. As long as there are no issues, I will certainly seek out Dr. Liu. Now that they were alone in the office, Suhee spoke casually, as if in the comfort of his own home. He casually found a place to sit down. Dr. Liu, please come quickly, he urged, as Dr. Liu deftly unwrapped the bandages from Suhee's leg. The recovery appeared to be quite satisfactory. Indeed, one could say he possessed remarkable courage, seemingly willing to sacrifice his leg in pursuit of financial gain. After completing the examination, Dr. Liu let out a sigh of relief. Observing Suhee in such a state, he often felt a pang of envy. For each day in the hospital followed a monotonous routine. Chapter 89. Understanding. Upon entering the house, Tian-chung immediately knelt on the floor without uttering a word, fully aware that his actions had caused considerable distress to his elderly parents. Father, mother, it is all due to my unfilial behavior, marrying such a woman, burdening you both at your advanced age. Now that everything has settled, I regret your worry, he expressed, with tears brimming in his eyes. Tian Laoan, witnessing this, quickly helped his son to his feet. In truth, both he and his wife bore some responsibility, having made the decision to marry Wang Chunhua. All right, please rise. There is no need to display such behavior here, lest others mock us. Now that the matter is resolved, let us not dwell on it, he reassured, patting his eldest son on the shoulder. This child, Chen Xiao, is the most obedient and considerate, and our daughter is also very caring. The youngest son may be a bit mischievous, yet he brings us peace of mind. Your father is right. You mustn't carry on like this. As your mother, it pains me to see you so distressed, the elderly matriarch remarked, her health having improved considerably in recent days. Once he saw his mother recovering, Tian Chung felt a great weight lift from his heart, yet he could not shake the feeling of inadequacy as the eldest son. This time, he owed much to his sister and nephew. Had anything untoward happened to him, he would have carried that burden all his life. Tianzhong had expressed a desire to accompany him, but with numerous responsibilities at home and several young children to care for, he came alone. Divorce was not uncommon in other villages, and since Wang Chunhua had proven to be lazy and demanding since her arrival, it was perhaps for the best that they parted ways. Initially, the elderly couple opposed the divorce, having worked hard for most of their lives and valuing their reputation in the village. The thought of being the subject of gossip was quite distressing. However, Tian Chung was resolute in his decision to divorce. The opposition of his parents held little sway over him, as he had long grown weary of the woman. Thank you, father and mother, for your understanding. I promise to work diligently in the future. Xiaohe mentioned buying all the fish from my pond, which will also help him earn some money. On the way here, Suhi had briefly discussed this matter. Now, it was time to negotiate the price. Initially, Tian Chung proposed a half-buy, half-gift arrangement, but Suhi was unwilling. Xiaohe is truly a good child. I feel guilty having you spend so much on my hospital stay. After just one day, I expressed my desire to return home, the elderly woman stated. Tian Ling had to persuade her for quite some time, explaining that the payment had already been made and that if she did not stay, the hospital would not refund the money. Only then did she reluctantly agree. Mother, how many times have I told you not to dwell on this? Xiaohe may achieve great things, but it is thanks to you and father, she reminded her, recalling the struggles of raising a child with the support of her maternal family. Reflecting on the past often brought tears to her eyes, and many times, Tian Ling preferred not to mention it. Now, with their lives improved, they should cherish their good fortune. When Suhi entered, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, noticing the redness around their eyes, suggesting they had been crying. My leg is fine now, according to Dr. Liu, so do not worry. Uncle cannot remain here indefinitely. I must return with you to haul in the fish, he declared confidently about the fish canning venture. Although Wei Wei and the others had yet to make a decision, he was certain it was only a matter of time. Thus, production needed to commence promptly. When Tian Chung arrived, he had intended to care for his mother, but after hearing Suhi's words, he began to hesitate. Very well, let us return without delay. We cannot let your affairs suffer. Perhaps we can ask the third brother and sister-in-law to look after mother for a few days. We cannot impose on your sister indefinitely, as they have their own matters to attend to. Tian Chung was a principled man. Recently, he had been preoccupied with family matters, relying on Tian Ling for assistance for quite some time. It was unreasonable for them to continuously bear the burden without compensation. Tian Jing understood his brother's intentions and promptly agreed, as it was essential for a son to fulfill his filial duties at such a time. That works. Let the third brother and sister-in-law stay for a couple of days, allowing me some respite. Tao Tao has already been a burden for others for several days. Suhi and his wife needed to arrive at the factory early each day and could not manage to take the children to school, relying on neighbors for help. Of course, this assistance was not without cost. Suhi was compensating them, and the neighbors were happy to help with the children for a small fee. Then it is settled. I will return with Xiaohe now, and she can bring the third brother and sister-in-law along. With that, Tian Chung hurriedly left, not lingering for long. After his departure, the three remaining sighed in unison. Although the divorce had been finalized, they understood that the path ahead would likely be more challenging. Our eldest son has faced so much adversity. That woman, Wang Chunhua, has truly brought misfortune upon us. Once we return, we must discuss dividing the family assets. In this place, smoking was prohibited, and whenever Tian Laohan was troubled, he would scratch his head in distress. The matter of dividing the family assets had been suggested more than once. The third branch seemed to feel disadvantaged by the current arrangement and had subtly brought it up several times. Tian Laohan had always believed that it was most important for the family to stay together, but after this incident, he had come to a realization. Old man. Tian Lisher looked at Tian Laohan incredulously, surprised by his sudden decision. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. With the eldest's divorce, the third branch will be even less inclined to live together. It is better to separate sooner rather than later. We can save face in the process. With a heavy sigh, Tian Laohan admitted that he did not wish for this outcome, but having reached this point, it was perhaps for the best to proceed with the division. Chapter 90. Arrogance at the door as He had just signed the contract. Zhou Hong unexpectedly paid him a visit. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Hong since his discharge from the hospital. Young Master Zhou, I believe you have come to the wrong place. Is there something you wish to discuss? He's heart raced at the sight of Zhou Hong. To be candid, the Zhou family wielded considerable influence in Jianghai town, and He preferred to amass wealth quietly rather than engage in any confrontation with them. I heard you were in a car accident and thought you might not survive. At that point, I could openly take care of Qiuyu. Who would have thought you were so resilient and emerged unscathed? This revelation struck Zhou Hong profoundly. When he had resolved to act, he had already anticipated the consequences he would face. Hearing Zhou Hong's words, He's suspicions became increasingly evident, though he possessed no concrete evidence. In Jianghai town, aside from you, perhaps only Wang De who wishes for my demise. I am quite curious, young Master Zhou. How did you come to know about my accident? If it were not for your involvement, it would be rather perplexing. Zhou Hong was taken aback by this retort, realizing he had let his pride cloud his judgment. The following day, he attempted to confront Song Qiuyu, nearly exposing himself. Of course, I heard it from someone. You may not know, but I have friends in the hospital. Upon hearing the news, I immediately recognized my opportunity. At that moment, Zhou Hong was visibly flustered, making a desperate effort to mask his anxiety. Fortunately, after carrying out his plan that night, he had swiftly sent the individual away from Jianghai town. Otherwise, the police might have traced him easily. Who would have thought that young Master Zhou's acquaintances were so widespread across various industries? This young master even befriended butchers. The last incident left Shixian with no options. However, now that an opportunity had arisen, He felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Otherwise, it would only give Zhou Hong the false impression that he could act with impunity in the future. He, do not rejoice too soon. You are unaware of how many people you have obstructed. Do you know how many secretly wish to see you dead? Upon hearing the mention of the butcher, Zhou Hong's anger flared. Those incompetent individuals had cost him a fortune, yet ultimately failed to inflict any damage on the canning factory. Do you believe your actions are righteous and unnoticed? He's words were somewhat veiled, yet he trusted Zhou Hong would grasp their meaning. In Jianghai town, He conducted his business with integrity, neither stealing nor robbing, and he would not engage in illegal activities. Even if others sought to undermine him, they merely resorted to subtle sabotage. If you willingly relinquish Qiuyu to me, perhaps nothing untoward will occur. The tenacity of a person can be frightful, especially for someone like Zhou Hong who, the more unattainable something is, the more he desires it. Even if it means destruction, he will not allow his cherished possessions to fall into another's hands. Such individuals are exceedingly deranged. Dream on. Unless I am dead, as long as I draw breath, I will never allow you to lay a finger on Qiuyu. Previously, He had been powerless in the hospital. Now, restored to his former self, he would not permit such occurrences to happen again, and he would safeguard himself in the future. I eagerly await that day when I shall bind you and watch as Qiuyu pleads beneath me. Upon uttering these words, Zhou Hong noticed a transformation in He's expression, a surge of exhilaration emanating from within him. Throughout this time, every encounter with He had resulted in Zhou Hong's failures, leaving him utterly frustrated. At last, he felt a sense of relief. Do not be so quick to boast. I concede that your family's influence in Jianghai town is formidable, yet I, He, shall not be intimidated. Before such individuals, one must never show any sign of retreat. Otherwise, they would only escalate their aggression in the future. After stating his piece, He chose to disregard Zhou Hong, as he was more focused on expanding his own influence. He needed to ensure he would not falter when faced with future challenges. I did not come here to engage in idle chatter. You must purchase the equipment from my canning factory. The commanding tone of Zhou Hong was quite discomforting. Upon hearing this demand, He was both amused and enraged. Zhou Hong, with such an attitude, dared to expect him to pay for the equipment? It was sheer folly. Do you think I have a masochistic tendency? You just humiliated me, and now you want me to pay for your items? It is utterly absurd. Infuriated, He stood, his hands trembling slightly. Such a person seemed utterly devoid of shame, possessing a skin thicker than a city wall, never considering the thoughts of others before his actions. I do not care what kind of person you are. You must buy my belongings. Otherwise, I will suffer irreparable losses, all thanks to you. Zhou Hong immediately became unreasonable. The equipment he purchased was brand new and cost him thousands. Yet he had earned nothing in return. When he initially opened the factory, Zhou Hong had vowed to keep He beneath his heel, but now, He appeared even more self-assured. I will not buy. If you continue to make a scene, I will call the police. To my knowledge, your family does not hold any sway in the police station. If the esteemed young Master Zhou were to spend a night in jail, who knows how many would find it laughable? At this moment, Sui found himself utterly powerless against Zhou Hong. When he sought to resolve the predicament, he could only rely on the police. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Zhou Hong's expression shifted dramatically. He extended a hand, pointing at Su He, yet remained speechless for a considerable time. You wait, he finally declared with a tone of menace. One day, I shall ensure you no longer act so arrogantly. Before departing, Zhou Hong, mindful of his own pride, could not refrain from uttering one last threatening remark. Chapter 91. An incident with Cao Cao. Originally, all the workers were engaged in the production of fruit canned goods. Suddenly, they were reassigned to produce fish canned goods, which left them feeling somewhat out of their element, and a sense of urgency began to swell among them. Listen to me, everyone, I urged. No matter what type of canned goods we are producing, there is no need to rush. The foremost priority must be the quality. We cannot tarnish our reputation. If our business falters, your jobs will be at risk as well. Upon hearing these words from the boss, a few of them lowered their heads in embarrassment. They realized that this unfamiliar task was indeed a challenge to master in such a short time. The boss was right. We must remember that with practice, we will gradually become adept. During this period, I appointed a team leader for each production line, not only to manage the workers, but also to keep track of attendance and, most importantly, to monitor overtime hours. That's good, I reassured them. Having worked here for a considerable time, I believe it won't be long before you all become as proficient as you were with the fruit cans. Although I emphasized various matters, before departing, I made sure to encourage them. Just as I exited the workshop, I saw my mother rushing toward me. Her flustered demeanor immediately filled me with concern. Mother, what has happened? Why are you so agitated? In recent days, Tianling had merely been tidying up at home and picking up her granddaughter Cao Cao, occasionally visiting the hospital when she had the time. Upon seeing me, Tianling clutched at me as if I were her lifeline and quickly relayed the distressing news. Cao Cao had met with an accident at school, having fallen while playing, and was now en route to the hospital. The situation remained uncertain. Tianling recounted the sequence of events, expressing that upon hearing the news, she was momentarily paralyzed with shock. After standing still for a moment, she realized she needed to rush to the factory to find me and my wife. Upon learning of Cao Cao's fall, I too felt a wave of disorientation. Although I had no deep emotional ties to the child, the time spent together had allowed me to regard her as my own daughter. Mother, please remain calm. I will find Xian now and inform him. We must hurry to the hospital. Cao Cao will be fine. I understood that I must maintain my composure during this crisis. Seeing my mother in such a state suggested that she had lost her bearings. If I were to become flustered as well, chaos would surely ensue. I had no intention of informing Song Qiuyue about this matter. Mother and I swiftly departed the factory, and it seemed that we had developed an unfortunate affinity for the hospital lately. You two arrived rather promptly. Thankfully, I recognized Cao Cao and was preparing to leave work. I rushed back. She is not seriously injured, merely a scraped knee, Dr. Liu remarked, halting as he noticed the frantic approach of my mother and me. Even he found humor in our family's uncanny connection with the hospital. Dr. Liu, I am immensely grateful to you. As a mother, I was at a loss for what to do in such situations. I could only seek out Xiaohe. Tianling expressed her relief upon hearing that her granddaughter's injuries were minor. Although Cao Cao was not of the Su family, each time she affectionately called Tianling grandma, it melted her heart. She is in the room next door. You should go see her. I must clock out now, but you owe me a drink next time, Dr. Liu said with a light-hearted tone, hoping to alleviate any burden from my mind. We hurried into the adjacent room, and upon seeing me, Cao Cao's previously serene face transformed, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Daddy, it hurts. She whimpered, her pitiful appearance tugging at my heartstrings. I rushed to her side, carefully gathering her into my arms, feeling a profound ache within me. I wanted to inquire how she had fallen, but feared that such questions would only deepen her distress. Cao Cao, be brave. The doctor has treated your injury. If you listen to us, the pain will soon subside. Daddy and Grandma will stay by your side. Seeing the tears in her eyes was almost unbearable. As a father, I felt a surge of protective anger rising within me. Cao Cao nodded obediently, snuggling into my embrace, and quickly fell asleep. At that moment, the old man Tian also learned of the incident and hurried over. What happened? Her leg is swollen. What on earth transpired? They were generally aware of the child's situation. Although there was a tinge of regret that she was not my biological child, they were comforted by the thought that this young couple would surely have their own children in the future. I had no idea how serious it was when the teacher came. I was too consumed by fear to ask for details, Tian Ling lamented, feeling a pang of regret. Old man Tian sighed, noting that the old lady was expected to be discharged tomorrow, and they had been at the hospital for nearly 20 days. Everyone was beginning to feel the strain. Take good care of the child. I will check on your mother to see if she has woken up. We plan to return home tomorrow, he stated, having seen his daughter and wanting to avoid another trip the following day. Upon learning that the elderly couple would be leaving, I gently laid Tao Tao down, having considered that it was not an especially busy time, and I hoped they might stay a bit longer. Grandfather, perhaps you should return home first and divide the family possessions, allowing mother to stay here. Some matters are better left unseen to avoid unnecessary distress. It has been difficult enough to reach this point. Let us not compel her to return. Suhi is primarily concerned that during the division of the household, disagreements may arise. And should a quarrel ensue, the elderly lady may not be able to endure it. Chapter 92. Tenderness upon awakening. Tao Tao immediately spotted her father. She pursed her lips tightly, and despite her efforts to hold back, tears streamed down her cheeks. Dad! That single utterance nearly overwhelmed Suhi. He could only express his relief that the injuries on his child were not particularly severe, or else he might have rushed to the school in a panic. Dad is here. Is there anywhere else that hurts? I will call the doctor right away. In the presence of Tao Tao, Suhi endeavored to soften his demeanor. At such a moment, he did not wish to frighten her, nor did he want to question her about the incident right after she had just awakened, as that would be far too cruel for a child. My whole body hurts. Dad, am I going to die? The little girl, having never encountered such pain before, feared that this discomfort might be life-threatening. Tian Ling, sitting beside her, felt a pang of sympathy for the child. To be honest, she had initially harbored some dislike for Tao Tao, yet the child's obedient and understanding nature made it impossible not to adore her. What a silly child. You are merely injured, and there's no way anything serious will happen. Just take your medicine and get your injections, and in a few days, you will be fine. Tian Ling gently stroked Tao Tao's forehead, her eyes filled with affection, noting that the child had appeared quite frightened earlier. Hearing her grandmother's voice, Tao Tao struggled to turn her head. She intended to greet her, but immediately grimaced in pain. That's good. Tao Tao doesn't want to die. She still has to take good care of Dad, Mom, and Grandma. After a while, the sensation of pain finally subsided. Such innocent words struck a chord in their hearts, and they could only shake their heads with a mix of helplessness and affection for this understanding child. Even at this moment, Suhi recalled that initial scene vividly. Stop overthinking it. Is there anything you would like to eat? I will go get something for you right now. Given the current circumstances, it was inconvenient to return home to cook, so Suhi planned to purchase some food outside. There were numerous vendors outside the hospital, some of whom, being quite enterprising and quick-witted, began selling snacks. I don't want anything. I feel a bit nauseous. Dad and Grandma can go eat. Tao Tao's face turned pale, and she suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Seeing the immediate change in her complexion, Suhi was startled and rushed out to summon the doctor. There's nothing to worry about. The child likely fell from a height, and the dizziness upon waking could account for her nausea. After examining her, the doctor found no unusual signs. Suhi harbored doubts about the medical standards at this moment, but he realized there was little choice. This hospital was the best in Zhanghai town. Thank you for your efforts. I will escort you out now. Observing that Tao Tao was gradually calming down, Suhi could only place his trust in the situation. Before long, the sound of steady breathing filled the room. He informed his mother and then made a trip next door, where he found Tian Laohan already tidying up his belongings. Grandfather, aren't you going to stay with us for a few days? Suhi had initially hoped to have the two elderly relatives stay for a while, but Tian Laohan was simply too stubborn. Tian Laohan shook his head vigorously, recalling how shocked he had been when learning about the thousands of dollars spent on his father's hospitalization. He had contemplated numerous times that once they had money, he must repay Suhi. No. Your grandmother and I are better suited to live in the countryside. We feel out of place here. Moreover, your mother is busy running around alone, which is quite exhausting. That third daughter-in-law only stayed for a few days before insisting on returning home. With no other choice, the subsequent days saw him and his daughter taking turns caring for her. Fortunately, in time, the old woman had slowly regained the ability to get out of bed and move about. That's fine. Since you feel uncomfortable staying, I won't force you. We can visit you whenever we have time. After hearing Tian Laohan's words, Suhi swallowed the thoughts he had intended to voice. He hurried over to help organize the belongings. During the hospitalization, they had indeed acquired quite a few items. When they arrived, the two elderly relatives had only brought a few changes of clothes, yet now they were leaving with a large bundle. This hospitalization must have cost you quite a bit. I assume you spent a good amount. Once they had some money, they would certainly repay you. The expenses incurred for your grandmother's hospitalization should not fall on you. Tian Laohan was a man of principle, and at such a time, he was certainly unwilling to let Suhi bear the burden, considering he was merely a nephew by relation. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Suhi initially wanted to clarify that he had covered these expenses for his mother, but upon reflection, he realized he had inadvertently sidelined his two uncles. There is no rush regarding this matter. You need not dwell on it. I have some means now, and it is only right for me to lend a helping hand. Upon hearing Suhi's words, Tian Laohan felt a surge of comfort in his heart. Back then, his daughter had faced immense difficulties, and he had endured the pressure to provide support. Now, it seemed as though the mother and child had received their due rewards. Indeed, your eldest uncle is currently engaged in business with you. Once profits are made, we can set aside a portion, and the remainder can be returned to you. Initially, they had intended for the elderly woman to stay, but she had refused to live alone in this place. Ultimately, Tian Laohan had no choice but to take the elderly woman back with him. Living in his daughter's home presented certain inconveniences, coupled with the feeling of being a guest in someone else's house. Grandfather, how do you plan to divide the family estate? At that moment, Suhi immediately realized that the two elderly relatives before him were likely to follow the eldest son. That may be for the best. Your eldest uncle has just gone through a divorce, and your two cousins require care. It is evident that this responsibility would fall squarely on your grandmother's shoulders. Your third aunt has always felt that she has suffered greatly, and thus, the only solution is to separate her family. The two of us elders will reside with your eldest uncle. Old man Tian sighed. For every elder undoubtedly yearns for a house filled with children and grandchildren. Unfortunately, it is no longer possible to continue down that path. The principle of a large tree branching out applies here as well. It is quite remarkable that old man Tian was able to come to this understanding so swiftly. Chapter 93 Evaluation. It was only when Song Chiuyue finished work that she learned of the incident involving Tao Dao at school. Upon receiving the news, her face turned ashen, and she immediately pedaled her bike towards the hospital. Sister-in-law, slow down. Please be careful not to hit anyone. Seeing Song Chiuyue's speed, Shuan was quite alarmed and hurried to catch up with her. How could Song Chiuyue not be anxious? The vague details relayed by Shuan only intensified her urgency. She wished she could fly straight to the hospital. Suha, how could you not inform me of such a significant matter? You went alone without telling me. During this moment, Song Chiuyue couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Suha. Faced with her grievances, Shuan felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond. After all, Suga had instructed him to keep Song Chiuyue in the dark for as long as possible. Sister-in-law, rest assured, Tao Tao is a lucky child. She will surely be fine. Even as he spoke, Shuan felt a flicker of uncertainty. Witnessing the anxious demeanor of his aunt made him genuinely concerned, fearing that something truly dire had occurred. As they conversed, Song Chiuyue's speed finally began to diminish. Speak to me honestly, what exactly happened? Upon meeting Suha, Song Chiuyue gradually regained her composure. She had just visited Tao Dao and was relieved to find that her injuries were not particularly severe. Though not her biological child, Song Chiuyue's affection for her was genuine. To be honest, I am not entirely sure what she went through. I was afraid to ask her earlier, fearing it might upset her. You arrived just in time. I will go to the school to gather more information. Suho intended to first inquire at the school to ascertain what could have caused his daughter to fall from a height. The school where Tao Tao studied did not have particularly high places, and the child typically avoided hazardous areas. That works. You hurry to the school. I will stay here. Upon hearing this, Song Chiuyue nodded quickly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. After watching Suha depart, Song Chiuyue let out a deep sigh and hurried to the hospital room. When she reached the door, she discovered that Tao Dao's room was surprisingly adjacent to that of the elderly matriarch. Grandfather, why have you already begun to pack? Are you preparing for discharge? Since Tao Tao was still asleep, Song Chiuyue intended to check on the neighboring room and upon entering, noticed the neatly arranged belongings. Upon seeing Song Chiuyue, Song Liahan appeared somewhat flustered and immediately rose to his feet, discreetly clutching his clothing. The doctor said your grandmother can be discharged. We've been here for quite some time, and I'm worried about the crops back home. We must return soon. It was evident that the city-dwelling sister-in-law and her family were quite different from those in the countryside. Therefore, each meeting made Tianliahan feel a twinge of nervousness. He could not quite comprehend why, as this young lady was, after all, a junior, yet he felt an uncontrollable sense of reverence. I see. Sua had mentioned before that you would be staying with us for a while. I have prepared the house. Once you are discharged, please come directly to our home. Song Chiu spoke with a hint of deference towards the elders. Moreover, she found that these elderly individuals were quite amiable, a stark contrast to her own family. I just spoke with Xiaohe. We won't be staying here any longer. It would be a bother to you after such a long time. We will return home tomorrow. Gradually, Tianliahan began to relax. Song Chiu was somewhat surprised by this response. She pondered the reasons why these two elders suddenly wished to leave. You are a good child. You have truly worked hard these days. We are accustomed to living in the countryside, and we find it difficult to adjust here. The wheat at home is nearly ready for harvest, and only your uncle and the others can manage it. It was apparent that Song Chiu sincerely wished to keep them there, prompting Tianliaotai to grasp her hand with a gentle smile. Suddenly receiving such praise made Song Chiu feel a bit shy. Her desire to impress the elders stemmed from a genuine wish for their approval. Grandmother, this is simply our duty. Once things settle down at home, you must come to stay with us for a few days so that we may honor you properly. Being in the presence of the elders restrained her from lingering in shyness. Remaining silent would seem impolite. After conversing for a while, Tianling hurried over from home, bringing food she had prepared. To her surprise, she found her daughter-in-law sitting there chatting with her parents. Chiu, please feed this to Tao Dao. I will keep an eye on your grandmother here. Since her daughter-in-law was present, Tianling directly handed her the other portion. Song Chiu quickly accepted it, nodding gratefully to the two elders before hastily taking her leave. Her expression was somewhat weary. The recent days had indeed been exhausting. Linger, you are fortunate. Though Xiaohe has chosen a city girl as his wife, she is not at all delicate. She is quite resilient. In the future, these two children will surely have a prosperous life together. Watching Song Chiu's departing figure, Tianliaotai held her daughter's hand, feeling a mix of emotions, recognizing that her daughter had truly endured much hardship. Tianling's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded fervently. She understood well that Chiu was a good child, and during their time together, they had developed a mutual understanding. I am aware, I know that child is good. She is willing to lead a grounded life with Xiaohe, so she genuinely regards Tao Dao as her own. After hearing her mother's words, Tianling began to grasp the underlying meaning. Initially, she had felt quite apprehensive about staying there, fearing she would not gain her daughter-in-law's acceptance. However, as time passed, it became evident that Song Chiu was different. This child did not harbor disdain for the people of our countryside as others might. Her demeanor was exceedingly pleasant. That is reassuring. If you can lead a good life, then as your mother, I too can find solace. In the past, witnessing your struggles filled my heart with anguish akin to being cut by a blade. Chapter 94. Arrival at the school. Upon arriving at the school, Sui found that classes had just been dismissed. The sight of his vehicle elicited particularly grim expressions from the teachers present. Mr. Tao Tao's father, what brings you here today? They queried, astonished that this man had acquired a car in such a short span of time. It is often the case that people's perceptions shift alongside an individual's transformation, especially in the case of someone like Su He, who had become the envy of those around him. Mr. Wan, please do not feign ignorance. Our daughter Tao Tao has sustained serious injuries, and I am still unaware of the cause. Su He spoke with apparent gentleness, yet there was an underlying pressure in his tone. Upon hearing this, the individual referred to as Mr. Wan immediately changed countenance. He had promptly sent the child to the hospital upon discovering the incident, but his anxiety loomed large, fully aware that Su He was not easily deceived. Mr. Tao Tao, let us discuss this matter in my office. Standing here amidst the crowd does not seem appropriate, Mr. Wan suggested. Su He readily agreed. He had no desire to exacerbate the situation, especially considering the potential for further complications that might arise for his daughter at school. Of course, I merely wish to understand what transpired and to learn what exactly occurred to my daughter at school, Su He responded. Once inside the office, they found themselves alone, as the other teachers had already departed. The issue at hand, it seemed, had little to do with the school itself. Mr. Wan's anxiety stemmed primarily from the influence Su He had recently acquired. Mr. Tao Tao, please take a seat. I assure you, I will share everything I know about this incident, Mr. Wan stated, as the two of them were now free to converse more candidly. Suhi chose a spot to sit, discerning that this matter likely had no direct connection to the school. The situation unfolded this way. During the second period this afternoon, a stranger approached Tao Tao. I immediately recognized that the child did not know him and urged him to leave. However, when Tao Tao was outside playing, they encountered each other, leading to a confrontation, Mr. Wan recounted, astonished by the news he had learned from several sources. A stranger, Suhi mused, genuinely taken aback. Who could this individual be that sought out Tao Tao? Mr. Wan, might I inquire if you recall what this man looked like? Suhi intended to ascertain whether he recognized the person described. Upon hearing Mr. Wan's description, Suhi furrowed his brow, searching his memory, but failing to identify the individual in question. I understand. Thank you for your assistance. I apologize for taking up your time. If you prefer, I can escort you back, he offered. At that moment, the campus had fallen eerily silent. Mr. Wan shook his head, visibly relieved. The aura emanating from Suhi was indeed somewhat intimidating. It is still light out. I shall ride my bicycle home. It feels as though something is amiss. He replied, there is no need for that. My home is not far from here, and I can manage on my own. There is no need to trouble Mr. Tao Tao. Mr. Wan gestured politely as they exited the campus. Once outside, Suhi lit a cigarette, waiting for the smoke to dissipate before starting his vehicle and departing. Tao Tao, please tell me who that stranger was and why he sought you out at school. Suhi planned to question his daughter upon returning home. When faced with Suhi's inquiry, Tao Tao's small frame tensed, her eyes darting nervously towards him, betraying her fear. He said he was my father and asked me to find a way to give him some money, Tao Tao stammered after a moment of hesitation, recounting the encounter in a hushed tone. Upon hearing her words, both Suhi and Song Qiuyu were taken aback, exchanging concerned glances. Do not believe anything that man said. He is deceiving you merely to obtain money. I am your true father, Suhi reassured her. No one had ever revealed the truth of Tao Tao's origins to her, not even the most callous of individuals. Hence, she remained oblivious to her background. The panic she experienced upon hearing that man's words was all too palpable, especially as he had pushed her down with a menacing expression. The memory caused her to tremble even now. I know, it was because I couldn't believe him that he pushed me away, Tao Tao confessed, shaking at the recollection. At that moment, Song Qiuyu embraced Tao Tao gently, mindful not to aggravate her injuries. To be honest, the sudden emergence of this strange man had left Suhi feeling uneasy, particularly as a nagging suspicion lingered that the man might have spoken the truth. Rest assured, my dear, I will handle this matter. I will not allow your suffering to be in vain, he vowed, suppressing his profound anger. In the presence of his child, he was determined to maintain his composure, fearing that any display of emotion might frighten her. It was imperative that he quickly initiate an investigation to uncover the identity of this man. When he had first found Tao Tao, there had been no markers to indicate her lineage, nor any knowledge of her parents. Where had this man appeared from, and why did he presume that Tao Tao was his child? After watching his daughter fall asleep, the couple slipped silently from the room. Among all, it is Song Qiuyu who possesses the deepest understanding of Tao Tao's affairs. Even as her father, Suhi seldom shows concern for his daughter. It was only after his arrival that Tao Tao gradually began to receive attention. Such matters remain unpredictable. However, I believe the immediate course of action should be to uncover the identity of that man and ascertain how he came to find Tao Tao. In this regard, Suhi cannot help but indulge in some conspiracy theories, as he truly suspects that the emergence of this man is anything but ordinary. Chapter 95. Lu Jipeng. At this moment, in a dimly lit corner, two individuals were lurking, engaged in a clandestine conspiracy. You, for the sake of money, are quite ruthless. Today you pushed that child down. One of them finally spoke after finishing a cigarette. The other man, still enveloped in smoke, displayed a dismissive expression upon hearing these words. She's merely a girl. If she could bring me more money, perhaps I would treat her better. Who would have thought she would be so obstinate, even refusing to acknowledge her own father? His eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity, evoking a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Even his companion could not help but swallow hard and discreetly distance himself. It seemed that the child, whom that woman had desperately given birth to, was indeed worthless. One could only wonder what thoughts crossed his mind upon realizing this. The undertones of danger in his words were unmistakable. Unfortunately, Lu Jipeng remained oblivious, fixating instead on the flickering ember of his cigarette, clenching his teeth in frustration, convinced that he had not acted harshly enough, and should have eliminated that little wretch. Think of another way for me. I've heard that Su-hee has been raking in wealth lately. He was never a decent person. How did he suddenly become so formidable? Lu Jiping pondered, bewildered, as he could not fathom how Su-hee, once akin to them, had undergone such a transformation. His companion, shaking his head in resignation, had no desire to wade into this murky water. The allure of money paled in comparison to the value of his life. I told you from the start to build a good rapport with that girl. There would be a steady stream of money flowing in, but your violent temper frightened her off. Who knows if there will be another opportunity? It was this man who had initially suggested that Lu Jiping seek out Tao Tao, believing that the little girl would be compassionate upon learning of her biological father's struggles. Lu Jiping, however, lacked the patience to charm a child. He was solely focused on acquiring money swiftly to indulge himself, indifferent to everything else. How was I to know that the girl would react so strongly? From the looks of it, she seems unaware of her true lineage. She likely thinks she is Su-hee's biological child. A wicked smile crept onto Lu Jiping's lips as he recalled his encounter with Tao Tao, noting her agitation and incessant crying, which tempted him to discipline her. I have no other solutions. You've been in this underworld for years. You must have some means. Take this opportunity to extricate yourself from this mess. To be frank, Su-hee had been insignificant before them, akin to a mere pest, but now he was someone they could not afford to provoke. Are you implying that you no longer want the money? Lu Jiping immediately grasped the implications of his companion's words. He furiously discarded the remaining cigarette butt onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot with an intensity that inspired an instinctive urge to flee in those who witnessed it. The man felt a pang of regret. Realizing that he should never have agreed to this endeavor, he had been blinded by the prospect of profit. I'm not neglecting this. I simply can't think of a solution. After all, this is your issue, and you must devise a plan. Truth be told, with only the two of them present, he knew he could not match Lu Jiping in a confrontation, so it was best to yield. They were all mere street thugs, indulging in a life of vice, their earnings primarily derived from extortion. Indeed, but it was young Master Zhou who informed me about Tao Tao. He has always been at odds with Su-hee and has coveted Song Qiuyue. I could seek his counsel. At that moment, Lu Jiping recalled Zhou Hong, the one who had initially divulged information regarding Tao Tao, and resolved to approach him. In Zhonghai Town, aligning oneself with the Zhou family seldom led to favorable outcomes. Upon hearing Lu Jiping's intention to seek Zhou Hong, the other man's eyes darted nervously. He felt an urgent need to withdraw. That is for the best. Young Master Zhou has far more experience than we do. He might have a solution. He quickly excused himself and fled the concealed corner, vanishing into the darkness. Lu Jiping was taken aback by his companion's cowardice, allowing a mocking smile to form. It seemed he would no longer need to associate with such ineffectual individuals, such worthless beings, hoping to extract money from me without contributing anything. What folly! Having made up his mind, Lu Jiping resolved to seek out Zhou Hong at dawn. This man had once promised assistance in times of trouble. The following morning, Zhou Hong observed the repugnant figure before him, furrowing his brow in disbelief. He could not comprehend how someone with such advantageous circumstances could squander them so thoroughly. You failed to seize this excellent opportunity. You are nothing but a waste. Zhou Hong, incensed, grabbed an object from the table and hurled it at Lu Jiping. With a crash, it fell to the floor. Lu Jiping was not Zhou Hong's subordinate and had no obligation to tolerate his outbursts. You explicitly stated that if you encountered any difficulties, you would come here for help. Are you now trying to deny your own words? I am indeed a land rogue from Zhujiang. Should you choose not to lend your assistance, I may very well bring that matter to the attention of all. Confronted by Zhou Hong's wrath, Lu Jiping embodied a rogue with remarkable finesse, casually selecting a spot to sit, exuding an air of fearless defiance, and simply gazing at his opponent in silence. Chapter 96. A new commitment. The following day, after bidding farewell to the Tian family, Su-hee returned to the factory. It was the day when Wei Wei and his team would make their decision. After days of contemplation, they were prepared to determine how much merchandise to take back. Brother Su, we have collaborated for quite some time and have developed a mutual understanding. However, this canned fish is a first for us. While we find it quite appealing, there remains uncertainty as to whether it will sell once we return, Wei Wei remarked, his tone remarkably courteous. The introduction of a new product rarely garners immediate acceptance. Su-hee, confident in his own product, acknowledged the validity of Wei Wei's concerns. Indeed, conducting business necessitates caution. I fully understand your apprehensions. Feel free to take the canned fish. Should it not sell, I shall gladly reclaim it. This promise served as a reassuring assurance for all present. Wei Wei was visibly astonished. His previous comments were intended to convey a reluctance to take too much stock, yet he had received a commitment that exceeded his expectations. Brother Su, might it be possible to have your words inscribed in the contract? Although I trust your integrity, a verbal promise lacks the reassurance that a written agreement provides. Prior to this, he had never realized how comforting a signed contract could be, especially in the event of any disputes. Certainly, we will include this clause in our contract. For every new product launch henceforth, we shall incorporate this commitment. Suhi exhibited a remarkable decisiveness. At that moment, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their partnership with Suhi had yielded significant benefits, and they understood that whatever was stipulated in the contract would be honored by both parties. That is splendid. In that case, let us follow our previous strategy and take additional stock to avoid complications when restocking later. Initially, some were cautious, opting to take only a small quantity, unaware of the product's unexpected popularity, which complicated subsequent restocking efforts. Not a problem. Simply state your desired quantities. We now have an additional production line, which will enhance efficiency. Moreover, we have gained several new partners recently. With Suhi's prior commitment in mind, the group quickly conferred, each proposing a number. After Xian compiled the figures, they realized that, combined with their previous orders, they were nearing a total of 30,000 units. Their business was indeed flourishing. Wishing us a fruitful partnership and prosperity for all, Wei Wei declared, signing the contract before preserving it in duplicate. It was evident that Wei Wei had undergone a significant transformation since his arrival. Even his attire had changed from the initial days. Certainly, I have been contemplating other business ventures as well and hope for your continued support in the future. Recently, Suhi had been feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He reflected that regardless of the era, the money spent by women and children was always the easiest to earn, particularly in the new century, where the entertainment industry proved exceedingly lucrative. The expenditure of starstruck youth was notably extravagant. Should that be the case, I sincerely hope you do not forget about us. Brother Su, Wei Wei responded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Through their numerous encounters, he had grown increasingly confident in Su He, recognizing him as a remarkable talent. As long as they maintained a good collaboration, business opportunities would abound. We have collaborated multiple times, and I assure you that I will always consider you for promising ventures, Sui stated, intending to prepare them for potential future opportunities. Our objective has been achieved. However, I am curious if there are any goods available in your warehouse for us to take a batch. They were eager to secure a shipment of canned fish to test the waters. Upon hearing their request, Suhi quickly understood their intentions. There was indeed a batch available in the warehouse, and allowing them to take some posed no issue. Of course, if it is not too much, you may divide it among yourselves. Xian, please take them to have a look. With other matters to attend to, Suhi entrusted this task to Xian. After this matter was settled, Suhi finally felt a sense of relief. The presence of these individuals in Zhanghai town had felt like a weight on his shoulders for an extended period. A few days prior, had you not mentioned your interest in purchasing the neighboring courtyard? Just now, someone approached, stating that they needed to sell it due to an urgent family matter. At that moment, Song Chuyue entered. Today was somewhat special. She could not remain at the hospital to care for her daughter, so she had to ask her mother-in-law for assistance. She had just been informed that the neighbors were now willing to sell their courtyard. When I initially approached them, the family was quite obstinate and unwilling to sell. Why have they suddenly changed their minds? Has something gone awry? Upon hearing this, Suhi's face instantly illuminated with joy. This location was quite close, and following the recent events, Suhi had contemplated this purchase. It seemed that their son had incurred substantial losses in his business and owed considerable debts. If they did not sell the property quickly, they might face dire consequences. Suhi nodded in agreement, deciding to visit the neighboring property, recalling that he had previously offered 5,000. But the owners were unwilling to sell. The couple swiftly made their way next door, and indeed, the courtyard was quite splendid, far surpassing the place they had previously inhabited. Boss Su, I did not expect your arrival to be so prompt. Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. I shall fetch you some water at once. This time, not only had her demeanor improved, but even her tone was significantly more gentle. Chapter 97. Purchasing a house. Observing the smile upon the other person's face, Suhi restrained his own expression and casually found a place to sit. During his previous visit, he had not entered the house. If his eyes did not deceive him, that round chair appeared to be crafted from Wangwali wood, a material that, in the new century has undoubtedly skyrocketed in value. You are too kind. I have just heard that there are issues at home, which is why you are selling this property. I am willing to offer the same price as last time, but I wonder if you would consider including the furniture as well? Sui felt a strong desire for that Wang Wali chair, yet he knew that if he were to openly express his intent to purchase it, the other party would surely catch on. Upon hearing this, the homeowner's expression shifted. Parting with the house was already a painful decision. If not for his son's precarious health, he might have hesitated to sell. Mr. Su, you are asking too much. My furniture consists of antique pieces. You would need to add at least another 1,000 yuan. The man spoke, anxiety flickering in his gaze as he watched Su-hee. He was uncertain whether his boldness would frighten Su-hee away, for if he chose not to buy, it would be quite some time before another buyer emerged. They then entered the living room, having yet to explore the rest of the house. Sui pondered that there might be other appealing items. Considering the Wang Wali chair, adding another 1,000 yuan seemed justified, yet he knew he could not be overly accommodating. Well, that could work. Given your urgent need for money, I am willing to offer this much. However, if you remain unsatisfied, I may reconsider my purchase. After a moment's contemplation, Su-hee agreed, albeit reluctantly. Initially, the homeowner felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, but upon hearing Su-hee's agreement, he finally exhaled in relief. No problem. We have a deal. Please give me 2 days to prepare, and we will proceed with the transfer in 3 days. The house will then be yours. The homeowner seemed eager to secure the agreement, perhaps fearing that Su-hee might change his mind. Unexpectedly, the negotiation concluded swiftly. Song Chiyue had remained silent throughout. While she felt that spending 6,000 yuan on a yard was rather exorbitant, she acknowledged that this place was indeed larger than their previous residence. Of course, we shall take our leave for now. We will return in 3 days. Sui nodded to the homeowner, and the couple departed. Once outside, Song Chiyue hesitated several times, unsure how to broach the subject with the man beside her. We are currently in a romantic relationship. To better understand one another, we should speak freely. Sui halted before entering the factory, prompting Song Chiyue to feel a bit embarrassed by his words, yet she found herself amused, for she had not truly grasped how their relationship was evolving. I think spending so much on a house might be a bit excessive. In her mind, she had never spent such a large sum, and the property, indeed, appeared somewhat dilapidated, hardly worth the price. She wondered if they had been misled. Rest assured, our investment will not be in vain. The purpose of purchasing this house is primarily for the factory. In several decades, this location will be invaluable. 6,000 yuan will seem trivial compared to the future worth. After hearing Su-hee's reassurance, Song Chiyue felt somewhat relieved. After all, the money had been earned through his hard work. And if he did not feel it was a waste, she was inclined to agree. With the contract signed, Song Chiyue, being an accountant, saw no reason to linger and decided to visit the hospital. Be careful on your way. Stick to the busier streets and avoid the narrow paths. For some reason, Su-hee had been feeling a persistent unease in recent days. Ever since he learned from Tao Tao about certain matters, he had been investigating. Yet several days had passed without any resolution. I am an adult. You need not worry about me. I will head to the hospital now. You have worked hard. Take a good rest tonight and refrain from making additional hospital trips. Su-hee had not paused for a moment, even though he should have taken the time to rest. However, numerous matters demanded his attention, leaving him no choice but to push through. When she set out for the hospital, Song Chiyue heeded Su-hee's advice, opting for the more populated route rather than the secluded one. This woman is quite cautious. In such circumstances, I find myself unable to act. Lu Jiping had waited a long time, growing increasingly impatient as he awaited Song Chiyue. Ultimately, he had to emerge from the narrow path and unexpectedly spotted her entering the hospital. He sought out Zhou Hong, but unfortunately, the latter showed no interest in the matter. Even though he was a local bully in Zhanghai town, he dared not display too much arrogance in front of Zhou Hong. It seems you need to devise another plan. If all else fails, create a scene at their factory. After all, that child is indeed yours. They watched as Song Chiyue's graceful figure vanished into the hospital. The man beside Lu Jiping cast a sinister glance into the distance. They had spent the past few days gathering information on Su-hee, discovering that he possessed some wealth, which was undeniably alluring for those inclined towards easy gains. That is a viable approach, but it must be reserved for a last resort. Moreover, I have observed that Su-hee treats his wife quite well. To Lu Jiping, that child was merely a nuisance. Should the situation escalate, Su-hee might very well abandon the child, and ultimately, the responsibility would fall upon him. He had contemplated this thoroughly, recognizing that, being not his own flesh and blood, should Suhi choose to discard it, there would undoubtedly be a desire to do so. Could it be that you intend to set your sights on this woman? After uttering those words, the individual's gaze was rife with desire. Lu Jiping shook his head. At this moment, he was not yet prepared to truly challenge Suhi's boundaries. His foremost desire was wealth. Thus, in comparison to Tao Tao, Song Chiue was perhaps the one most likely to secure him a substantial fortune. Chapter 98. The division of the family. When Lao Tian and his family returned home, the sky had not yet darkened. The villagers had gathered, their demeanor noticeably altered from before. Lao Tian, I never expected you to have such a successful nephew. We have heard that he has opened a factory in the city. May I inquire if he is in need of workers? Could my grandson possibly join him? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others immediately shifted. If such a fortunate opportunity existed, they too would surely wish to advocate for their own family members. The Tian family was taken aback by the crowd surrounding them. Tian Sheng recalled that when their family faced difficulties, these very individuals had gathered to watch the spectacle unfold. I regret to inform you that my grandson's factory currently has no vacancies. There are numerous workers in the city still searching for jobs. It is unlikely they would seek out rural laborers. Lao Tian responded firmly, outright rejecting the proposition. As his words echoed in the air, the faces of the crowd darkened. Each of them had hoped to send their family members to the city, believing it could alter their fates. It is indeed true. With so many people in the city, how could they possibly consider us from the countryside? If they truly needed workers, it would not be us they would turn to, Lao Tian thought to himself, dismissing the taunts of those who sought to take advantage of their misfortune. The family soon returned to their home, while the third son's family stood at a distance, their eyes filled with hope. During her days in the city, she had heard her father-in-law mention plans for a division of the family upon their return, believing that with their two efforts, they would surely accumulate some possessions. Father and mother have returned. You all should rest for a moment while I prepare dinner. Although she cherished this thought, she knew not to reveal her eagerness too overtly. Lao Tian waved his hand, reminding them that his granddaughter-in-law had prepared ample food for their journey. Do not bother with dinner just yet. I have something important to discuss with you. At this moment, Lao Tian retrieved his pipe. Hearing this, Tian Zhong's heart raced. His wife had already informed him of this matter upon her return. To be frank, before his brother's divorce, he had indeed considered a division, primarily due to his sister-in-law's unreasonable behavior. However, observing his father's demeanor, Tian Zhong suddenly felt a pang of compassion, questioning whether he was being too harsh. Father, perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow? He suggested. We have just returned from the hospital. No matter how nice it is there, it simply cannot compare to home. Let us rest for a while. Uncertain as to why, Tian Zhong felt an urge to prevent his father from proceeding. Lao Tian shook his head, having sensed that his third daughter-in-law had likely been anticipating this division for some time. Please, take a seat. It is best to address this issue early, otherwise it will weigh heavily on your minds. On their journey home, Lao Tian had already shared this matter with his eldest son. Upon hearing it, Tian Cheng fell silent, fully aware that the family's predicament was largely due to his actions. Even with the divorce from Wang Chunhua, he feared there was no way to mend the situation. At this moment, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. All present turned their eyes to Lao Tian, seated in the center. Although they had long suspected this outcome, they remained uncertain of how to respond. Ahem, I have made up my mind to divide the family between you two brothers. After a lengthy silence, Lao Tian set his pipe aside and finally spoke. He had anticipated that uttering the words division of the family would be challenging, yet once he did, he felt an unexpected relief. Father, what has prompted this sudden decision? Despite being mentally prepared, hearing it directly from his father filled Tian Zhong with trepidation. His wife had often expressed her thoughts on the matter, and while he had once considered it himself, the moment their father brought it up, he was taken aback. I understand that over the years, you two have endured much unfairness, but it is unavoidable. Although your elder brother is now divorced, the burdens to come will be heavier. I do not wish to encumber you further. Observing his younger son, Lao Tian felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Before marriage, the siblings shared a close bond, but as families formed, different aspirations emerged. Upon hearing this, Tian Cheng felt even guiltier. Wang Chunhua was indeed lazy, and he recognized he must work harder. Father, please do not say such things. My brother and I are family. Though I had considered it in the past, if we were to divide now, wouldn't it make things more difficult for him? Tianzhong felt that now was not the time for division. His wife, upon hearing this, desperately signaled him, but unfortunately, Tianzhong did not glance her way. Even in her anxiety, she dared not speak up. I have made my decision, and regardless of where we stand, your elder brother will be responsible for the care of the two elders. You have no objections to this, I trust? Lao Tian paid no heed to the younger one's protests. Having made this decision, he resolved to divide the family completely, ensuring that grievances would no longer be exchanged, preserving the brothers' relationship. Of course, I have no objections. You are right, father. In recent years, I have indeed been a burden to the third brother. A division may be for the best. Finally, the previously silent Tianzhong spoke up. Tianzhong, hearing this, looked at his elder brother with disbelief, realizing that the division had become inevitable. Brother, please do not say such things. I have never felt you were a burden to me. Since father has made his decision, we must comply with his wishes, Tianzhong conceded, understanding that he could not oppose the situation alone. The third daughter-in-law, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under these circumstances, a division was necessary. Or else, she would certainly have caused an uproar. Once again, silence enveloped the courtyard, which lingered until it was eventually broken much later. Chapter 99. Taking action. Song Qiuyue cast a dubious glance over her shoulder. In recent days, she had felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone was trailing her. Yet, every time she turned around, she found nothing but emptiness behind her. Could it be merely an illusion? Standing still, she pondered, acutely aware of a gaze that seemed to linger upon her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she shook her head in resignation, preparing to leave on her bicycle. Suddenly, something struck her at the nape of her neck. In that instant, darkness enveloped her, causing her to release the bicycle with a clatter as she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. That wretched woman is far too vigilant. I nearly got caught. Fortunately, this area is relatively deserted, or we would not have succeeded today, Lu Jiping thought, a sinister gleam flickering across his face as he observed the unconscious Song Qiuyue. Having made up his mind, he had resolved to abduct her, yet after days of following, he had failed to discern her character. Enough chatter. Let us hurry and get this woman out of here. Then we'll demand money from Su-hee. I wonder how much we can fetch for her, Lu Jiping's companion urged him. Despite being in a secluded location, there were still people around, so they needed to act swiftly. Before long, both the woman and the bicycle were taken away, oblivious to the shadow lurking in the corner. This pair of miscreants, whoever they might be, has abducted my sister-in-law. I must return quickly and inform Brother Su, Zhuzi thought, having just returned home, choosing this route for its proximity to the factory. He had not clearly heard what the captors had said, but as soon as Lu Jiping and his accomplice departed, Zhuzi dashed towards the factory. Brother Su, something terrible has happened. Sister-in-law. She is in trouble. Zhuzi gasped, having run too swiftly, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Initially, Su-hee struggled to comprehend his words, but as Zhuzi's breathing steadied, he finally understood that Song Qiuyue was in peril. Calm down and tell me slowly what has transpired with your sister-in-law, Su-hee instructed, his hand trembling uncontrollably at the mention of Song Qiuyue's predicament. Zhuzi, having finally caught his breath, recounted the events in detail, admitting that he had assessed himself as no match for the two abductors, thus opting to hide in the shadows. Brother Su, I genuinely wanted to save her, but I realized I could not defeat those two, so I had no choice but to remain concealed, Zhuzi confessed, feeling the weight of guilt. Su-hee, understanding the fear that grips anyone in the face of danger, refrained from reproaching him. This is not your fault. Quickly set aside your burdens. I will lead you to find her. We must remain calm, Su-hee urged, knowing that haste could hinder their efforts. Meanwhile, upon learning of the incident, Shixian wasted no time, abandoning his task to join Su-hee in the search. Even without us, the factory can still function. I can't shake the feeling that today's events are somehow linked to the matter you previously asked me to investigate, he mused, pocketing the car keys as he exited. You mean to say that the man is threatening Tao Tao and intends to use Qiuyue as leverage against me? Su-hee speculated, considering the implications of Shixian's words. Such a scenario was not far-fetched. The individual's motives appeared glaringly clear. He sought money, a pursuit that, once entangled, was impossible to extricate oneself from. This is merely a conjecture, but based on recent investigations, it seems the perpetrator has not departed Jianghai town and likely remains in the shadows, possibly connected to Zhou Hong, Shixian added, growing increasingly impatient. It seemed that every incident was intertwined with that man. Sui clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulging ominously. Shi Xian, sensing Sui's volatile state, took the keys from him, concerned for his safety. Recently, Zhou Hong approached me with an arrogant demeanor, demanding I purchase his equipment and factory, which I outright rejected. While I did not dwell on that encounter, should it indeed relate to Zhou Hong, I would deeply regret my oversight. That man is vindictive. Anyone who offends him will face his wrath, often returned 100-fold, Sui reflected. Let us set that aside for now. To conduct business here successfully, we must deal with Zhou Jia. I've heard that Zhou Chongshan has been plotting against us. He warned, recognizing the precarious nature of their situation. This news was troubling. The power Zhou Chongshan wielded was not one they could easily contest. Initially, Sui had opted to avoid confrontation with the prominent figures of Zhenghai town, but if evasion were impossible, he would not shy away. Let us not rush. We must devise a plan. Without sufficient strength, we should avoid direct conflict. Otherwise, everything we have built could vanish in an instant. This is no trivial matter. However, Sui possesses the courage to start anew, though he remains uncertain whether Shi Xian will still be around by that time. On that fateful day, Sui resolutely extracted him from the gambling den, having once pledged to guide him along a different path. After savoring the sweet taste of success, it remains to be seen whether he can endure the bitterness of failure.